A freshman, having been knocked to the ground on the basketball court, awakens in a hospital to a chilling realization. He seems to be the last living person in the world. Even more terrifying is the revelation that, apart from him, the only entities that remain are zombies. Amidst the throngs of the undead, he fights desperately for survival and resolves to seek out any other survivors to share in this grim existence. His thoughts immediately drift to a few close friends he wonders if they're still alive. Are there any other humans left in this world? Will he be able to find them? How can he endure this nightmare? Chapter 1. Awakening. Buzz. Buzz. In the silent shopping mall, a sample television set plays on, its signal fluctuating erratically. NASA has discovered a comet that is approaching Earth, expected to reach an apparent magnitude of 6 by the end of this month, visible throughout the night in the northern hemisphere. The CL 2026 comet has split at its periapsis due to Earth's gravity, and this afternoon at 6 p.m., a spectacular meteor shower will be visible in the Siberian region. Siberia has erupted with an unknown virus, with symptoms manifesting in over 10,000 individuals within an hour. The infected exhibit extreme agitation and compulsive eating behaviors. Experts surmise that this virus spreads through air, water, and contact with infected bodily fluids. Further research is required for more specific information. A virus outbreak on a plane traveling from the Soviet Union to the United States has caused passengers to become frenzied, attacking the crew and resulting in the aircraft losing control and crashing over the Arctic. 10 hours after the outbreak in Siberia, the first case of infection has been reported in our country. The number of infected individuals in our country is rapidly escalating, now encompassing 90 of cities. Experts advise everyone to remain indoors as much as possible, only venture outside if absolutely necessary. And please wear a mask when you do. Attention residents, our city currently has an ample supply of resources and there will be no shortages. Please refrain from rushing out to hoard supplies. Staying at home is the wisest choice. Buzz. Buzz. The television flickered briefly before plunging into darkness. Perhaps it was a power outage or maybe some other reason. The pitch-black screen mirrored the light streaming from the doorway, casting the empty street's image upon it. Suddenly, a rigid, distorted figure slowly emerged onto the street, and the television screen eerily reflected this scene. The figure moved from left to right, a mechanical rasping sound escaping its lips as it traversed, as if its trachea were constricted or thickened blood were obstructing its airway. Struggling to produce sound. Hiss, hiss. Bit by bit, the figure receded from the television screen, vanishing into the outside street. It felt as though nothing had transpired. The city returned to silence. Pain. A severe headache jolted Qin Mu Yang awake with a start. He found himself lying on a rather uncomfortable bed. Yet this was not a single bed in a school dormitory. Before his eyes lay a landscape of pallor. White walls, white windows, white sheets, white blankets. Even the bedside table was white. Qin Mu Yang felt a sense of bewilderment. The excruciating headache rendered him unable to think clearly. He propped himself up with his hands, striving to sit upright, draped in garments adorned with a delicate interplay of light blue and white stripes. He observed an iron 4-stand suspension, ended from the ceiling without much contemplation. He swiftly deduced that he found himself in a hospital ward based on the decor and hues surrounding him. At that moment, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Qin Mu Yang, an adept basketball player, had eagerly participated in a recent event. During the competition, however, he inadvertently encountered a fall, striking the back of his head against the ground, and promptly lost consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he was confronted with his present state. Qin Mu Yang, somewhat dazed, gingerly touched the area at the back of his head, only to discover it was swathed. Identique Gaozi. In a reckless manner, he pressed the injured spot, which instantly sent him spiraling into dizziness, causing his stomach to churn violently and prompting an involuntary bout of vomiting. Drawing upon his limited medical knowledge, he surmised that he was likely suffering from a mild concussion. After lying still for a while, as the dizziness and headache began to subside, he sat up once more. It was then that he noticed something peculiar. Silence. The surrounding atmosphere was overwhelmingly, quieterly so. As a student-athlete, Qin Mu Yang was no stranger to hospital visits due to injuries, and he had developed a certain familiarity with the environment. Yet, he had never encountered such an unusually silent hospital before. Typically, a myriad of sounds filled the air, but today, an unsettling stillness reigned. Minutes passed without a single soul coming to check on him. Frustrated by the apparent negligence of the nursing staff, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Nurse! Nurse! What a dismal excuse for a hospital." Qin Muyang reached out to feel around the pillow and glanced at the bedside table. "Where on earth is my phone? Such a sizable device should not be missing. Without my phone, I am cut off from the outside world," and a sense of panic began to rise within him. What transpired after he fainted that day? Who had brought him to the hospital? And how long had he been confined here? Without his phone, he had no means to ascertain any of this. On the bedside table lay several packets of compressed biscuits and chocolate, alongside a 500-milliliter bottle of mineral water. Qin Muyang found this rather peculiar. Who visits a patient in the hospital with such items? Wouldn't one typically bring a bouquet or a couple of kilograms of fruit? What on earth were these compressed biscuits? He steadied himself against the hospital bed and slowly made his way toward the door of the ward, taking 2 or 3 minutes to finally reach the entrance. Everything felt somewhat eerie. He took a deep breath and cautiously turned the doorknob. Beyond the door lay a profound silence. Before him stretched a dimly lit corridor, the kind commonly found in hospital wards. Yet, due to the lack of illumination, it appeared particularly sinister. No one moved in the corridor, and there were no extraneous sounds, the oppressive stillness adding an air of terror to the atmosphere. Qin Muyang began to suspect that he was indeed in an abandoned hospital. However, the modern equipment and the pristine polished stone floor told a different story, indicating that this was a typical hospital, not one that had fallen into disrepair. But where were the people? There were no doctors, no nurses, no patients, only Qin Muyang alone in this unsettling place. A sense of unease gnawed at Qin Muyang's heart. Yet he steeled himself and made his way toward the nurse's station, following the signs along the corridor. The passageway was flanked by closed doors of patient rooms, devoid of any sound, as if they were all vacant. Qin Muyang hesitated to open any doors, fearing what he might find within. He endeavored to muffle his footsteps as he approached the nurse's station. After a few minutes, he finally arrived at the designated spot. The nurse's station was eerily empty, with only a disconnected landline resting on the desk. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he picked up the receiver, but silence greeted him. Even when he reconnected the phone line, there was no familiar busy signal to be heard. The power was out. That it was astonishing that a hospital could experience a blackout. Typically, hospitals possess at least one backup power system, which would automatically engage in the event of an OU. Taga. Such a complete loss of power would only occur in the wake of a significant disaster. Qin Muyang glanced around, failing to discern any signs of catastrophe. Although the surroundings were desolate, they also exuded an air of orderliness. He took a few cautious steps forward and, lowering his voice, called out, "Is anyone there?" For reasons he could not explain, an instinct urged him to keep his voice down, as if he were afraid of disturbing some unknown entity lurking in the shadows. A shiver ran down his spine as he summoned his courage and moved closer. Chapter 2. The Corpse. A partially ajar patient room revealed a damaged lock, with a heavy iron padlock hanging from the door, as if it concealed something of great significance within. Why is there such a lock on the ward? Even if the individual suffers from mania, a single sedative injection and a restraining strap should suffice. Due to the non-original lock, there remained a palm-sized gap in the door. Just as Qin Muyang leaned closer, a hand, with skin an ashen gray, suddenly reached through the crevice. The narrow opening permitted only a single hand to protrude, rendering the identity of its owner a mystery. As the hand emerged, it began to flail wildly. Qin Muyang stepped back a few paces, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation. It was undoubtedly a human hand, yet it bore an unsettling quality that belied its humanity. The door, slightly ajar, creaked incessantly as the arm thrashed about. An unsettling sound, akin to labored gasping, echoed from within the room, sending shivers down his spine. Perhaps provoked by the incomprehensible noises emanating from that room, a chain reaction ensued, and a cacophony erupted from the adjacent wards. There were sounds of crawling and scraping, footsteps, and disjointed gasps or cackles, as if throats were constricted, desperately attempting to exhale. In that moment, his weakened body was ignited by a surge of adrenaline, transforming his cautious walk into a frantic run towards his own ward. Regardless of the monstrous entities confined within the rooms lining the corridor or the uncertain circumstances outside, one certainty remained. The room he had just occupied was a sanctuary. Even with the door locked, unease lingered. He hastily dragged 2 chairs to barricade the entrance before finally collapsing into a seat, gasping for breath. Yet before he could catch his breath, a thought flashed through his mind, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. The bathroom. This hospital room had a bathroom, and the door to the bathroom had remained firmly shut. He had yet to investigate whether anything lay within. Qin Muyang felt his hands tremble, and with a surge of resolve, he grasped the intravenous pole and steeled himself towards the bathroom. Fortunately, as an athlete, even in illness, his physical condition remained commendable at this moment. Wielding the 4-stand, he found it not overly burdensome, even thinking that should danger arise, he could brandish it as a weapon. He pressed his ear against the bathroom door, listening intently. The silence within was as profound as vacuum, devoid of sound, starkly contrasting the cacophony outside. With a firm grip on the metal frame, as if drawing strength from it, Qin Muyang suddenly yanked the bathroom door open. A foul stench assaulted him, provoking a dry heave. Illuminated by the light streaming through the window, he beheld a half-decayed corpse sprawled on the floor, teeming with writhing maggots. On the wall directly opposite the door hung a mirror, reflecting Qin Muyang's pale visage, etched with astonishment. In a swift motion, Qin Muyang slammed the bathroom door shut. However, the nauseating odor had already permeated the entire room. A patient is merely a patient in that brief moment. He had exhausted all his strength. Moments ago, he felt invigorated, yet it was merely an illusion fostered by a surge of adrenaline. Qin Muyang's head began to spin faintly once more. However, now was not the time for rest. The body may seek respite, but the mind must remain alert. He needed to contemplate and analyze. He had to discern the current predicament and determine his next course of action. How much time had elapsed since he had been knocked down during the game and lost consciousness? Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, a hallmark of summer, suggesting it was around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sensation was reminiscent of that fateful day of play, leading him to ponder whether he had been unconscious for a day or perhaps even a week. He had already confirmed that all his personal belongings were lost, though he could not ascertain whether they had been stolen by a malicious individual or misplaced inadvertently. In any case, his wallet and phone, which he had carried with him, were undoubtedly gone. Earlier, he had glimpsed the emblem of this hospital in the corridor. It was the Second People's Hospital of Beishan City, a distinguished tertiary general hospital. This institution had consistently faced a shortage of beds, with both outpatient and inpatient departments perpetually bustling. Yet now, it was unnaturally quiet. Within such a large establishment, not only was there an absence of people, but there existed a mysterious presence within the wards. Moreover, in the very room where he lay, a decaying corpse was found in the bathroom. Qin Muyang felt as though his CPU was on the verge of overheating. Surely, this was left for him by someone with intent. If only they had left a note, something to elucidate the circumstances he now faced. Could it be that those who left these remnants had no time to convey further messages? Qin Muyang felt as though he found himself in a desolate hospital at the end of the world. Perhaps, indeed, this was the apocalypse. The hospital before him seemed to have been forsaken. With a sense of unease, Qin Muyang moved a white-painted iron bedside cabinet to barricade the door. This way, even if the door to the ward were to swing open unexpectedly, any intruder from outside would find it difficult to enter immediately, granting him a brief reprieve. Until he unraveled the mystery of what had transpired, he had no intention of vacating the ward. After all, the events that had unfolded in the corridor were exceedingly bizarre, and he did not consider the outside to be safe. Moreover, there lay a corpse within his room. In a society governed by law, the presence of a body should have summoned the authorities long ago. Yet, a corpse felt somewhat safer than those eerie beings capable of producing sound. With no means of communication to contact the outside world, it appeared that he was the sole survivor within the hospital. The entities emitting sound from other wards could only be described as human in appearance, but what lay beneath their FOD remained a mystery. Qin Muyang speculated that perhaps a disease had erupted, infecting the patients. But why was he unaffected? This conundrum eluded him. Humanity is incapable of grasping that which lies beyond its comprehension. The sounds in the corridor did not fade with Qin Mu Yang's departure, rather, they intensified. Eventually, peculiar sounds began to emanate from the hospital rooms above and below. Qin Mu Yang distinctly heard the sound of nails incessantly scraping against the floor above him, accompanied by a suffocating hissing breath as if trapped in one's throat. Goosebumps gradually enveloped his entire body. Chapter 3. The Emergence. Despite the myriad of fears and confusions swirling within him, Qin Mu Yang's rationality remained remarkably intact. He swiftly deduced that these bizarre noises were the result of sound itself. Initially, he had inadvertently created a noise that drew the attention of the humanoid entity confined within the locked room. The tremendous clamor produced by that being triggered a chain reaction, causing everything in the locked rooms on this floor to become agitated. Subsequently, these sounds reverberated throughout the upper and lower floors, culminating in the present eerie atmosphere. It seemed prudent for him to refrain from making any further sounds. Qin Mu Yang felt a sense of relief knowing that those entities were securely confined within a hospital room, rather than roaming freely outside. At this juncture, he had formed a preliminary assessment of what these humanoid creatures might be. However, he felt the necessity to witness their full form with his own eyes to validate his conclusions. After all, he had only glimpsed a grayish-blue arm and heard a few strange noises. Clearly, it would be unwise to venture out of his room to inspect the other wards at this moment. Qin Mu Yang shifted his gaze toward the window of his hospital room. Through the window, one could certainly behold the scenery outside, perhaps even uncover some clues. Qin Mu Yang rubbed his temples after a moment of contemplation. His head felt less dizzy than it had at the outset, and he had regained much of his composure, no longer gripped by the previous tension and anxiety. He paced to the window, drawing back the half-drawn curtains to gaze outside. The hospital room was situated on the third floor, revealing an expanse of brilliantly green grass, with a narrow path winding through the center designated for patients' leisurely dust strolls. At the far end of the grass lay a stretch of concrete, reflecting the blinding white light of the hot sun. At the terminus of the concrete path stood the outpatient department, and Qin Mu Yang quickly spotted the prominent characters spelling out outpatient building. Logically, that area should be bustling with a throng of people, a continuous stream of patients coming and going for consultations and medications, the very essence of a tertiary hospital's outpatient facility. Yet, what met his gaze was merely the glare of the summer sun illuminating the smooth tiles. In addition, not even a single sparrow could be seen. Could it be that the evidence he sought was entirely absent? Qin Mu Yang seemed reluctant to accept this reality. He gently pushed open the glass window, leaning his head outward in an attempt to gain a broader perspective. As the window creaked open, a foul odor rushed in with the warm breeze. The stifling heat outside mingled with the stench, infiltrating the hospital room, prompting Qin Mu Yang to hastily shut the window, yet he could not entirely ward off the foul smell. The odor was reminiscent of the putrid stench of a corpse emanating from a restroom. Could it be that there are corpses quietly decaying in some corner outside? Qin Mu Yang steadied his emotions and conjured the most dreadful hypothesis. It seemed that the individuals within this hospital had either fled or succumbed to death, and it was the latter, with no one to claim their remains. Otherwise, how could the stench be so overpowering? At that moment, an idea struck Qin Mu Yang. He recalled having seen a method in a crime drama that determined the time of death based on the degree of decomposition of a body. The corpse he had encountered in the restroom could provide him with crucial insights regarding the timeline. Regrettably, his initial shock had prevented him from scrutinizing the details. With this in mind, he swiftly removed a pillowcase, fashioning it into a makeshift mask to cover his mouth and nose, and hurriedly approached the restroom door. He pulled it open for a brief glance before swiftly shutting it again. 2 days. The time of death could not have exceeded 2 days. In an instant, Qin Mu Yang reached a conclusion. This meant he had been unconscious for at least 2 days. Furthermore, any living souls within the hospital must have escaped at least 2 days prior. In 2 days, one could accomplish a multitude of tasks, even board a flight to Europe. Yet, the current situation suggested to Qin Mu Yang that even if there were survivors, it was implausible for them to have ventured very far in such a peculiar circumstance with him. Barely 2 days. Thus, if he were to escape the hospital, It was likely he would encounter other survivors outside. At that moment, he would finally grasp the true nature of the events that had transpired. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a sound from outside the window, akin to the shuffling noise made by someone shod in slippers. Had he not just observed the external scenery moments ago, Qin Muyang would likely have been taken aback, believing that someone had appeared. However, at this moment, he felt a chilling sensation creeping over his entire body. The disturbance did not seem to emanate from a human source after all. Who would wander through such a hospital? Despite the fear gnawing at his heart, he felt compelled to approach the window for a clear view. Every detail now served as a clue. Every aspect could potentially aid his escape from this place. Moving cautiously to the window, he pressed his cheek against the glass and beheld a figure clad in a hospital gown slowly traversing the concrete floor. The gait was unsteady and deliberate, yet the figure managed to maintain an upright posture, shuffling forward in worn shoes, one leg appearing to be broken, scraping against the GR. Bound with a haunting sound. The silhouette was bizarre and contorted. One side seemed rigid and immobile, while one arm appeared severed at the shoulder, leaving only a thin layer of fascia clinging to the body. As the figure moved, the dismembered arms swayed ominously, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Even more horrifying was the visage of the individual, half of which lacked skin, revealing the stark whiteness of exposed bone beneath. In the sunlight, it was evident that the figure was smeared with dried blood, and in several areas, the hospital gown was torn, exposing bite marks as if the flesh had been gnawed upon. Just as Qin Muyang was intently observing this grotesque scene, the figure abruptly halted its clattering steps, twisting its head at an unsettling angle to face the inpatient Bill. Ding, revealing its half-decayed face. A pair of murky eyes fixated intently on the spot where Qin Muyang stood, emitting a continuous, rasping breath. Qin Muyang inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a step to conceal himself behind the curtain. Though he was aware that those eyes could not truly perceive him, and that it had merely been a coincidence, a tumult of fear surged within him. Footsteps echoed once more, gradually receding until they vanished entirely. Peering outside again, Qin Muyang found that the figure had disappeared. He understood that this was the evidence he sought, that very silhouette. It maintained a human form, yet moved with a rigid, contorted posture. Sensitive to sound, but nearly blind, it emitted a mechanical noise, as if its throat were constricted. With a skin tone of ashen gray, its body was marred with various scars, bite marks, and necrotic patches, yet it felt neither pain nor discomfort. Even wounds that would be fatal to a human posed no threat to that body. Such a visage, Qin Muyang had encountered numerous times in films, but this was his first encounter in the realm of reality. Thus, upon seeing the hand that extended from the hospital room in the corridor, he harbored suspicions, yet dared not confirm them. After all, such images were typically confined to the silver screen, more likely figments of human imagination. However, he was now certain that this entity had indeed materialized in the real world. A zombie, a creature that pursues the living, subsisting on flesh and blood, it had abruptly intruded into Qin Muyang's life. Chapter 4. Escape. Though the knowledge is derived from television and film, its utility remains uncertain, and there exists no alternative means of verification. The foremost principle to heed is that bites and scratches can transmit the zombie virus. Thus, one must strive to avoid direct contact with the undead. The second crucial tenet is that in combat with a zombie, one must pierce its cranium or destroy its brain to ensure its demise. Otherwise, even if one severs its neck, its jaws may still snap and gnash. Thirdly, should a loved one become infected and turn into a zombie, the primary course of action is to eliminate the threat, with the secondary option being to retreat swiftly. One must not allow emotions to cloud judgment, harboring false hopes that a vestige of humanity remains. Zombies should not be regarded as one would view fellow humans. They are merely monstrous entities retaining a semblance of human form. Even if they were once your parents, children, or partners, once transformed, they may turn upon you. These three tenets are unassailable rules that Qin Muyang must adhere to with unwavering resolve. A moment's inattention could lead to the loss of life, resulting in membership within the undead horde. Beyond these, there are additional rules that require validation. For instance, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside at night, as zombies are most active during this time. rendering one susceptible to peril. Similarly, food that has been bitten by a zombie should be avoided, as it may carry diseases or lead to immediate death. Testing these rules may not necessarily result in demise. But the critical 3 principles, validation of which equates to courting death, must be strictly observed. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Muyang found himself feeling even more fatigued than after an intense basketball game. This was due, in part, to his injuries that had yet to fully heal, and also because he was in dire need of nourishment. The provisions on the bedside table were scant. For a young man of his stature, they amounted to little more than a day's worth of sustenance. He had already devised a clear plan in his mind. He needed to satiate his hunger to ensure he had ample strength to confront the challenges ahead. What was intended to be 3 meals was devoured in one sitting, yet he felt no remorse. His priority was to swiftly restore his vitality before facing the impending trials. Outside, the sky had darkened significantly. Approaching the window, Qin Muyang surveyed the city, which lay shrouded in an inky darkness devoid of any lights. Indeed, the entire city had succumbed to this plight. Power and water had failed not only in this hospital, but throughout the entirety of Beishan City. As the night deepened, strange sounds and growls began to emanate from the surroundings, a testament to the zombies becoming increasingly active in the dark. It appeared that the hospital had been overrun with these creatures, yet his current floor seemed relatively secure. At least the zombies were confined to the wards and not prowling the corridors outside. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a way to fortify the ward doors even more. Qin Muyang realized he must expedite his departure from this hospital. Food and water would soon be depleted, and with the zombies roaming nearby, this place was far from safe. To escape, he needed to make thorough preparations and gather sufficient energy to confront whatever awaited him. As night fell, Qin Muyang decided to rest and rejuvenate himself, planning to commence preparations for his escape upon awakening. He possessed a calm demeanor, even in the face of grave circumstances, allowing him to enjoy a restful slumber. Just as dawn approached, with the sun yet to rise, he stirred from his sleep and began to gather necessary items. He disassembled the screws from the force stand, extracting a solid iron rod measuring over 1 meter in length. With a casual thrust forward, he tested its weight in his hand, finding it quite satisfactory for fending off zombies. However, the rod lacked a pointed tip, presenting the risk of ineffective thrust should he miss his mark. Thus, Qin Muyang diligently sharpened one end of the iron rod against the ground until a small point emerged. This task consumed a full hour of his time, yet he was pleased with the outcome. He was confident that, barring any encounters with particularly dense areas, a single thrust aimed at a zombie's eye socket or mouth would ensure a swift demise, for if those creatures could indeed be said to possess life. With a formidable weapon now at his disposal, Qin Muyang turned his attention to protective measures. He tore the bed sheets into thin strips, wrapping them around the cuffs of his sleeves and the hems of his pants. The patient gown's loose sleeves and pant legs left portions of his arms and calves exposed, rendering them vulnerable to zombie attacks. Thus, he carefully secured the strips of fabric around these areas. The remaining fabric from the bed cover was fashioned into a long strip, which he braided into a makeshift rope. Upon completing these preparations, he felt ready for the challenges ahead. At that moment, the world outside brightened, with the sun beginning to peek between the buildings. As the nocturnal sounds of the undead gradually subsided, the dawn's light cast a gentle glow upon the earth, enveloping the world in a serene silence, as if humanity had vanished, leaving only Qin Muyang behind. Peering out of the window, he meticulously charted an escape route. However, this path remained merely an idealized notion. The journey would undoubtedly present various uncertainties, thwarting any attempt to adhere strictly to his plan. What he truly required was to ultimately reach his desired destination. The specifics of the journey mattered little, provided he remained unscathed and unbitten. That alone constituted the perfect scenario. Memorizing the external layout alongside his envisioned route, Qin Muyang settled down to consume the remnants of his provisions. Fleeing demanded strength. He could not afford to be frugal with sustenance. He hastily finished his meal and drained the last sip of water from his bottle, acutely aware that it was time to depart. With swift movements, he utilized a pillowcase to gather essential items from the ward, hygiene paper, towels, and various odds and ends, before stowing away the empty water bottle. The weight of the empty mineral water bottle was negligible, yet it could serve as a convenient vessel for carrying water. Securing the filled pillowcase to his back, he inserted the sharpened infusion pole he had fashioned that morning into his waistband. Qin Muyang then grasped the makeshift rope crafted from a bed cover and tied it to the window frame. After tugging on it to ensure its firmness, he seized the rope and deftly climbed out of the window. Chapter 5. Stray dogs to circumvent the hallways and stairwells. He intended to descend directly from the upper floor to the grassy expanse below using the rope. There was no other option. Although the zombies on the third floor were confined within the hospital rooms, those on the other floors roamed freely outside. Should he find himself trapped in a narrow corridor by a horde of the undead, it would be a certain death. Thus, he had no choice but to take a perilous risk, utilizing the rope he had fashioned to descend directly from the outer wall. The rope served merely as an auxiliary support, providing an added layer of safety. Qin Muyang was confident that those with strong climbing skills could descend without any assistance. The third floor was not excessively high. In less than 10 minutes, he found himself standing on the soft grass below. As his foot touched the ground, he immediately scanned his surroundings to ensure there were no zombies nearby, before placing his other foot down and releasing the rope from his grasp. The ability to adapt and be flexible was essential for survival. Fortunately, during the day, the area appeared relatively safe, with not a single zombie in sight. However, the air was permeated with a subtle, putrid odor that made his head spin. The heat was oppressive. Even though the sun had only just risen, he could already feel a scorching warmth enveloping him. This year, summer had arrived earlier and was more sweltering than in previous years. Qin Muyang retrieved a towel from his pillowcase and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He fashioned a makeshift mask by covering his mouth and nose with the towel, creating a barrier against the unpleasant odors from the outside world. Although it was far from perfect, it at least mitigated the noxious stench that had previously assaulted his senses. As he prepared himself, he began to tread forward, intending to cross the grassy expanse directly towards the side entrance of the hospital. Previously, while in the ward, he had meticulously crafted this route, as it was a pathway within the hospital where foot traffic was considerably sparse, thereby ensuring a relatively lower number of zombies. In such circumstances, it was inconceivable to exit through the main entrance of the hospital. Although he had not witnessed the situation at the front door, Qin Muyang could easily envision the throngs of zombies congregating there. This was a large, comprehensive hospital, and the volume of people was unfathomable. After traversing a grassy area and walking along the concrete path for several minutes, he encountered nothing along the way, not even a single bird. Ultimately, Qin Muyang arrived at a tree-lined path, which led directly to the side entrance. Upon rounding a bend, concealed by the lush greenery, several small white bungalows abruptly came into view, reminiscent of storage facilities from a distance. This observation contradicted what Qin Muyang had previously noted from the upper floor. He was certain that he had not taken a wrong turn. He had observed from above that this was indeed the only route leading this way. However, while on the upper floor, he had failed to spot these white structures. It appeared that due to the relatively low height of the third floor, these buildings were obscured from view by the foliage. The presence of buildings indicated a likelihood of inhabitants or perhaps zombies. Slowly, Qin Muyang withdrew his makeshift iron rod from his waist, gripping it firmly in his hand. He had no other option but to bravely proceed through this area. Within the entire hospital, this was the sole safe route. If he could not navigate through here, then the other paths would be even more perilous. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, mentally strategizing how to wield the iron rod and evade zombie attacks, gradually finding his composure. Clutching an iron rod, Qin Muyang cautiously approached the White House. Even through the towel covering his mouth and nose, he could perceive an increasingly pungent odor. It seemed evident that the vicinity of the White House was either infested with zombies or filled with decaying corpses. Otherwise, the stench would not intensify as he drew nearer. Indeed, when he was still over 10 meters away, he spotted several putrid bodies lying in proximity on the ground. The traces at the scene indicated that these corpses had originally been encased in body bags, yet for reasons unknown, the bags had been torn open, and the bodies were positioned in peculiar postures. Some corpses even bore evidence of having been gnawed upon, with significant portions of muscle tissue missing. Qin Muyang surmised that the bodies had been abandoned here, left unattended and ravaged by stray dogs or similar creatures. Shortly thereafter, a black dog stealthily crept past from beneath the shade of a tree, corroborating Qin Muyang's hypothesis. He also noticed the sign erected outside the White House, revealing that this white structure resembling a warehouse was, in fact, the morgue of the hospital. Had he stumbled upon this place under ordinary circumstances, Qin Muyang would surely have cursed his ill fate. Yet in the current context, these lifeless bodies appeared almost endearing to him. At least they posed no threat of assault like the zombies. The presence of these corpses outside vividly illustrated the overwhelming number of deceased patients that the hospital had once encountered. So numerous that the morgue could not accommodate them all at once, necessitating their temporary placement outdoors. Gripping the iron rod tightly, Qin Muyang proceeded with utmost caution, vigilant against the possibility of stray dogs launching an attack from the shadows, while simultaneously remaining alert for any wandering zombies nearby. There exist numerous blind spots in the surroundings. Who knows what might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment? The corpses lay in a state of decay, and the stray dogs, deprived of sustenance, might indeed launch an attack on any living passerby. Previously, Qin Muyang had witnessed videos online depicting hordes of stray dogs assaulting unsuspecting pedestrians. He circumvented the corpses before him and approached the front of the morgue. It was then that he noticed a small square ahead, similarly crowded with an array of lifeless bodies. The corpses he had seen earlier had merely been relocated there due to the lack of space in the square. They had all succumbed to decay, emitting a foul stench, while maggots wriggled across their putrid forms. As Qin Muyang drew near, the flies resting upon the corpses rose in a tumultuous swarm, enveloping him like a dark cloud. Alongside the flies' ascent, the noxious odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to gag involuntarily. The ghastly sight before him sent chills racing down his spine. The stench was far worse than that of a month-old sock soaked in water, tainted by the decay of a dead mouse. Despite Qin Muyang's extensive experience with unpleasant odors, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. He was a person capable of enduring the scent of multiple pairs of foul shoes in a dormitory. Carefully maneuvering past the repugnant corpses, Qin Muyang proceeded toward the side entrance of the hospital. He remained vigilant, his caution heightened, for having just passed the morgue without incident felt oddly surreal. Where there is an anomaly, there is often something sinister. Moreover, a pack of emaciated, menacing-looking mutts trailed closely behind him. Generally speaking, the Chinese rural dog is recognized for its loyalty and honesty. However, these dogs likely began their lives as strays, never having experienced a full stomach, constantly driven away by humans, which has fostered a deep-seated animosity towards mankind. Upon spotting Qin Muyang, the pack of dogs bared their teeth and emitted low growls. Qin Muyang found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 6. A desperate escape. Qin Muyang positioned the iron rod across his chest. Adopting a stance that allowed for both swift offense and defense, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching horde of dogs. The dogs, hesitant, were merely testing the waters and did not dare to charge directly. Ultimately, they were still just dogs, lacking in intelligence and discipline. The pack continued to growl at Qin Muyang without the courage to advance. Two of the dogs even growled while anxiously tucking their tails between their hind legs and stealthily retreating. Noticing their cowardice, Qin Muyang's confidence surged, and he brandished the iron rod, determined to disperse the pack. Indeed, at the mere motion of the rod, the dogs either crouched low to the ground or scurried backward with their tails tucked. Only a few appeared undeterred by Qin Muyang's presence. These were the leanest among them. Likely starved for too long, their primal hunger overshadowed their fear, rendering them unafraid of the iron rod. However, such dogs were few, and Qin Muyang did not find them particularly formidable. Despite their fierce demeanor, it was evident that they operated without organization or strategy, making them easy targets for defeat. With this thought, Qin Muyang swung the iron rod toward the head of the leading black dog, the rod slicing through the air as it met the charging canine. A dull thud resonated as the iron rod struck its target, sending the black dog hurtling over 2 meters before it collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The creature emitted a couple of pitiful whines, its hind legs kicking feebly before succumbing to lifelessness. The other dogs, witnessing this, reacted in various ways. Some turned tail and fled, while others bared their teeth and charged forward. Qin Muyang gripped the iron rod, swinging and striking with fervor, delivering blows and thrusts with precision. Within mere moments, several dogs lay on the ground, howling in anguish. To his astonishment, the weapon he had meticulously crafted for dealing with zombies was first employed against a pack of stray dogs. Strikes replaced purchases, and thrusts supplanted abductions. Casually, he wiped the iron rod against the grass beside him before continuing toward the side entrance. Strangely, as the dogs advanced, they emitted low, mournful howls, as if gripped by an overwhelming fear. What could instill such terror in them? Certainly, it was not his imposing figure wielding the iron rod. An answer began to form in Qin Muyang's mind. As anticipated, several unsteady silhouettes emerged in the distance, illuminated by the sunlight. Their rigid forms, distorted movements, and the pungent stench of decay unmistakably signaled the presence of genuine zombies. And not just one, but several. Faced with such a horde, all the hypothetical maneuvers and techniques he had contemplated during his time in the hospital evaporated from his mind in an instant. One thought consumed him: to flee. He needed to run faster than these dogs. If even they were terrified of the zombies, how could he, a solitary human, hope to stand against them? The notion of encountering zombies, often contemplated while watching them on screen, had always sparked a fierce imagination within me about how I would confront such creatures, undoubtedly surpassing the protagonists in prowess. Yet, when faced with the grim reality, one can truly grasp the overwhelming sense of terror. These beings are devoid of any semblance of emotion. No, they are far more terrifying than mere beasts. While wild animals may harbor fear, zombies possess none. They are relentless in their advance, perpetually driven by an insatiable hunger until their heads are pierced and they are irrevocably extinguished. Gazing into their ashen, pupil-less eyes and witnessing their pallid skin, accompanied by the mechanical rasping of their throats, my feet moved swiftly in flight. The dogs, accompanying me, hurriedly sought to escape. Yet their prolonged starvation had diminished their physical capabilities, causing them to lag behind. The foul, gaping maw of a zombie clamped down on one dog's neck, and in an instant, blood oozed from the creature's teeth, dripping onto the ground. More zombies, drawn by the commotion, encircled the scene, their grayish hands clawing and tearing at the hapless dog. Before long, the anguished barks subsided into mere gasps, and then silence fell. The unfortunate dog had been eviscerated, its entrails and innards laid bare. Blood pooled upon the earth, mingling with the putrid scent of decay as the summer breeze carried the stench toward me. A wave of nausea surged within my stomach, and I involuntarily heaved, retching twice. A few zombies lingered to feast upon the carcass of a dog, while fresh ones pursued from behind. Qin Muyang pressed on, refusing to tarry. Occasionally, the mournful howls of the dog echoed behind him, carried by the wind that wafted the stench of blood. With each stride, a chill crept over his scalp. How could such horrors unfold in the realm of reality? Qin Muyang felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, yet the relentless entities pursuing him were all too tangible, compelling him to flee with steely resolve. At first, his stamina sustained him, but the zombies continued their relentless chase. Though their pace was sluggish, Qin Muyang's speed began to wane. As a convalescent, he had already been weakened. Now, after such an extended flight, he could scarcely run, resorting to rapid walking while gasping for breath. Moreover, he realized that he was gradually veering from his intended path. As he dashed past, the zombies quickly joined the throng in pursuit. Now, he found himself followed by a horde of 30 or more, their numbers ever increasing. Earlier, while gazing from the hospital room, he had not discerned where the zombies lay in wait. In the darkness of night, devoid of light, he could only hear their roars and the unsettling rustle of movement, their true forms obscured. Now, it dawned on Qin Muyang that these creatures had been lethargically hiding in the shadows during the day, awaiting the emergence of prey before springing into action. As he dodged the lurking threats that could emerge at any moment, he sought to ascertain his direction of escape. Regardless of the circumstances, he knew he must first distance himself from the confines of this hospital. The Second People's Hospital of Beishan City is a vast, comprehensive medical facility, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters. Within its walls, an indeterminate number of patients and medical personnel exist, now either having fled or succumbed to a zombie-like existence. The entire edifice is encircled by walls rising 1 to 2 meters high, with only a few entrances and exits remaining. Aware of his entrapment within the hospital, Qin Muyang recognized that the situation could only deteriorate further, compelling him to sprint toward the perimeter in search of an escape. Along the walls, he hoped to discover an exit. Chapter 7. The fellow patient. The sun had risen high, and the air was becoming increasingly oppressive. The meager sustenance Qin Muyang consumed that morning had been digested, leaving his lips parched and cracked. He found himself in desperate need of rest, nourishment, and hydration. However, the current predicament rendered him unable to halt his escape, with neither food nor water at his disposal. Previously, he had envisioned that upon leaving the hospital, he would swiftly procure sustenance and water from nearby shops. Such thoughts now seemed utterly fanciful. At this moment, Mere survival from the relentless pursuit of the zombies would suffice to fill him with contentment. Turning a corner along a tree-lined path, Qin Muyang glanced up to behold a line of people standing ahead, an immediate sense of dread enveloping him. Clad in hospital gowns akin to his own, they stood eerily still, their neurotic presence unnerving. The noise he made attracted their attention, and in an instant, their heads turned in unison. Thus, Qin Muyang was confronted with one of the most terrifying sights of his life. The faces that turned towards him were all of a ghastly hue, with murky eyes, and many bore a multitude of grotesque injuries. Either a deep, dark bite mark marred his cheek, or half of his face was torn away, exposing the underlying bone, with maggots writhing in and out, or perhaps his eye had fallen out, tethered only by a slender string, swaying grotesquely on his visage. There were even instances where an entire face had vanished, leaving behind only a skeletal skull, with two sunken, dark eye sockets that could induce nightmares at a mere glance. With so many horrifying faces staring back at him, Qin Muyang felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps erupting instantaneously. These were not mere fellow patients. They were undeniably a horde of zombies. Qin Muyang was instantly overwhelmed by panic. The zombies emitted excited growls, charging towards him, having not encountered fresh flesh in ages. The sudden appearance of a living, agile human activated their innate brutality and bloodlust. Cursing under his breath, Qin Muyang swiftly pivoted on his weary legs and leaped into the greenery to evade his pursuers, narrowly escaping the jaws of death. However, the two groups of zombies soon merged into a relentless tide, relentlessly pursuing him. The sheer number of the undead generated increasing commotion, attracting even more scattered zombies from the vicinity. This made Qin Muyang's escape increasingly arduous. Several times, he stumbled but managed to regain his balance quickly. Thanks to his background as an athlete, his superior balance provided him with a crucial advantage, potentially saving his life in this dire moment. If one were to accidentally tumble into the verdant shrubbery, it would not be long before the ravenous undead from behind would catch up, turning him into a delectable meal. These zombies typically roamed about in search of nourishment, having never encountered someone like Qin Muyang, who had so conveniently presented himself. However, as time inexorably slipped away, Qin Muyang felt himself nearing the limits of his physical endurance. The zombies were hot on his heels, mere steps away. Suddenly, from a thicket ahead, a zombie howled and lunged towards him. Qin Muyang swiftly sidestepped, but the delay in his movement allowed the pursuing zombie to close in. Two grotesque figures clad in hospital gowns were the first to confront him, their faces contorted in agony, emitting bone-chilling sounds as they lunged towards him. A shiver ran down Qin Muyang's spine, momentarily causing him to falter, yet he quickly regained his composure. As someone accustomed to competitive sports, his mental fortitude was relatively superior. While he might panic in emergencies, he could swiftly recalibrate his mindset. Lowering his stance, he deftly drew the sharpened iron rod strapped to his waist. Gripping it firmly, he thrust it towards the zombie's eye socket. A gratifying sensation of penetration surged through him as the rod pierced into the zombie's eye. Accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being penetrated, a viscous, foul liquid oozed from the wound. This was the experience of slaying a zombie, the very scene one might witness in films, the exhilarating thrill that many fantasize about. In an instant, the zombie was deprived of life, collapsing onto the grass with a thud. As two zombies lunged at him in succession, he managed to dispatch the first one, but there was no time to aim at the second. Consequently, he failed to strike the eye socket accurately, instead landing his blow on the zombie's cheek. The sensation was not as exhilarating as before. The jarring impact caused Qin Muyang to stagger backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. This time, however, he successfully drove the sharp end of the iron rod into the zombie's eye cavity. With a sickening squelch, viscous fluid erupted forth, repulsive in its nature. Fearing the potential infection from this foul substance, Qin Muyang swiftly withdrew the iron rod and wiped it clean on the grass. Escape. He must escape from this place. If he did not shake off these zombies, no amount of running would save him. Raising his gaze, he spotted the hospital's inpatient building ahead. Yet, Qin Muyang was acutely aware that seeking refuge within those walls was not an option. Setting aside the chaotic zombies that undoubtedly roamed inside, he was also confronted with the dire threats of starvation and dehydration. Thus, even if the building were devoid of zombies, hiding within was merely a temporary solution. He needed to venture out in search of supplies. The horde of zombies behind him continued to pursue relentlessly, and Qin Muyang pressed on, breathless. After circumventing the inpatient building, the number of zombies trailing him had increased significantly. Such a dire beginning felt like a cruel twist of fate. And Qin Muyang couldn't shake the feeling of misfortune. If he failed to discover a viable escape route from the hospital soon, he feared that his life would come to a tragic end. He could not perish like this. It was far too unjust. As Qin Muyang ran, he motivated himself, reflecting on the arduous years of study he had endured. After a decade of diligent effort, he had only savored a single year of university life and had yet to secure a job to alleviate his parents' burdens. The thought of dying at this moment felt utterly unfortunate. The mere contemplation of his parents ignited a fierce determination within him, enabling him to hurl the zombies trailing behind him several meters away. He did not dwell on his own demise, but rather on how he could repay his parents. Given the current situation, it seemed the zombie virus had already ravaged numerous cities, leaving him anxious about his parents' well-being. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his desire to survive and reunite with them. Even if they had transformed into zombies, he would insist on seeing them, whether alive or dead. No, they would not become zombies. Residing in a remote countryside area, far from the chaos, they were safe from such a fate. As Qin Muyang contemplated this, he lifted his gaze and spotted several moderately sized trees ahead, with the hospital's wall looming behind them. He felt no surprise at the towering wall. Rather, he experienced a sense of reassurance. He had not stumbled into this dead end haphazardly, but had intended to find a suitable wall to scale. This location was ideal. The not overly tall trees could support a person's weight, allowing him to climb up and leap onto the wall, thereby escaping the hospital. This route was significantly safer than attempting to exit through the main entrance or side doors, where he might encounter pursuing zombies. He had already observed that these zombies lacked the capability to perform such complex actions as climbing tree trunks, allowing him to evade the horde behind him by leaving the hospital this way. In the blink of an eye, Qin Muyang had reached the verdant tree. Should he fall prey to the horde of zombies, he would likely be reduced to mere pulp, deprived even of the chance to become one of the undead. Who has ever witnessed the transformation of minced flesh into a zombie? Swiftly, Qin Muyang began to ascend the tree. In his childhood, he had often faced reprimands for climbing trees in the countryside, yet that did not deter him from foraging for fruits and beehives. Fortunately, he did not allow the scoldings to dishearten him. Otherwise, he would never have honed his remarkable tree climbing skills. With a few nimble movements, he reached the branches above. Below him, zombies had already gathered. Having lost their ability to climb, they could only congregate beneath the tree, howling in frustration. Amidst the throng, the tree shook violently. The rustling leaves incited the zombies to press against the trunk with even greater fervor, launching a frenzied assault. Qin Muyang nearly lost his grip, cold sweat breaking out upon him. Should he tumble into the mass of zombies below, it would spell certain doom. He quickly made his way towards the trunk leaning against the wall, transferring himself onto the structure. Standing on the solid wall, Qin Muyang finally exhaled in relief, feeling a sense of salvation. At the very least, he was spared the ordeal of a frantic game of hide-and-seek with the zombies outside, a sensation that frayed the nerves akin to a slow torture. The zombies continued their relentless assault on the tree, seemingly oblivious to the fact that their quarry had ascended to the wall. Qin Muyang took his time, catching his breath atop the wall for 5 or 6 minutes before he began to survey the situation beyond. Pushing aside the dense foliage and gazing beyond the wall, one could discern a tranquil alley. On one side, the alley was flanked by the hospital's imposing wall, while the opposite side was lined with quaint eateries and dilapidated inns offering an assortment of breakfast delights. The doors of these small establishments stood wide open, their tables and chairs strewn haphazardly across the ground. Dried bloodstains marred both the floor and the walls, and the pavement outside bore a similar gruesome testament. It was difficult to fathom the horrors that had transpired in this alley. Undoubtedly, the scene had been one of utter devastation. As Qin Muyang surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that not a single zombie lingered in the alley. With cautious deliberation, he crouched down and carefully leapt over the wall, landing in the narrow passage. Through the barrier, the dissonant sounds of the undead echoed from within. Shaking his head, Qin Muyang cast those unsettling noises aside. The alley was permeated with the foul odor characteristic of the hospital, though it was less overpowering than within its confines. Frowning slightly, he made his way towards the eateries in search of sustenance and water. These small restaurants typically displayed glass bottles of beverages on their tables, and it was these bottled drinks that Qin Muyang sought. However, to his dismay, The tables and chairs were all overturned, chaos reigning in the wake of disorder. The glass bottles had shattered upon impact with the ground, their contents long since spilled. The remnants of the beverages had dried, leaving behind a sticky residue that adhered to the soles of his shoes, producing a squelching sound with each step. Countless ants and tiny insects were ensnared within the sugary remnants, creating dark patches across the once clean surface. The black stains, remnants of desiccated blood, intertwined upon the ground, weaving a nauseating tableau. Yet, there existed even more repugnant sights that Qin Muyang feigned ignorance to. Amidst the chaos, he sought items of utility. But too much time had elapsed since the turmoil commenced. In this cramped establishment, there was scarcely room for possessions, and following the frenzied looting and hasty escapes, little remained. Qin Muyang initially endeavored to procure a knife as a means of defense, yet after scouring several shops, he found none. Although it was but a small eatery, one would expect at least a kitchen knife to be present. The conclusion was evident. The knives had been taken, perhaps during the outbreak of the zombies. Someone had dashed out wielding a cleaver, or it is conceivable that scavengers had already combed through the premises post-outbreak. This alley bore no traces of bodies or zombies. Otherwise, Qin Muyang might have salvaged something. He traversed several restaurants, each in disarray, with tables and chairs flung about, blood stains, and remnants of spilled beverages littering the floor. Just as he was about to exit the narrow lane, he stumbled upon a solitary bottle of juice that had miraculously survived in the penultimate shop. This particular juice, typically unworthy of his attention, was laden with artificial colors, flavors, and white sugar, hardly resembling genuine fruit juice. Yet at this moment, the concocted beverage appeared to him as if it were the elixir of life, a temptation he could hardly resist. He positioned the bottle against a nearby, overturned small table and, with a swift motion, popped off the cap, which clattered to the ground. Qin Muyang raised the glass bottle to his lips and, with fervor, guzzled down the entire 500 milliliters in one go. After finishing the bottle of juice, Qin Muyang did not feel quenched, though he felt somewhat better than before. The juice, rich in sugar, also provided a modicum of energy. He casually seized a small stool and sat down, intending to rest for a while before continuing his journey. At that moment, he sensed a dull ache at the back of his head, accompanied by a touch of dizziness. It was likely a consequence of his frantic escape, resulting in a degree of physical exertion beyond his current capacity. While such activity would have been trivial for his former self, it now weighed heavily upon him. Still in recovery, after sitting for over 10 minutes, Qin Muyang began to feel a measure of relief. Subsequently, he resolved to leave the alley and venture onto the bustling street outside to survey his surroundings. A mere bottle of juice would not suffice. The sweltering heat demanded that he replenish his fluids and find sustenance to satiate his hunger. With noon approaching, the hottest part of the day was imminent, compelling him to seek food and a water source while finding a more comfortable refuge from the midday heat. With this thought in mind, Qin Muyang rose and walked towards the mouth of the alley. This neighborhood was unfamiliar to him. He had no knowledge of which main street lay ahead or what sights awaited him, and he could only proceed and observe. Having studied in Beishan City for a year, the only area he was acquainted with was that surrounding his school, while Beishan City itself was a vast metropolis with 5 districts. The district he currently inhabited was known to him only from playing basketball with students from the Petroleum University, rendering him almost entirely ignorant of the locale. Chapter 9. The main street first, to find food and water, and then to procure a more detailed map. As he walked, Qin Muyang contemplated his plans. Raising his gaze, he realized he had emerged from the narrow alley and found himself on a broad street. The scene before him was utterly harrowing. Beneath the piercing, blinding sunlight, the street was choked with a multitude of colliding vehicles, rendering the thoroughfare nearly impassable. The collisions had likely ignited a fire, evident from the charred remnants and soot-stained marks left behind. The ground was littered with the blackened corpses, exuding a nauseating blend of burnt flesh and decay. Qin Muyang tightened the fabric over his mouth and nose, fully aware of its futility. The noxious odors still penetrated, and the insidious bacteria continued to infiltrate through the fabric's seams. It was merely a psychological solace. Without this barrier, he would have felt as though he were directly inhaling the stench of the lifeless bodies. Since his middle school teacher had explained that molecules are in constant motion, Qin Muyang understood that when one perceives a scent, it signifies that those molecules have been inhaled. Thus, when confronted with foul odors during defecation, it could be presumed that the odoriferous particles had already entered the nostrils. Turning his attention away from the corpses, he shifted his focus elsewhere. Along the street, heaps of refuse accumulated, and the glaring shards of glass reflected the blinding light. These were the remnants of a society that had descended into chaos. The aftermath of rampant looting and destruction. One could only imagine the turmoil that had gripped the city in those frantic moments. Celebrating the advent of doom, people engaged in acts they had once yearned for but dared not pursue. Those who were kind-hearted, cautious, or timid as mice cowered behind their windows, bearing witness to the city's disintegration. Images of hordes of zombies, panicked crowds, and the fervent rioters flooded Qin Mu Yang's mind. The echoes of screams, cries, roars, and the howls of zombies still resonate in his ears, mingled with inexplicable fits of laughter and the calm, rational commands of individuals directing others on how to flee. Qin Mu Yang sighed. His acute sense of hearing and smell allowed him to conjure a coherent scene in his mind based on these sensations, achieving a semblance of accuracy, albeit not an exact replication of the events. At times, he resented this peculiar talent, as it unveiled dark and terrifying images before him. It is said that this is a natural gift for profiling, though Qin Mu Yang did not delve deeply into its origins. Many individuals possess such abilities in their everyday lives, even applying them within their professions. For instance, writers capturing inspiration through heightened sensitivity, or detectives alertly searching for clues at crime scenes. Qin Mu Yang had no intention of honing this capability. He simply wished to lead a straightforward life. This desire was also why he had chosen to major in physical education during his university years. Yet now, confronted with the scenes before him, that dream seemed increasingly unattainable. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Qin Mu Yang had never encountered such stillness in this city. Typically, the streets were filled with the cacophony of bustling traffic or the din of throngs of people. The current tranquility resembled the calm before a storm, quickening his heartbeat with a sense of foreboding. The greater the silence, the more sinister the street appeared. If not for the possibility that all living beings had perished here, there might be something lurking in the shadows, deliberately keeping quiet. He needed to leave this street swiftly. Qin Mu Yang could not help but quicken his pace, the ground beneath his feet crunching softly. He deliberately made his steps light and swift, striving to avoid making excessive noise. After all, in such a tranquil environment, the one who makes a sound becomes a living target. This street was lined with upscale hotels, offering exquisite accommodations, in stark contrast to the scene in the narrow alley just moments ago. The patients visiting the Second People's Hospital of Beishan City were divided into two categories. One comprised the affluent, who, even in illness, demanded the finest in both lodging and dining, opting to stay in these grand establishments. The other group consisted of the impoverished, who, having exhausted their resources, sought treatment at the large hospital, forced to endure squalid conditions in the filthy alleyways. Qin Mu Yang was an exception, based on his experience. He had likely been transported to the Second People's Hospital by ambulance after collapsing on the basketball court. Gazing at the luxurious hotels lining the street, he was acutely aware that entering one to seek what he needed was a perilous endeavor. The doors of the hotels stood wide open, revealing expansive lobbies. If zombies lurked within, their numbers would be staggering. The absence of light rendered the hotel lobbies a vast abyss. Qin Mu Yang deemed it unwise to risk his safety for mere sustenance. Although these hotels might offer food, it was predominantly prepackaged or fresh produce. With the power outage having persisted for so long, any provisions would have long since spoiled, making it exceedingly difficult to find anything salvageable. Conversely, convenience stores and supermarkets presented a more promising prospect for locating food and water. However, he could only venture into smaller convenience stores or supermarkets. Due to the vastness of the space and the abundance of items, it inevitably attracts a considerable flow of people. A larger crowd signifies a greater presence of zombies. Thus, Qin Mu Yang's gaze was directed solely towards the small shops. However, he found no such establishments along this street, and the eerie silence only heightened his sense of unease. It was already noon, with the sun beating down mercilessly upon him. He was drenched in sweat, the hospital gown clinging uncomfortably to his skin, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He was still far too weak. The chaotic clutter strewn across the street posed numerous obstacles to his advance. He struggled to maneuver past several charred vehicles that had crashed into one another, searching among scorched corpses for a place to step. Suddenly, he caught sight of a protruding awning not far ahead, resembling that of a CAF, beneath which lay several high-backed chairs. Upon closer inspection, It indeed was a CAF with large glass windows. Although he dared not enter the adjacent shop to escape the scorching sun, the awning provided a welcome respite. Qin Muyang quickly made his way to the shaded area, casually pulling a chair into position before sitting down. While the air remained stifling, the exposed skin no longer felt the searing pain of the sun's rays. However, before he could catch his breath, he noticed a slight movement inside the CAF through the glass window. Though the motion was subtle, it sent a chill down his spine. He slowly turned his head, only to find the CAF teeming with zombies, at least 20 or 30 of them. The zombies stood vacantly within the store, moving their bodies at an agonizingly slow pace, rendering them nearly undetectable at first glance. A sudden buzz filled Qin Muyang's mind as he silently expressed gratitude that these undead creatures had not noticed his presence. He cautiously rose to his feet, preparing to depart from the entrance of the CAF. By a twist of fate, he took a meticulous look at all the storefronts lining the street. Through the glass, he discerned that nearly every shop was densely packed with zombies. Chapter 10. Exhaustion. Fortunately, he had been stealthy throughout his journey, making little noise. He had remained vigilant. The zombies stood there, swaying slightly, showing no significant movement. It appeared they were averse to the harsh sunlight, preferring to seek refuge indoors for their slumber. A realization struck Qin Muyang. He had previously overlooked crucial information. When he awoke in the hospital yesterday, he gazed out the window and saw nothing until the evening, when the zombies gradually emerged to roam. Moreover, during the morning, he was pursued by zombies in the hospital simply because he had startled those lurking in the shade. In his desperate flight, he had neglected such vital details. The street lay eerily quiet and desolate, not due to the absence of life, but rather because of the overwhelming number of zombies crammed into the shops flanking the sides. Any sound made would incite a frenzied surge of zombies, quickly overwhelming the street. At that point, it was likely that even a mouse would struggle to break free from the encirclement, perhaps in an upper room of a hotel on the street. Someone lurks behind the curtains, silently observing Qin Muyang as he crosses the road, unable to utter a sound to warn him that this seemingly tranquil street is, in fact, fraught with peril. It is no wonder that Qin Muyang, having ventured so far, remains oblivious to the zombies lurking behind the glass. Firstly, the reflective nature of the glass obscures his view. Upon noticing that the establishment above is neither a small supermarket nor a convenience store, he ceases to scrutinize the interior further. Secondly, having walked under the relentless sun, his eyes, overwhelmed by the bright light, struggle to discern the shadowy corners of the shops. When a person abruptly transitions from a brightly lit environment to a relatively dim interior, there is a fleeting moment of visual disorientation, which gradually subsides. To fully regain clarity requires several minutes. Just moments ago, Qin Muyang's awareness of the zombies behind the CAF's glass window was fortunate, owing to a brief respite in the cool shade of an awning, which allowed his vision to recover somewhat. However, he quickly acclimated to the sun's harsh glare and pressed forward through the sweltering heat. This time, he treaded even more cautiously, fearful of rousing any zombie concealed within the roadside shops. Disturbing even one undead creature would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction, rendering him utterly unable to escape. As the glaring sun once again dulled his perception of the storefronts, Qin Muyang gradually relaxed. Perhaps the adage out of sight, out of mind holds true in this instance. After more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at an intersection. As he surveyed the scene, the city lay in a state of ruin. The street ahead bore no distinction from the path just traversed, devoid of any spectral presence. The zombies remained concealed within the shops flanking the road. However, the two lateral streets extending from the intersection presented a different scene. Both sides were shrouded in shadow, devoid of the glaring sun, revealing clusters of zombies aimlessly meandering, emitting low growls from their throats. In this moment, Qin Muyang felt an immense gratitude for the tangled wreckage of vehicles lining the roadside. The abundance of cars that had collided at the intersection effectively obstructed the thoroughfare, preventing the wandering zombies from encroaching upon the junction. Otherwise, should these creatures wander to the intersection and produce any sounds, they might easily rouse the zombies lurking in the shops along the perpendicular streets, placing Qin Muyang in peril. He stifled any unnecessary sounds, swiftly maneuvering over several mangled vehicles. Suddenly, underfoot, he inadvertently stepped on an unknown part of a car, producing a sharp cracking noise. Qin Muyang lost his balance and lunged forward, instinctively bracing himself. He nearly fell face first onto the jagged remnants of metal, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have narrowly avoided injury from the protruding sheet of iron beneath him. At that moment, a pair of murky eyes emerged from the pile of scrap metal. In the instant their gazes locked, Qin Muyang discerned that it was a zombie trapped amidst the wreckage, poised to unleash its signature roar and launch an assault. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he reached behind his waist, drawing forth an iron rod fashioned from a forestand, and plunged it directly into the murky eye of the creature. The viscous fluid erupted forth, akin to a water balloon being punctured. The zombie instantly fell silent. Though the commotion was minimal, it nonetheless attracted the attention of another wandering zombie nearby. Qin Muyang withdrew his iron rod and lunged forward once more, executing the motion with seamless precision, causing yet another zombie to collapse. He deftly caught the lifeless body with his hands, allowing it to descend slowly to the ground without producing a sound. This time, no other zombies were disturbed. Having previously dispatched zombies, he now found himself considerably more composed. As he thrust the iron rod, it felt as though he were merely piercing a watermelon. Qin Muyang gradually emerged from the pile of cars and continued his advance along the street. Within the shops on either side, clusters of zombies lay dormant, awaiting the night or some sound to rouse them. The sun blazed overhead, and he was nearing his limits. Dehydrated and famished, his body had grown exceedingly weak. Compounded by the relentless exertion without respite, he sensed that he could collapse at any moment. Were it not for his apprehension that the iron rod might emit a sharp clatter upon contact with the ground, he would have considered using it as a makeshift cane. Should he encounter a scenario reminiscent of being pursued by a horde of zombies in a hospital, he was certain he would not be able to run even 100 meters before being seized. There was also the looming threat of a sudden heart attack, which could render him lifeless on the spot. Unlike the protagonists in zombie films or novels, who are robust and boastful, capable of running 28,000 miles without breaking a sweat, he found himself grappling with his own frailty. After managing to escape from the hospital and traversing merely 2 streets, an overwhelming sense of imminent collapse enveloped him. It became evident that one could not place trust in the narratives spun by novels and television. Only through first-hand experience does true understanding emerge. Qin Muyang needed only to exert the effort to advance. While keenly observing his surroundings for a suitable place to rest or scavenge for supplies, all without engaging further with the undead, he stumbled upon a convenience store. Yet the entrance was entirely absent. The interior was a chaotic jumble, with shelves overturned and merchandise long since pilfered. To compound his predicament, several zombies were trapped inside, rendering any thought of searching for leftover goods far too perilous. His stamina had waned to a point where confronting such a multitude of zombies was simply unfeasible. His lips were chapped and cracked, blood oozing from the fissures. He hastily wiped away the blood with a cloth covering his mouth and nose, hoping that the scent would not attract the attention of the undead. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and despite his slow pace, it felt akin to sprinting 100 meters. Dark spots danced before his eyes, a foreboding sign of impending unconsciousness. Chapter 11. The Supermarket. I cannot sleep, I cannot sleep. Qin Muyang whispered to himself, aware that succumbing to exhaustion could lead not only to being devoured by zombies, but also to dehydration under the relentless sun. The images from videos depicting individuals lost in the wilderness, their bodies scorched to a crisp by the sun, were not mere exaggerations. Fortune smiled upon him, for he soon spotted a diminutive supermarket at the intersection ahead. Though its facade appeared merely 6 or 7 meters wide, the glass doors were intact, and the shelves within were stocked with goods. Notably, the refrigerator near the entrance brimmed with an array of beverages and bottled water, causing Qin Muyang's throat to convulse with longing. He yearned to dash inside and guzzle from a bottle. However, his scant rationality thwarted this impulsive urge when he discerned several zombies lurking within the store. This time, he could not afford to be complacent. He must devise a strategy to eliminate these undead threats before entering the establishment. Qin Muyang surveyed the small supermarket's flanks. To one side lay a hot pot restaurant, its glass doors shattered into fragments, debris strewn about, and the interior cloaked in darkness, yet devoid of the fetid stench associated with the undead, suggesting a scarcity of zombies within. On the opposite side stood a modest 2-meter-wide liquor store, its stock nearly ravaged by looters, with a half-decayed corpse sprawled across the counter. This liquor store marked the end of the street, beyond which lay a crossroad. Qin Muyang refrained from lingering on the liquor store's interior, feeling a tightening in his throat. Overall, the surroundings of this unassuming supermarket appeared relatively safe, allowing him the opportunity to confront the few zombies inside. It would be unwise to charge in recklessly. Should the zombies swarm him, his chances of survival would be non-existent. After a moment's contemplation, a plan began to take shape in his mind. He lowered the towel that covered his mouth and nose and tore a piece of fabric from his clothing to dab at his lips, praying that this small stain of blood might serve a purpose. Otherwise, he would be compelled to make noise and attract the zombies. Yet, making a sound would inevitably place him in perilous danger. Qin Muyang gripped the pointed iron rod firmly in his right hand, poised to respond to any imminent attack. He then deftly speared the bloodied fabric onto the tip of the iron rod and cautiously pulled open the glass door of the small supermarket. The door glided open smoothly, emitting not a single sound. Qin Muyang extended the iron rod adorned with the bloodied cloth into the store, gently swaying it, and then he waited in silence. After a span of 10 seconds, a zombie caught a whiff of the faint metallic scent of blood, swaying its body as it approached the entrance of the supermarket. A low, guttural sound rumbled from its throat as its jaws opened and closed, ready to bite. However, just as it neared the doorway, it was mercilessly impaled through the skull by the iron rod. With a sickening squelch, Qin Muyang became increasingly accustomed to the sensation of piercing flesh. Having shed the anxiety and fear that accompanied his first encounter with a zombie that morning, he adapted swiftly, fully aware that his life depended on it. There was no time for hesitation. Moreover, his weakened state compelled him to eliminate these zombies swiftly so he could enter the supermarket to procure some food and drink, and then finally rest. Had he not been so feeble, Qin Muyang was certain he could have charged directly into the supermarket and dispatched the zombies with ease. The first zombie in the supermarket collapsed at the entrance, its sound neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for the other two zombies inside to hear. Those two zombies immediately shrieked and lunged towards the entrance. After Qin Muyang dispatched one zombie, the other was already barreling toward his face. There was no time to extract the iron rod for another thrust. Instead, Qin Muyang abruptly lifted one leg and kicked at the oncoming zombie's chest. He had underestimated his current frailty. Upon delivering the kick, it felt as though he had struck a concrete block, sending him tumbling backward. The zombie lunged at him, toppling them both onto the ground. A resounding thud echoed as pain surged through the back of his head. Qin Muyang felt a curse rising within him. With the zombie pressing down on his chest, its gaping mouth aimed directly for his face, he found himself weaponless, having lost the iron rod, and overwhelmed by a shadow of impending doom. In a moment of desperation, Qin Muyang yanked down the towel covering his mouth and nose and swiftly covered the zombie's face with it. Although a mere towel would not inflict harm or induce suffocation, it effectively obscured the foul, gaping maw, preventing him from being bitten. With its mouth covered, the zombie flailed its arms wildly. Qin Muyang recalled the 3 cardinal rules he had established, one of which warned against the dangers of being bitten or scratched, as it could lead to infection by the zombie virus. As he twisted his body to evade the zombie's grasp, he frantically groped around for something to aid him in this dire situation. At last, he stumbled upon a glass bottle of beverage at the entrance. Instantly, he grasped the neck of the bottle and smashed its base against the ground, shattering it into sharp fragments. With a firm hold on the jagged edge, he thrust it towards the zombie's skull. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. Qin Muyang's hand moved with the precision of an electric motor, and he himself lost count of how many times he had plunged the makeshift weapon until the zombie lay motionless. Only then did he cease his relentless assault, discarding the shattered glass beside him. Pushing aside the decayed head of the zombie, Qin Muyang rose to his feet and adjusted his attire. His hospital gown was now filthy beyond recognition, and he found himself at a loss for a change of clothes, resigning himself to continue wearing it. Nonetheless, he resolved to include the search for clean garments in his future endeavors. Although the recent skirmish had not unfolded as silently as he had envisioned, the noise from shattering the bottle had occurred within the confines of the store, leaving no cause for concern about attracting nearby zombies. Furthermore, there were no zombies in the adjacent liquor store, and the number of undead appearing at the hot pot restaurant seemed minimal. Glancing at the 3 corpses strewn across the floor, Qin Muyang calmly made his way to the beverage section of the supermarket. He picked up a 1-liter bottle of mineral water, opened it, and rinsed his hands before splashing some on his face. He then began to gulp down the water voraciously. After several hearty swallows, he recalled a lesson from his studies. In conditions of extreme thirst and dehydration, one must drink slowly and avoid excessive intake at once to prevent water intoxication. Thus, he halted his hasty consumption, opting instead to hold a mouthful of water and swallow it gradually. He then discovered chocolate on the shelf, tore open the bag, and devoured one piece in 2 swift bites, before seizing another, which met the same fate. Typically, he could scarcely bring himself to purchase such chocolate, priced at over 10 yuan for a mere morsel, yet now he indulged without a care. The sensation of acquiring it for free was utterly delightful. Unable to resist, Qin Muyang took yet another piece. Chapter 12. Rest after a frenzied feast. Qin Muyang's prior hunger and thirst were alleviated, prompting him to pause. Continuing to consume indiscriminately might lead to physical discomfort. Thus he resolved to proceed with caution. The high energy content of the chocolate had revitalized him significantly within mere minutes. He approached the entrance and dragged the 3 corpses that lay there onto the bustling street, immediately diminishing the foul odor permeating the supermarket. Taking a brief respite on a small plastic stool, Qin Muyang soon rose again to resume his eating and drinking. Originally, he intended to search the store for essential supplies that were easy to carry once he was satiated. However, the wound from his earlier fall suddenly flared with intense pain. The new injury compounded the old, forcing him to sit down once more to rest. It seemed that his body had endured the trials of hunger and thirst, only to have the injuries sustained during the scuffle become acutely apparent. For instance, he had suffered a jolt to his back when he fell, and now it ached and throbbed. Although the pain was bearable, it left him feeling quite vexed. Moreover, a certain area of his lower back felt strangely numb. Unable to recall injuring his back, he lifted his shirt to investigate. Upon lifting his garment, he immediately discerned a conspicuous crimson fingerprint on his waist. Fortunately, it was merely a print, devoid of any wounds or abrasions. This mark was likely a result of the earlier encounter when he had fallen to the ground, and the zombie had clawed at him through the fabric. Thankfully, the patient attire was sufficiently thick and durable. Otherwise, it could have been easily torn by the zombie's grasp. And at this moment, Qin Muyang might have already become part of the undead horde. In the passageway between the shelves behind him, a zombie was slowly crawling on the ground, using its hands to scrape along the floor, the sound of its nails clawing at the surface resonating in the stillness. Standing up, Qin Muyang took a closer look and noticed that the creature's throat had been torn open, rendering it incapable of emitting the characteristic sounds of its kind. Furthermore, its lower body had vanished, intestines trailing behind it, forcing it to drag itself along the ground. After mentally preparing himself, Qin Muyang approached and swiftly pierced the zombie's skull. The creature bore a bulging black backpack on its back, seemingly filled with numerous items. This backpack appeared quite useful for carrying supplies. He crouched down to retrieve it from the zombie's body. Throughout his journey, he had been using a makeshift backpack fashioned from a pillowcase, and he had been troubled by how to transport the multitude of goods in the supermarket. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him just when he needed it most. Upon opening the backpack, he discovered an assortment of coins, likely remnants of transactions made by previous shoppers, consisting of many 1, 5, and 10 yuan notes. In addition to the coins, he found a key, several bottles of mineral water, some food, a pack of tissues, 2 boxes of cigarettes, and a windproof lighter, among other miscellaneous items. Clearly, this was a rather commendable escape pack. Only the owner of the backpack failed to escape, following the traces left by the backpack's owner as they crawled along the ground. Qin Muyang ventured deeper into the supermarket. Within, he discovered a small restroom where he encountered a torso below the waist, 2 legs already half decayed. An image immediately materialized in his mind. In a normally functioning supermarket, customers had transformed into zombies, biting others. The supermarket owner, laden with a backpack, fled into the restroom, unable to shut the door, and was bitten through the throat. Subsequently, the zombies began to feast on his flesh from the waist down, eventually reducing his body to 2 halves, leading to his demise within the restroom. As his brain remained intact, even with only half of his body left, he ultimately transformed into a zombie. Among the 3 recently slain zombies, one must surely be the culprit responsible for the supermarket owner's death. Perhaps all 3 were involved. This implies that the key within the backpack must belong to this supermarket, which also explains why it contained a bundle of banknotes. Naturally, one would wish to carry all their hard-earned money while fleeing for their life. He resolved to rest well inside the supermarket. The sun outside shone brilliantly, rendering it unsuitable for continued outdoor activity, which could lead to heat stroke. He had yet to contemplate his next course of action, and his body required recuperation. There was no pressing need to depart from the supermarket he had so painstakingly located. Throughout his journey, this was the only place abundant in food and water, with only one shelf toppled, while everything else remained remarkably intact. Qin Muyang discovered several cardboard boxes in a corner, tore them open, and laid them on the floor to create a makeshift bed. He untied the cloth strip that bound his arm tightly and removed his filthy, odorous shirt before lying down directly. As soon as he reclined, the foul stench of the hospital gown placed beside him assailed his senses, causing his eyes to water. He promptly sat up again, locating a large bucket of mineral water to rinse his shirt clean, which he then hung on a shelf. The weather was warm, and it wouldn't take long for the garment to dry. He also dragged the upper half of the zombie into the restroom to reunite it with its lower half. After completing these tasks, he finally lay down once more. A dull ache throbbed at the back of his head, and amidst the dizziness, fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide. Qin Muyang drank half a bottle of mineral water, feeling a sense of satisfaction from his full stomach. He slipped into slumber. His dreams were filled with vivid encounters of battling zombies, scenes of himself being bitten on the nape and chased relentlessly. It was unclear how long he had slept when he was suddenly jolted awake. Perhaps it was his subconscious recognizing that the supermarket was not an absolute sanctuary that stirred him. Peering through the glass window, he noted the sun remained fierce, glaring off the pavement, with twilight still a distant prospect. Despite having rested, he felt an overwhelming weariness, as if he could sleep indefinitely. Stretching languidly, he rose, only to hear his stomach emit a low growl, signaling his hunger once more. Qin Muyang approached the shelf, intent on selecting something to eat. As he moved, a sudden flash of realization struck him, causing him to freeze in place. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It was still early outside, and he must not have slept long, yet he felt inexplicably famished. Moreover, his throat was parched, swallowing brought discomfort and a slight pain. He distinctly remembered drinking half a bottle of water before succumbing to slumber. Thus, it was improbable that he could feel such thirst. A sensation of dryness in the throat and an overwhelming thirst typically emerged only after a period of unconsciousness or sleep lasting over 4 hours without swallowing. However, if he had indeed slept for more than 4 hours, the external light should not appear as it did. It ought to be dusk. Qin Muyang stroked his chin, noting the stubble that had begun to sprout. The imprint left by the zombie's claw on his waist had nearly faded away. Did this mean he had been here for at least a day? Or perhaps even longer? A chill ran down his spine. Chapter 13. Unconsciousness at Night. The zombies lurking in the storefronts would emerge to roam. Qin Muyang silently thanked his foresight in securely locking the supermarket door with his key before sleeping, which had prevented the wandering zombies from intruding and potentially biting him in his slumber. The duration of his deep sleep was likely tied to the injury at the back of his head. Perhaps it was not merely an uncontrollable desire to sleep, but rather an inability to remain conscious. He could not linger here any longer. After all, the entire facade of the store was composed of glass, rendering it perilously unsafe. Should he lose consciousness again, he might not be so fortunate. If the zombies prowling at night managed to breach the glass, his unconscious form could be swiftly devoured. He must depart immediately in search of a more secure refuge. Furthermore, it would be prudent to find like-minded allies, individuals with whom he could entrust his safety. In his current state, embarking on a solitary escape was utterly unwise. When contemplating the trustworthy companions to whom he could entrust his back, Qin Muyang immediately envisioned 3 names: Jiang Yuanfan, Gao Fei, and Lin Yu. These 3 individuals were his dormitory mates, each a steadfast brother. Jiang Yuanfan, his childhood neighbor, had shared countless adventures with him. Although they pursued different fields of study at university, fate amusingly placed them in the same dormitory, allowing their camaraderie to flourish. Gao Fei and Lin Yu, university classmates, often engaged in activities such as singing, dancing, and playing basketball together. Occasionally, they would meander to the nearby Normal University, the reasons for which Qin Muyang felt were better left unspoken. In the present circumstances, where he might lose consciousness at any moment, only these 3 would unconditionally offer their assistance. This conviction was unwavering in Qin Muyang's mind. Gao Fei, hailing from northeast China, shared a remarkable rapport with Qin Muyang, as if they were open books to each other. His sincerity was palpable. He expressed his feelings candidly, without the pretense of guile or artifice. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was a more peculiar character. having been a victim of bullying during his school years. He carried a timid and self-deprecating demeanor. On his first day in the dormitory, upon encountering Qin Muyang, he appeared rather reticent. However, Qin Muyang greeted him with a warm smile, extended his hand in friendship, and shared various local delicacies. From that moment on, Lin Yu was utterly devoted to Qin Muyang, leading others to mistakenly assume he was submissive. In Qin Muyang's eyes, he had merely performed a simple act of kindness, yet for Lin Yu, it was a transformative experience, the first time a classmate had shown him such genuine warmth. Overall, this was a remarkably harmonious dormitory. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in times of conflict, this dormitory would stand as an unyielding fortress. In this world overrun by zombies, Qin Muyang realizes that only by aligning himself with them can he avoid the fear of collapsing amidst the horde, for they would undoubtedly carry him to safety. Yet, the pressing question remains, how to locate these three individuals? Given the current circumstances, everything appears uncertain. It stands to reason that the school would organize efforts to ensure the survival of its students. It would be inconceivable to disregard the lives of so many. Even if he fails to find Jiang Yuanfan and the others, he ought to encounter fellow alumni. While strangers might not offer assistance, there remains a semblance of camaraderie among old classmates, does there not? It seems imperative to acquire a detailed map of the city. As Qin Muyang formulates his plans, he strides towards the shelves to procure water and sustenance. After satisfying his hunger, he begins to stow items into his black backpack. This bag is merely a standard one, comparable in size to a school backpack, lacking the expansive capacity of outdoor gear. Uncertain of how long it might take to reach the school, or whether he might find additional food along the way, he must optimize the space within his backpack, reserving it primarily for provisions, water, and essential items. His selection of food must be meticulous, prioritizing compactness, high caloric content, and nutritional value. Qin Muyang gathers authentic beef jerky, pure cocoa butter chocolate, vitamin candies, and some biscuits. The supermarket does stock compressed biscuits, yet a glance at the ingredient list elicits an incredulous chuckle. These compressed biscuits are utterly deceptive. Their ingredient lists are more complex than those of ordinary cookies, comprising a concoction of technology and harsh processes. They lack the nutritional value and satiety of regular biscuits, rendering them nothing but counterfeit goods. Initially, he contemplated acquiring some nutrient-rich canned goods, yet the cans were cumbersome and overly heavy. Ultimately, he opted for a single can of beef. As for water, a standard bottle of mineral water sufficed, preferably in smaller containers. Larger bottles posed logistical challenges, lacking the convenience of the smaller ones that could be arranged alongside food like building blocks. Furthermore, once opened, larger bottles risked harboring bacteria if not consumed swiftly. Typically, such concerns might be overlooked, but given the current circumstances where medical supplies are scarce, even a bout of diarrhea could prove fatal. Thus, caution is paramount. With food and water nearly prepared, Qin Muyang also packed 2 sunblocking masks. While they may not effectively thwart viruses, they do provide sun protection and mitigate unpleasant odors. Regrettably, the absence of flashlights in the supermarket posed a dilemma. It implied that, without finding a suitable resting place by nightfall, he would be left in utter darkness. In the corner lay a roll of rope, presumably used by the shopkeeper for binding items, which Qin Muyang gathered and stowed in his backpack. Rope is remarkably versatile, and he seized the opportunity to take as much as he could. The backpack soon brimmed, as he also included various items previously packed by the shopkeeper, such as a windproof lighter, a pack of adhesive bandages, and a folding knife. Having tidied up his belongings, he wandered through the supermarket twice, ensuring he had not overlooked any essentials. His backpack was already brimming with supplies, so he donned the now-dry hospital gown draped over the shelf. Chapter 14. Evening. With the weight of the backpack resting on his shoulders, he estimated it to be about 20 pounds. Qin Muyang had done his utmost to fill it, yet its capacity was limited. In a desperate attempt to carry more, he had even tied some food to the exterior with a rope. However, the items protruding from the bag produced unsettling noises, posing a grave threat to his safety. After adjusting the straps of his backpack, Qin Muyang cast one last glance at the supermarket. Donning a sun-protective mask, he stepped outside. As he walked, he felt a pang of regret for the abundant supplies within the supermarket, including numerous large bottles of mineral water, all wasted. He could no longer linger to enjoy the offerings of the store. He needed to find a relatively safe refuge before nightfall. Those provisions would be left for any survivors who might come after him, though he had no certainty that others still existed in this world. If he happened upon a clothing store along the way, he intended to procure a set of clean and comfortable attire. It felt absurd to be wandering outside in a hospital gown, especially with the fear of encountering another person who might mistakenly perceive him as deranged. After all, many would instinctively associate someone in a hospital gown outside of a medical facility with mental instability. As he passed the tobacco shop adjacent to the supermarket, he held his breath, circumventing a corpse, and stealthily grabbed a few packs of cigarettes from the counter. It is quite possible that this item may become a hard currency in the future. Thus, he decided to take a few packages with him, as they bore little weight. After acquiring the cigarettes, Qin Muyang found himself once more at a crossroads. This time, he chose to press onward, as it allowed him to circumvent the zombies lurking along the transverse streets. He was reluctant to traverse the path wielding an iron rod, as such an endeavor would not only exhaust his energy, but also pose a risk of encirclement. At present, it was imperative to locate a bookstore and obtain a more detailed map of the city. For someone like him, a newcomer here for university studies, even a glance at the map would prove nearly futile. As he fervently advanced, the desolate and forlorn landscape remained unchanged. The streets were littered with debris and wrecked automobiles, shards of glass glinting in the light, and the once lively shops stood empty, having been ransacked. He endeavored to divert his gaze from the zombies lurking in the shadows, instead sweeping his eyes over the various signs along the street in search of anything that might be of use. For instance, he sought menswear boutiques, bookstores with detailed city maps, and pharmacies that had not been entirely stripped bare. It was rather peculiar that, despite being in proximity to a hospital, one would expect pharmacies to be ubiquitous. Yet, throughout his journey, he had come across only one, which had been completely looted, leaving behind only a scattering of cardboard boxes and a group of bewildered zombies within the store. He did spot several clothing stores, but they predominantly offered women's apparel. The sole establishment he found that sold menswear was overrun by numerous zombies. Qin Muyang inhaled the scent of his own attire, concluding that it was not yet imperative to change clothes. He could comfortably wear this outfit for another couple of days. Thus, he abandoned the perilous notion of venturing into a clothing store for a new wardrobe. However, the necessity of acquiring a map was inescapable. It was of utmost importance, potentially pivotal to his safety. In this society, the readership of physical books has dwindled significantly, with many individuals now accustomed to consuming literature online. Even those who seek to purchase tangible books tend to do so via the internet. Brick-and-mortar bookstores are facing a dire existence, with their numbers diminishing year by year. The inventory has largely shifted to an array of auxiliary educational materials and practice papers. After traversing an entire street, he found no trace of a bookstore. The sunlit avenue gradually succumbed to shadows as the silhouettes of buildings elongated, a consequence of the sun's descent toward the horizon. A handful of zombies had already emerged from the shops, meandering onto the street. Initially, Qin Muyang had endeavored to remain in the center of the thoroughfare, coexisting peacefully with the undead inside the stores. However, as the zombies encroached upon the street, he could no longer feign ignorance. The iron rod was gripped firmly in his hand. Though he would not proactively engage the zombies, he would certainly not retreat from any that obstructed his path. With a swift thrust, the iron rod pierced his skull, viscous fluids oozing forth as the zombie collapsed to the ground with a muted thud. Qin Muyang cast a glance at the grotesque visage, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. This creature had once been a living human, much like himself, capable of thought, with aspirations and a family. Now he resembled a mere shell of his former self, perhaps even poised to attack the very family he once sought to protect. He could not allow himself to succumb to such a fate. Should he be bitten by a zombie, he resolved to take his own life before the infection could claim him. No, he must not give in to despair. Qin Muyang gripped his iron rod tightly, thrusting it forward once more, sending another zombie crashing to the ground. He advanced step by step, as zombies seemed to line up in an unending procession towards him, forcing him to swing his iron rod continuously while pushing forward. As time slipped away, the number of zombies on the street multiplied, and the sound of their mindless groans began to fill the air. Turning back, he was alarmed to discover a large horde of zombies had silently trailed behind him. If one were to observe Qin Muyang from a higher vantage point, they would witness a striking scene. A young man burdened with a bulging black backpack, advancing while wielding an iron rod, stabbing or slashing, with each motion resulting in another zombie falling. Before him, The zombies converged in a radiating formation, while behind him loomed a dark mass. It was reminiscent of a leader marching with a regiment during a military parade. Qin Muyang gradually felt the weight of pressure mounting. The rest he had taken in the supermarket had indeed rejuvenated him, and he had consumed ample energy-rich food and water, restoring him to a relatively vigorous state. Yet, no matter how revitalized he felt, enduring the relentless burden of marching under the sun while fending off one zombie after another was a daunting task. His arms began to ache, as though he could scarcely lift the iron rod in his hands. The backpack felt significantly heavier than before, the straps digging into his shoulders, causing him to sway unsteadily. Beyond the physical exhaustion, the most pressing concern was the encroaching darkness. Only a sliver of golden sunset illuminated the streets, while the zombies began to stir, pouring forth from the shops on either side. The cacophony of growls and footsteps intertwined, all converging towards Qin Muyang. Chapter 15. The shops at this moment, seeking a bookstore or a map was not paramount. What truly mattered was finding a refuge to weather the impending crisis and the lengthy night ahead. Qin Muyang thrust his hand forward, dispatching a zombie. And seizing the opportunity, he glanced around. All he could see were the relentless hordes of zombies approaching from every direction. The street signs had become indistinguishable. Night fell swiftly. If he could not find shelter soon, his life would be in grave jeopardy. Qin Muyang toppled the zombie before him, breaking free from the encirclement, and began to sprint. He no longer cared which direction he was heading. After all, he was unfamiliar with the area and had no definite destination. He simply needed to run towards whichever direction had fewer zombies. As the night deepened and visibility waned, navigating through the throngs of the undead caused beads of sweat to form on Qin Muyang's forehead. He was acutely aware that if he continued like this, he might soon find himself trapped, overwhelmed by a swarm of zombies. Moreover, the gaps between the zombies through which he could escape were diminishing rapidly. What had once been a 2 or 3 meter distance between them had now shrunk to merely 1 or 2 meters, as the zombies from the shops had nearly all emerged to roam. During his escape, Qin Muyang found himself skillfully maneuvering around the wildly clawing hands of the zombies, occasionally having to topple one that obstructed his path. He lamented his predicament, grateful that these zombies had only recently resumed their activity and were not particularly agile. However, he knew that this advantage would not last long. Such a life necessitated companionship. Yet, too many allies would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, drawing the undead closer. A small group would be ideal, providing the necessary agility. Qin Muyang contemplated the need for a team. Yet he was uncertain whether he could find companions who resonated with him. He was even unsure if there were any other living souls in this world besides himself, having seen no signs of life thus far. As he pondered these thoughts, a large shadow loomed ahead, blocking the road, an amalgamation of crashed vehicles that not only obstructed the street but also trapped a horde of zombies behind it. A wave of panic surged through him. He now found himself at a true dead end. The road ahead was blocked, and a relentless swarm of zombies pursued him from behind. Was he destined to perish here? His mind raced, desperately seeking a solution to his predicament. Suddenly, he noticed that the roll-up door of a small shop by the street was ajar, barely half a meter from being fully closed. Without a second thought, he dispatched several zombies, disregarding whether they were truly dead, and took a deep breath as he charged towards the shop. The zombies lunged at him, but he crouched low, rolled gently, and slipped through the opening of the roll-up door. In a fleeting moment, he had already discerned the gravity of his situation. There was no escape on the streets outside. The only viable option for survival lay in seeking refuge within an appropriate shop. The shop's roll-up door was partially closed, a height that the zombies could not easily breach. Moreover, having lingered outside for so long without a single sound of the undead emanating from within, he was assured of its safety. Even if there were zombies inside, their numbers would surely be fewer than those prowling the streets, and he felt confident he could manage them. The interior was shrouded in darkness as Qin Muyang groped his way towards the roll-up door, pulling it downwards. It emitted a clattering noise, as if the door's hinges had succumbed to rust. He struggled with it, and only paused when the door finally sealed shut against the ground. Just before it closed, he glimpsed a gaunt stray dog sprinting towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he secured the door. Under normal circumstances, rescuing a stray dog would be a trivial act of kindness. Yet, in the current predicament, even a stray dog posed a potential threat. Who could predict whether it might attack him out of hunger? The strays still alive had likely tasted fresh blood, and their loyalty to humanity was certainly questionable. Suddenly, a thud echoed as the stray collided with the roll-up door, followed by a mournful whimper. Almost immediately, the door was besieged by a cacophony of impacts, the unmistakable sound of zombies attempting to breach the barrier. This was soon accompanied by a haunting wail. The sound sent chills down his spine, leaving him astonished that a mere dog could produce such a terrifying noise. Soon, the mournful cries of the dog gradually faded away, and Qin Muyang felt something beneath his feet. He retrieved a windproof lighter from his backpack and flicked it open, igniting a faint flame. In the flickering light, he noticed a stream of crimson blood seeping through the gap beneath the rolling shutter door, blood belonging to the stray dog. The zombies, having feasted upon the stray's flesh, ceased their relentless assault on the shutter, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Save for the unsettling sounds of teeth tearing into flesh and the incessant crunching that sent shivers down one's spine. Qin Muyang stepped away from the shutter door, using the light to survey the shop. In his moment of entry, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of the shop's sign, which hinted at some sort of clothing establishment, though he could not discern the details clearly. As he cautiously inspected the interior for any lurking dangers, he contemplated the possibility of acquiring a new outfit to replace his hospital garb. At that moment, Qin Muyang's expression shifted, as he realized that this clothing store seemed rather peculiar. Holding the lighter aloft, he beheld rows of enticing camisoles, ultra-thin wireless bras, and delicate lace panties hanging before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. An intimate lingerie shop, yet the sign proclaimed it as a clothing store. Qin Muyang couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity. Being a novice in matters of romance, he felt a rush of warmth flood his cheeks at the close proximity to such intimate garments. Though he was alone, a sense of embarrassment washed over him, as if he were intruding upon someone's privacy. Clearing his throat, he reassured himself that it was inconsequential. After all, these garments were not adorning anyone at present. Qin Muyang consoled himself, relinquishing the notion of changing into a different outfit, and began to diligently assess the safety of his surroundings. The shop, though not excessively large, featured 2 rows of clothing racks in the center, with additional racks adorning each wall. Each rack displayed garments that Qin Muyang had never encountered before. If he had ever seen such lingerie, it would have been a most peculiar circumstance. Fortunately, the lighter in his hand did not provide sufficient illumination to flood the entire store, thus alleviating some of his embarrassment. At the rear of the shop stood a white cashier counter, upon which he discovered several exquisitely crafted scented candles. Once ignited, they offered a modicum of light, albeit accompanied by an overpowering fragrance. Consequently, he stowed away the windproof lighter and lifted the aromatic candle from its glass container to serve as his source of illumination. After conducting a thorough inspection of the entire store, he found it to be impeccably clean and orderly, devoid of any apparent danger, suggesting that he could safely spend the night there. However, Qin Muyang was not one to be careless. He speculated that such establishments often housed a small storage area behind the scenes. Thus, he maintained his vigilance and made his way to the innermost wall of the shop, lifting the candle to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, he discovered a concealed door that was nearly indistinguishable from the wall itself. This was the kind of hidden entrance commonly found in many shops, easily overlooked without careful observation. Chapter 16. Outside the window, Qin Muyang pressed his ear against the door and listened intently for a moment, hearing only faint sounds that suggested a substantial space beyond, where something seemed to be moving within. At this moment, Qin Muyang found himself wide awake. Initially, he had intended to simply lay something on the ground and rest. But now, considering the potential safety hazards, sleep was out of the question. However, with an invisible door standing before him, he did not feel the urgency to rush. After a frantic escape moments ago, he recognized the necessity of a brief respite. He settled down to catch his breath, leisurely retrieving food and water from his backpack, consuming them until he felt replenished. Once his strength was nearly restored, he rose to grasp the iron rod, prying open the invisible door. As soon as the door creaked ajar, he instinctively took several steps back, retreating into the illuminated area provided by the aromatic candle. The advantage of this position was that it exposed him to the light, which would deter any potential threats from within. Should there be a person inside, they would likely refrain from attacking upon seeing him. Conversely, if there were zombies, they would need to lunge at him to inflict harm. Being in a well-lit space would afford him a tactical advantage in dealing with any undead adversaries. However, to his surprise, nothing emerged. Qin Muyang waited for 2 or 3 minutes, yet the interior remained undisturbed. The sounds he had previously heard through the door persisted, emanating from above. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted the candle and brandished the iron rod, stepping cautiously into the room beyond the door. What lay behind was a narrow staircase, with a restroom beneath it, flanked by a stack of cardboard boxes, presumably the store's inventory. The staircase ascended directly to the second floor, a common architectural feature among shops of this kind. The noises Qin Muyang had heard were indeed originating from a room on the upper level. After ensuring that the restroom and the area beneath the stairs posed no immediate threats, he ascended the staircase, the sounds from above growing increasingly pronounced with each step he took. The gradually intensifying sounds did not alarm Qin Muyang. Instead, they instilled a growing sense of reassurance within him. The commotion above was a direct response to the volume of his own voice. The louder he called out, the more animated the activity above became, indirectly indicating the presence of a zombie rather than a human or any other entity. Indeed, upon ascending to the second floor, he discovered a bedroom of equal dimensions to the shop below, where a provocatively dressed zombie lunged at him the moment he peeked in. Anticipating this encounter, Qin Muyang swiftly dispatched the zombie clad in a pink princess dress and dragged it into the hallway, turning instead to enter the bedroom. The flickering light from his fire illuminated the contours of the room. It was a distinctly feminine space, adorned entirely in shades of pink. A pink single bed, a pink little sofa, a desk in a delightful pink and white combination, and walls plastered with cartoon illustrations created a whimsical atmosphere. The only item that appeared normal was the computer on the desk. Everything else had been whimsically modified by the room's owner, exuding an air of youthful exuberance. Next to the computer lay several supplementary lighting devices and tools, including a mobile phone camera, suggesting that this space likely belonged to an internet celebrity. Unable to resist, Qin Muyang immediately seized the phone. It had been ages since he had laid hands on such a modern device. If he possessed a mobile phone, could it not mean the ability to make calls, access the internet, and perhaps unravel the mysteries of his current predicament? However, despite his efforts, the phone refused to power on, indicating clearly that it was out of battery. Qin Muyang wandered around the room and discovered a power bank adorned with a sticker. Yet it too was devoid of power, leaving his last flicker of hope extinguished. At least he would not have to spend the night on the cold floor below. He murmured to himself, relieved that he would not be subjected to the nauseating sounds emanating from beyond the roll-up door. However, through the door, the unsettling sounds of zombies gnawing could still be heard. Falling asleep to such noises would surely invite nightmares. In the corridor, he spotted the pink-dressed zombie he had just dispatched, presumably the owner of the room. Judging by her age, she had likely surpassed the age of youthful infatuation. It was likely a deliberate transformation for the sake of live streaming. He had previously heard of certain internet celebrities who, with the aid of filters and beautification techniques, could appear a decade younger. He had been skeptical, but now he believed. Why couldn't these influencers embrace sincerity instead of relying on contrivances? How much better it would be if they resembled his classmate. One of his female classmates was also a live streamer, boasting an enviable figure and striking looks, with long, sleek black hair and a soft, melodious voice. She streamed in ordinary attire, engaging in wholesome content such as singing and casual conversation. Yet, despite her normalcy, her streams garnered little attention and failed to gain traction. Laden with confusion, Qin Muyang extinguished the candle and reclined on the pink bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. Knowing he was safe here, he slept soundly and awoke at dawn. Regrettably, upon awakening, he realized that his body had not regained vitality. Instead, he felt even more fatigued, and a subtle heat coursed through him. Could it be an infection? Qin Muyang shivered, quickly stripping off his clothes and examining himself meticulously for any unnoticed wounds. His heart raced, fearing he might find an injury from an accidental scratch or bite by a zombie. Nevertheless, he recalled that although he had fled in disarray the previous day, he had not encountered any zombies up close. Still, unease lingered within him, prompting him to approach the window and draw back the curtains, allowing the light to pour in for a clearer inspection of his body. In the room stood a full-length mirror, and as Qin Muyang stepped in front of it to scrutinize his back, he momentarily felt like a self-absorbed narcissist. Fortunately, there were no signs of scratches or bites from zombies. The fingerprints that had previously marked his waist had faded to almost invisibility. He hastily donned the filthy hospital gown, then began searching the room for anything useful he could take with him. Ideally, a map would be most beneficial. Reaching the window, he pulled the curtains wide open and could not resist peering outside. What he saw held his gaze captive. The street below was teeming with zombies, densely packed and nearly blocking the entrance to the small shop. Last night, as he succumbed to sleep, the zombies had feasted on a stray dog outside, luring even more of their kind to congregate at the door. Zombies, aside from their relentless pursuit of prey and sounds, were often aimlessly wandering about. Thus, overnight, hundreds of zombies gathered, aimlessly wandering below. Chapter 17. The Rope. This street does not run east to west, which means that except for certain moments, sunlight seldom graces its surface. Without the influence of sunlight, these zombies do not seek refuge. They merely linger below, potentially attracting even more of their kind. Qin Muyang could not help but mutter under his breath, feeling unwell and exhibiting signs of a fever. He had hoped this location would provide a safe haven for a day's rest. However, it now appeared that he would have to flee even in his weakened state. The horde of zombies continued to swell, and from his vantage point at the window, he could see more and more zombies converging along the street, their noise growing increasingly alarming. If he lingered here for another day, the zombies from other areas would undoubtedly draw nearer by nightfall, resulting in an overwhelming number that would make his escape all the more difficult. It was even possible that this could trigger a zombie tide. The horrific and magnificent spectacle of such a tide was something Qin Muyang had witnessed in films. The eruption of a zombie tide can sometimes be ignited by the most trivial events. A mere soda can blown by the wind, leading to a relentless chase, swelling the ranks into a tide. Such occurrences are certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Given that the current number of zombies below was not yet insurmountable, he needed to devise a plan for escape. Qin Muyang turned and began to gather the essentials he would take with him, realizing he needed to lighten his load. In truth, his burden was not substantial. A backpack weighing over 20 pounds posed no challenge for him, a sportsman standing at 6 feet tall. However, he now finds himself physically weakened, suffering from a fever, and in dire need of escape. These burdens will impede his progress. He has streamlined everything he could, fully aware of the importance of discernment and the urgency of circumstances. Initially, he had planned to use aromatic candles for illumination, yet he has discarded all but one. Should he find shelter at night, this solitary candle can be ignited to assess his surroundings. Although it provides light, its weight is considerable, just a few of them weighing nearly 2 pounds. While 2 pounds may not seem excessively heavy, in the throes of desperate flight, an additional 2 ounces could very well be the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. Furthermore, after the events of yesterday, Qin Muyang has resolved within himself that if he successfully escapes this time, he shall seek refuge before sunset each day, to avoid being pursued by zombies and encountering unnecessary troubles. Searching for lodging while daylight still lingers has the added advantage of negating the need for illumination, allowing him to directly assess any safety hazards within the premises. Rising early in the morning would also enable him to set forth at dawn. Henceforth, safety shall be paramount. Although Qin Muyang believes his condition may not allow for further delay, as his health appears to be deteriorating, he harbors a deep fear of fainting inexplicably in the streets. Fortunately, his previous fainting episode was not entirely unforeseen. He had sensed the onset of fatigue beforehand. Henceforth, he must remain vigilant, and at the first sign of drowsiness, seek a place to rest without hesitation. In a moment of contemplation, Qin Muyang had already packed all his belongings. His backpack felt significantly lighter, yet it still weighed heavily upon him. The contents, however, were indispensable necessities such as food and water that could not be discarded. With everything prepared, the greatest challenge now lay in the method of escape. The main entrance downstairs was certainly impassable, completely obstructed. To leave this place, he had to devise a plan to navigate through the window on the second floor. Just beneath the window lay a shop sign, firmly welded to the wall with iron brackets. The signs on either side were nearly at the same height, extending several shops down before varying in elevation. This meant that if the sign could bear weight, he could potentially step onto it and traverse a little further, bypassing the densely populated area of zombies, and then gradually lower himself to the street using a rope. With a stroke of luck, he might even find himself able to leap directly into the second floor of a shop, emerging nonchalantly from the storefront below. Several zombies below simultaneously craned their necks upward, though the majority remained oblivious, merely reacting to the creaking sounds with agitated movements. It appeared that the sign's load-bearing capacity was not as robust as anticipated. It had aged, and stepping onto it might well lead to a collapse. He would require some additional tools. He could secure a rope to the window frame. Holding onto it while stepping onto the sign. However, after every few meters, the rope would need to be anchored to the wall, otherwise, its protective function would be rendered ineffective. Previously, I had taken a bundle of ropes from that supermarket, but their length proved insufficient. If I were to descend directly from the upper floor and then climb down the rope, it might suffice. However, supporting myself to advance forward before lowering myself down would render the length utterly inadequate. Qin Muyang immediately began to search for ropes within the room. In truth, he had already conducted a thorough search earlier and had found none. If he were to tie the bed sheets together, it could indeed serve a purpose. He recalled how he had escaped from the third floor of the hospital by fashioning a rope from bed sheets. However, the current situation was far more intricate. Compounded by the presence of numerous zombies below, a misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. A rope made solely from bed linens would evidently fall short in length. He required more fabric. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Muyang's mind. What place was he in? A clothing store. Although the garments were of a specific kind, they were indeed made of fabric. The plethora of small camisoles he had seen yesterday could be just what he needed. My apologies, dear camisoles, but I am in dire need of your assistance. Qin Muyang hurried downstairs, commencing his collection of long camisole dresses to weave a rope. The shop's roll-up door had been deformed by the relentless pressure of the zombies outside, and it would likely not hold for much longer. To his surprise, he found himself quite skilled at this handiwork. Qin Muyang chuckled softly, finding humor amidst the hardship. More than half an hour later, he heard a sharp sound from below. Crash! It was the unmistakable noise of the roll-up door being violently torn apart from the middle. This was followed by a cacophony of clothing racks being toppled over. The zombies had breached the store. Perhaps the invisible door will soon yield, allowing a torrent to surge into the stairwell. Time is of the essence. Qin Muyang ceased his weaving of the rope, shouldered his backpack, and slung the rope he had procured from the supermarket over his shoulder. He secured the half-finished rope to the window frame and, with a firm grip, propelled himself through the opening. Chapter 18, Struggle Creek. As his feet made contact with the steel frame of the billboard, a sound grating to the teeth reverberated in the air. Fortunately, Qin Muyang clung tightly to the freshly woven thick rope, preventing his entire weight from bearing down upon the billboard structure, thus averting further noise. Peering down, he could see through the gaps of the billboard that zombies surged toward the store like a relentless tide, while more of their kind approached from the street. Regaining his composure, Qin Muyang diverted his attention from the situation beneath him and focused ahead, inching his way along the billboard. His hands and feet felt slightly weak, a side effect of his fever. Thankfully, he was spared from severe dizziness. Otherwise, he might have been unable to maintain his grip on the rope. For every 2 or 3 meters he traversed, Qin Muyang would secure the rope in his hands to a nearby anchor, either fastening it to the screws holding the billboard or to the window frame, ensuring that should the billboard unexpectedly plummet, he would not plummet like a pendulum to the ground. Although the height was not excessively great, a fall might not necessarily be fatal. However, landing amidst a horde of zombies would be a far more terrifying prospect, conjuring images that sent shivers down one's spine. After navigating past the adjacent shop, Qin Muyang paused to catch his breath, taking the opportunity to tie the rope once more. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight through the glass window of several zombies inside the room. Startled by the sound of Qin Muyang binding the ropes, they lunged directly towards the window. Just then, Qin Muyang felt the ground beneath him shift ominously. With a thunderous crash, the shop's signboard plummeted down. Gripping the rope tightly, he managed to avoid plummeting himself. Fortunately, he had just secured the rope before the sign fell. However, the zombies at the window had already surged forward, leaving him unable to free his hands to confront them. Crack! The glass window before him began to splinter under the force of the zombies' assault. From that fissure, a web-like pattern of cracks spread across the glass. In an instant, the window shattered, and as shards cascaded down, Qin Muyang instinctively lowered his head to shield his face. The shards clattered down upon him before tumbling to the ground below, the crisp sound inevitably drawing the attention of the zombies on the street below. Consequently, the zombies split into 2 groups. One continued towards the previously targeted lingerie shop, while the other surged directly beneath Qin Muyang. With no time to lament his misfortune, he felt a gust of wind rush towards his face. The indoor zombies were launching their attack. He quickly pushed off the wall, angling his body to evade them. The zombies lunged and crashed through the window, landing heavily below with a thud that attracted even more of their kind. He was left with but two choices: either release the rope and leap down, which would effectively deliver him into the jaws of the zombies, or find another means of escape. Another option was to seize the rope and swing directly through the window, challenging the zombies within to a game of fate, to see who would survive. Without hesitation, he chose the latter. The second choice still held a glimmer of hope, while the first was merely a path to death. Qin Muyang gripped the rope tightly, summoning all his strength to swing inside, forcefully kicking out his legs to topple a zombie that blocked his path. He then released the rope and swiftly drew out the iron rod secured at his waist. With a firm grip, he thrust it forward, piercing through the zombie's skull with a sensation akin to slicing through a watermelon. There was no time to retrieve the iron rod, as another zombie lunged at him. Qin Muyang rolled on the ground, landing a meter away, one hand already reaching for the folding knife tucked in the side of his backpack. It was a spare knife he had acquired from the supermarket owner, now proving to be quite useful. He quickly unfolded the knife and gripped it tightly. As a zombie's face approached him, steeling himself, he drove the blade upwards into the creature's jaw. The knife sank effortlessly into the zombie's flesh, and Qin Muyang felt his hand press against the cold, clammy skin, the viscous fluid eliciting a sense of nausea. The blade was swift, making no sound as it pierced through the flesh, offering no resistance. In contrast, the folding knife was more efficient and quicker, yet it inevitably brought him into close contact with the zombie, evoking not only revulsion but also a sense of danger. Should there be any breaks in his skin? The risk of exposure to the zombie virus and subsequent infection was all too real. As Qin Muyang contemplated the prospect of surviving this ordeal, he resolved to acquire a pair of gloves, though he harbored doubts about whether they would hinder his ability to wield a weapon. The folding knife, for instance, could not be employed without caution. A misstep could result in a failure to dispatch a zombie, and worse still, he would find himself in close proximity to the creature, effectively inviting danger. In the room, two zombies remained, roaring as they lunged towards him, yet they were swiftly vanquished. In this precarious struggle for survival, Qin Muyang nearly exhausted his strength. Gazing at the fallen zombies sprawled on the floor, he succumbed to fatigue and collapsed himself. His forehead burned with fever, his breath came in heavy gasps, and his limbs felt weak, as if he lacked the energy to rise. Though he was aware that he had not yet escaped peril, the thought of standing to continue his escape was utterly unappealing. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected chill upon his left cheek. Using his clean hand to investigate, he was horrified to discover it smeared with blood, crimson, vibrant blood. Initially, he presumed it to belong to a zombie, but the realization struck him swiftly. Zombies do not possess such vivid blood. Their blood is thick, dark, and tinged with shades of purple and black. This was his own blood. As this thought detonated in his mind like a bomb, Qin Muyang shot upright. Had he been bitten or scratched by a zombie? Was he destined to transform into one of those monsters? Would this be his end? Images of himself as a zombie flashed through his mind, yet he suddenly recalled the shattering of the window moments ago. Shards of glass had struck his face. He had instinctively dodged, but had not realized he had been cut. Thankfully, it was not a zombie's claws that had marred his skin. With a sigh of relief, Qin Muyang rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a few adhesive bandages, hastily applying them to his face to staunch the bleeding. He inspected his body once more and discovered a wound on his lower back that was oozing blood. This particular location was beyond his capacity to manage, leaving him with no choice but to remain vigilant during his impending journey, ensuring that the injury did not come into contact with the undead or their bodily fluids. After assessing his wounds, he approached the window and peered down, only to find that the horde of zombies gathered below had swelled beyond the numbers he had observed near the clothing store. It was imperative to depart swiftly, otherwise, the horde would only continue to grow. Chapter 19. Salvation. While the earlier encounter had indeed been perilous, it bore its own advantages. Should the subsequent shops he passed possess open windows on their second floors and fortuitously be devoid of zombies, Qin Muyang felt assured that he could traverse to the other side of the street without the necessity of performing acrobatics upon the billboards outside. Regrettably, the establishments he encountered thereafter all had their windows firmly shut, and some were even drawn with curtains. He was reluctant to force entry through a window, fearing it might attract the attention of the zombies below, who would relentlessly pursue him. He also harbored concerns that there might be zombies within, necessitating the use of his hands to fend them off. After cautiously moving past several shops, he found that the makeshift rope he had woven was now entirely depleted, and his arms had grown weak and weary, unable to support his continued movement. Qin Muyang tied the segment of rope he had acquired from the supermarket and began to slide down towards the street. Prior to his descent, he had surveyed the area and noted that only a sparse scattering of zombies wandered the thoroughfare, posing little threat. If he could hasten his pace, he might even avoid the need to confront these few zombies altogether. Nevertheless, the moment he touched down, Qin Muyang immediately grasped the iron rod in his hand. Despite the ache in his arms, which seemed incapable of lifting the rod, he instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Fortunately, the zombies were a beat behind, allowing Qin Muyang to make his escape while they sluggishly pursued him. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the wound on his lower back continued to bleed, with drops of blood falling to the ground. Some zombies, catching the scent of blood, dropped to the ground to lap up the crimson droplets. Once they had cleaned the surface, they rose to sniff the air intently, following the scent to locate the next drop, and continued their ghastly feast. By the time Qin Muyang became aware of his surroundings, more than a dozen zombies had trailed behind him. He was not only physically drained, but also suffered from a throbbing headache, his body involuntarily trembling with chills. Without needing to ponder, he realized he was feverish and desperately required antipyretics, hydration, and a warm blanket for restful slumber. Yet, these three necessities were luxuries beyond his reach at that moment. The only thing he could manage was to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from the side of his backpack, sipping it in small gulps. Antipyretics or a good night's sleep seemed far-fetched. He found himself powerless to shake off the pursuing zombies, nor could he prevent others, attracted by the scent of blood, from joining the chase. He was acutely aware that his back, from his waist to his pant legs, was likely stained with blood. Otherwise, it would not have drawn so many zombies. Similar to that day at the supermarket entrance, where he had smeared blood on a rag, the distance mattered. If he had strayed too far, the zombies would not have been able to detect it, a factor closely tied to the volume of blood. Continuing on this path, even if he managed to evade the zombies, it was likely he would succumb to death from excessive blood loss. However, aside from the relentless march forward, Qin Muyang could not conceive of any other means to extricate himself from his current predicament. There were no suitable hiding spots along the roadside, and he was utterly unfamiliar with the streets. After enduring countless hardships to reach this point, was he destined to perish at the hands of a zombie? His vision began to blur, and he felt on the verge of collapsing in the middle of the street. At that moment, it seemed he could hear someone speaking, and it appeared to be directed toward him. Was it an illusion? Was death imminent? Hey, how are you? Hey, brother in the middle of the road. Are you injured? Have you been bitten by a zombie? Hey, do you need assistance? The calls came, increasingly urgent. Unable to resist, Qin Muyang looked up toward the source of the voice, and there, atop an old residential building by the roadside, a girl with a ponytail was waving at him. Hey, how are you? Upon noticing Qin Muyang's gaze, the girl hastily inquired. Qin Muyang managed a smile that was more pitiable than a frown, saying, I'm about to die. Yet in his heart, he thought, how wonderful, I finally see another living person. I am not the sole survivor in this world. You haven't been bitten or scratched by a zombie, have you? The girl asked. Qin Muyang shook his head. That's good, head in that direction. The girl pointed toward a certain way. Instinctively, Qin Muyang followed her indication. In such circumstances, one ought to be wary of strangers. Yet the girl appeared to be around his age and exuded a carefree demeanor, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. Once more, he mused, even if he were to perish, being deceived by such a beautiful girl would still be worthwhile. Qin Muyang's mind was a tumultuous storm as he walked ahead. The girl had vanished from the balcony. After taking several steps, just as he suspected that she was merely toying with him, he suddenly heard her voice again. Hey, over here. Qin Muyang looked up to see the girl waving at him from atop a colorful steel awning. Go around to that side, there's a flower rack. Climb up along the rack. He complied, and indeed, he discovered a three-tiered flower rack, which he could use to ascend to the awning. Behind him, the zombies had caught up. He gritted his teeth and began to climb. It took him several arduous minutes to reach the top of the rack, nearly exhausting all his strength. His vision began to blur, and dark spots danced before his eyes. The scenes around him seemed to slow down, reminiscent of a movie played in slow motion. He crouched atop the flower rack as the zombies below reached out for his feet. No longer possessing the energy to scale the steel awning, the girl popped her head up from the awning, looking down at him from her elevated position. You truly have not been bitten or scratched. All right then. She extended her hand towards him. I am Zhang. What about you? A lovely name. Let me help you up. You seem to be quite fatigued. Qin Muyang was pulled up by her. Zhang Jin possessed remarkable strength, a thought that crossed Qin Muyang's mind just before he lost consciousness. As soon as he climbed onto the awning, he fainted. Dreams. Once again, he found himself in a chaotic dream, pursued by zombies, desperately fleeing for his life. After being bitten on the back of his head by a zombie, then scratched on his lower back, and hearing a zombie whispering in his ear, questioning if he was wearing hospital attire because he had escaped from a mental institution. Qin Muyang pondered how peculiar this dream was. Who ever heard of a talking zombie? As he contemplated this, he opened his eyes. It was the young woman named Zhang Jin who had saved him. Qin Muyang expressed his gratitude profusely, sitting up to survey his surroundings. The room was immaculate, yet the furniture appeared quite inexpensive, reminiscent of a student rental, particularly a single-room accommodation. Could this be Zhang Jin's residence? He initially intended to inquire about her, but feeling it would be inappropriate to pry into her life right after she had rescued him, he instead asked, "How long was I unconscious?" He could not ascertain if it had been longer or shorter than his previous fainting spell, but he was certain that his unconsciousness had lasted several days. Chapter 20. Couple. I remember fainting as soon as I reached that awning, Qin Muyang remarked. Zhang Jin's demeanor and tone confirmed his earlier suspicion that she was a carefree and kind-hearted girl. He once again expressed his heartfelt gratitude for her life-saving actions. Sensing his curiosity about how she had managed to bring him from the awning into the room, she promptly explained, "The window in that bedroom has a removable security grill. Once it was taken down, I could step onto the windowsill below, walk along it to the adjacent awning, and then turn the corner to reach where you had collapsed." He thanked her once more, eliciting a delightful laugh from Zhang Jin. "You probably won't speak to me without first expressing your gratitude, will you?" Haha. Zhang Jin is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Having such a companion in this apocalyptic world is rather fortunate, isn't it? Qin Muyang almost lost sight of friendship, momentarily forgetting about Jiang Yuan Fan and the others. After all, this was the only living person he had encountered since awakening in the hospital, and perhaps they were the last two souls left in this desolate world. Fortunately, they were both strikingly handsome and beautiful. It seems the monumental task of restoring human civilization may rest upon my shoulders. As Qin Muyang pondered this, he suddenly heard a commotion from the next room, his senses instantly sharpening as he reached for the iron rod placed upon the bedside table. His belongings had been neatly arranged by Zhang Jin on the adjacent nightstand, in stark contrast to the vanished possessions from the hospital. However, Zhang Jin displayed no hint of anxiety. Instead, she gazed toward the door with an expression filled with affection. The sounds drew nearer, and Qin Muyang beheld a boy with a slight limp approaching the entrance. "My boyfriend, Li Mingchuan," Zhang Jin announced. Qin Muyang's lips twitched. Just moments ago, he had even contemplated the name of the child he and Zhang Jin might bear. Given their circumstances, she saved him. And they were two solitary yet striking individuals. He yearned for a taste of love amidst the chaos. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Upon learning that Li Mingchuan had tended to his wounds, he warmly shook Li Mingchuan's hand, offering his gratitude. Inwardly, he mourned the fact that he still had to toil in solitude. As soon as Li Mingchuan arrived, he assumed the lead in the conversation, inquiring about Qin Muyang's situation. Qin Muyang had nothing to conceal, so he recounted the events of his basketball game, his subsequent fainting, and his escape from the hospital, even mentioning the potential lingering effects of his collapse. Sensing goodwill from Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, he laid bare his vulnerabilities. Indeed, the couple showed little concern for Qin Muyang's occasional fainting spells, assuring him that they would care for him should such an event occur. Moreover, they expressed admiration for his audacity in traversing from the Second People's Hospital to their location alone, particularly when he recounted how he had vanquished zombies with an iron rod. A hint of reverence evident in their expressions. It took a while for Qin Muyang to grasp that these two were deeply afraid of zombies. They were originally students from a nearby university, sharing a 3-bedroom apartment with another classmate. Zhang Jin, who often shared a brotherly bond with Li Mingchuan, willingly took on the responsibility of looking after him. Her approach involved playing video games together and ordering takeout for him, as well as taking his dirty laundry to the dry cleaners. Anything that could be accomplished with money was something she would not do herself. Consequently, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, the inept cook Zhang Jin hoarded various instant noodles, rice noodles, self-heating meals, and canned goods, leading to their current surplus of food. When the news reported an outbreak of an unknown virus, She initially thought it would be akin to the pandemic from a few years ago, merely resulting in lockdowns. Little did she anticipate the situation would escalate to this extent. Li Mingchuan remarked that they had hardly paid any attention to the situation, simply sending Xiao Jin out to procure a multitude of items. Indeed, at that moment, neither of them anticipated the gravity of the circumstances. Zhang Jin continued, recounting how, upon witnessing zombies rampaging through the streets, she was nearly petrified with fear. The two elaborated on their terror of the undead, describing how they lay motionless beneath their blankets. Particularly unsettling was the adjacent bedroom, where their co-tenant had been bitten and transformed into a zombie, occasionally emitting eerie shrieks through the wall. Moreover, the unsettling noises emanating from the staircase outside at night haunted their hearts like a relentless nightmare. Qin Muyang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of amusement, especially when he observed the tall and robust Li Mingchuan feigning fright in a rather comical manner. Yet, reflecting on the time he had glimpsed that ashen hand emerging from the hospital room, he realized his own expression would likely have been no less disconcerted. He was merely slightly more resilient than they were psychologically. Li Mingchuan recounted how they had allowed their roommate to wail in the neighboring room for 2 days until, with the door nearly breached, he finally mustered the courage to open it and eliminate the zombie. His method was rather straightforward. Clad from head to toe, limping with a wardrobe door in hand, he forcibly pushed the zombie off the balcony and down to the ground below. Bang! Problem solved. This effort left him utterly exhausted. They both concluded that if food became scarce, they would rather perish in their room than venture into the zombie-infested world outside in search of survival. Qin Muyang believes that a significant part of the reason lies in both parties being inexperienced and timid, as sleeping together provides mutual encouragement. He wishes to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the outbreak of the zombies, yet both individuals are rather muddled. They only recall that news reports at the time mentioned an unknown virus, stating that those infected would attack others, urging everyone to remain indoors. Consequently, they assumed it was akin to the pandemic from a few years prior, hoarding supplies and remaining in their rooms to engage in online games. Until 2 or 3 days later when the entire city fell and they could no longer receive any updates. How many days has it been since the city transformed into this? Qin Muyang inquired, wanting to ascertain how long he had been unconscious. He remembered that on the day he went to play basketball, he had also heard news regarding the virus, yet he had paid little attention, merely wondering why there were so few people on the streets. Approximately 10 days, I suppose, Li Mingchuan remarked, glancing at Zhang Jin and nodding to himself. Yes, it should be around 10 days. Their phones had long since run out of battery, and the power bank could only last so long. Qin Muyang quickly calculated that he had likely been in a coma for about 2 days in the hospital, and perhaps another 2 days in the supermarket. Adding the day and a half he had been unconscious here, it amounted to roughly 6 days. A simple calculation sufficed to reveal this. Fortunately, it was not an absurd figure. However, it was astonishing that the virus had only erupted a little over 10 days ago, and the city had already deteriorated to such a state. Regrettably, the two individuals before him seemed to have paid little attention to external news, remaining oblivious. Otherwise, he could have gathered more details by now. Chapter 21. Coexistence. Zhang Jin speculated about the circumstances surrounding Qin Muyang's fainting spell. She mentioned that previously, Li Mingchuan had attended to Qin Muyang's wounds and discovered that the injuries on the back of his head and waist were slightly infected, likely causing the fever and subsequent fainting, though she could not be entirely certain. Li Mingchuan inquired whether Qin Muyang had brought any medication upon his discharge from the hospital, suggesting that he might need some anti-inflammatory drugs. Qin Muyang shook his head, lamenting that in his hasty escape, he had not even packed a pair of undergarments, let alone any medicine. Moreover, throughout his journey, he had scarcely encountered any pharmacies. Logically, one would expect numerous pharmacies to be clustered around a tertiary hospital like the second hospital. However, he had only spotted one, which had unfortunately been overrun by zombies. In response to his puzzlement, Li Mingchuan explained that since Qin Muyang had scaled the wall to escape, he had not passed through the hospital's main entrance, making it unsurprising that he had not seen any pharmacies. All the pharmacies surrounding the second hospital were located on the main street just outside the entrance, each one adjacent to the other. When Qin Muyang further inquired about the proximity of pharmacies, Li Mingchuan confirmed that there was indeed one on that very street. But none of the three dared to venture forth. Both Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan were still patients. Finding it inconvenient to climb up and down the makeshift shelter, while Zhang Jin was paralyzed with fear at the thought of encountering zombies. Furthermore, the area below was teeming with zombies, all on the hunt for the scent of Qin Muyang. The blood he had shed earlier was an irresistible temptation for the starving undead. The trio exchanged further details about their situation, though Qin Muyang dominated the conversation. Having spent several days outside, while the couple remained keenly curious about the world beyond their immediate surroundings. As Qin Muyang spoke until his throat became parched, Zhang Jin brought him a glass of water and subsequently guided him on a tour of the house. Thus, Qin Muyang observed that nearly every pot and utensil within the dwelling was put to use, filled to the brim with water. On the balcony outside, numerous buckets and basins were placed, albeit empty. Following this, she introduced a rather shocking revelation, the bathroom. Zhang Jin nodded affirmatively and remarked, "Indeed. But what I wish to convey is not merely that. This is our toilet. Should you need to relieve yourself, you may simply stand on the balcony and let loose. If you miss the zombies below, it suggests you are somewhat lacking in aim. As for a more substantial need," she gestured towards a hole in the corrugated steel roof. That opening was specifically created for such purposes. If you require a more significant release, you may do so through that hole. It seems the area below is intended for bicycle storage, though that has become rather inconsequential now. Qin Muyang's gaze searched for the hole Zhang Jin had mentioned, noting that a roll of toilet paper had been thoughtfully placed beside it. He hesitated, at a loss for words. He scrutinized the so-called toilet, finding an odd semblance of logic amid its absurdity. It was certainly preferable to the notion of using a toilet without running water or disposing of waste in a plastic bag thrown over the edge. Yet, it did not seem vastly improved. In this apocalyptic era, one must make do. Qin Muyang felt that nearly every predicament could now be attributed to the end of the world, rendering all that was once unreasonable somehow justifiable. After their quarrel, Zhang Jin approached Qin Muyang with a light-hearted admonition. "Do not feel embarrassed. After all, it is the end of days. There is no need to concern yourself with who might witness your backside. Regardless, I will not indulge in eavesdropping, and those zombies outside are unlikely to do so either." Zhang Jin is truly a remarkable woman, Qin Muyang mused internally. Zhang Jin is boisterous, yet possesses a meticulous nature. Li Mingchuan, though timid and cautious, is genuinely sincere in his dealings with others. Qin Muyang finds great pleasure in the company of these two. He cannot leave this place just yet, as he must tend to his injuries before addressing future matters. Generously, he shares the supplies from his backpack, and the three of them partake together. The can of beef stew is especially cherished. Each enjoys a few bites, relishing it as a feast to celebrate their unexpected encounter with fellow survivors in this apocalyptic world. The zombies, drawn by the scent of Qin Muyang's blood, had congregated downstairs for several days. Just as they began to fear an impending horde, the zombies were gradually lured away by stray dogs. The trio spent their days idly, gathering to converse and reminisce about their past lives, longing for the days when takeout was a norm. Zhang Jin spoke of her relationship with Li Mingchuan, exclaiming, "There truly is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. I once thought we were merely friends, yet here we are, as a couple." In this post-apocalyptic world, it is quite understandable for two timid souls to rely on one another. A few days later, on a clear morning, Zhang Jin rushed into Qin Muyang's room, clutching a pillow. At that moment, Qin Muyang had just risen. "Brother, from today onward, you shall live with Li Mingchuan," she declared, tossing the pillow onto the bed. "We broke up last night." "Broke up? How many stars did you earn?" Qin Muyang blurted out. Zhang Jin's lips twitched slightly. "I said we broke up last night. I was utterly mistaken. There truly exists genuine friendship between men and women. It is more fitting for us to remain friends. Once we became a couple, certain things that could be tolerated in friendship became intolerable." Qin Muyang glanced at the pillow in Zhang Jin's hands. "Have you made a mistake? You invited him to stay over." Qin Muyang knew that the bedroom they occupied originally belonged solely to Zhang Jin. There was no way he would reside in a girl's room, especially not with her ex-boyfriend. How awkward that would be. Zhang Jin scratched his head. "You make a valid point." With that, she clutched the pillow and departed. After a while, Li Mingchuan strolled over, looking dejected, devoid of even a pillow. Initially, he thought that being caught between the two after their breakup would be quite uncomfortable. However, Qin Muyang was taken aback to find that aside from not sharing a bed, their interactions remained unchanged, as if they had never parted ways. Qin Muyang was astounded. Days passed, and after 5 or 6 days, he felt fully recuperated. The headache had vanished, the wound on his waist had scabbed over, and he hadn't fainted again in recent days. He understood it was time to decide whether to stay or leave. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan did not mind his presence here. In fact, they seemed to hope he would remain for companionship. Though many had vanished during the day or concealed themselves beneath the colorful steel shed in the parking area, at night, the unmistakable sounds of zombies could be heard below, accompanied at times by the unsettling scrape of nails against the wall downstairs. The number of zombies in the stairwell seemed to have increased, and at times, one could unexpectedly hear the sound of impacts at the door. Qin Muyang attempted to persuade the two to leave this place and seek a more suitable refuge. However, both expressed that the situation outside was far too perilous, and they resolved to remain in the house, prepared to bid farewell to this world when their options were exhausted. They were determined not to venture out. Qin Muyang did not press the matter. While they could face death with equanimity, he could not. He had already begun to make preparations for his departure. Chapter 22. Storm and rain. The following day, Qin Muyang requested paper and a pen from Li Mingchuan. Based on their descriptions, he sketched a simple map of the nearby streets, marking the locations of supermarkets, convenience stores, pharmacies, and grocery shops that the two could remember. He also indicated areas where zombies were likely to be more concentrated, places such as schools, hospitals, large shopping malls, and high-rise residential buildings would presumably harbor a greater density of the undead, and Qin Muyang needed to steer clear of them. Unfortunately, neither of them knew how to reach Beishan University from their current location. Like Qin Muyang, they were students from out of town and were not well acquainted with Beishan City. However, Zhang Jin mentioned that she knew the location of a bookstore, where Qin Muyang could look for a detailed map of Beishan City. Qin Muyang promptly marked the bookstore's location on his map. Having completed a simple map of the surrounding area, he devised two potential routes for himself, one serving as a backup. By preparing for every eventuality, the hope of survival would be greater. He would not readily relinquish his desire to live. Qin Muyang's face darkened with suspicion, as he began to doubt whether these two individuals were truly his parents or merely taking advantage of him. Yet, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Observing the bulging backpack, Qin Muyang felt a sense of embarrassment. He understood that once he departed, these two would rely on the remaining supplies to sustain themselves, and would not venture out to seek more. Thus, he promptly extracted the food and water from his backpack. Ultimately, he prepared provisions sufficient for a day and a half. By continuing to forage for supplies outside, he could leave Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan with an additional morsel, granting them another day of survival. Having ensured all was in order, Qin Muyang did not hasten to leave. The clock had struck noon, and venturing out at this hour would subject him to the sun's relentless glare, leaving little time for action. He would likely find himself scrambling for a place to rest before nightfall. He resolved to set out the following morning. That afternoon, the atmosphere grew stifling and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. As night fell, a torrential downpour commenced. The rain lashed down, sending dust swirling into the air, which became thick and acrid. They were compelled to secure all doors and windows tightly. Not until the ground transformed into a river of water did the situation begin to ease. The tempest raged, engulfing the entire city, with every structure creaking under the strain. The downpour was so intense that it resonated in their ears, drowning out all other sounds. Though the three of them were gathered in the living room, conversing required them to shout, and the words remained indistinct. Once their voices gave out, they ceased their attempts at communication, realizing it was futile. Fortunately, the cacophony outside was so overwhelming that the zombies were oblivious to the voices of the three, merely wandering aimlessly within the building. The trio sat in the darkness of the living room, resembling phantoms. Eventually, Qin Muyang could no longer endure the oppressive silence and lit the remaining aromatic candle he had intended to take with him. Amidst the tempest, the entire structure seemed to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. While the house was well sealed, it could not withstand the ferocity of the external elements. Wind seeped through the crevices of the windows and doors, emitting a mournful wail, akin to the lamentations of restless spirits. Rainwater infiltrated through the gaps, swiftly soaking the floor of the bedroom where Zhang Jin was situated. Zhang Jin, attempting to find humor in their plight, remarked that this was fortuitous, as they would have ample water stored and need not fear scarcity in the future. However, Qin Muyang gestured vigorously, his lips moving as if uttering incantations. By the flickering candlelight, his movements were rapid, leaving Li Mingchuan perplexed. Was he perhaps forming hand signs for a spell? Qin Muyang lamented his lack of knowledge in sign language and stood up, heading towards the kitchen. Suddenly, both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan comprehended his intent. The kitchen and Zhang Jin's bedroom were aligned. If the bedroom was flooding, the kitchen would surely be in dire straits. Almost all their food and water were stored there. The three dashed towards the kitchen, and upon opening the door, they stepped into a deluge. Water had already risen past their ankles, and as the door swung open, it gushed into the living room. The scene within the kitchen was dire. Quick, salvage the items to higher ground in the living room, Qin Muyang urged, gesticulating fervently, fearful that his companions might not grasp the urgency. This time, both understood his meaning swiftly. As Zhang Jin approached to take a bucket of water, Li Mingchuan pressed down on her hand, indicating that there was no urgency for water, as the house was not lacking in it. What was in dire need of rescue was food. He managed to carry a box of instant noodles and some self-heating meals into the living room when, suddenly, the howling wind outside intensified, resembling a cacophony of anguished spirits threatening to uproot the house. The windows rattled violently, and Qin Muyang felt a sudden chill as a gust of wind rushed in, transforming the sound into a piercing whistle akin to a coach's tense signal during physical training. Turning his gaze towards the kitchen window, he saw the reflection of a candle placed beside Zhang Jin, its flame dancing vigorously. Then, the flame extinguished, plunging the entire room into an abyss of darkness. At the moment the door closed, the kitchen window emitted a strained creaking sound, struggling against the tempest. In an instant, the entire window frame, along with the glass, was swept away into the boundless night and torrential rain. Even the kitchen door, which Qin Muyang had just secured, burst open under the pressure, but fortunately, he had already led the others away from it. It was indeed peculiar that just moments before, Qin Muyang had been urging the salvage of supplies, yet now, both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, who had been pulled from the kitchen, shrank back in fear like frightened chicks. In the living room, lighter objects were tossed about by the wind, either soaring through the air or rushing toward the wide-open doorway, only to be flung into the night sky through the shattered kitchen window. If the living room was in such disarray, one could only imagine the chaos in the kitchen. Aside from a few sturdy cabinets, even the cabinet doors were torn away by the ferocious winds and swept off into the storm. In a state of alarm, the three individuals crouched in the corner of the living room, acutely aware of their supplies dwindling in the darkness. This sense of helplessness was akin to the shock experienced during a zombie outbreak. Zhang Jin vividly recalled that fateful moment when zombies had suddenly emerged downstairs, causing the crowd to flee in a frenzy. A little girl, lost and separated from her parents, stood crying at the intersection, uncertain of where to escape. Zhang Jin felt compelled to assist her, yet the chilling roars of the undead and the sight of spilled blood held her back. That same feeling of powerlessness surged within her once more. Chapter 23. Water leakage soon. A deafening crash echoed, revealing that the window of Zhang Jin's bedroom had been blown away. Indeed, the force of the wind soon wrenched her bedroom door open, amplifying the airflow in the living room and even drawing in the rain from outside, quickly saturating the entire area. Despite it being the sweltering summer, they found themselves shivering from the sudden chill. The family upstairs was likely in a similar predicament, as the incessant thuds from the floor above indicated that objects were being tossed about by the wind, intermingled with disordered footsteps. However, Qin Muyang recalled that Li Mingchuan had mentioned that there were no living souls left upstairs. Thus, those footsteps must belong to the zombies. Qin Muyang's gaze shifted towards the entrance door in the living room. Though nothing was visible, his heart tightened with apprehension. Would the wind eventually force the entrance door open? If the door were to open, the zombies lurking in the hallway would undoubtedly surge in. Qin Muyang pressed gently on the shoulders of Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, signaling them to remain still while he gradually rose to his feet. He crouched low, shifting his center of gravity to avoid falling, and took a few cautious steps forward until he reached the sofa. The sofa was damp to the touch, reminiscent of a wet rag one might find in the kitchen. Yet a flicker of joy ignited within Qin Muyang. The added weight of the soaked sofa could serve his purpose. He pushed the sofa with both hands, slowly maneuvering it towards the entrance door. This entire endeavor unfolded in darkness, relying solely on his memory. Having lived in this space for a few days, Qin Muyang had grown reasonably familiar with it. As he firmly wedged the sofa against the entrance door, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Both were naturally timid, and in such an atmosphere, engulfed by darkness, They could do little more than huddle silently in the corner, their muscles taut with tension. At that moment, he felt water dripping from the ceiling. The window above had been blown away, allowing water to seep in. Ordinary homes are not constructed to be waterproof, and thus rainwater was infiltrating from above. Qin Mu Yang's mind raced, contemplating how to find a relatively comfortable refuge in such dire circumstances. If they were to endure the wind and rain in the living room throughout the night, they would surely fall ill. Stripped of their resources, they would be left waiting for their demise. The master bedroom belonged to the housemate who had transformed into a zombie, a room he had never entered. After the zombie companion was cast down from the building, Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin never again entered that bedroom. Li Mingchuan shouted hoarsely, "What? You need to use the restroom? At this moment, don't be particular about it. Just go in the living room. We want to mind." With each utterance, the wind relentlessly rushed into his mouth, causing his words to come out in fragmented bursts. Nevertheless, Qin Muyang managed to discern his words and frowned, replying, "I asked if there is a bathroom inside." Li Mingchuan nodded, suddenly recalling that in the pitch darkness nothing could be seen. He immediately exclaimed, "Yes." Without further ado, Qin Muyang seized the two and set off towards the master bedroom. Water was pouring from the ceiling in a cascade, resembling a miniature waterfall drenching them incessantly. All three were thoroughly soaked, and Zhang Jin was even shivering from the cold. Li Mingchuan found it puzzling. It seemed that while Qin Muyang was merely seeking courage by dragging him along to the restroom, what was the purpose of bringing Zhang Jin? Upon entering the bathroom of the master bedroom, Li Mingchuan realized the reason for this. The bathroom was waterproof, preventing any leakage from the floor above. The guest bathroom, adjacent to the living room and misaligned, had long been rendered unusable by the wind that had shattered its windows. Within the entire house, only the master bathroom remained secure. It neither leaked nor had its doors and windows damaged by the storm. Once they stepped inside, the noise of the wind and rain diminished significantly, and the temperature was several degrees warmer than outside. Qin Muyang even stumbled upon the wardrobe, rummaging through it to procure some dry garments. In the impenetrable darkness, he relied solely on his sense of touch to retrieve the clothing. The upper layer has become thoroughly soaked, leaving only a few dry items beneath. Fortunately, my male roommate is here. Had it been a female, only Zhang Jin would have been able to fit into these dry clothes. Earlier, while I was in the living room, I felt an overwhelming tension, but now, in this sheltered environment free from leaks and drafts, I feel considerably safer. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan quickly relaxed, soon drifting off to sleep. However, Qin Muyang was hesitant to succumb to slumber. Although the entrance door was barricaded with the sofa, no one could guarantee absolute security. Should a horde of zombies gather in the corridor, or if the wind were to blow fiercely enough, the door could be forced open. Qin Muyang chose not to share his concerns with Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. Their anxiety would serve no purpose other than to keep them awake in terror. These two were already sufficiently shaken by the mere mention of the word zombie. It was better for them to conserve their energy for the aftermath of tomorrow's chaos, which would likely require their assistance in cleaning up the mess left behind. Of course, it was possible that this house would no longer be habitable after the storm. Sitting in the darkness, Qin Muyang's mind raced with thoughts. How would he respond if zombies were to invade? There were no suitable weapons within reach, and nothing in the bathroom could be used to fend off zombies. The iron rod lay in the adjacent bedroom. How he wished he could retrieve it. Yet, he had just changed into dry clothes, and retrieving the iron rod would risk soaking them again. As his thoughts spiraled into chaos, Qin Muyang gradually succumbed to sleep. After approximately 2 hours of slumber, he awakened to the faint light of dawn, allowing him to vaguely discern the outlines of his surroundings. To his surprise, he beheld Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan nestled together in a deep slumber, with Li Mingchuan's head resting on Zhang Jin's lap, a quintessential manifestation of romantic affection. How ironic that these two frequently proclaimed their intention to part ways. Qin Muyang gradually rose, intent on surveying the situation outside. The wind appeared to have subsided, and the howling had ceased. However, the sound of water continued to echo, leaving him uncertain whether it was still raining outside or if water was incessantly dripping from the upper floor, or perhaps it was a combination of both. He opened the bathroom door and ventured into the master bedroom, where he observed water persistently dripping from above. Nearly everything in the master bedroom was thoroughly soaked, yet the room itself did not harbor any standing water, indicating that the moisture had undoubtedly seeped downstairs. The situation in the living room was even more dire. Upon opening the master bedroom door, he was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a bandit raid. The living room appeared ransacked, with all the small items vanished, leaving only a few large pieces of furniture, all displaced from their original positions. The glass coffee table had shattered during the height of the storm, yet not a single shard of glass remained on the floor. Similar to the master bedroom, the ceiling of the living room was also dripping water, creating a thin layer of water on the floor. As Qin Muyang stepped into the living room to assess the damage, he abruptly noticed that the sofa blocking the entrance had been shifted slightly, revealing a gap of several centimeters in the front door. Chapter 24. The Fall. It's over. Undoubtedly, a zombie has entered. Instinctively, Qin Muyang sought to grasp something nearby as a weapon, only to realize that there was nothing suitable for such a purpose in his immediate vicinity. However, prior to retrieving a metal rod, he deemed it prudent to first secure the entrance door, for he had already discerned the characteristic groans of zombies emanating from outside. If he were to venture out for the rod and inadvertently allow a few zombies to slip inside, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Fortunately, the incessant dripping of water throughout the room masked any sounds he made, preventing the zombies from detecting his presence. Navigating the damp living room, it was nearly impossible to avoid making noise, yet the sound was effectively drowned out by the dripping, allowing the zombies to remain oblivious, wandering aimlessly. With a sigh of relief, Qin Muyang quickened his pace. However, the zombies appeared to harbor a modicum of curiosity towards moving objects. Despite his efforts to lower his profile, he was still caught in the gaze of those murky eyes. They merely observed him, without any further reaction, perhaps assessing whether this moving entity was one of their own or if it bore fresh flesh and blood. The air was thick with the pungent odors of fish and mud, remnants of a downpour, which masked Qin Muyang's scent of living flesh from the zombie's keen senses. He cautiously turned the knob of his bedroom door and slipped inside. In the fleeting moment before shutting the door, he caught sight of two more zombies staggering out of the kitchen. 3. Now, there were at least 3 zombies within the house. While 3 zombies were not an overwhelming number, as long as he possessed a suitable weapon, he could utilize the various items and rooms within the house to disperse them and eliminate them one by one. Qin Muyang firmly secured the bedroom door, only to discover that the interior was in disarray. Amidst the chaotic clutter, he searched for an iron rod, fervently praying that Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin remained deeply asleep, lest they awaken at this inopportune moment. Otherwise, the situation could become quite dire, and there was a chance they might sustain injuries. While Qin Muyang scoured for the iron rod, in the master bedroom's bathroom, Zhang Jin stirred awake due to her leg being numb from pressure. As the dawn light began to break, and she noticed Qin Muyang was nowhere to be found, she promptly roused the slumbering Li Mingchuan. Li Mingchuan groaned softly, opening his eyes to discover his head resting on Zhang Jin's thigh, and he was immediately overwhelmed with emotion. "You let me rest on you all night? How incredibly kind of you. You are truly my soulmate." He gazed at Zhang Jin with eyes brimming with affection. Zhang Jin returned his gaze with equal intensity until the numbness in her leg, akin to having been struck by a heavy blow, prompted her to gently push away the enamored Li Mingchuan. Almost forgetting to mention, Qin Muyang was missing, Zhang Jin exclaimed. "Surely he hasn't left just because dawn has arrived? He did say he would depart today. I'll go take a look." Li Mingchuan replied as he rose to his feet, cautioning, "You should rest a bit longer before coming out." With that, he opened the bathroom door. Assessing the state of the master bedroom, he then opened the door leading to the living room and called out Qin Muyang's name. At that moment, Qin Muyang had just located the iron rod and was devising a plan to confront 3 zombies alone when he heard Li Mingchuan's voice calling for him from the living room. Panic surged through him, and "It's over" echoed in his mind. Gripping the iron rod tightly, he hurried to open the bedroom door. Li Mingchuan's next exclamation echoed through the air. "Damn it, zombies." Following that was a flurry of hurried retreat, accompanied by the sounds of falls, clashing furniture, and Li Mingchuan's curses. As Qin Muyang opened the door, he beheld Li Mingchuan sprawled on the ground, firmly ensnared by a zombie clutching his ankle. Li Mingchuan's legs flailed wildly, creating a cacophony among the scattered furniture. Meanwhile, 2 more zombies lunged toward him. Yet, what astonished Qin Muyang further was the sight of Zhang Jin, limping on one leg, shouting about her numbness while brandishing a chair as she rushed forward. How curious! Wasn't she fearful of zombies? Why was she suddenly so fierce? The intoxicating scent of love. Qin Muyang glanced at Zhang Jin and shouted for her to move aside, gripping a steel rod as he charged into the fray. Zhang Jin's heart raced for Li Mingchuan, terrified he might be bitten by the undead, yet she was paralyzed by her own fear of the zombies. With Qin Muyang's urgent call, she was at a loss for what to do. Qin Muyang, however, had no time to concern himself with her. This was a critical moment, and the priority was to ensure the safety of all three individuals. A sickening squelch echoed as a zombie tumbled to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Qin Muyang recalled one of his vital principles. Contact with a zombie's bodily fluids could lead to infection with the zombie virus. Swiftly, he covered his eyes with his hand, using his sleeve to shield his mouth and nose from the splatter. In the midst of this chaos, he did not forget to advise Li Mingchuan. Close your eyes and cover your mouth and nose. Li Mingchuan remained sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Upon hearing Qin Muyang's words, he swiftly reacted, promptly closing his eyes and covering his mouth and nose with his hand. Splash! Water surged forth, drenching both Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan in filthy liquid. Particularly for Li Mingchuan, lying down, his face was nearly entirely soaked. Had it not been for Qin Muyang's warning, his eyes and the mucous membranes of his respiratory system would likely have been contaminated by the water tainted with zombie slime. Zhang Jin stood at a slight distance, untouched by the murky water, yet she was rendered speechless by the sight before her. Qin Muyang opened his eyes, wiped the grime from his skin with his sleeve, and then wielded a metal rod to dispatch the third zombie. Nonchalantly, he turned around and extended his hand to assist Li Mingchuan to his feet. In such moments, a friend may lend you a hand, but a girlfriend will offer several, Qin Muyang remarked. For reasons unknown, Zhang Jin felt a flush rise to her cheeks upon hearing those words. Qin Muyang was perplexed. He hadn't said anything particularly noteworthy, so why the sudden blush? Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Li Mingchuan had escaped unscathed from bites, though it remained uncertain if he had sustained any scratches on his feet. Qin Muyang urged Li Mingchuan to carefully inspect the areas where the zombie had grasped him, but Li Mingchuan was still somewhat shaken, his hands trembling. Just as Qin Muyang prepared to crouch down to assist Li Mingchuan in checking for wounds, he noticed Zhang Jin raising the chair she had been holding and hurling it towards him. Had Zhang Jin been rendered senseless by fear, or was she losing her mind? In the midst of his contemplation, the chair was already hurtling towards his face. However, he observed that the chair was thrown askew, even if it remained motionless. It would not strike him, at most merely landing behind him. Thud! The chair emitted a dull thump behind Qin Muyang before finally resting on the floor. Chapter 25. Teammates. To his astonishment, there was a fourth zombie in the room. Qin Muyang had previously been oblivious to its presence. Had Zhang Jin not thrown the chair as a barrier, he would likely have suffered a bite from this zombie. Just moments ago, he had mistakenly believed that Zhang Jin intended to strike him with the chair. Amid the incessant dripping of water within the room, he had failed to notice the approaching zombie behind him. Zhang Jin had grown remarkably fast. In an instant, she transformed from someone who would cower at the sight of a zombie into a person capable of accurately throwing a chair to strike one. Qin Muyang solemnly stated to Zhang Jin, "You have saved me for the second time. Thank you." The first time was that day on the street when Zhang Jin directed him from the balcony to the awning and carried his unconscious form into the house. At this moment, Zhang Jin let out a long sigh of relief, saying, "You saved both of us. Without you, those 4 zombies would have devoured us." After speaking, she leaped over and clung tightly to Li Mingchuan like an octopus. Li Mingchuan, on the other hand, was weeping uncontrollably, his face uncertain whether it was the water dripping from the ceiling or genuine tears, exuding a rather effeminate demeanor. Why would Zhang Jin be attracted to him? Qin Muyang was at a loss. "Wait, let me check if you're injured." Zhang Jin descended from Li Mingchuan and, with concern, rolled up his pant leg to examine his ankle. There was a bruise. Would it be serious? Observing the fingerprints left by the zombie on the ankle, both individuals felt a surge of concern. Upon hearing Qin Muyang's words, they embraced each other, weeping softly, grateful that they would not transform into the undead. Li Mingchuan expressed his heartfelt admiration. "Your fearless act of brandishing a chair and leaping into action moved me deeply. You are my lifelong confidant." Zhang Jin, nearly terrified to death, exclaimed, "I thought you." She then playfully leaped onto Li Mingchuan, adopting a girlish demeanor, as if the fierce figure wielding the chair moments before was an entirely different person. Exasperated, Qin Muyang merely rolled his eyes, leaving the two in their affectionate exchange in the living room. He turned to investigate whether any zombies had managed to breach the house. Fortunately, apart from the 4 corpses sprawled on the floor, no other undead lurked within. Upon returning to the living room, he found the two had separated and were now assessing the damage incurred overnight. As dawn broke, the sky outside revealed a stunning azure hue, as if the previous night's tempest had been but a figment of the imagination. Were it not for the missing windows and the rain leaking from the ceiling, a more thorough inventory of the damages would require meticulous counting. The trio, clad in half-damp and ill-fitting clothing, meandered through the house, lamenting their losses. Except for the master bedroom's restroom, every room had succumbed to flooding, leaving scarcely any dry items. Beds, furniture, and clothing were nearly all soaked, while numerous possessions in the living and kitchen areas had vanished without a trace. A few large barrels of water remained, yet they were tainted by debris blown in by the wind. Aside from the box of instant noodles salvaged the previous night, only a handful of self-heating meals remained. Everything else stored in the kitchen had been swept away by the gusts, a whirlwind swifter than love itself. To make matters worse, the sounds of the struggle against the undead had echoed out, and now the front door could be heard creaking ominously under the relentless pressure of the zombies attempting to breach it. Li Mingxuan and Zhang Jin exchanged terrified glances, fixated on the door until they noticed Qin Mu Yang preparing to lift a cabinet onto the sofa, intending to add weight as a makeshift barrier. Only then did they rush to assist him. Yet, this was merely a temporary measure, a fleeting attempt to obstruct the entrance and stave off the impending threat of the undead. In truth, the more pressing matter at hand was to abandon this place and seek refuge elsewhere. Water dripped from the ceiling, and the room offered little space to maneuver. The living room was still cluttered with the remains of a zombie, while the kitchen boasted no sustenance, and the water supply had become nearly contaminated. For Qin Muyang, the situation was not particularly dire. He had planned to depart today regardless. Fortune favored him, as he had not lost his iron rod, and his backpack remained intact in the bedroom. To his astonishment, the backpack was waterproof, while the contents of the bedroom were nearly soaked. The inside of the backpack remained dry. With it slung over his shoulders, his journey was unaffected. Gazing outside at the bright, sunny sky, he noted that it was still early in the day. Despite the heavy air, it was not a sufficient deterrent for his departure. Meanwhile, Li Mingxuan and Zhang Jin traversed the room, attempting to salvage any items that had escaped the water's wrath, desperately hanging damp clothing and bedding out on the balcony to dry. Their silence conveyed a shared sense of unease, and Qin Muyang understood the reason behind their somber demeanor. From the very beginning, the two had expressed their resolve not to leave this place, waiting for their supplies of food and water to dwindle, resigning themselves to death or choosing to end their own lives. However, they had not anticipated the arrival of such a calamity. Their envisioned demise was to occur long after enduring this existence for a considerable time. Not today, not under the catastrophic repercussions of this disaster. Qin Muyang observed the two as they silently paced back and forth, devoid of any nonchalance that would suggest a willingness to forsake their lives. Rather, they exuded an aura of desperate self-preservation. Despite their declarations of wanting to die, they were simultaneously striving to survive. This internal conflict manifested within these two contradictory souls. Perhaps it stemmed from the outbreak of zombies, from the upheaval of societal norms, from the unpredictable fate of humanity, all contributing to an overwhelming sense of dread. Qin Muyang surmised that no one could acclimate to such a life within a month of the zombie apocalypse, nor could anyone fully accept the reality of it. He himself had not come to terms with it. He was merely gritting his teeth and attempting to endure. His thoughts began to wander, contemplating that if he left now, he might leverage the hand-drawn map he had created to discover some useful resources: food, water, detailed city maps, even clothing and medicine. Perhaps he could even find a suitable refuge to spend the night before dusk fell. Moreover, he genuinely needed companions. They were kind and innocent, making for potentially excellent allies. At least ones who would not bring harm. Indeed, Zhang Jin had saved his life twice. Yet, both of them were timid and inept. Such companions seemed ill-suited for survival in this apocalyptic world. In a world beset by the undead, the necessity of formidable allies becomes paramount. Qin Muyang found himself in a state of inner turmoil. It is worth noting that when they first rescued him, they were complete strangers. The provisions he had brought with him had long since been consumed, and their act of sharing their sustenance with him was tantamount to gradually relinquishing a portion of their own lives. They had already embraced him as a comrade in the struggle for survival. Moreover, Zhang Jin had shown remarkable growth and should now possess the composure to confront the zombies without succumbing to panic. Observing the silhouettes of the two, Qin Muyang declared with gravity, "Do not tidy this place any further. It is no longer habitable." He continued, "Follow me. We must depart from here." Chapter 26. The rules. Both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan shook their heads in unison, resolute in their decision to remain, for the outside world was teeming with zombies. They would rather face death than confront the undead directly. However, your provisions will not last much longer, and clean water is nearly depleted. Qin Muyang pointed to the disarray of zombie corpses strewn across the floor, tainting their home. Moreover, can you guarantee that the upper floors are free of zombies? Is the water trickling down devoid of the zombie virus? Upon hearing Qin Muyang's words, their expressions shifted dramatically. They had indeed not considered the possibility that the water descending from above might pose a threat, believing that once damp items were dried, they could be reused. Zhang Jin had even contemplated discarding the contaminated water, washing the containers, and collecting fresh rainwater. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that the situation was far more complex. The water sullied within those containers was not merely the result of debris blown in by the wind. It potentially harbored the very virus of the zombies. Zhang Jin cast aside the bed sheets she had intended to hang out to dry, her gaze fixed on Li Mingchuan, her intentions unmistakably clear. Li Mingchuan fell into a moment of silence, appearing reluctant to depart. He was even more timid than Zhang Jin. His previous confrontation with their zombie-turned housemate had solely been to protect her. For love, for Zhang Jin, he was willing to surmount his fears. Yet now, they faced no imminent threat from zombies. Leaving this place meant confronting the undead directly, which was an entirely different ordeal, one that felt self-imposed. Where could they possibly go? Would they find another haven? Li Mingchuan inquired. Qin Muyang shook his head. "I cannot assure you. Perhaps we will be in constant flight, but it is certainly preferable to remaining here. The door is about to be breached by zombies, and this room offers no comfort for rest, nor supplies for survival. Without proper sleep, insufficient sustenance, and lacking water, the undead could invade at any moment. In such a dwelling, will you stay or depart? The decision lies with both of you. If you choose to accompany me, I shall do my utmost to protect you, to ensure your continued existence. But I can only promise my best efforts. I cannot guarantee anything. However, I am certain that remaining here will not afford you a long life. You must decide now." After uttering these words, Qin Muyang fell silent. The two exchanged quiet murmurs for a few moments before Zhang Jin approached Qin Muyang, extending her hand. "We are now teammates." Qin Muyang grasped Zhang Jin's hand briefly before releasing it to assign tasks. Since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, these two individuals have not ventured outside. Everything beyond their shelter is under the command of Qin Muyang, who possesses considerable experience. Many tasks have been entrusted to Zhang Jin, as Qin feels she is more lucid and dependable than Li Mingchuan, despite the latter being a tall man, nearly 6 feet, while Zhang appears to be a frail young girl. Under Qin's guidance, the pair diligently gathered any useful items left in the wake of the storm, including ropes, fruit knives, lighters, and other lightweight supplies, alongside the meager remnants of food and clean water. Fortunately, Li Mingchuan's backpack remained intact. Its semi-damp condition posed no hindrance, as both food and water were securely packaged. Ultimately, Qin Muyang scavenged 2 makeshift weapons for them, a stainless steel clothes drying pole, salvaged from the storm, and a solitary badminton racket. The drying pole, lightweight and sharp after removing its plastic cap, could serve as a weapon, though its durability was questionable and it might break under strain. However, it should suffice for a few days. The badminton racket, stripped of its handle's plastic cap and the tape binding it, revealed a sturdy iron core, sharp enough to penetrate a zombie's skull. I have summarized several rules that you must remember. Bites and scratches will lead to infection, a fact you undoubtedly understand. Contact with a zombie's bodily fluids on wounds or mucous membranes will also result in infection. The mucous membranes of the human body encompass a broad range, including those of the oral cavity, nasal passages, and the eyes. It is advisable not to consume anything that has been bitten by a zombie or comes into contact with its bodily fluids, as this could lead to infection or even death. The filthiness of objects touched by zombies is apparent. A rational individual would certainly abstain from consuming such things. Zhang Jin suddenly remarked. Qin Muyang glanced at her and slowly responded. If you were to endure hunger for an entire week and a wounded rabbit appeared before you, its leg marred by a zombie's bite, yet still alive and animated, would you choose to feast upon it? Zhang Jin pondered this in her mind. Realizing that had Qin Muyang not brought this to her attention, she might have indeed captured the rabbit to roast and consume. A shiver ran down her spine. Uncertain whether it stemmed from the catastrophic consequences of eating such a rabbit or the grim reality of her struggle for survival outdoors. Qin Muyang continued, "When it comes to dispatching zombies, the most effective method is to destroy the brain. Only by obliterating the brain can you ensure its complete demise. You may choose to thrust upwards from its chin or penetrate through the oral cavity or eye sockets." As he spoke, he crouched down and demonstrated on the corpse of a zombie lying on the ground, and both understood the vulnerable points that could easily lead to a zombie's end. Rising to his feet, he added, "Of course, if you lack the time to aim, you may kick it down, trip it, or attack any part of its body indiscriminately. Do not merely scream or stand in a stupor. Sometimes, it is not necessary to eliminate the zombie if you can successfully evade it. Running away is the safest course of action. Zombies are most active at night, so it is imperative to find a place to spend the night before sunset. The undead are acutely sensitive to sound and the scent of blood, with movement being a secondary concern. Lastly, even those newly infected with the zombie virus have relinquished their humanity. They are no longer human. Do not harbor any illusions that infected relatives, friends, or partners will still recognize you. At that juncture, your choices are limited to distancing yourself or eliminating them." This final point was specifically directed at the two individuals present. Of course, he merely intended for them to be aware of this. Should either of them become infected and the other wish to die, there would be nothing he could do. After Qin Muyang articulated this last point, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan exchanged glances. After a brief pause, they both nodded in unison and declared, "Understood." It must be said that these two occasionally exhibited remarkable rapport. Their potential to be friends, or rather, to evolve into a romantic couple, was indeed justified. Noticing that both had comprehended his earlier words, Qin Muyang resumed plotting their route. He intended to follow the path he had previously outlined, scavenging for supplies before reaching the bookstore to obtain a map, from which he would devise a way to North Mountain University. Once all preparations were in place and they were ready to leave the house, the trio suddenly realized that the colorful steel shelter they had relied upon had vanished without a trace overnight. Gazing out from the balcony, they observed that many of the facades of nearby buildings had undergone significant changes. The streets were a chaotic mess, littered with debris, shattered doors and windows, waterlogged mattresses, and an array of colorful plastic bags and bottles. Qin Muyang even spotted a fish weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds lying on the street. Some of the zombies were trapped beneath the debris, while others, missing limbs, stumbled aimlessly. There were those whose disheveled clothing and drenched hair rendered them even more terrifying, instilling a sense of madness and horror. Chapter 27, Training. The absence of the colorful steel shed signified that their only means of escape was the staircase. The presence of zombies in the corridor was an undeniable fact, as they were already battering against the entrance door. What to do? The courage that Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan had mustered to leave was on the verge of dissipating when Qin Muyang suddenly conceived an idea. In older buildings like this one, the staircases were quite narrow, which implied that a significant number of zombies could not occupy the stairs. The corridor could hardly accommodate a swarm of zombies. If they could create a narrow passage at the entrance door to lure the zombies from the stairs and deal with them one by one, they could safely escape. This approach would not only ensure their safety, but also allow Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan to experience firsthand the art of dispatching zombies, honing their skills and courage. With this thought in mind, Qin Muyang immediately shared his plan with the two. As expected, Zhang Jin fell silent, casting a glance at Li Mingchuan, who hesitated momentarily. However, after some contemplation, he steeled himself and acquiesced. Given the state of the entrance door, it seemed inevitable that, whether he agreed or not, the zombies would soon break in and make him their lunch. After reviewing the strategy for dealing with zombies, Qin Muyang stepped forward to move the cabinet and sofa, slowly opening the door. Certainly, it was not fully ajar, merely large enough to allow a single zombie to pass through. He hastily braced the door with the sofa, preventing the gap from widening further. Almost immediately, a zombie staggered through the entrance, swaying as it entered the living room. Qin Muyang raised the iron rod in his hand and decisively thrust it into the creature's eye socket, piercing through its skull and dispatching it swiftly. At that moment, a second zombie had also made its way inside. Without pausing, Qin Muyang advanced, lifting the iron rod once more to strike. This time, he targeted the creature's mouth, which was marred by decaying lips. Seizing the opportunity as it opened its maw to howl, he thrust the rod inside. As the next zombie approached, he crouched slightly and aimed upward from beneath its chin towards its throat, allowing the rod to penetrate entirely through its head. My demonstration concludes here. It is now your turn, Qin Muyang declared as he stepped aside. If one were to take down several zombies consecutively outside, it would undoubtedly be exhausting. However, standing here imparted a sense of waiting for prey, requiring minimal effort to evade or aim. A mechanical thrust sufficed, with just a modicum of force needed. Zhang Jin willingly took the position Qin Muyang had just vacated. A zombie emitted a raspy sound as it shuffled through the crimson security door, lunging towards Zhang Jin. Faced with the grotesque sight of the zombie's gaping mouth, its ashen skin, and balding scalp, coupled with the foul stench of decay, she was suddenly gripped by fear and hesitated. Clutching the clothes-drying rod tightly, she took a step back. The zombie advanced a few steps closer, drawing nearer. With a face twisted in despair, she steeled herself and thrust the rod forward. Yet, overwhelmed by fear and trepidation, she instinctively closed her eyes at the moment the clothes pole lunged forward. The pole pierced through the zombie's neck, rupturing its trachea. Consequently, the creature emitted an even more horrifying sound, a result of the shattered windpipe. Zhang Jin, trembling, hastily attempted to extract the pole, but her mounting anxiety only made the task more challenging, and the pole remained stubbornly lodged as the zombie lunged closer. At that critical juncture, Qin Muyang, standing nearby, swiftly raised his iron rod and thrust it through the zombie's temple. The creature's clawing hands fell limp, and it collapsed to the ground, pole still in tow. It was only then that Zhang Jin, still shaken, managed to pull out the clothes pole. "How are you?" Qin Muyang inquired. She shook her head. "I was startled, but I'm all right." "Ready for another?" "Yes. Let us go." Just then, another zombie staggered into the room. This time, Zhang Jin felt less frightened. She aimed for the creature's eye socket and, unlike before, did not flinch as she thrust forward. The pole successfully penetrated the zombie's skull and was easily withdrawn. In that moment, she savored the sensation of her own strength as she pierced through the zombie's head, an indescribable feeling that enveloped her. It was a fleeting moment of security she bestowed upon herself, a realization of her own power, juxtaposed with a poignant awareness of life's fragility. Human life is indeed delicate, and the existence of zombies is not fundamentally more resilient than that of humans. "Let us do it again," Zhang Jin declared. Qin Muyang assisted her in clearing the zombie carcass blocking the doorway, allowing her to perform more effectively while also providing an escape route in case of unforeseen events. Li Mingchuan stood at a distance, his complexion pale and his limbs feeling weak. After Zhang Jin had dispatched 4 zombies, Qin Muyang, observing her newfound proficiency in dealing with the undead, permitted her to rest and turned to summon Li Mingchuan. This individual was quite peculiar and timid, often. His initial reaction to suggestions was outright refusal, yet after some contemplation, he would concede. When Qin Muyang previously suggested he accompany them in their escape, his first instinct was to decline, but he eventually acquiesced. Now, faced with the task of slaying zombies, his immediate response was again to refuse, only to relent shortly thereafter. Perhaps he understood that there was no evading this fate. Survival necessitated overcoming this trial. Gripping the badminton racket, Li Mingchuan cautiously approached the doorway. He inverted the racket, holding the handle outward, exposing the unwrapped iron rod. He was so anxious that beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet no zombies emerged from the entrance. Qin Muyang, compelled by the silence, extended his iron rod to knock lightly, and after 2 minutes, a headless zombie staggered into view. Upon its entrance, the creature lunged at Li Mingchuan with its gaping maw. In a panic, he completely forgot the lessons imparted by Qin Muyang and swung the badminton racket at the zombie, as if he were merely playfully sparring with a classmate. The zombie remained unfazed by his flailing strikes, continuing its advance. It was only then that he abruptly recalled he was supposed to thrust rather than swing. However, he could not remember precisely where to aim, so he began jabbing erratically with the racket's handle, all the while shouting incoherently in fright. Fortunately, the water continued to drip inside the room, muffling his cries so that they did not escape into the outside world. Observing this, Qin Muyang raised his hand to assist, but Zhang Jin directly obstructed him. "Let me handle this," Zhang Jin declared as he prepared to intervene. Suddenly, Li Mingchuan halted his shouts, exclaiming, "Do not assist me." He persisted in his frantic stabbing, ultimately striking a couple of times and completely annihilating the zombie's brain, which fell lifeless to the ground, leaving him gasping for breath. Seeing Li Mingchuan wheeze as if he might expel his very lungs, Qin Muyang felt a flicker of surrender, contemplating suggesting that perhaps Li Mingchuan should walk in the center, allowing himself to be shielded as much as possible. However, amidst his labored breaths, Li Mingchuan insisted, I will try once more. With that, he proactively tapped the door with his racket, attracting yet another zombie. This time, he refrained from erratic stabbing. Instead, at the very moment the zombie entered, he lunged directly towards its eye socket. With a swift thrust, the zombie collapsed instantly. Li Mingchuan, still panting heavily, remarked, it seems it isn't as terrifying as I thought. Chapter 28. Downstairs, Qin Muyang initially intended to point out that this was a controlled indoor environment, and thus not particularly frightening. However, he mused that if they were outside, being pursued by a horde of zombies, they would truly grasp the essence of fear. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided against frightening the two, fearing they might become reluctant to proceed and choose instead to remain there, awaiting their demise. It had taken considerable effort to persuade them to follow, and now they were even willing to actively combat the zombies. Glancing at the earlier display from both individuals, Qin Muyang felt a sense of satisfaction. They were not as feeble as he had envisioned. With a few days of survival outdoors, they might indeed transform into the formidable allies he desired. Quite splendid. This venture proved to be quite rewarding. Qin Muyang urged the two to swiftly regulate their breathing and take a moment to rest, while he stationed himself at the entrance, vigilant for any approaching zombies. After several minutes without any signs of movement, he deduced that the corridor zombies had likely been eradicated, as such an old building could scarcely conceal many of them. It was time to set forth. Li Mingchuan and Qin Muyang each shouldered a backpack filled with all the useful supplies they could carry, while Zhang Jin trailed behind, wielding a clothes rack with relative ease. Qin Muyang led the way, entering the corridor first. The passage was somewhat dimly lit, yet visibility was sufficient. He cautiously scanned both upstairs and downstairs, finding nothing unusual before signaling the others to follow him as he descended the staircase. Originally, Qin Muyang had arranged their formation with himself at the forefront, Zhang Jin in the middle, and Li Mingchuan bringing up the rear. However, Zhang Jin harbored doubts about Li Mingchuan's ability to hold the rear, remarking that he was often a beat slow in responding. In urgent situations, turning to him was futile. But for matters requiring deliberation, he could be somewhat reliable. This insight into Li Mingchuan was quite profound, given the urgency of survival outside, where zombies lurked. Zhang Jin ultimately took it upon herself to take the rear position. Qin Muyang found himself once again admiring Zhang Jin in silence. Her growth and adaptation to this new world were remarkably swift. In contrast, Li Mingchuan appears to embody a timid disposition, rarely taking the initiative to confront challenges head-on. It is only when danger looms that he reluctantly adapts and faces the situation with a forced resolve. Yet, such a temperament is not uncommon among many individuals, who remain ensconced within their own limited realms, emerging only when circumstances become irreparable. Fortunately, they reside on the third floor, where the occupants below have their doors firmly shut, oblivious to any imminent threats. The only sign of peril is a lone zombie, its leg ensnared in the staircase railing, which Qin Muyang promptly dispatches. Upon descending, as they approach the entrance, the remnants of last night's tempest are starkly evident. A tree, over 30 centimeters in diameter, has been uprooted, while solar water heaters from the rooftop lie shattered below. Additionally, a television cabinet, presumably from a neighboring residence, has toppled at the entrance, obstructing their exit. Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan exert considerable effort to clear a narrow passageway, just sufficient for one person to pass through, and the three of them line up to exit the building. This likely explains why, despite Qin Muyang's persistent knocking earlier, no zombies had ventured upstairs. The entrance was effectively blocked. Outside, two zombies loiter near the fallen cabinet, but Qin Muyang effortlessly neutralizes them, leaving no challenges for Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. Once outside, he resolves to tackle any difficulties himself, preferring to spare the two novices from unforeseen complications. As they step beyond the threshold, the golden sunlight cascades down upon them. Although the warmth is somewhat stifling, both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan instinctively extend their arms wide, reveling in the sun's gentle caress. They had not descended for a long time, nor had they savored the warm embrace of the sun in such a grounded manner for ages. However, after merely stretching their limbs, they heard Qin Muyang's low voice. Focus, the situation is dire. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan immediately tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the surroundings with the urgency of an impending invasion. At that moment, Qin Muyang raised his hand, pointing towards the entrance of the community. Following his gesture, they spotted a tree, roughly the size of a wrist, standing at the entrance, its leaves concealing a throng of zombies that lingered there, seemingly attempting to break through the fallen tree to enter the community, yet ensnared by the dense foliage, unable to advance. Previously, when observing from above, they could not see this direction at the entrance. They had only glimpsed the street, which appeared almost devoid of zombies. To their astonishment, it seemed that all those zombies had taken refuge there. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan felt an involuntary tremor in their limbs. Although both had previously dispatched zombies, it was in the confines of a building where the numbers were scarce. This was a stark contrast, with a multitude of zombies mere meters away. The air thick with the earthy scent of rain mingled with the putrid stench of decay, and the chilling sounds emanating from their throats were unmistakable. Should those zombies break through that tree and charge towards them, it would surely depict a harrowing scene. Are there any other exits from the community? Qin Muyang inquired. In truth, he wished for Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin to lead the way, but considering it was their first encounter with such a world, he decided against risking them. Should a zombie suddenly emerge from around the corner, it would undoubtedly elicit terrified screams. Or worse, they might suffer a bite before realizing the danger, rendering their efforts futile. It would be far more prudent for me to lead the way, as I had previously vowed to do my utmost to ensure their safety. Li Mingchuan gestured toward the entrance of the community. If you continue straight ahead and take a left at the end, you will find another exit. Qin Muyang nodded, striding forward with confidence, as if the ominous horde of zombies nearby were nothing but an illusion. Li Mingchuan tightened his grip on the badminton racket, whispering to Zhang Jin behind him, "Stay close." With his injured leg now healed, he moved with surprising agility. The community was saturated with an array of foul odors, mingling in a way that was almost unbearable, compelling them to escape swiftly. The ground was littered with debris and refuse, remnants of the previous night's chaos. And in some areas, deep puddles had formed, forcing Qin Muyang to navigate around them repeatedly, deviating from their intended path. Under normal circumstances, they would have reached the exit Li Mingchuan mentioned in just a few minutes. However, they had meandered for over 10 minutes, covering scarcely half the distance. Qin Muyang was nearly disoriented, but thankfully, Li Mingchuan had a reasonable familiarity with the area. Regardless of Qin Muyang's detours, he could accurately identify the location of the exit. With still a significant distance to traverse, Qin Muyang was alarmed to spot a dozen zombies lingering not far ahead. Additionally, obscured by the buildings, there could be even more lurking in the shadows. Before them lay a solitary path, the only route leading to the exit. Chapter 29. The fall. Qin Muyang halted his steps and gestured for the two behind him to stop. As Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan noticed Qin Muyang's signal, they also caught sight of the zombies ahead. Their tattered garments, ashen gray skin, and murky, pale eyes presented a grotesque sight, with large patches of decaying flesh, necrosis, bite marks, and putrid remains. Yet, rationality urged them not to flee. Such an action could provoke the undead into a relentless chase. But if they did not run, were they to confront these creatures? Surely, Qin Muyang would not be so reckless. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan fixated on Qin Muyang's back, awaiting his directive for the next course of action. After all, it had been agreed prior to their departure that he would determine their response to any unforeseen circumstances, for he possessed the experience. Qin Muyang slowly retreated a step, his movements deliberate and cautious, aligning himself with Li Mingchuan. He then spoke. "It seems there are not many zombies. Only a dozen or so." Was this truly a human utterance? A dozen? Such a number hardly qualified as few. This was the perspective of one who had been pursued by hordes of the undead. Li Mingchuan silently scoffed, but Qin Muyang continued. "A dozen should be manageable. However, we are unaware if there are more zombies lurking in the blind spots of the nearby buildings. If we recklessly approach this group, we may inadvertently attract a greater horde, resulting in a loss greater than the gain." Li Mingchuan thought to himself, "Even if there are no additional zombies, I am still apprehensive about confronting this dozen. Thank you very much. Let us quickly find an alternative route." Thus, they proceeded with caution, slowly retreating back to their previous path, in search of a new way forward. He had no intention of hastily reaching the community exit, thereby endangering everyone. Qin Muyang understood a fundamental truth. In the struggle for survival, One must discern between what is feasible and what is not. One must never act out of bravado, for such folly could cost one their life. Upon witnessing Qin Muyang's resolute decision to withdraw, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan promptly followed his lead. However, despite their careful movements, they soon caught the attention of a lurking zombie. A deafening roar erupted from the creature as it advanced towards the trio, triggering a chain reaction among the horde. Over a dozen zombies turned their murky gazes upon them. Hiss hiss. The zombies emitted sounds of exhilaration upon locating their prey, immediately pursuing the fleeing figures. Li Mingchuan, gripping his badminton racket with white-knuckled intensity, felt that the tighter his grasp, the safer he would be. Indeed, the shadows cast by the buildings concealed a considerable number of zombies. Fortunately, they had refrained from recklessly confronting them earlier. Nevertheless, being chased by such a multitude was no less distressing. Qin Muyang urged, "Run." At this juncture, they could no longer concern themselves with the noise. Having already attracted the attention of so many zombies, it was unwise to minimize sound for the sake of escape. What was needed now was speed. Run as fast as possible. While sprinting, Qin Muyang noticed that Li Mingchuan, who had just recovered from a fracture, seemed to be outpacing him, a mere sportsman. Indeed, fear can awaken the utmost potential within humanity. However, Zhang Jin found herself at a disadvantage. Her stamina could not match that of the two boys, leaving her trailing behind. The rain-soaked path from the previous night was still treacherously slick, and she slipped, falling to the ground as the zombies closed in. Strangely, she did not scream or alert the two boys ahead of her. Qin Muyang was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The distance between him and Zhang Jin made it clear that reaching her in time would be impossible. In a moment of desperation, he hurled the iron rod in his hand towards the approaching zombie while sprinting towards Zhang Jin. The rod flew through the air, piercing the zombie's knee with alarming speed. The creature lost its balance, veering off course and crashing into a nearby tree instead of lunging at Zhang Jin. Seeing her temporary reprieve, Zhang Jin was not one to be overly sentimental. She quickly rolled over, grasped a nearby clothes pole, and thrust it toward the zombie. Though she did not strike a fatal blow, she managed to push the creature back a couple of steps. At that moment, Qin Muyang reached her side. Zhang Jin's knee was scraped, and her elbow bore visible abrasions, indicating a painful fall that rendered her somewhat unsteady, likely affecting her ability to flee soon. Qin Muyang assessed her injuries and inquired, "Are there any other wounds? Is your bone intact?" Zhang Jin shook her head. She quickly added, "We should separate." Qin Muyang wore an expression of disbelief as he tossed his backpack to Li Mingchuan. Inside, there were adhesive bandages to tend to her wounds. "I shall confront those wretched zombies. An overwhelming number of them are already pursuing us." Qin Muyang stepped forward, brandishing a metal rod. Placing himself protectively in front of the two, while reminding them earnestly, "You must ensure the wounds are tightly covered. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences." Previously, Qin Muyang had forewarned them that contact with the zombies' bodily fluids could lead to infection, which made Li Mingchuan take the matter very seriously. As the zombies lunged towards them, Qin Muyang had already set his sights on the target, mentally calculating how to pierce its eye socket and how to use its corpse as a shield against the next zombie's attack. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Although he had initially planned to hold his ground until Li Mingchuan could tend to Zhang Jin's wounds, he was compelled by the mounting pressure to step back, and then again retreat. In the blink of an eye, Qin Muyang had felled 7 or 8 zombies, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The horde of zombies was drawing near, their numbers no less than 20. Qin Muyang's hands were a flurry of movement as he shouted, "Hurry up! I can barely hold them off." "All right," Li Mingchuan replied. After a brief moment of hesitation, upon hearing Qin Muyang call for a retreat, he grabbed Qin Muyang's backpack and followed suit. A deluge of zombies surged forward, their roars striking fear into their hearts and leaving them dizzy. Fortunately, they had not ventured far from home, and their stamina remained relatively intact. Though the zombies would not tire, their speed could not match that of the living. Soon, the zombies were left trailing behind them. Chapter 30. A change in the weather. Li Mingchuan ran alongside Qin Muyang, directing him to take a detour towards the community exit, while simultaneously dispatching any zombies that emerged in their path. Li Mingchuan's ability to confront zombies was relatively lacking. At times, he struggled to subdue a single zombie even after several attempts. Consequently, Qin Muyang had no choice but to allow Zhang Jin to wrap her arms around his neck while he freed his hands to assist in clearing the undead. After a while, The zombies trailing behind became less relentless, prompting Qin Muyang to slow his pace. Carrying a fully grown person while sprinting felt akin to an exhausting physical training session. However, he could not allow Li Mingchuan to bear the weight of Zhang Jin. With his slender arms and legs, one could only expect both of them to become easy prey for the zombies. After catching his breath, Qin Muyang inquired, "Why didn't you call out to us when you fell earlier?" Li Mingchuan glanced at Qin Muyang, but refrained from responding. It dawned on Qin Muyang that his tone may have been somewhat harsh, and questioning Zhang Jin in front of Li Mingchuan felt inappropriate. He quickly added, "You were almost bitten. It was perilous. You should have called for us." Zhang Jin remained silent, yet Li Mingchuan spoke up. "She feared she would be a burden to us." He understood Zhang Jin well. She was quite stubborn, and in such circumstances, she would rather sacrifice herself than put them at risk. Moreover, he was unaware of your remarkable abilities. Zhang Jin's internal thoughts were articulated, and she nodded slightly. While on Qin Muyang's back, she reiterated the words, "We are teammates." Li Mingchuan added, "Even if you were reluctant to call for him, you should have at least called for me. If I were to lose you, my dearest friend, I could never forgive myself in this lifetime." Qin Muyang interjected, "Here we go again, the scent of romance. Why does Li Mingchuan always speak in such a flamboyant manner?" Qin Muyang, "In the days to come, we shall share the burdens of uranium. It is indeed a formidable challenge. What shall we do next?" Zhang Jin inquired, expressing a sense of immobility. "It seems I cannot proceed any further, but carrying me indefinitely is not feasible. Let us first exit the community and seek a more hospitable environment to recuperate," suggested Qin Muyang, emphasizing the necessity of a dry locale. Having descended from the upper floors less than an hour ago, the need to find another resting place already arose. Li Mingchuan sighed. "Do not assume that suitable refuge can be easily found outside. The search for such a place alone might consume the better part of the day." Qin Muyang understood their lack of first-hand experience regarding the outside world, and thus was not surprised by Li Mingchuan's remarks. He continued, stating that in a world such as this, rest holds significant importance for survival. As long as we persist in our journey, time itself pales in comparison. Furthermore, I scarcely slept last night, and indeed require a place to rest. It is fortuitous that Zhang Jin cannot continue. Let us now seek a suitable location. In this current world, time has lost its value. What truly matters is the conviction to survive. In fact, money has become nearly worthless. To measure worth by monetary standards seems rather inappropriate. Under Li Mingchuan's guidance, they successfully located the exit of the community, encountering only a few scattered zombies along the way. Several of these were bravely dispatched by Li Mingchuan himself, marking his inaugural experience in slaying zombies, a commendable achievement. Had he not been carrying Zhang Jin, Qin Muyang would have been inclined to applaud. What Li Mingchuan truly wished to accomplish was to carry Zhang Jin on his back and then hand those zombies over to Qin Muyang. However, he was acutely aware that, regardless of his physical strength, he could not manage to carry Zhang Jin, especially when confronted with zombies. He realized that he would never have the agility of Qin Muyang, who could deftly carry a living person while navigating through danger. At that moment, the disparity between those who engaged in physical training and ordinary individuals became starkly evident. Li Mingchuan could only manage to carry Zhang Jin at a normal, slow pace for a mere 10 minutes. Thus, he had no choice but to carve a path forward and eliminate the zombies. Fortunately, he was able to avoid most of the zombies along the way. Upon exiting the residential complex, he finally grasped the profound sense of tragic desolation that Qin Muyang had previously described to them. The once bustling streets were now littered with debris and obstacles carried by the wind from the previous night. Damaged vehicles and uprooted street trees cluttered the scene, while mud covered the ground and scattered zombies aimlessly wandered about. This surreal tableau, reminiscent of scenes from films and video games, was something they had never encountered before in reality. The fleeting joy of escaping the horde of zombies quickly dissipated as the arduous and uncertain path ahead became apparent. Returning was no longer an option. Their former residence had been inundated with water, the windows shattered, and nearly all food and water supplies destroyed. They could only press forward with Qin Muyang, steeling themselves against the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, even Qin Muyang was uncertain of their destination and could only advance step by step according to their plans. For instance, they needed to find a suitable place where everyone could rest peacefully. The previous night had been restless for all, as dawn broke. They had risen to salvage what they could from their waterlogged homes, confront the zombies, and then embark on yet another exhausting journey. As noon approached, the sun shone fiercely overhead. Initially, I believed I could follow the hand-drawn map by Qin Muyang to locate the planned convenience store, pharmacy, and bookstore. However, upon stepping onto the street, I discovered that reality was far from my expectations. The path I needed to traverse was obstructed by the aftermath of a car accident, or a tree uprooted from the ground, and amidst this chaos, zombies were growling ominously. This was utterly disastrous. I would have to navigate aimlessly through the city once more. Qin Muyang glanced up at the sky, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The weather bore an uncanny resemblance to the aftermath of a typhoon. He murmured his suspicions. We must swiftly find a suitable refuge. We may soon encounter the same situation as last night. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, though perplexed, chose to trust him. After walking a while longer, the weather indeed took a dramatic turn. The previously clear blue sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. The phrase dark clouds looming over the city perfectly encapsulated the scene before them. As they observed the billowing clouds, almost grazing the rooftops, all three felt an unsettling dread. The wind arrived abruptly, carrying with it strands of rain that were nearly parallel to the ground due to its ferocity. They had never witnessed rain from this perspective, a phenomenon only possible under such strong winds. A typhoon is upon us, Qin Muyang declared with certainty. Although Beishan City, a northern locale near the sea, had rarely experienced typhoons, they initially thought it was merely an extreme storm. Only at this moment did Qin Muyang realize the true nature of their predicament. He was acutely aware that the situation would escalate dramatically, with torrential rains and relentless gales, until the typhoon departed or the wind subsided. The tempestuous weather posed a significant danger outdoors, where one could be struck or even killed by debris hurled by the ferocious winds. Furthermore, the deluge would lead to urban flooding, with the immense suction from storm drains capable of pulling individuals in, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps the number of zombies on the streets today was not as overwhelming as Qin Muyang had previously encountered, thanks to the tempest that raged the night before. The brief spell of sunny weather was but an illusion, a mere harbinger of the eye of the typhoon approaching Beishan City. Chapter 31. The hall with Zhang Jin on his back. Qin Muyang's pace quickened significantly. Previously, he had consciously conserved his energy, hoping to unleash it in a moment of crisis. Now, such restraint was unnecessary. His priority was to find refuge from the impending storm. Zhang Jin remained silent upon his back, aware that she had become a burden. Li Mingchuan's courage appeared to have grown since their initial encounter. Upon seeing the approaching zombies, he no longer faltered as he had at the outset. Though there were times he struggled to dispatch a single zombie for hours, one could witness his rapid development. In just a few hours, he had transformed from a timid soul who merely wished to evade the undead, screaming in terror, into one who dared to confront them. Qin Muyang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The stronger these two became, the more secure his future would be. After all, formidable companions were a priceless asset in the struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. As Li Mingchuan felled two zombies and turned a corner, Zhang Jin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. This street is familiar to me. Ahead lies a library. Qin Muyang understands that libraries are generally quite robust, with some even designated as emergency shelters in certain cities. Thus, he decisively instructed Zhang Jin to lead the way, and they made their way directly to the library. Another reason for choosing the library as a refuge from the typhoon is that Qin Muyang now realizes that the outbreak of zombies does not occur instantaneously. Although the speed is alarming, there is a discernible progression. Many individuals had already received government warnings by the time zombies emerged. Consequently, when the zombie outbreak reached its peak, the library would likely be devoid of patrons. The government had advised citizens to remain at home and avoid gatherings, which meant few would venture to the library under such circumstances. Instead, people would flock to malls and supermarkets to hoard supplies. In comparison, the library offers a sense of safety. Fortunately, the library was not far away, and soon the three of them beheld the towering, sturdy structure appearing at the edge of the street. Battling against winds fierce enough to lift a person off the ground, they finally trudged toward the square in front of the library. At that moment, the rain intensified, with droplets striking the ground like a barrage of iron beads, creating a loud patter. When the wind whipped against their faces, it carried a slight stinging sensation. Countless pieces of debris, branches, and signs danced in the air, occasionally crashing down to the ground, forcing Qin Mu Yang and his companions to awkwardly evade them. As soon as Li Mingchuan noticed the library's doors ajar, he dashed forward, soaked to the bone. A shard of metal carried by the wind had inflicted a moderate gash on his forehead, and the mingling of blood and rainwater on his face rendered him a fearsome sight. Qin Mu Yang was apprehensive about the potential dangers of recklessly entering the library without first investigating the situation within. Thus, he promptly followed suit. As Li Mingchuan burst into the hall on the first floor of the library, he was met with the terrifying sight of a zombie lunging towards him with its lipless mouth aimed at his neck. Startled, he let out a piercing scream and stumbled backward, nearly colliding with the approaching Qin Mu Yang. "Brother, stay steady." Qin Mu Yang's voice helped Li Mingchuan regain his composure, reminding him that his teammate was close behind. Reflexively, he brandished the badminton racket he held in reverse grip to fend off the zombie, while Li Mingchuan dealt with the creature. Qin Mu Yang gently set Zhang Jin down from his back and began to survey their surroundings. The library appeared to belong to this district and was relatively modest in size. Within the hall, several self-service borrowing machines were stationed, accompanied by a lengthy white counter. Opposite the counter was a staircase leading to the upper floor, while scattered green plants added a touch of life to the otherwise sparse environment. However, beside the counter lay a narrow corridor, seemingly containing more space, yet its dimness rendered it difficult for Qin Mu Yang to discern its contents. Fortunately, it seemed that luck was on their side. The library housed only a few zombies. Aside from the one Li Mingchuan had just dispatched, Qin Mu Yang detected no other signs of the undead. They could finally catch their breath. Navigating the streets with Zhang Jin on his back was undeniably exhausting and physically demanding, yet Qin Mu Yang exhibited no signs of fatigue. The three of them found a moment of respite, settling into a corner to rest. Li Mingchuan returned Qin Mu Yang's backpack, and without hesitation, Qin Mu Yang laid down, using the backpack as a pillow, preparing to sleep. Soaked to the bone, he found it uncomfortable to lie there. However, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, nearly overwhelming his resolve. At that moment, Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin gradually became aware that Qin Mu Yang's fatigue was far more profound than they had initially perceived. "Keep an eye on the entrance and the staircase. There may be zombies upstairs, and they could also come in from outside," Qin Mu Yang cautioned, gesturing toward the corridor beside the bar where further dangers might lurk. "So, please keep your voices down. I shall rest for half an hour, and then it will be your turn to sleep." Li Mingchuan retrieved an iodine cotton swab from his backpack, and Zhang Jin promptly took it to tend to the wound on his head, applying a bandage afterward. The two exchanged a bittersweet smile, recalling how just that morning, he had saved his life. "It's funny, we seem to have forgotten that it was actually we who saved Qin Mu Yang at the outset." Qin Mu Yang, a man of gratitude, might waver in moments of choice, yet he ultimately remained steadfast in his principles. He entrusted his back to these two companions, finding deep slumber amidst the cacophony of the tempest outside. Half an hour later, he awoke as promised. Though still weary, he felt significantly more invigorated than before. He urged Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan to take their rest, assuring them that he would remain vigilant. Acknowledging their own fatigue, Li Mingchuan followed suit, resting his head upon his backpack. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin leaned against the wall, showing no inclination to sleep. "I'm completely drenched. I can't sleep," Zhang Jin explained. "I'm afraid I might catch a cold, and that would only burden you further." Qin Mu Yang appeared indifferent to what Zhang Jin had said, instead inquiring, "Are you familiar with this library?" "I've been here a few times, but I'm not particularly acquainted with it," she replied. "What lies within that corridor over there?" Qin Mu Yang expressed his unease regarding that area. "Inside is an exhibition room for paintings and calligraphy. Typically, one requires an exhibition ticket to enter. However, today it seems there is no need for one," she explained. As he spoke, Qin Mu Yang grasped an iron rod and rose to his feet. "I will go take a look. You stay here and keep watch. We need a room that can be securely closed. This place does not feel safe enough." Holding the iron rod firmly, Qin Mu Yang ambled toward the bar. As he walked, he pondered how having companions had invigorated his spirit, making him feel more robust than before. He referred to an inner strength that had evolved, contrasting sharply with his initial encounters with zombies and the chaotic world. Previously, he would evade danger. Now, he was prepared to confront it. The transformation of a person is indeed a marvelous phenomenon, occurring when one least expects it. Chapter 32. The art room. Qin Mu Yang steadily approached the dimly lit corridor, the ambience reminiscent of traversing through a dream. Yet, His muscles tensed as he detected the putrid stench emanating from the zombies. Fortunately, the odor was not overwhelmingly potent. Otherwise, he would have turned back immediately. Regardless of his confidence in his abilities, when faced with a multitude of zombies, fleeing was the only viable escape. At the end of the corridor stood a brown wooden door, ajar, but from his vantage point, Qin Muyang could not discern the interior. He would need to advance closer to gain clarity. Qin Muyang lowered his footsteps, even slowing his breathing. Gradually, he approached the doorway and peered inside. The first sight greeting him being the enormous head of a zombie. Qin Muyang locked eyes with the creature. Fortunately, his courage surpassed that of Li Mingchuan by more than tenfold. Although his heart raced momentarily, his iron rod instinctively thrust forward. With a dull thud, the rod pierced through the zombie's skull, producing a familiar sound. Raising his gaze, he observed several zombies aimlessly wandering within the room. Although Qin Muyang had been relatively quiet, the blood he had inadvertently smeared on himself while carrying Zhang Jin earlier drew the attention of the zombies, who suddenly turned to fixate on him, emitting low, guttural growls. "You all seem to be lining up. Come at me one by one," Qin Muyang teased, stepping back and deliberately positioning himself to the side of the doorway. He intended to employ the techniques he had mastered earlier that morning to dispatch these creatures. Zombies lack intelligence, and the entrance could not accommodate several of them at once. Thus, they emerged one by one, as if they were genuinely heeding Qin Muyang's words, creating an absurd spectacle. Unperturbed, he wielded his iron rod, systematically eliminating them. There were only 5 in total. Yet Qin Muyang still felt a slight fatigue in his arms. After all, the morning had not been particularly easy, and he estimated he would need a half-day's rest to recover. Once he had dealt with the zombies, Qin Muyang cautiously stepped into the room, remaining vigilant. For he knew not what awaited him inside. As Zhang Jin described, this is an exhibition room for calligraphy and painting, featuring a large easel adorned with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Surrounding it is a circle of sofas, including a rather spacious long sofa, ample enough for a person to recline comfortably, while the remaining 3 armchairs appear equally inviting and flexible. A tea table is laden with several decaying fruits, their juices spilling messily onto the floor. Beside the sofa stands a bookshelf filled with volumes related to calligraphy and painting. The walls are adorned with various artworks, yet sadly, Qin Muyang finds himself unable to comprehend them. To him, a painting worth 10,000 per square foot holds less utility than the curtains hanging on the walls. Those curtains, it seems, could serve as makeshift garments for warmth. Hadn't Zhang Jin mentioned discomfort due to wet clothes? Simply shedding one's attire and draping oneself in those curtains would suffice. The room is well lit, boasting several bright windows. These windows, crafted from special materials, provide protection for the valuable artworks contained within. At this moment, they effectively fend off the torrential rain and fierce winds brought forth by the typhoon. After thoroughly inspecting the room and ensuring all safety hazards were eliminated, he stepped outside to summon Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. Li Mingchuan, bleary-eyed and supporting Zhang Jin, was startled to see several zombie corpses sprawled at the entrance. "Goodness, can zombies even sleep?" he exclaimed, his hand trembling slightly on the badminton racket. "They are all dead." Qin Muyang looked at Li Mingchuan with a sense of resignation. He had previously thought that after leaving upstairs, Li Mingchuan had swiftly matured. But now he felt that perhaps he had spoken too soon, as he still seemed a bit naive. Contemplating his solitary endeavor of vanquishing the zombies and tidying the space while resting in the lobby, Qin Muyang felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I have examined the door. It is intact and can be securely locked, ensuring our safety for the night. Although it is merely around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Muyang has already made arrangements for the evening. He is acutely aware that the tempest outside will not cease anytime soon. Even if it does, embarking on a journey today is implausible. They may very well be confined indoors even tomorrow. Hence, having a relatively secure place to rest is indeed necessary." The curtains consist of 2 layers, a sheer curtain and a blackout curtain, both of which can be removed for use. As Qin Muyang spoke, he advanced with purpose and skillfully yanked down the curtains as though he had rehearsed the action in his mind. He suggested removing the damp clothing and wrapping oneself in the curtain, waiting until the garments dried before donning them again. Falling ill from a cold could be fatal. Qin Muyang's words were not exaggerated. In the absence of medicine and medical facilities, succumbing to a cold translates to diminished mobility and weakened defenses, which could indeed be life-threatening. He tossed the curtain fabric to the 2 companions and, without hesitation, stepped behind one of the curtains to strip down completely before emerging, draped in the fabric. This scenario might typically elicit laughter, yet neither Zhang Jin nor Li Mingchuan felt inclined to chuckle. They promptly emulated Qin Muyang's actions, with Zhang Jin joining suit. After all, wearing damp clothing is exceedingly uncomfortable and could lead to illness over time. Zhang Jin wrapped the dark curtains around herself like a bath towel, exuding an unexpected elegance reminiscent of a high-end gown. Her figure was remarkable, and her demeanor striking. As she limped out, she simultaneously used a piece of curtain fabric to dry her long hair, dampened by the rain. "How's your leg?" Qin Muyang inquired. "It's just a minor issue. I can't walk very fast. But it should be fine by tomorrow," she replied. Qin Muyang nodded. "That sofa belongs to you. You can sleep on it." "What about me?" Li Mingchuan asked. Without even glancing at him, Qin Muyang responded, "You can sleep wherever you please. But let me make it clear, that easel is mine." The easel stretched over 2 meters in length and more than a meter in width. Qin Muyang draped a curtain over it, lying down with a comfort that far surpassed that of the rigid dormitory bed, even offering more space. Li Mingchuan had no choice but to lay the remaining curtain on the floor for his rest. This was certainly better than sleeping directly on the floor, and it spared him from wearing wet clothes. The air in the room felt stifling, lingering with the scent of the previously encountered zombies. Yet they could not open the windows. Outside, the tempest raged, and the night was as dark as if steeped in ink. It was likely that if they were to open the window, the rain would soon saturate the room. They could even see the rain cascading down the window pane. Once they found a comfortable position to lie down, sleep did not come immediately. Instead, they began to converse. The anxiety about the future and the perplexity of their current situation compelled them to talk, as a distraction from the grim thoughts of what to do next, where to go, and how to find sustenance. Human beings possess an innate ability to instinctively evade certain situations without prior learning. Li Mingchuan, seeking conversation, asked Old Qin, "How do you know the storm will intensify? How can you tell that a typhoon is raging outside?" Unbeknownst to them, the bond among the three grew closer, with Li Mingchuan even adopting the familiar term Old Qin to address Qin Muyang. Although Qin Muyang refrained from making overly definitive statements, they all recognized the validity of his analysis. Chapter 33. The Old Nest. After exchanging a few more idle remarks, they gradually succumbed to slumber. The tempest continued to rage outside. Occasionally, the wind hurled objects against the window, producing sharp sounds that failed to rouse them from their weariness. Qin Muyang felt as though he had spent an eternity toiling in the fields, burdened with corn, while navigating the perilous streets infested with zombies. After 2 or 3 hours, hunger stirred them from their sleep. Having departed without breakfast, they realized it was already the afternoon. The considerable exertion, coupled with an extended period without nourishment, left them feeling as though they could devour an entire ox. They rummaged through their supplies, revealing instant noodles, self-heating meals, and a few packets of biscuits. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan promptly chose the instant noodles, casting a self-heating meal toward Qin Muyang. This self-heating meal only requires a bit of water to prepare, while your instant noodles seem rather inconvenient. Qin Muyang remarked as he fiddled with the meal in his hands. "You should also partake in this. Let's save the instant noodles for later. Perhaps it won't be long before we discover fresh provisions." Both individuals shook their heads in response. "In recent days, we have grown accustomed to consuming instant noodles dry, and it poses no issue for us. You, however, are likely unaccustomed to this, as you prefer your self-heating meals," Li Mingchuan explained, urging us to preserve our strength and safeguard one another. It struck Qin Muyang as amusing how effortlessly this large man spoke of protection. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, dry instant noodles may be somewhat unpalatable, yet consuming a substantial quantity can still satiate hunger. If they are content with this method of sustenance, so be it. Qin Muyang unwrapped his self-heating meal, pouring a small amount of his portable drinking water into it. For the water required to activate the heating pack beneath, he ventured outside to collect a bit of rainwater. In these times, every drop of drinkable water must be conserved. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, on the other hand, were engaged in their routine of consuming instant noodles dry, their actions appearing remarkably practiced, the sound reminiscent of rodents nibbling. Qin Muyang savored his self-heating meal alongside half a packet of biscuits, while Zhang Jin and his companions each devoured 2 packets of instant noodles without soaking them. It was evident that the unsoaked noodles provided less satiety than their soaked counterparts. He pondered whether they would feel discomfort after drinking water following their meal. Once adequately nourished, he gazed out at the stormy weather, lost in thought, inevitably becoming anxious about the future. Observing the furrowed brows of Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, he quickly sought to reassure them. In such circumstances, morale is paramount. Encouragement is essential to muster the courage to confront challenges. Qin Muyang understood that their worries stemmed from a sense of confusion and uncertainty about their direction and potential actions. He hastily shared his forthcoming plans with Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, stating, "We are currently in the library. It surely contains city maps. I intend to seek a map shortly, and I require your assistance. This library is vast, making it inconvenient for me to navigate alone, and I am unaware of any potential dangers lurking elsewhere. Upon acquiring the map, we shall advance towards Beishan University while simultaneously scavenging for supplies along the way. A slight detour is of no consequence. Our objective is simply to head in the direction of Beishan University." Upon hearing Qin Muyang express the need for their help and outlining the forthcoming plan, the two felt a renewed sense of confidence. Even refraining from questioning why they must venture to Beishan University, where Qin Muyang studies, rather than their own institution. Fortunately, Qin Muyang proceeded to elucidate his reasoning. He mentioned that several of his close friends are at Beishan University, one of whom possesses exceptional intelligence, while the others excel in athletics. Collectively, they possess formidable capabilities for survival. By joining forces with them, not only would their combat prowess significantly increase, but they would also gain reliable allies. A crucial aspect in the realm of post-apocalyptic survival. Qin Muyang instilled in them the notion that strong and dependable companions are essential for survival in such dire circumstances, a sentiment both agreed upon wholeheartedly. So, when shall we embark on our quest for the map? With a newfound purpose, Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin shed their earlier despondency. Eager to locate the map and unite with Qin Muyang's comrades at Beishan University, as if those friends had already become their own. "Let us wait until our clothes are dry before we proceed," Qin Muyang suggested, gesturing towards the curtains they were draped in. Clearly, it would be unwise to search for a map while attired in such makeshift garments. Should danger arise, their ability to flee would be compromised, and their exposed skin would be vulnerable to harm. Indeed, that was a valid point. Two individuals nodded their heads vigorously, having transformed into ardent admirers of Qin Muyang, captivated by his remarkable intelligence and meticulous planning skills. It is a mystery how, when he initially chose to major in physical education, he faced ridicule from some high school classmates who claimed he was brawny yet simple-minded, with even his parents urging him to reconsider. Nevertheless, Qin Muyang remained steadfast in his passion for sports, having engaged in various forms of exercise throughout his life. Had he not been born in a rural area with limited resources, he might have participated in numerous competitions and garnered many accolades. He glanced at the damp clothes draped over the single sofa, which had dried to about 70 or 80%. After resting for nearly half an hour, everyone finally changed into dry garments and prepared to locate the city map. "Zhang Jin, your leg is injured. Stay here and guard our position," Qin Muyang said, observing Zhang Jin's slight limp. Although Zhang Jin initially intended to accompany them, Qin Muyang's insistence that she help protect their base made her feel valued. So she nodded in agreement. After ensuring Zhang Jin was settled, Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan each took their respective weapons and departed from the art exhibition room. Qin Muyang recalled that there was a map of the library's book distribution located in the hall they had entered earlier, and the two made their way toward the entrance. Indeed, they located the book distribution map in the hall and immediately spotted the atlas of reference books tucked away in a corner on the second floor. Both Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that the map was within their grasp. They found the staircase in the corner, and before ascending, Qin Muyang instructed, "Stay close to me and remain vigilant of your surroundings." Li Mingchuan nodded fervently, "Yes, I'll cover you." The two individuals moved almost silently, as if on tiptoes, their presence nearly undetectable despite the cacophony of the torrential downpour. Upon reaching the entrance to the second floor, Qin Muyang gestured for Li Mingchuan to halt, then cautiously pulled open the door, peering inside. Just a fleeting glance nearly sent his soul into a frenzy. The second floor was teeming with zombies, resembling a can of sardines laid bare before him. An estimated 200 of these undead creatures populated the space, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Fortunately, the storms didn't mask any movements or sounds, allowing Qin Muyang to remain undetected by the horde. Li Mingchuan, Observing Qin Mu Yang's swift opening and closing of the door could not suppress his curiosity. What is going on? Why is it so foul? Retreat, was all Qin Mu Yang uttered before he descended the stairs with utmost caution, although Li Mingchuan was unclear about the situation inside. The pallor on Qin Mu Yang's face prompted him to refrain from further inquiries and follow him down the stairs. Zhang Jin had just secured the door to the art exhibition room when a series of short and long signals echoed from the entrance. Had they found the map? No, but they had uncovered the zombie's lair. Chapter 34. Departure. Qin Mu Yang made a concerted effort to temper his description, deliberately downplaying the impact of the site on the second floor. Yet, despite his restraint, he still managed to instill a significant psychological shock in both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. The realization that a throng of zombies was situated just above them, separated merely by a floor, rendered everyone quite uneasy. Even Qin Mu Yang, who had always been the steadfast pillar of support, found it hard to endure, let alone Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. However, at this moment, they had no means of escaping their predicament. Outside, a tempest raged, accompanied by torrential rain. Stepping out would not only expose them to the drenching downpour, but also risk injury from debris propelled by the fierce winds, as exemplified by the wound on Li Mingchuan's forehead. He was fortunate, for had that metal shard veered slightly during its flight, it might have pierced his neck or struck his eye, resulting in far graver consequences. Even if they managed to leave the library, there was no guarantee they would swiftly locate a suitable refuge from the typhoon. After some deliberation, the trio resolved to spend the night in their current location, intending to depart at the first sign of calm. Despite their efforts to remain silent, and the storm's cacophony providing some cover, they remained on edge, hesitant to move. As night descended, they shared a meager meal and subsequently found comfortable positions to rest. In the middle of the night, Li Mingchuan awoke to a chilling sensation beneath him, only to discover water seeping through the crack of the door, forming a thin layer upon the floor. His back was nearly drenched, and the clothes he had just dried during the day now clung to him uncomfortably. The curtains he had repurposed as bedding were also soaked, rendering them unfit for rest. Reluctantly, he called out to Qin Mu Yang and Zhang Jin, fearing the potential onset of a flood that might leave them no time to escape. The three of them sat quietly in the pitch-black room, awaiting the judgment of fate. Fortunately, once the water level reached their ankles, it ceased to rise, allowing a slight easing of tension among them, though they remained far from completely at ease. Qin Mu Yang expressed that it was imprudent for three individuals to sleep simultaneously. There ought to be a rotation for night watch. This precaution was crucial in the event of a flood or any unforeseen emergencies, ensuring they had ample time to respond. Having already rested in the afternoon and taken a brief nap earlier, Qin Mu Yang proposed to take the first watch, suggesting they could later alternate shifts. He shifted from the spacious easel to a solitary armchair, propping his legs on the coffee table to keep his feet from touching the water on the ground. Li Mingchuan, on the other hand, returned to the easel to continue his slumber. Zhang Jin remained on the long sofa, a portion of which was already soaked beneath. Fortunately, the lower half of the sofa was crafted from painted solid wood, which would not absorb water easily, thus maintaining a dry surface. Zhang Jin wrapped himself tightly in the curtain fabric draped over him, anxious that any corner might dip into the water, gradually soaking and rendering the entire piece wet. As dawn approached, Qin Mu Yang began to doze off, promptly switching Li Mingchuan to the solitary armchair to keep watch while he returned to the easel for some rest. One of the survival rules he had learned in this apocalyptic world was to avoid bravado. If one was fatigued, there was no shame in admitting it. The outside storm had subsided. The cacophony of thunder lessened significantly, which felt somewhat disorienting. Qin Mu Yang slept soundly until the brightness of day greeted him, awakening to find Zhang Jin on watch, while Li Mingchuan caught up on his sleep on the long sofa. A glance out the window revealed calm skies. The storm had passed, leaving behind a clear blue expanse, though it remained uncertain whether it had dissipated entirely or would strike another city. The ground was inundated with water, and it seemed unlikely that it would recede anytime soon. With a horde of zombies lurking above, Qin Mu Yang surmised that Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin must also be compelled to leave this place, even if it meant wading through the water. After their encounter with the zombies yesterday, the two had even contemplated braving the typhoon to escape, had it not been for Qin Mu Yang's ominous warning that they could be crushed by debris swept in by the wind, leaving them vulnerable to the zombies' attacks. They might have truly set off with their packs in tow. The The courage it took for these individuals, who were so terrified of the undead, to fight their way alongside him to this point was commendable. Qin Muyang roused the slumbering Li Mingchuan and inquired whether he and Zhang Jin could embark immediately. Glancing at Zhang Jin's injured leg from the previous day, Zhang Jin promptly affirmed that his leg was fine, while Li Mingchuan sprang up, stepping into the water, and enthusiastically raised both hands in agreement to depart at once, swiftly shouldering his backpack. Today's mission was to seek clean water and a map, as Qin Muyang stated. Their water supply was dwindling, though they could sustain themselves with food for another 2 to 3 days, until they located a city map. Their daily tasks would revolve around procuring essential supplies, finding a safe haven, and searching for a map. As he organized his belongings, Qin Muyang admonished the two. Once we venture out, we will inevitably have to wade through water. It is best to walk along the edges of the street and avoid approaching the manhole covers. Do not be curious about areas with swift currents. If you are swept away, grab hold of anything you can and alert your teammates. Both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan listened intently, diligently committing Qin Muyang's words to memory. In addition to being mindful of the dangers posed by water, one must not forget the lurking threat of zombies. It is possible that a zombie, swept away by the current, lies in wait at your feet, ready to bite as you pass by. The lack of prior experience does not imply that zombies cannot survive underwater. Upon hearing Qin Muyang's words, the two individuals nearly abandoned their intention to set out immediately, contemplating waiting until the waters receded. However, Qin Muyang then reassured them. What I described was the worst-case scenario. Once we venture outside, I will guide you towards shallower areas, minimizing the likelihood of encountering the situation I just mentioned. This is merely a precaution. With that, the two felt a sense of relief and refrained from suggesting that they postpone their departure. After organizing their belongings, Qin Muyang was the first to unlock the door and step outside. The outside was also inundated with water, and the few zombie corpses Qin Muyang had positioned at the entrance had shifted slightly due to the current. Walking through the water, they felt palpable resistance. Their pace inevitably slowed, and the noise they generated multiplied. Despite their efforts to tread lightly, it was impossible to suppress the splashes that accompanied their movements. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to stifle such sounds. The echoes amplified their noise, radiating outward into the surrounding area. The more they wished to leave quickly, the louder they became, increasing the risk of tripping. They could only endure the uncontrollable sounds as they slowly advanced. Upon reaching the front desk, Qin Muyang glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor, where shadows of zombies began to emerge in the dim light. To their horror, the zombies on the second floor were drawn downward by the noise. This was dire. Retreat quickly, Qin Muyang shouted towards Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. The two turned to glance towards the staircase, where a solitary zombie slowly emerged, its head peeking around the corner. Chapter 35, The Street. Hiss. The zombie emitted a low growl from its throat, lunging towards the three individuals. Behind this solitary creature, a multitude of zombies surged forward. The staircase had become overcrowded, with the ones at the bottom being trampled by those above, falling into the water with a cacophony of splashes. Numerous zombies were piled together, their hands and feet indistinguishable, merely seen writhing and clawing, desperately trying to right themselves. The trio felt a shiver run down their spines as they supported one another, making their way towards the library entrance. At this point, they paid no heed to the size or sound of the splashes. The paramount concern was to evacuate swiftly and safely. A relentless horde of zombies followed closely behind them, yet fortunately, the creatures were hindered by the water, preventing them from advancing quickly. However, this was contingent upon their continuous movement. Should they fall, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. All were on high alert, diligently watching each step, carefully controlling their movements to ensure stable progress. Upon exiting the library door, they discovered the water level had risen to their calves. The library stood a step higher than the small square outside, resulting in a noticeable difference in water levels, a detail Qin Muyang had almost forgotten. Within the square, the whereabouts of the drainage manhole cover were unknown, with water swirling violently from that spot, sweeping away a collection of debris that was quickly engulfed and vanished. They steered clear of the manhole cover, remaining cautious of the path beneath their feet. Qin Muyang issued a reminder and then proceeded directly towards the square. As his foot pressed down, he felt the soft, yielding mud beneath him, slightly suctioning his foot. When he lifted it, a stream of murky, dark water gushed forth, accompanied by the pungent odor of mud and decay. It resembled the muddy insides of a purchased lotus root, which had also spoiled. The scent of rot mingling with the concealed black sludge within. When such a lotus root is sliced open, the stench assaults the senses. Now, with each step they took, they were forced to endure the foul odor reminiscent of rotten lotus roots. Their progress became increasingly arduous. Both the water level and the mud served as obstacles. It was uncertain what other dangers lurked beneath the water, perhaps rusty nails or jagged shards of metal, debris that could harbor tetanus, or even zombies that had fallen into the water, unable to rise, along with the potential for viral infection. At this moment, if any part submerged bore an open wound, the likelihood of contracting the zombie virus would rise sharply. Fortunately, among the three, only Zhang Jin bore an injury to her leg, and its lowest point was at her knee, still above the waterline. However, she needed to tread carefully to avoid splashing water onto her wound and to steer clear of any hidden pits. Thankfully, the road administration in Beishan City was commendable. The terrain was quite even, and after leaving the small square, the street gradually ascended, with the water becoming shallower. He had no choice but to continue forging ahead, seeking out streets with slightly higher elevations to prevent them from simultaneously evading zombie attacks while being cautious of the path beneath their feet. In some deeper areas, they could see zombies floating on the water's surface. As Qin Muyang and his companions passed by, the creatures instinctively roared, flailing their arms in a futile attempt to grasp and scratch. Some of the mangled vehicles were ensnared with zombies, their heads submerged in the water. Yet they continued to reach out and open their mouths beneath the surface, unable to emit the distinctive sounds characteristic of their kind. It appeared that Qin Muyang's earlier conjecture was correct. Zombies do not require respiration and would not succumb to suffocation even underwater. This revelation must be integrated into the new rules regarding zombies. Henceforth, when traversing aquatic areas, one must remain particularly vigilant, for it is a grave misconception to assume that zombies would not inhabit the waters. A comforting thought, however, is that these creatures do not seem to possess the ability to swim. If they were also capable of swimming and could not drown, humanity would indeed face an insurmountable plight. The horde of zombies in the library continued to trail behind Qin Muyang and his group. Their relatively slow pace meant that the zombies failed to fall behind. Aside from those following closely, the streets were largely devoid of zombie presence, save for those ensnared or swept away by the water. Nonetheless, these were but a minority and posed little threat, allowing Qin Muyang to effortlessly clear the obstacles encountered along their path. However, their sluggish advance was a significant concern. At this rate, they might not escape the district by noon and would be pursued by a relentless horde. After 2 hours, Qin Muyang gradually acclimated to the presence of the zombies trailing behind. Initially, the number of those following did indeed dwindle, as they encountered fallen branches or large debris obstructing their way. While humans could easily navigate over these impediments, the zombies found it considerably more challenging. However, the number of zombies was in a state of fluctuation, simultaneously diminishing and increasing, as new zombies would continuously join the horde from the roadside. It resembled a childhood math problem about a frenzied pool manager, who both drained and filled the pool at the same time. After traversing several streets, Qin Muyang deliberately chose the shallower routes, and to his surprise, he gradually found himself on a surface devoid of standing water. Strangely, despite the strong winds earlier, and having witnessed various objects blown about before taking refuge in the library, the streets now appeared almost barren of debris, with scarcely any fallen trees in sight. It felt as though someone had meticulously cleared the streets in the rain, which was quite eerie. The thoroughfare appeared as though it had been washed clean. However, given the torrential downpour, it could be considered a cleansing of sorts. These pristine streets carried only a faint metallic scent, finally liberating them from the overpowering stench of decay that clung to the zombies. They had anticipated moving more swiftly after leaving the water, yet they still had to contend with the zombies lunging at them. Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin displayed expressions of fear while resolutely confronting the undead, which created a rather comical scene. Had it not been for their frequent glances at Qin Muyang to observe his actions, he might have been unable to suppress his laughter. Both of them possessed strong learning abilities throughout the process of combating the zombies. They carefully studied how Qin Muyang handled various situations. Soon, they began to emulate his techniques with increasing proficiency. Despite their expressions still betraying fear and disdain, their movements became more agile, and it was evident that they had adapted remarkably well after only their second day in the field. However, Their physical stamina could not be compared to that of Qin Muyang, who was, after all, a student-athlete accustomed to regular exercise. Their movements were slower than his, their strength lesser, and their endurance somewhat diminished. Consequently, Qin Muyang found himself dealing with the majority of the zombies. While the duo assisted in handling a few stragglers and remained vigilant, observing their surroundings, they promptly alerted Qin Muyang to any peculiarities, allowing him to determine the subsequent course of action. Thus, they advanced forward without a clear direction, unexpectedly encountering a pharmacy along the way. Inside, the shelves had been largely stripped of medicines, with what remained mostly soaked from the rain. The entrance stood ajar, the interior cluttered with damp pharmaceuticals, debris blown in by the wind, shattered glass, and waterlogged cardboard boxes. Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan stood outside the store, clearing away a few lingering zombies, while Zhang Jin ventured inside to search for any usable medications that might prove beneficial. In the midst of the refuse, Zhang Jin unearthed a modest supply of antibiotics, a few fever reducers, a bottle of iodine, and some pain relievers. Although the quantities were not plentiful, they could address various issues they encountered, potentially proving life-saving in critical moments. This was already sufficient. It was a significant improvement compared to the previous absence of any medication. With these supplies secured, the three continued on their journey. The atmosphere had lightened considerably, the tension among them dissipating. After such a prolonged struggle, the discovery of these medications was a welcome piece of news, instilling them with renewed hope. Furthermore, in a remarkably short span of time, they stumbled upon a sports apparel store and a small supermarket. The sportswear store, much like the pharmacy, was riddled with shattered glass, and water had infiltrated the interior. However, a significant portion of the merchandise remained suspended on the walls, preserved remarkably well, untouched by moisture. Amidst the zombie outbreak, few would venture into such establishments. Most preferred shops that offered food and medicine. Qin Muyang and his two companions stepped into the store, indulging in the selection of suitable items. Only a handful of zombies, once the store's employees clad in uniforms adorned with name tags, roamed about. For them, these few zombies posed no real threat. Yet Qin Muyang made a concerted effort to avoid glancing at the names on the tags, as these were once living individuals, known and named. After dispatching the few zombies, the trio began to assess the shoes they had previously deemed too extravagant to purchase. In the end, each chose a pair of comfortable and lightweight sports shoes. One donned a quick-drying outfit, while Zhang Jin discovered a backpack to carry additional items. Qin Muyang contemplated his own backpack. Although it was waterproof and durable, its capacity was somewhat limited. Consequently, he located a larger, equally resilient backpack within the store, nearly doubling its capacity. He transferred his belongings into the new backpack, adding a set of clothing as well. Observing this, Li Mingchuan emulated Qin Muyang, exchanging his own bag for a professional-grade backpack. Zhang Jin, having selected a stylish backpack, hesitated briefly before following suit and opting for a similar one as her companions. Together, the three of them embodied the essence of a travel group embarking on an adventure. Clad in identical attire, shirts, trousers, and shoes of the same brand and style, each of them bore a matching backpack. The only thing missing was a person standing at the front, brandishing a small flag. After a brief respite in the store, they shared some food before continuing on their journey. Upon exiting the clothing shop, the trio felt as though they had been rejuvenated. Having shed their previously ill-fitting, damp garments and donned dry socks and shoes, they were indeed reveling in their newfound comfort. Even more exhilarating was the sight that greeted them just a few steps away, a quaint little supermarket. The myriad of goods within appeared plentiful, albeit accompanied by a fair number of lurking zombies. However, Qin Muyang, seasoned and astute, knew that a reckless charge into the fray would be unwise. The supermarket's aisles would obstruct their maneuverability, and it would be difficult to ascertain whether any zombies lay in concealment. Rushing in as a trio could lead to injuries, and both Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin would surely disapprove of such a reckless method of extermination. The optimal strategy remained as Qin Muyang had previously employed, luring the zombies out for elimination. The open space outside would facilitate their actions, allowing for a swift escape or evasion without hindrance, thereby ensuring their safety. Yet, considering the sheer number of zombies present, it would be impractical to draw them out one by one. Such a scenario would be akin to pulling a thread that unravels the entire fabric. Qin Muyang took a moment to survey the surroundings of the supermarket before positioning himself behind a toppled lamppost at the roadside, gesturing subtly. The lamppost, adorned with an array of debris, naturally formed a barrier, perfectly oriented towards the supermarket, serving as an effective shield. Standing behind the lamppost shield, with an emptiness looming behind him, Qin Muyang concentrated on the imminent dangers ahead. Yet, there lingered the risk of a surprise attack from wandering zombies lurking in the rear. He promptly assigned tasks to Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin. Li Mingchuan, position yourself at the midpoint of the lamppost. You will be responsible for dealing with the zombies emerging from the supermarket. Zhang Jin, turn your back to Li Mingchuan and keep a vigilant watch over the street. Should any zombies approach, it falls upon you to handle them. If the situation proves overwhelming, do not hesitate to call for assistance. Alert us immediately of any developments. Listening to Qin Muyang's directives, the two swiftly took their positions, gripping their respective weapons and remaining ever ready. By the way, old Qin, what are you doing? Li Mingchuan inquired, noticing that Qin Muyang had not taken cover behind the lamppost. He watched as Qin Muyang brandished an iron rod and boldly approached the entrance of the small supermarket, striking the metal doorknob with resounding clangs. Accompanying the sharp sounds were Qin Muyang's provocative taunts. Dinner is served. I brought you a feast. Today a special is Li Mingchuan. Hurry up, or you'll miss the warmth. Li Mingchuan's expression darkened, his face clouded with discontent. Humph, huff, roar. The chilling growls echoed ominously, prompting Qin Muyang to dash toward the lamppost. Li Mingchuan's frown deepened. Ignoring Li Mingchuan's dismay, Qin Muyang leaned against the lamppost and effortlessly vaulted over to join him. Let's get started. Qin Muyang uttered these two words with simplicity, as the iron rod in his hand lunged towards the lamppost. The first zombie to arrive was immediately struck in the eye socket by Qin Muyang's thrust. The familiar sound echoed, along with the well-known scene. The zombie collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. A horde of zombies was rapidly closing in, and Li Mingchuan, trembling with trepidation, aimed his weapon towards the lamppost. Although somewhat accustomed to battling zombies, the sight of such a multitude charging forth sent shivers down Li Mingchuan's spine. The two focused intently on the oncoming zombies, and nearly every strike resulted in a zombie falling to the ground. Occasionally, when Li Mingchuan's aim faltered, or when his badminton racket became lodged firmly in a zombie's skull, Qin Muyang would swiftly assist by dispatching that zombie, granting him a moment of respite. Under the relentless assault of the horde, the disparity in their physical stamina became glaringly apparent. Qin Muyang maintained a steady output, while Li Mingchuan frequently encountered various difficulties that required Qin Muyang's intervention. However, Qin Muyang had specifically instructed Zhang Jin to vigilantly guard their rear, allowing them to concentrate on the zombies ahead. The zombies approaching Zhang Jin were sparse. Over this duration, she had only managed to slay two. Fortunately, the lamppost served as a shield, obstructing the advance of the zombies. Otherwise, with Li Mingchuan's weapon repeatedly becoming ensnared without killing the zombies, he would surely have sustained injuries from their relentless bites. A lamppost obstructed their path, yet he managed to retreat a step, evading the zombies' assault. Chapter 37, Cooperation. The number of zombies was evidently greater than they had previously estimated. From the outside, one could hardly discern that such a multitude of zombies was crammed within a small supermarket. Over 20 corpses of the undead lay strewn across the ground, while numerous heads continued to stir in front of them, reminiscent of a bustling market crowd clamoring for discounted eggs, accompanied by various low, guttural growls emanating from their throats. Li Mingchuan gradually grew weary, nearly unable to lift the badminton racket in his hands. Zhang Jin, noticing his predicament, swiftly exchanged positions with him, allowing Li Mingchuan to defend from behind while observing the situation on the street, as she and Qin Muyang confronted the zombies near the lamppost. Qin Muyang couldn't help but smile broadly. The synergy between Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan caught him by surprise, though these two exhibited a hint of timidity. Their intellect was sharp, and their cooperation reflected a strong sense of camaraderie. Bringing them along had proven to be an astute decision. With such reliable teammates, gradually improving, they might one day form a commendable survival team. Of course, it would be even better if they could locate Jiang Yuanfan, with his high intelligence, and Gao Fei and Lin Yu, who possessed formidable combat prowess. Zhang Jin displayed remarkable accuracy, albeit with slightly less force than Li Mingchuan. However, this posed no significant issue, as Qin Muyang observed Zhang Jin skillfully maneuvering the clothes-drying pole to pierce through the eye socket of a zombie, ensuring the destruction of its brain without penetrating its skull. This implies that she need not exert excessive effort. Nor will she encounter the predicament of a clothesline getting ensnared within a zombie's cranium, thereby ensuring the prolonged durability of the clothesline. Upon close observation, Qin Muyang regarded Zhang Jin with newfound respect. With Zhang Jin's assistance, Qin Muyang swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies. As they surveyed the multitude of lifeless corpses before them, both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan were taken aback. When had they become capable of confronting such a grand scene? They had managed to aid Qin Muyang in eliminating an extensive horde of zombies without sustaining any injuries or encountering unforeseen circumstances. They recalled a previous discussion where they had concluded that should they face more than 2 zombies, their fate would surely be sealed. Yet, after only a brief time alongside Qin Muyang, it appeared that they had developed the ability to stand on their own. It remained uncertain whether this was a testament to their genuine growth or merely a manifestation of their latent potential, spurred by the allure of resources within the supermarket. Nonetheless, they arrived at a clear conclusion. Aligning themselves with Qin Muyang was undoubtedly a fortuitous choice. Initially, kindness had saved Qin Muyang. This must be fate. It was not merely that they had rescued him, but rather that the heavens had intentionally placed a savior in their midst, incurring a debt of gratitude towards them. The 3 of them briefly tidied their weapons, cleaning them meticulously with the relatively untainted parts of the zombies' bodies before stepping forth into the supermarket. Within the supermarket, the presence of zombies had vanished, allowing them to freely select the items they desired. Cookies, chocolate, candies, jerky, canned goods, water, milk. In any case, one should endeavor to pack as much food and water as one can bear. Zhang Jin also found a pack of wet wipes to cleanse her exposed skin. After the recent skirmish, the freshly donned clothes of the 3 were already sullied by the splattered bodily fluids of the zombies, rendering their skin and faces marred with grime. While Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan, being 2 robust men, were rather indifferent to their disheveled appearances, Zhang Jin, regardless of her fierce demeanor, harbored a feminine desire to maintain a clean and tidy visage in the face of adversity. Observing Zhang Jin tending to her skin, Li Mingchuan felt compelled to approach her, requesting assistance to wipe the dirt from his own face. Witnessing their camaraderie, tinged with affectionate undertones, Qin Muyang felt as though he had sustained 1,000 emotional blows. Perhaps you could help me with my face as well? He jestingly leaned in closer. I merely thought that these filthy substances, if inadvertently entering my eyes, could potentially expose me to the zombie virus. Since I cannot see where they are, it is only natural to seek assistance. Very well, allow me to assist you. Li Mingchuan took the wet wipe from Zhang Jin and began scrubbing Qin Muyang's face vigorously. Actually, I think I'll manage on my own. I just noticed a mirror over there, Qin Muyang replied, as he turned towards the mirror to cleanse the dirt from his face, pondering that these 2 would inevitably reconcile. As he beheld his own clean visage in the reflection, he turned to observe the duo once more. Li Mingchuan was so close to Zhang Jin that his face nearly brushed against hers, while Zhang Jin appeared utterly unconcerned, diligently helping him wipe his cheeks. Qin Muyang could not help but let out a silent sigh. Alas, if only Li Mingchuan could channel this audacity he displayed towards Zhang Jin into confronting the zombies. Their combat effectiveness would surely ascend to a whole new level. As Qin Muyang immersed himself in the search for useful items within the supermarket, he stumbled upon a pair of gloves on a shelf tucked away in a corner. This discovery prompted memories of the harrowing day he had to use a dagger to dispatch a zombie. The sensation of his bare skin coming into contact with the cold, repulsive flesh of the undead was an experience he would never forget. Had he possessed such gloves at that time, he might have been spared the psychological scars that lingered. While lost in thought, he sifted through the assortment of gloves, selecting a pair that suited the size of his hands. After unwrapping the packaging, he donned the gloves to test their fit. While they were comfortable, he soon realized that gripping the iron rod felt markedly different. His control over it was diminished, and it even slipped slightly in his grasp. This simply would not do. Wearing gloves not only undermined his combat prowess, but also introduced a perilous risk. In the midst of a struggle, if his grip on the iron rod were to falter, it would be akin to delivering himself to the zombies. After pondering this, he cast the gloves aside. Yet, upon further reflection, he picked them up once more and stuffed them into his backpack. Should a hand be injured while one is compelled to engage in battle, it would be prudent to don a glove on the afflicted hand, thereby safeguarding the wound from contamination by the zombie's bodily fluids, while simultaneously enabling the uninjured hand to continue fighting. It is far better to be prepared than to flounder in a moment of need. Qin Muyang had gathered the necessary supplies, and upon turning, he noticed Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan lingering by the food shelf. Their backpacks were bulging, with Li Mingchuan visibly straining to hold his, causing his palm to turn crimson. Recognizing the need for guidance, he spoke up. At this juncture, one must understand the importance of discernment. Not everything should be crammed into the backpack. Sometimes, what you perceive as life-saving sustenance during hunger may, in a moment of desperate escape, hinder your progress and ultimately cost you your life. Upon hearing Qin Muyang's words, the duo heeded his advice and promptly began to discard items from their backpacks. What they cast aside were heavy cans of food. After being confined upstairs for so long, how could they resist such temptations? Chapter 38. Primary School. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan reorganized their backpacks, adjusting the weight to a more reasonable level and ensuring the contents were appropriate. With their packs properly balanced, they were now prepared for a swift escape. Just as Qin Muyang was about to inquire whether they were ready to depart, he observed both of them simultaneously begin to indulge in snacks from the shelves. Their movements so synchronized that one might suspect they had undergone training. Zhang Jin was voraciously consuming chocolate, while Li Mingchuan was busy opening cans. Two individuals bore expressions of fierce determination, as if seeking retribution for some past grievance. Qin Muyang recalled how they had spent an extended period confined within the walls, consuming instant noodles, and how, during their journey over the past 2 days, they had similarly subsisted on these meager rations to ensure he was well fed. Thus, he refrained from urging them to hasten and instead observed their consumption with an air of concern. Occasionally, he would remind them to eat slowly, lest they choke, to choose nutritious and energy-rich foods, to avoid indulging in spicy snacks and canned soup, and to discard sugary beverages. Do not overeat, or you will find it difficult to move, he cautioned. Qin Muyang felt akin to a worry-laden mother, while the two appeared as though they had been starved for days. Earlier, while rummaging for attire in a clothing store, they had just dined. Yet now they resembled famished souls. Indeed, battling the horde of zombies had drained considerable energy, and both had exerted themselves significantly. Observing Li Mingchuan's trembling hands, it was evident that fatigue had set in. Upholding the principle of not letting food go to waste, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan continued to eat until they could consume no more. Upon glancing back, they noticed Qin Muyang, poised and composed, savoring chocolate while standing guard with an iron rod at the entrance, which elicited a pang of embarrassment within them. With that, Qin Muyang took the lead, shouldering his backpack and stepping outside, followed closely by the two. Today proved to be relatively smooth. Along the way, we managed to procure medicine, clothing, food, and water. If there were no specific objective in sight, and if a map were not required to locate Beishan University, we could easily find a place to establish a base and gradually explore the surroundings to survive in this apocalyptic world. However, establishing a base still necessitates a map, for it would enable us to swiftly comprehend the environment, discern the potential presence of numerous zombies, ascertain the availability of ample resources, and determine if others have set up camps nearby. Previously, Qin Muyang felt as though he was the sole survivor in this world. But since encountering Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, his perspective has shifted. If these two can endure, then undoubtedly many others have also survived. Individuals like Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei, who possess strong survival skills, are likely thriving as well. He must find a way to join them. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, camaraderie is paramount. The bond of brothers in arms. Being together with them brings a greater sense of security. Although he has not fainted recently, who can predict if that affliction might resurface? If it does, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan may struggle to manage the situation, unless they remain in an entirely safe environment. As Qin Muyang forged ahead, he envisioned a brighter future. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan whispered to each other behind him, perhaps indulging in their own daydreams. These two timid souls, who previously refused to leave the safety of the upper floors, were now relishing the delightful fare they had enjoyed at the supermarket. However, their subsequent fortune proved to be far less favorable than before. Throughout their journey, they encountered no bookstores. Rather, every shop they passed was either teeming with the undead or had been inundated with water, leaving behind a detritus of refuse and sludge, the interiors thoroughly soaked, devoid of any suitable place to rest. As evening approached, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, and the trio's earlier buoyancy evaporated. The streets became increasingly populated with wandering zombies, as if some unseen switch had been activated within them. As the sun dipped lower, they emerged to roam aimlessly. Initially hopeful of discovering a safe and comfortable refuge for the night, the three had now lowered their expectations to mere safety, scarcely daring to contemplate comfort. Just before nightfall fully descended, they finally stumbled upon a relatively promising location, a school, specifically an elementary school. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the school had already dismissed for summer vacation, thus it was devoid of any human presence. The school gates stood firmly shut, rendering it impossible for the zombies to enter, thereby significantly enhancing the safety within. Qin Muyang peered through the gaps in the iron gate, observing the tranquility inside, and promptly tossed his backpack over the barrier before swiftly scaling it and vaulting into the schoolyard. Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin clumsily followed suit. Yet they too successfully made their way into the school. Retrieving their respective backpacks, they commenced their search for a suitable spot to spend the night. It wasn't long before they decided upon the teacher's office. The classrooms were filled with desks and chairs, and the thought of moving them for rest was unappealing after a long day of walking outside. They were reluctant to engage in any unnecessary exertion. The offices nearby are spacious, bright, and impeccably tidy, adorned with high-quality velvet curtains that are both thick and sturdy. However, the offices on the ground floor are unfortunately prone to flooding, resulting in a certain dampness. They managed to find a suitable office on the second floor, prying open a window to gain entry. Qin Muyang gazed at the draping curtains and remarked, "The old method." Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan immediately understood, each proceeding to detach a curtain to lay on the floor. Qin Muyang also took down a curtain, meticulously folding it several times until it transformed into a thick, soft bedding. Bathed in the golden light of dusk streaming through the window, they settled into the office chairs, sipping water and sharing some food while assessing the spoils of the day. They had not anticipated finding such a comfortable place to spend the night. Surprisingly, aside from the absence of a bed, the space was rather pleasant. The school was devoid of any zombies, ensuring their safety for the night. In the pristine and orderly office, a robust curtain served as their makeshift bed, complemented by the comfort of the office chairs. All three were content. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, there was no longer any concern about zombie attacks, as the school's sturdy walls and securely locked gates provided an excellent barrier. They continued to engage in light conversation, with Li Mingchuan savoring beef jerky slowly, reminiscent of an infant teething. The sky after the typhoon was crystal clear, revealing a myriad of stars twinkling brightly in the night. The three even stood by the window for a moment, admiring the celestial display. The starry sky, free from light and atmospheric pollution, was breathtaking, with countless stars illuminating the night. In the past, under the comforts of electricity and the internet, they would have never lifted their gaze to behold such a breathtaking starry sky. Eventually, the three of them grew weary and each retreated to their own resting place, drifting into slumber. Chapter 39. The map. After a day filled with exertion, they slept soundly. However, outside the office, the corridor began to echo with faint, rustling footsteps, seemingly in search of something, gradually drawing closer to their office. A shadowy figure passed by outside the office, only to recede into the distance. Li Mingchuan rubbed his eyes and sat up, not stirred by external sounds, but rather awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself. Having consumed an ample bag of milk before slumber, he had spent what felt like an eternity in his dreams searching for a restroom. Just as he discovered a filthy and foul-smelling toilet, prepared to endure the unpleasantness, he abruptly awakened. How fortunate! Had he succumbed to the call of nature in that dream, he might now find himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. Drowsily, Li Mingchuan rose, contemplating where he might find a suitable place to relieve himself. Should he simply open the window and urinate outside? That seemed rather inappropriate, considering this was not the upper floor of his previous residence, and two others were sleeping nearby. Such an act would lack decorum. After some deliberation, he decided to venture out in search of a discreet spot, reassured by the safety of the school grounds, free from any lurking zombies. With the moon now risen, the surroundings were not shrouded in complete darkness. Rather, a soft luminescence allowed for vague outlines to be discerned. As Li Mingchuan made his way outside, he reflected on how often he had encountered such scenes in his childhood. Under the bright moonlight, everything around him had been illuminated with clarity. As Li Mingchuan opened the office door and ventured a few steps into the depths of the corridor, he unceremoniously unzipped his pants to relieve himself. After all, they would not be passing this way when they departed the next day, so there was no concern of offending Zhang Jin and Qin Muyang. Midway through his urination, Li Mingchuan lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. only to suddenly notice a dark figure lurking at the end of the corridor, subtly swaying. It appeared to be a living entity. A chill ran down his spine, and he involuntarily shuddered, nearly losing control of himself. An expletive escaped his lips. What in the world is that? He distinctly remembered checking the area when they arrived earlier in the evening. The corridor had been eerily empty, and all the doors to adjacent offices were securely locked. Where could this figure possibly have emerged from? As if in response to his words, the figure began to convulse violently, emitting a sound that sent shivers down his spine. It was a raspy, labored breathing, as if a powerful force was constricting its airways. That was the unmistakable sound of a zombie. In its frantic haste, the creature collided with the wall, and in that instant, Li Mingchuan noticed something glimmering. It was a flashlight dangling from the zombie's waist, accidentally activated upon impact with the wall. The beam of light burst forth, blinding Li Mingchuan, who instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, only to slip on his own urine and tumble to the ground. The zombie lunged forward, pinning him beneath its weight, its foul, gaping maw poised to take a bite. Having merely stepped out to relieve himself, he had brought nothing with him, and could only resort to pushing the creature away with all his might. Thoughts of despair flooded his mind. It's over, utterly over. Even if he escaped unscathed, he would surely be injured. Li Mingchuan immediately opened his mouth to cry for help. Save me, old. Before he could finish his plea, a gleaming iron rod pierced through the zombie's skull, halting mere inches from his face. Goodness! A cold sweat broke out on Li Mingchuan. That iron rod had come perilously close to embedding itself in his brain. Kicking aside the lifeless zombie, he gingerly rose from the ground, only to find Qin Muyang standing nearby, brandishing the iron rod. At that moment, Zhang Jin, with a disheveled hairstyle, stumbled over in a daze. Whoa, are you all right? Zhang Jin clung to Li Mingchuan like an octopus. Observing this familiar scene, Qin Muyang sighed. Let's discuss this inside. There may be further dangers lurking outside. The two embraced as they entered the office, while Qin Muyang crouched down to examine the corpse of the zombie. The creature was clad in a deep green security uniform, with a flashlight dangling from its waist, still emitting a blinding light. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan sat in chairs, visibly shaken. Zhang Jin turned to Li Mingchuan and said, Qin Muyang saved your life again. Li Mingchuan lowered his head, resembling a remorseful spouse, exclaiming, I am utterly useless. He chose not to speak further. Should he confess to the others that he had just slipped in urine? Qin Muyang refrained from pressing the matter, attributing the odor to something wafting in from outside. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan nodded in agreement. This world was no longer what it once was. Qin Muyang's voice carried a tinge of melancholy as he switched off the flashlight in his hand. Let us rest. It is unlikely anything more will occur. The zombie that had attacked was merely the school's security guard. Hearing Qin Muyang's words, the two others felt a wave of relief wash over them and settled back into slumber. Indeed, the night passed without incident, and they awoke to the break of dawn. The morning light streamed through the uncurtained window, rousing the trio from their sleep. Upon opening their eyes to another sunlit day, they recognized the long journey that lay ahead, prompting them to rise and gather their belongings. After a modest meal, they shouldered their packs and set forth once more. As they exited the office, Li Mingchuan's gaze fell upon the corpse of the zombie that had attacked him the previous night. He couldn't help but steal a few glances, lost in thought. Do you think this school might have a map? Zhang Jin suddenly inquired. Though they were nearing the school gate, the three of them halted at Zhang Jin's question, remaining motionless. Given the emptiness of the school, even if one or two zombies lingered, both Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan were confident they could handle it. The previous night's encounter had been purely accidental. Li Mingchuan had been unarmed and disoriented from sleep. Even in an emergency, the school was small and quiet enough that a simple shout would alert Qin Muyang. The trio split into two groups at the playground. Qin Muyang proceeded directly to the office building, prying open a window to begin his search. The desk was cluttered with what appeared to be students' notebooks, likely destined to be sold as scrap once school resumed. However, it seemed unlikely that classes would commence this year. The future was uncertain. Having failed to locate an office, Qin Muyang proceeded to search the second and third. However, after thoroughly scouring all the offices, he found not a single map, let alone the detailed traffic map of Beishan City he sought. Finally, gazing at a large globe on the principal's desk, he muttered to himself, this must be the closest thing to a map in this school. With a sigh, Qin Muyang departed from the administrative building. Upon reaching the ground floor, He spotted Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan returning from the direction of the teaching building, holding a large rolled-up piece of paper. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Could this be promising? However, when Zhang Jin unfurled the paper, Qin Muyang was left utterly dumbfounded. It was a map of the world. Zhang Jin remarked, "We searched every classroom and found this map stuck to the back of one. It took me ages to peel it off." Qin Muyang retorted, "Is there a possibility that I asked you to find the map of Beishan City?" He began to doubt whether he had even communicated the need for the Beishan City map, rather than any map at random. Chapter 40. The bookstore. The reason he did not mention other schools, but rather elementary schools, was that during the zombie outbreak, elementary schools were unequivocally closed. With no large number of students present, only a handful of staff remained, making them relatively easy to handle even if they turned into zombies. The situation was less certain for middle and high schools, as students in their final years tended to have later holidays. Universities, with students often remaining on campus during the summer break, were another matter entirely. During the day, the number of zombies on the streets had noticeably diminished. Qin Muyang speculated that they had retreated to dark and shady places to slumber, much like humans do at night. Their circadian rhythms seemed to be the antithesis of humanity's. The zombies wandering during daylight were akin to insomniacs among people, for reasons unknown. Following the events of the previous night, Qin Muyang sensed that Li Mingchuan had become somewhat withdrawn, casting a pall over the team's atmosphere. Even the recent mishap while searching for a map failed to lift Li Mingchuan's gloom. "Old Li, you haven't smiled in an hour. You're the jester of our group," Qin Muyang remarked. Li Mingchuan managed a grimace that resembled a smile more than anything else. It seemed that the events of last night had wounded his pride. As they continued to clear the path of obstructing zombies, navigating around various obstacles, and avoiding flooded streets, the trio traversed considerable distance. Yet, their journey felt aimless. Without a map, they could not ascertain whether they were genuinely moving towards Beishan University. Qin Muyang only knew that Beishan University lay in the northeast direction of Beishan City, and they were merely relying on their instincts to head northeast. One could only hope that this would indeed draw them closer to their destination. The day passed swiftly, perhaps due to having spent nearly the entire morning in search of that elementary school's map. As the sun tilted slightly westward, they settled by the roadside on the trunk of a fallen tree to replenish their energy with water and biscuits. Li Mingchuan remained sullen, and an air of silence enveloped them as each person quietly consumed their provisions. As Qin Muyang partook of his meal, he cast vigilant glances around, wary of any impending zombie attacks while also surveying the vicinity for the supplies they desperately needed. However, instead of discovering the requisite items, they were instead greeted by a few zombies. After resting for approximately 20 minutes, he urged his companions to set forth once more. As the afternoon descended, the trio could not help but ponder the impending search for a place to spend the night, uncertain of where they would find refuge that evening. With no map in hand, it seemed their days would continue in this manner. Qin Muyang contemplated whether to seek a temporary refuge to establish a camp, where they could operate within a designated area while scavenging for supplies until they procured a city map. Yet, establishing a camp would entail a prolonged stay in a singular location, significantly constraining their operational range. The advantage lay in the fact that they would no longer need to search daily for a place to rest, and their safety would be comparatively enhanced. He found himself torn between persisting in their current trajectory or temporarily founding a campsite. If he were to discuss this matter with Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, they would undoubtedly opt for the establishment of a camp without hesitation. Perhaps, if they lingered too long in one place, they would become as reluctant to depart as they had been previously on the upper floors, ultimately awaiting their demise in situ. Perhaps he should grant himself 2 more days. If they failed to locate a map or a sense of direction by then, he would find a suitable spot to set up camp and gradually devise a plan for their future endeavors. Just as Qin Muyang solidified this resolution in his mind, preparing to broach the subject with Li Mingchuan and the others, he heard Li Mingchuan exclaim with great excitement, "A bookstore! There's a bookstore ahead." At this, Qin Muyang immediately lifted his gaze. Approximately 30 to 40 meters away on the street, there lies a bookstore adorned with a striking red exterior. The establishment appears quite spacious, suggesting that its collection of books is substantial. Furthermore, one can surmise that a bookstore of this magnitude would possess a considerable selection of atlases. The 3 individuals simultaneously experienced a moment of enlightenment, a sensation akin to being rescued at long last. Li Mingchuan, who had been feeling stifled throughout the day, suddenly appeared invigorated. However, even upon discovering an appropriate map, The prospect of salvation remained a distant dream. Yet, the troubles that had plagued them seemed on the verge of resolution, and they could hardly contain their joy. Qin Muyang, who had maintained a relatively calm demeanor throughout their journey, now sprinted toward the bookstore. As he approached the entrance, his pace gradually slowed and ultimately came to a halt. He even ceased to gaze inside the bookstore. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, catching up and casting a glance into the store, quickly grasped the reason behind Qin Muyang's sudden change of behavior. The interior of the bookstore was teeming with zombies. During their journey, they had encountered other establishments similarly filled with the undead, yet in those instances, they had no need to venture inside, choosing instead to ignore the sights and proceed hastily. Zombies could be found anywhere, but it was particularly disheartening to find them in this hard-to-come-by bookstore. Moreover, the sheer number of zombies was beyond their imagination, nearly rivaling the scene they had witnessed 2 days prior on the second floor of the library. Qin Muyang's acute ability to reconstruct scenes suddenly overtook his mind, as he vividly envisioned the bookstore's layout in his imagination. A person, breathless and frantic, sought refuge from the relentless pursuit of zombies within a bookstore, only to be discovered and attacked. In a moment of despair, this individual let out a piercing scream, inadvertently attracting more zombies to the scene. Zhang Ji nodded, keeping pace with Qin Muyang, while Li Mingchuan's gaze remained fixated on the bookstore's display window, his eyes reflecting disappointment and frustration. Qin Muyang remarked, "Perhaps these zombies will disperse by nightfall. We can return tomorrow to assess the situation." Li Mingchuan nodded slowly, trailing behind the duo. Yet his lingering discontent was far from quelled, as his eyes frequently darted back to the display window. To his surprise, several maps were visible inside the glass, inscribed with the words, "Beishan City Tourist Transportation Map." Li Mingchuan's spirits lifted at the sight. "Maps!" he exclaimed, and without hesitation, he raised his badminton racket and struck the roadside glass window with force. Bang! A mere white mark appeared on the surface, leaving the glass unscathed. "Damn it," muttered Qin Muyang, who seldom resorted to profanity. In Chapter 41, Self-Destruction, Li Mingchuan, confronting the multitude of zombie faces, suppressed his trepidation and bent down to retrieve a brick from the street, launching it once more at the glass window. Bang! The sound resonated loudly. This time, the zombies within the display pressed against the glass, lunging toward Li Mingchuan. Moreover, zombies began to pour out from the shops flanking the street, converging upon the bookstore. With red-rimmed eyes, Li Mingchuan raised the brick again and hurled it at the glass. Bang! Yet the glass remained impervious to his efforts. The faces of the undead pressed against the glass in the bookstore, crowding together like fish gasping for air just above the surface of a pool before a torrential downpour. "You are throwing your life away." Qin Muyang bellowed, "Run." Li Mingchuan's reckless behavior infuriated Qin Muyang. Turning to face the frantic approach of Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin, Li Mingchuan flashed an innocent, childlike smile. "There's a map here," he exclaimed. Suddenly, a large section of the glass behind him shattered, raining down upon him. The zombies surged forth, lunging at him. Qin Muyang halted, ceasing his advance, while Zhang Jin, in a frenzied state, called out Li Mingchuan's name, continuing her rush toward him. Qin Muyang grasped Zhang Jin firmly, restraining her from proceeding further. She struggled desperately, yet could not break free from his grip, which was far stronger than hers. With relentless determination, he pulled her back. They both stood witness as Li Mingchuan was engulfed by the horde of zombies. The undead, having also noticed Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin, turned their attention toward them. Reluctantly, Qin Muyang released Zhang Jin, raising the iron rod in his hand to confront the oncoming zombies. Zhang Jin seemed to regain some composure, silently wielding a clothesline pole, targeting the eyes of the approaching zombies. However, as she fought off the undead, she also endeavored to inch closer to the bookstore. Regardless of how loudly Qin Muyang called out to her, she appeared deaf to his pleas, silently swinging her weapon and pressing forward. Qin Muyang was acutely aware that if this continued, Zhang Jin would surely meet her demise. Yet he did not move to save her. He believed he had fulfilled his obligations, and Zhang Jin's desire for self-destruction was beyond reproach. However, he suddenly realized that zombies were surging from behind, ready to merge with the horde from the bookstore. It was impossible for him to escape alone amidst such overwhelming foes. Gritting his teeth, he fought through the zombies while edging closer to Zhang Jin. Although she lacked stamina, she adeptly controlled her strength, knowing how to leverage her advantages. If they could stand back to back, confronting the undead together, their chances of survival would significantly improve. After all, she was a teammate, a living teammate. Qin Muyang swiftly approached Zhang Jin, dispatching one zombie after another that lunged at her back. It seemed Zhang Jin was unaware of his arrival, pressing forward with fervor. Soon, her figure appeared to be engulfed by the horde. As Qin Muyang lamented his impending doom, he suddenly heard Zhang Jin's voice shout, "Still alive. Li Mingchuan is still alive. He hasn't been bitten." Energized by her proclamation, Qin Muyang swiftly defeated the zombies in front of him, kicking down two more as he sprinted forward. He spotted an overturned wooden bookshelf without a door, under which Li Mingchuan was fortuitously sheltered. Zhang Jin crouched beside him, one hand struggling to lift the bookshelf while the other fended off the approaching zombies. No wonder he thought she had fallen. She was merely crouching down. Filled with joy, Qin Muyang rushed to her side, lifting the bookshelf to help Li Mingchuan to his feet. "Brother, I have lent you a hand once more," Qin Muyang exclaimed with a smile. Li Mingchuan was covered in wounds, each inflicted by shards of glass. As he emerged from the bookshelf, nearly all the zombies were fixated on him, drawn by the intoxicating scent of his blood. No, it was far too enticing for the undead. Realizing he had inadvertently stirred up trouble, Li Mingchuan dared not speak further. He limped forward, clutching a badminton racket, and joined the fray against the zombies. The three of them formed a sturdy circle, backs pressed together, continuously wielding their respective weapons. Due to his injuries, Li Mingchuan struggled to maintain his balance, relying entirely on Zhang Jin and Qin Muyang for support. The overwhelming horde of zombies threatened to overwhelm them, but suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Muyang's mind. "Let us use this bookshelf as a shield." With that, he hooked one foot around the edge of the bookshelf and gradually maneuvered it beside them. He and Li Mingchuan each freed a hand to prop the bookshelf upright. The pressure was instantly alleviated as the bookshelf provided a barrier against the oncoming zombies. Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin switched positions, with him tackling the zombies while Zhang Jin steadied the bookshelf. "I will handle the zombies. Let Li Mingchuan support," Zhang Jin declared. Qin Muyang understood Zhang Jin's intent. Li Mingchuan's proficiency in dealing with zombies was not on par with Zhang Jin's. In an instant, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan grasped Qin Muyang's meaning. As the bookshelf was shifted to the street side, complemented by the wall along the road, they effectively secured two sides from zombie attacks, enhancing their safety and increasing their chances of escape. Thus, Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin fought valiantly against the advancing zombies, while Li Mingchuan concealed himself behind them, gradually nudging the bookshelf towards the street. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Mingchuan felt the bookshelf collide with a sturdy wall, prompting him to exclaim, "We've arrived." Qin Muyang swiftly shifted positions, allowing Li Mingchuan to rotate the bookshelf, aligning it perpendicularly against the street side wall, thus forming a right angle. Li Mingchuan sheltered within this angle, while Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin positioned themselves on either side, creating a quadrilateral formation. "Boldly, push forward," Qin Muyang urged. As they advanced, it was certain they would encounter an intersection, which would present their opportunity for escape. At that moment, Li Mingchuan faced the bookshelf, with a wall to his right, Qin Muyang to his left, and Zhang Jin behind him. He felt an overwhelming sense of security. Li Mingchuan propelled the bookshelf ahead like a shield, with Zhang Jin and Qin Muyang closely following, ensuring his protection. The scent of blood emanating from him attracted the zombies, who relentlessly charged forth, only to be thwarted by Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin. After an indeterminate distance, as Qin Muyang concentrated on dispatching the undead, he heard Li Mingchuan call out, "There's a narrow alley here." Qin Muyang quickly tilted his head to glance. And indeed, a slender alleyway appeared to Li Mingchuan's right, revealing an empty expanse within. The far end of the alley was unknown, yet it presently seemed considerably safer than the street they occupied. "Old Li, Zhang Jin, into the alley," Qin Muyang commanded. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin eliminated a zombie before swiftly darting into the alley. Li Mingchuan pushed the bookshelf toward Qin Muyang and, limping, entered the alley as well. As Qin Muyang took hold of the bookshelf pushed over by Li Mingchuan, he swiftly laid it down across the alley entrance, promptly joining Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin. The alley was temporarily obstructed, with zombies crowding and emitting low growls, causing the bookshelf to creak ominously. Chapter 42, The Black Dog. This bookshelf would not withstand the pressure for long. Qin Muyang observed the zombies at the alley's mouth, then turned to assess Li Mingchuan. In the chaos, Li Mingchuan had lost his backpack. He was covered in wounds. with a portion of skin scraped off his face. Had it not been for the bookshelf that had toppled and pinned him down, he would likely have already become one of the undead. No, given the number of zombies, he wouldn't even last long enough to transform. He would be devoured entirely. At this moment, Qin Muyang felt a pang of guilt, for he had momentarily contemplated abandoning his two companions. In this apocalyptic struggle for survival, should one prioritize oneself or one's comrades? Can humanity still be called such if it only seeks self-preservation? Qin Muyang found himself in a state of confusion. Selfishness seemed to be an intrinsic trait of mankind. Yet he often recalled the news stories of those who had sacrificed their lives to save others, those noble souls who overcame their innate instincts. He had once aspired to be among them, a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. Surely, in this dire world, such individuals would still uphold this ideal, sacrificing themselves to rescue others. Could he ever embody such courage? Shaking his head, Qin Muyang was uncertain. The bookshelf at the alley's entrance groaned under the strain, and he asked Li Mingchuan, "Can you walk?" But before he could receive an answer, he witnessed Li Mingchuan collapse to the ground. Having pushed the bookshelf for an extended duration, he had reached his limits. Qin Muyang discarded his backpack, crouched down, and hoisted Li Mingchuan onto his back. At that moment, the bookshelf at the alley's entrance could no longer withstand the pressure from the zombies and snapped with a resounding crack. The zombies surged into the alley. "Let's go?" Qin Muyang decisively maneuvered towards the end of the alley, with Zhang Jin trailing closely behind. One hand gripping a clothes pole ready to fell any zombies that might spring forth, and the other clutching Qin Muyang's backpack. Li Mingchuan had already lost his backpack. If they were to lose Qin Muyang's as well, their supplies would dwindle significantly. As they fled for their lives, Qin Muyang couldn't help but exclaim, "These past few days, I haven't done much aside from carrying you two. Is having good stamina a curse?" Zhang Jin, blushing, expressed her gratitude while feeling a pang of guilt. Li Mingchuan also repeatedly apologized, claiming he was a burden to everyone. Initially, Qin Muyang had intended to jest, but upon seeing their reactions, he quickly clarified, "I was merely trying to lighten the mood, to help you avoid excessive tension." Life in the apocalypse was inherently fraught with anxiety, and if one did not allow their nerves to relax, they would soon find it unbearable. As twilight deepened, they not only needed to evade the pursuing zombies but also find a safe haven before darkness enveloped the land, for traversing in the dark would prove even more perilous. A weighty concern settled in Qin Muyang's heart. At that moment, the two suddenly spotted a black dog appearing on the street ahead. It was a Labrador, its coat glossy and well-groomed, with a round belly. Qin Muyang's heavy mood lifted in an instant. "There's hope," he exclaimed. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan were still perplexed as to why the sight of a black dog elicited a sense of hope. Could it be that the dog would assist them in dispatching the zombies? Or was Qin Muyang contemplating using the dog as a source of sustenance? Perhaps he intended to send the creature to distract the zombies? Yet, with so many zombies roaming the streets, how could a solitary dog possibly divert their attention? Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the dog would heed their commands. Previously, Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin had listened to Qin Muyang recount encounters with stray dogs that had shown aggression towards him, and now, the mere sight of a dog filled them with trepidation, fearing that other strays might be lurking in the nearby greenery. Qin Muyang quickly clarified, "This dog appears clean and does not resemble a stray at all. Moreover, it is not emaciated. It seems to be better nourished than we are. This is a well-cared-for dog. But how could a well-cared-for dog be out here? What if its owner has encountered danger?" Zhang Jin inquired. "The likelihood is minimal," Qin Muyang replied. "Labradors typically have a strong bond with their owners. If its owner were in peril, it would not be wandering about so casually. It would undoubtedly exhibit signs of distress." Qin Muyang surmised that the dog's owner likely resided nearby, in a relatively secure environment, with access to food and water. After all, it was inconceivable that someone could maintain a dog in such pristine condition amidst the current chaos. If resources were truly scarce, the dog food would have been devoured long ago. Who would take the time to nourish a dog under such circumstances? This breed is generally gentle and amiable. Perhaps it could guide us to safety, Qin Muyang exclaimed, and with that, he began to call out to the black Labrador with a series of enticing sounds. The Labrador cast a sidelong glance at Qin Muyang, almost exhibiting a sense of disdain. Was it not said that all dogs made a sound akin to? Did it truly find my attempt to name it objectionable? How was I to know what it was called? Qin Muyang observed the Labrador's sleek black coat and tentatively called out Little Black. In an instant, The dog began to wag its tail exuberantly and bounded towards him, seemingly eager to lead them forward. Could it really respond to Little Black? That name felt rather casual, Zhang Jin remarked. Immediately, the Labrador rolled its eyes at Zhang Jin, as if it were imbued with a touch of intelligence. Recognizing the dog's slight temperament, Qin Muyang quickly appeased it, inquiring if it intended to guide them to safety. The dog, unable to speak, merely frolicked ahead, prompting a glance exchange between Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin before they hastily followed. The zombies trailing behind them were closing in, and as dusk approached, the trio could only place their hopes on this canine, hoping for a miracle. The dog seemed well acquainted with the area, clearly aware of where the zombies lurked and where they did not, leading Qin Muyang and his companions through winding streets, swiftly leaving the pursuing zombies behind and encountering no danger along the way. It appeared that there was indeed hope. This dog truly knew of a secure refuge. Qin Muyang could scarcely have imagined that one day he would rely on a dog for salvation. The notion of a story commencing with a dog was evidently not mere fiction. Such a clever and amiable creature truly existed. Even when passing by a shop infested with zombies, it would lift its nose slightly, indicating that danger lurked within, urging caution in their advance. Truly remarkable. Zhang Jin couldn't help but remark that this dog seemed to exude more security than even you do. As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Muyang, who was carrying Li Mingchuan on his back, but Li Mingchuan turned his head away. Qin Muyang chose not to interject. After all, the matters between couples were best left untouched. They closely followed the little black dog, soon arriving at a dilapidated urban area. Chapter 43. Director. The sun had dwindled to a mere afterglow, marking the final moments of light before twilight descended. In the midst of a once bustling world, a decaying village stood encircled by walls. At the entrance loomed a tall, rust-covered metal gate. Beside it, a makeshift watchtower had been constructed from timber, where a man in his 40s sat languidly in contemplation. Suddenly, he swiftly picked up a monocular telescope that lay at his feet. The telescope had been salvaged from a toy gun, and he recalled the discontented protests of a young boy from the Yu family, lamenting, "My eightfold lens, my eightfold lens," as it was dismantled. Regardless of the child's complaints, the eightfold lens had been removed and repurposed on the watchtower for the surveillance of the surroundings. Through the somewhat unclear view provided by the lens, a black dog was seen sprinting towards the village, followed closely by several humans. The uncle was evidently taken aback. He dropped the telescope and nimbly leaped down from the watchtower. Along the worn cement path leading into the village, there stood a modest pavilion, beneath which several middle-aged men were leisurely engaged in a game of cards, basking in the waning sunlight. Surrounding them were a handful of spectators, exuding an air of tranquility, as if oblivious to the apocalypse and the lurking threat of zombies. 10. Hey, I've got a queen. What's your move? I don't have a king. Suddenly, a breathless uncle who had been on lookout duty at the entrance rushed toward the card table, exclaiming, "Director, director." The man named Lu Jun pressed his hand firmly on the table, declaring, "There's something happening outside." With a clatter, everyone at the table sprang to their feet, each turning to retrieve their respective weapons. In less than 10 seconds, they wielded an assortment of implements, including but not limited to hoes, shovels, steel rods, crowbars, and kitchen knives. With fists clenched and weapons in hand, they presented a resolute front, as if they were well versed in this grim routine, perhaps even having undergone specialized training. "How many? From which direction?" inquired the village director, Wang Aigua, in a hushed tone. "Go summon the cleanup squad." At this, the tension in their grips eased, and expressions softened considerably. Wang Aigua surveyed those around him, motioning to 2 individuals to follow closely, then added, "The sun is setting. Let us pack up the card table and commence patrol. As per our usual protocol, we'll proceed according to the duty roster. Lu Jun, accompany me. We need to ascertain whether those 3 are merely students or a more significant threat." Upon Wang Aigua's utterance, the crowd swiftly dispersed, each individual gravitating towards their respective tasks. Some tidied up the card tables, others patrolled, while a few organized their weapons. The earlier lethargy had vanished, replaced by a flurry of activity. At the village entrance, Qin Muyang observed Xiao He deftly slip through the crevice of a large iron gate. Though he could not discern the circumstances within, Zhang Jin murmured, "This is the most challenging urban village to redevelop in Beishir City. It is said that those who reside here are either the city's most impoverished or migrant workers renting accommodations." Qin Muyang nodded in understanding, adding, The affluent would certainly not dwell here. As for the migrant workers, their economic situation likely leaves much to be desired. Indeed, this urban village scarcely retained any original inhabitants. Those with wealth had long since departed, leaving behind dilapidated houses rented to rural laborers. Rumor had it that this urban village was characterized by squalor and poor living conditions, with residents engaged in petty criminality. The dog that ventured inside was evidently kept by someone living in the village. For a moment, the trio hesitated, uncertain whether they should approach the imposing iron gate to inquire if anyone was inside. After all, if there were indeed people within, they could not ascertain whether they were benevolent or malevolent, nor could they predict any adverse actions that might ensue. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that the inhabitants might also be unaware of their intentions. Given Qin Mu Yang's stature, should they choose to act, it would be unlikely without incurring some consequence. As twilight descended, a few scattered zombies began to converge around them. For now, they could only seek refuge in this urban village for the night. And should the inhabitants prove unwelcoming, they would depart at dawn. Resolute in this decision, Qin Mu Yang instructed Zhang Jin to approach and knock on the door. As Zhang Jin stepped forward, hand raised, the iron gate unexpectedly creaked open. Behind it emerged 4 earnest faces belonging to 4 uncles. At the forefront stood the village head, Wang Ai Gua, alongside Lu Jun, who had been keeping watch at the entrance, followed by 2 men armed with shovels, tasked with protecting Wang Ai Gua from any ill-intentioned visitors. Upon seeing the trio, particularly the visibly disheveled Zhang Jin, Wang Ai Gua immediately relaxed his guard, yet inquired, "Students, are you?" Zhang Jin, with her innocent and unguarded demeanor, spoke candidly, prompting Wang Ai Gua and the others to swiftly part ways, urging, "Come in. It's dangerous out here at night." Gratefully, Zhang Jin, Qin Mu Yang, and the frail Li Mingchuan, who was slung over Qin Mu Yang's back, expressed their thanks and stepped through the iron gate. With a creak, the gate closed behind them. In the dim light, they were led deeper into the village, where Wang Ai Gua began to explain the circumstances of this urban enclave. From his account, they learned that the majority of the residents were migrant workers, predominantly men employed at construction sites. During the days of the zombie outbreak, work had ceased, leaving many to remain indoors. Surprisingly, the village, encircled by walls, had afforded them a semblance of safety amidst the chaos of the zombie invasion. The walls surrounding this urban village do not actually belong to it. Rather, they were constructed by the adjacent residential complexes to deter the inhabitants of the urban village. Several communities have erected such barriers, effectively encircling the entire urban village, which led the villagers to install an iron gate at the exit. At that time, there were indeed infected individuals wandering within the urban village. But one must not forget that the residents here are robust and courageous workers. With swift action, they dispatched those zombies and cleared the area. Although they were unfamiliar with the nature of the undead, they understood that these creatures could inflict harm and must not be allowed to bite. As the narrative unfolds, they soon arrived before a modest dwelling. "The owner of this house is no longer present. You may stay here for the night," Wang Ai Gua announced, lighting a candle to illuminate the room's interior. "It would be best for you not to venture outside within the next 24 hours. You need, isolation." "Yes, isolation. This is the only way we can ascertain whether you have contracted that virus. After all, I must be accountable to my fellow villagers. Rest assured, we are not malevolent individuals. The door will not be locked. You simply need to close it. If you remain in your right mind, you can open the door after 24 hours. However, if you are infected, those creatures will not be able to open the door and will remain confined within the room. Someone will come to clear the situation. Of course, if you wish to leave tomorrow, no one will prevent you." Chapter 44. A surprised Wang Ai Gua exhibited sufficient goodwill, and Qin Mu Yang and the others were cooperative and understanding. Suddenly, 3 individuals arrived from outside, one of whom was drenched in blood. Who could ascertain whether he had been bitten by a zombie? They were not forcibly confined within the room. Rather, they were merely requested to keep the door closed and refrain from venturing outside. "Rest well. We shall address matters tomorrow," they were told. After Wang Ai Gua departed, an elderly woman brought them 3 warm buns along with a kettle of hot water and some alcohol. "Director Wang sent me. You mustn't have had dinner yet," she said, her voice imbued with kindness. "And for that young man with wounds all over, let us disinfect them with this alcohol." As she spoke, her gaze was filled with maternal concern. "I have a son, about your age. Alas, he fell ill and cannot get out of bed. That man of mine is worthless. He abandoned us and left our home. I came to this city to work and earn money for my son's treatment, hoping everything would improve, but her words trailed off as she abruptly stood and left. Qin Muyang and the others heard her stifled sobs echoing in the air. Later, they learned from Wang Igua that the elderly woman's son resided in the urban village. Yet during the outbreak of the zombies, he was unable to move due to his paralysis and was bitten, ultimately transforming into a zombie and being disposed of. After the woman departed, Qin Muyang and his companions refrained from consuming the 3 buns. Their apprehension stemmed from the myriad tales they had heard about the urban village and its many perils, leading them to doubt the sincerity of the assistance they had received. The plain white buns were rather tasteless, and none of the 3 enjoyed them. The provisions acquired from the supermarket were far more delectable. After all, they were products of both technology and hard work, more suited to the palate of the modern youth. Following their dinner, Qin Muyang, wielding a flashlight salvaged from a zombie security guard, meticulously surveyed the modest dwelling. It comprised 4 rooms, 2 small bedrooms, a modest living room where Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan resided, and a cramped kitchen of merely 3 or 4 square meters. Within the kitchen, a small door led to a pitch-black restroom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jin promptly declared her desire to share a bedroom with Li Mingchuan, expressing her intent to care for him due to his injuries. Qin Muyang readily consented and willingly carried Li Mingchuan to the bedroom Zhang Jin had chosen. It was likely that once Li Mingchuan recovered, their romantic relationship would resume, if not before his recovery. They truly were an unusual couple. In the bedroom, there was a traditional earthen Kong, which seemed quite fascinating to the 3 Southerners. The Kong was adorned with clean yet worn bedding. It was evident that, despite the modest living conditions, the owner of the house made considerable efforts to maintain its cleanliness, indicative of a person with particular standards. This revelation shifted their perceptions of the urban village. It was not the disordered and filthy place they had imagined. After placing Li Mingchuan on the Kong, Zhang Jin began to disinfect his wounds with the iodine tincture they had scavenged and proceeded to assess his injuries. She dared not use the alcohol sent by the elderly woman to disinfect Li Mingchuan, for that substance would provoke excessive irritation to his wounds. With so many injuries on his body, it could very well induce excruciating pain. Fortunately, the wounds were mostly minor, albeit numerous. The most severe injury was to his ankle, which was swollen to a size surpassing the steamed bun delivered by the elderly woman, dark and ominous in hue. This was the result of a sprain sustained when a bookshelf fell on him, exacerbated by the forced movement of the heavy furniture after his rescue. It was no wonder he stumbled upon entering the alley, collapsing immediately. Given the severity of his injuries, it would undoubtedly take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for proper recovery. A frown adorned the faces of Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin as they assessed the situation. Lacking the means for ice treatment or any remedies for contusions and bruising, they could only administer a painkiller to Li Mingchuan. Though he presented a delicate demeanor, deep within, he embodied the spirit of a warrior. Despite the multitude of injuries and the grave sprain to his ankle, he had not uttered a single complaint throughout their arduous journey. After cleansing his wounds and properly bandaging the necessary areas, Qin Muyang left a flashlight for them and prepared to retire to another room with a candle. At that moment, Li Mingchuan suddenly called out to him. A flirtatious smile graced his face as he rummaged in his chest pocket, producing a small booklet which he handed to Qin Muyang. "Here is a surprise for you." Qin Muyang, slightly bewildered, received the booklet and noticed the bold characters printed on its cover, Beishan City Tourist Map. He felt a tremor in his hand as he quickly began to flip through the pages. The atlas contains not only bus and subway routes, but also detailed city roads, introductions to famous landmarks, and the precise addresses of various large shopping centers, amusement parks, and enterprises. It even provides extensive descriptions of areas surrounding the city, including elevation, terrain, and rivers. The only drawback is that this atlas has been hidden away by Li Mingchuan, who fears losing it. It is stained with blood, rendering some parts somewhat illegible. Nevertheless, locating Beishan University was a breeze for Qin Muyang, who felt a profound sense of satisfaction, even surprise. He nodded, momentarily at a loss for words to express to Li Mingchuan. Although Li Mingchuan had risked his life to procure this map, it had also nearly led them into dire straits. Expressing gratitude or encouragement could pose future risks to their collective survival, while criticizing him could adversely affect the dynamics of their small group. This explains why Qin Muyang had refrained from uttering a single word to Li Mingchuan throughout their journey, even neglecting to mention the events that transpired at the bookstore. Zhang Jin seemed to discern the meaning behind Qin Mu Yang's expression, directly addressing Li Mingchuan. We all recognize your good intentions, but you should never have retrieved the map under such circumstances. You nearly lost your life. It was clear to her that at that moment, Zhang Jin had rushed in recklessly to save him, oblivious to the multitude of zombies surrounding them. Had it not been for Qin Mu Yang, neither of us would have survived, Zhang Jin asserted. Internally, Qin Mu Yang thought, I did not. Please do not speak inaccurately. At that moment, I had been prepared to flee. It was only due to my inability to escape that I proceeded to rendezvous with Zhang Jin. Yet he refrained from expressing his innermost thoughts, merely acknowledging with a subtle nod. Li Mingchuan spoke with utmost sincerity. In that fleeting instant, Qin Mu Yang felt a twinge of ignobility. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan bore an uncanny resemblance. When faced with adversity, one sought to avoid burdening others, enduring his fall in silence, while the other, having previously caused inconvenience, endeavored to prove his worth to the team. Though their actions were certainly flawed, their devotion to the group was genuine. Only I, in such circumstances, instinctively prioritized my own survival, ultimately only stepping forward to assist them when absolutely compelled. Chapter 45. The villagers. He knew that each time he beheld that map in the future, he would inevitably question the essence of the team. The following morning, the kind elderly woman who delivered steamed buns returned with breakfast. Qin Mu Yang politely informed her that they had sufficient provisions and did not require any offerings at the moment. In the apocalypse, such plain steamed buns represented a valuable resource. Consequently, throughout the day, no one sought them out again. After nightfall, Wang Aiguo arrived, cautiously rapping at the door. When Qin Mu Yang opened it, Wang stood at the threshold, peering inside, and inquired, Is everything all right? Yes, Qin Mu Yang replied, stepping aside to allow Wang Aiguo entry. Wang Aiguo, hands clasped behind his back, took a few steps inside and remarked, It's good to hear that. Yesterday, when I witnessed your classmate's blood-soaked appearance, I feared he had been bitten. Observing Wang Aiguo's demeanor, Qin Mu Yang immediately comprehended that if one were to be bitten or scratched by a zombie, the time for infection and mutation would likely not exceed 24 hours. Otherwise, Wang Aiguo and his companions would not have insisted on remaining in this room for that duration. Indeed, Wang Aiguo continued, stating that since they had endured 24 hours without incident, they were free to roam within the village. He invited them to seek him out should they require anything, as he resided in the activity room at the village entrance. Wang Aiguo proceeded to provide a brief overview of the circumstances surrounding this urban village. The inhabitants primarily comprised middle-aged men in their 40s, either living alone or as couples, both engaged in labor within the city. The children of these individuals were roughly the same age as Qin Mu Yang and his companions, which contributed to their swift acceptance by the locals yesterday. The sight of Qin Mu Yang and his companions evoked memories of their own children, leaving them with a profound sense of unease regarding their well-being. Wang Aiguo mentioned that, despite their sorrow, there lingered a flicker of hope that their children remained alive, particularly after witnessing Qin Mu Yang and his friends, who allowed them to imagine their children's current state. They earnestly hoped that if their own children were to encounter a situation akin to what transpired last night, someone would come forth to rescue them. Wang Aiguo then recounted the initial emergence of the zombies, noting that the neighboring communities had attributed the outbreak to the influx of laborers into the city, leading them to shun these individuals. This very isolation contributed to the survival of many, as they had minimal contact with outsiders and were able to manage the few zombies within their ranks with relative ease. Suddenly, Wang Aiguo fell silent, reminiscent of his earlier conversation with the elderly woman. Qin Mu Yang surmised that the outcome would be dire, prompting him to refrain from further inquiries. Subsequently, he learned that approximately 2 weeks prior, a minor zombie tide had occurred nearby, ominously heading towards the urban village. The community was gripped with fear, speculating that they would all perish in this wave of undead. However, Dodo recounted having seen on television that such tides could be diverted. After contemplating the situation, Yusheng glanced at his child and ultimately resolved to divert the zombies himself. He understood that if no one took the initiative, both he and his son would meet a grim fate. Thus, he willingly chose to sacrifice himself to grant his son a chance at survival. He implored everyone to take good care of Dodo, and then mounted a motorcycle, deliberately dragging a collection of tin cans behind him to create a cacophony. As he sped away from the urban village, This act also explained why Qin Muyang and the others were able to approach the urban village. Despite being a residential area, it was seldom plagued by zombies. They honored their promise, diligently caring for Dodo, an exceptionally precocious child. Dodo feigned ignorance regarding his father's fate, yet he insisted daily that Xiaohei venture out in search of him. Xiaohei, a birthday gift from Yusheng, was a source of hope for Dodo, as he yearned for a miracle, but instead faced a series of disheartening disappointments. When asked if he missed his father, he replied in the negative, asserting that his father would surely survive. Having watched countless films, he comprehended the implications of a zombie tide and recognized the precarious situation of his father. However, he stubbornly concealed his sorrow and anguish, resolutely sending Xiaohei out each day. The world is unforgivingly equitable, treating all with the same brutal indifference. After providing Qin Muyang with an overview of the conditions in the urban village, Wang Igua remarked, "By the way, take me to see your injured classmate." Although Qin Muyang contemplated clarifying that they were not classmates, he ultimately refrained from voicing it. He led Wang Igua to visit Li Mingchuan, who lay in bed, and recounted the tribulations they had encountered along their journey. Observing the three of them, Wang Igua commented, "You three are quite remarkable, managing to live with such seriousness in this terrifying world. There was someone in the village who could not endure this life and took their own life by hanging." Wang Igua patted Qin Muyang on the shoulder, saying, "Look at you, capable, responsible, and a natural leader." He then turned to Zhang Jin, "You, as a young woman, fear neither hardship nor exhaustion, and you can slay zombies alone, surpassing many of the boys." Next, he gazed at the bedridden Li Mingchuan. After a moment of silence, Wang Igua remarked, "Look at you. So young, yet." Li Mingchuan's lips twitched slightly, feigning ignorance of Wang Igua's words. After lingering for a while, Wang Igua took his leave, but not before informing Qin Muyang that if they wished to remain in the village, they could tour it the following day. Should they choose not to stay, provisions for their journey would be prepared for Qin Muyang and his companions, allowing them to depart. Qin Muyang, Zhang Jin, and Li Mingchuan exchanged glances and nearly simultaneously opted to stay. Given Li Mingchuan's current condition, even getting out of bed proved to be a challenge, let alone leaving this place. Moreover, based on their current observations, the urban village does not appear to be as deplorable as others have claimed. Rather, it exudes a sense of simplicity and kindness, radiating the brilliance of humanity. They even seem quite selfless, particularly the following day. After Zhang Jin and Qin Muyang took a stroll through the village to grasp its present state, they became even more convinced of this notion. The village currently comprises 32 individuals, predominantly middle-aged men, with laborers constituting roughly 3/4 of the population. The only child is Dodo. Upon seeing Zhang Jin and Qin Muyang emerge for a walk, the villagers expressed concern for their well-being and inquired about their other companion. That night, many had observed 3 individuals entering the village, yet now only 2 were seen out and about, prompting worry that the third, having been injured, might have succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie. They pondered how to console Zhang Jin and Qin Muyang. Once they learned that Li Mingchuan was merely injured and unable to join them, the villagers eagerly visited him, bringing food and drink, which genuinely moved him. Chapter 46. Integration. Qin Muyang was particularly eager to comprehend the current division of labor and sources of supplies within the village. In a secluded village existing amidst the apocalypse, the structure of labor and the availability of resources are vital for the survival of its inhabitants. If even 1 or 2 individuals are dissatisfied, the entire community could face dissolution. A glance around revealed that everyone appeared healthy, even cheerful, with calm dispositions, seemingly lacking for nothing. Qin Muyang was apprehensive that there might be underlying issues. Fortunately, this tranquility stems from a wealth of material reserves and a robust labor force, rather than being a mere illusion. The villagers of the urban-rural fringe hail from impoverished backgrounds and possess the habit of stockpiling supplies. Whenever they encounter bargains on rice, flour, or noodles, they seize the opportunity to purchase in bulk for future use. Many villagers have constructed wooden cages to rear chickens, thereby fulfilling their protein requirements without the need to purchase the exorbitantly priced eggs and fresh meat available in the city. In fact, once the chickens are sufficiently fattened, they can even be sold to urban dwellers. However, following the outbreak of the zombies, upon hearing from a young child named Dodo that noise attracts the undead, they slaughtered all the uncontrollable, clucking chickens, opting to smoke and salt them for long-term preservation. Their willingness to heed the advice of a 6 or 7-year-old child endeared them to Qin Muyang and his companions. Many adults often disregard the opinions of children, treating their words as mere jest, unworthy of serious consideration. The village is also dotted with patches of muddy earth, all cultivated for vegetable planting. They have long held a tradition of self-sufficiency in vegetable cultivation, as city vegetables are both expensive and unpalatable. They prefer to spend a few coins on packets of seeds and cultivate their own vegetables around their homes. Qin Muyang observed that the fresh lettuce was flourishing splendidly, creating a lush green expanse. After the zombie apocalypse, they expanded their vegetable cultivation further, transforming sections of the roads into gardens. What was once a 1 or 2 meter wide pathway now barely accommodates a narrow passage of about 40 centimeters. The concrete and stone slabs that once paved the road have been entirely removed, revealing the bare earth beneath. The expanded vegetable garden is now abundant with common crops such as eggplants, peppers, potatoes, green beans, and cucumbers. The village is also home to a well, which was originally equipped with a pump for irrigation. Now, they have removed the well cover and use a rope to draw water with a wooden bucket. During winter, the residents rely on coal for heating, with many preferring to cook without electricity, resulting in a substantial stockpile of coal. This coal is now conveniently utilized for cooking and boiling water. Resources are collectively organized and distributed equitably among the villagers, ensuring that everyone has enough to eat. In terms of responsibilities, both women and men share equal duties, taking turns to cook, patrol, and stand watch, adhering strictly to a task schedule for their daily lives. Only a few exceptional individuals, possessing remarkable skills in swiftly and accurately dealing with zombies, form a specialized cleanup crew, exempt from other responsibilities. The entire village is living according to a communal lifestyle reminiscent of many years past. This seemingly outdated way of life has proven remarkably effective at ensuring the well-being of all. Qin Muyang observed that many villagers sported yellowed teeth from smoking, which reminded him of the cigarettes he had surreptitiously acquired from a tobacco shop adjacent to a supermarket. He promptly retrieved them and gave them to Wang Igua for distribution among the community. The cigarettes Qin Muyang had selected were of superior quality, a stark contrast to the cheap ones, often below 10 yuan, that most villagers were accustomed to. Consequently, they expressed profound gratitude towards Qin Muyang, as though he had saved their lives rather than the other way around, where they had offered refuge to him and his companions. Suddenly, the distance between Qin Muyang and the village diminished significantly. Indeed, tobacco serves as a hard currency, akin to the currency of a post-apocalyptic world, the optimal choice for winning hearts and minds. Li Mingchuan was unable to rise from his bed, and both Qin Muyang and Zhang Jin were unwilling to accept hospitality without contributing. Thus, they proactively offered their services. Qin Muyang joined the patrol team, eager to commence his duties, while Zhang Jin expressed her desire to join as well. However, Wang Igua, upon observing Zhang Jin, remarked, "Why would a delicate young lady like you be on patrol? Go to the kitchen and seek out Aunt Zhou. Let her assign you some tasks to assist with the cooking." Aunt Zhou was the kind woman who had delivered steamed buns to them previously. Zhang Jin attempted to protest, but Wang Igua had already led Qin Muyang away. Qin Muyang was promptly assigned to the patrol team for the day, and before long, he was engaged in lively conversation with his companions. A considerable portion of this camaraderie stemmed from the cigarettes he had brought, which served as a bridge to foster connection. The patrol's task was relatively straightforward. Each member equipped themselves with familiar tools and circled the perimeter of the village, inspecting the walls for any needed repairs and checking for any approaching zombies outside. If any sections of the wall appeared weak, they would seek out someone skilled in repairs. Should a zombie draw near, they would assess the level of threat it posed. If it was deemed non-threatening, they would leave it be, as it would eventually wander off. Should it linger for an extended period, a cleanup crew would be dispatched to eliminate it, lest it attract more zombies. Everything operated with remarkable orderliness, and astonishingly, all these strategies were conceived by Daodu. After completing their circuit of the walls, the patrol team split into two groups to further survey the houses scattered throughout the village. Some had transformed into zombies and were dealt with. Patrols around the walls occurred every 2 hours, while inspections between the houses were conducted once each in the morning and afternoon. Initially, there had been no such patrols around the houses, but one fateful day, a zombie emerged from one of the homes and bit 2 individuals. It was then that everyone realized that during the outbreak, someone had been bitten and had concealed themselves within the house, only to eventually transform into a zombie and inadvertently break through the door, bursting forth from the inside. From that moment on, they commenced patrolling around all the houses. As for the kitchen, Zhang Jin approached with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. This was one of the larger houses in the village, repurposed as a communal dining area. With over 30 individuals to feed, preparing meals was no trivial task. Zhang Jin was not particularly skilled at cooking. Previously, when caring for the injured Li Mingchuan, he had relied on takeout. However, Aunt Zhou was convinced that Zhang Jin was merely being modest. You university students are quite clever. I refuse to believe you cannot cook. You are simply being humble. You shall prepare this large fish. Aunt Zhou insisted, handing Zhang Jin a live fish. In the village, there were a few uncles fond of fishing. When they found themselves without work, they would often head to the riverbank to fish. The catch was kept in a small abandoned pond within the village. And once they had accumulated enough, they would sell the fish to the townsfolk. Just prior to the outbreak, these uncles had fortuitously caught a batch of fish, and now they could occasionally draw one out to supplement everyone's nutrition. After toiling for half the day, covered in grime, Zhang Jin finally managed to prepare the large carp. However, upon seeing the finished dishes, Aunt Zhou and the two other aunties who had been cooking wore peculiar expressions, yet they refrained from commenting. They merely indicated that dishes like fish and meat were not frequently prepared and suggested that in the future, Zhang Jin could focus on making vegetables instead. With the collective effort of over 30 individuals, the meal was finally completed. The staples included a pot of rice, a pot of steamed buns, and a pot of noodles. Given their diverse origins, it was only natural that they had varying preferences for the staples. The side dishes were all presented in large bowls. One bowl of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, one bowl of stir-fried green beans, one bowl of lettuce soup, followed by the braised carp prepared by Zhang Jin. Chapter 47. Strange sounds as the time arrived, aside from a few individuals stationed outside on watch. The rest gathered to partake in the meal. What delightful dishes do we have today? Oh no, not the green beans again. Green beans, green beans. We eat them every day? I came all the way from Shandong to escape this. Gazing at the steaming dishes on the table, despite the sweltering summer heat, Qin Muyang felt his stomach clamoring for a prompt meal. It had been quite some time since he last savored such homely fare. Nevertheless, the expressions of those around the bowl of braised fish were somewhat strange, with some whispering, "Could it be that I've consumed too many wild mushrooms?" Yesterday, they had foraged a bounty of edible wild mushrooms beneath a tree in the village, sought ing them with chili and garlic into a large platter. Now, however, he found himself questioning the safety of those mushrooms. Wang Aigua inquired of Aunt Zhou, and, upon learning that the fish was prepared by Zhang Jin, he exclaimed, "My dear, your cooking truly is simply exquisite." After this meal, Zhang Jin was no longer assigned to cook. Unwilling to remain idle, she reluctantly joined the patrol team. Fortunately, when the patrol team did not encounter any zombies, it felt quite safe, alleviating any worries. Li Mingchuan lay on the kong, and when Qin Muyang brought him food, he included a piece of fish prepared by Zhang Jin. After tasting just a bite, he concluded that Zhang Jin must have previously poisoned him with her cooking. Li Mingchuan lay on the kong for 3 days, and on the 4th day, he finally managed to move about. Although he could not walk for long, he mostly had to rest while seated. To prove her worth, Zhang Jin would bring a small stool each day, assisting Li Mingchuan as he limped to the doorway to help keep watch. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin and Qin Muyang accompanied the patrol team, engaging in tasks within their capabilities. Life seemed to suddenly quiet down. The apocalypse and zombies felt as though they had vanished. Yet, Qin Muyang never lost sight of his true objective, to survive not merely in this urban village but to find Jiang Yuanfan and the others, so they could collectively seek a more suitable place to establish their own camp in this desolate world. Especially after Li Mingchuan revealed that map one night. Qin Muyang had gazed at it countless times, plotting a route to Beishan University. Though the urban village appeared idyllic at present, he knew that once summer passed and temperatures dropped, this place would no longer be conducive for growing vegetables, and their staple foods would soon be depleted, necessitating a search for sustenance beyond their current confines. By that time, the supplies in the city would likely have been scavenged by other survivors. The existence of a village within the city implies the presence of other organized groups of survivors. Qin Muyang yearned for a more habitable environment, necessitating a reduction in the number of companions. While the individuals in the village currently appeared amicable, he held reservations about placing complete trust in them. Conversely, he could unequivocally rely on Jiang Yuanfan and his companions, a bond forged through brotherhood. Qin Muyang planned to depart once Li Mingchuan's leg had fully healed. He felt as though each day dragged on endlessly. During his patrols, he often sensed peculiar sounds, as if zombies had infiltrated the village, particularly while circling the houses. He was convinced that one dwelling emitted strange noises. He even approached the window to investigate, only to find it empty and devoid of any presence. Upon inquiring, he learned that the house was unoccupied. A sense of anxiety began to envelop Qin Muyang. He suspected that his longing to reunite with Jiang Yuan Fan contributed to his unease. Zhang Jin and Li Ming Chuan discerned his distress and understood its origin. Consequently, that evening, the three engaged in a serious conversation, resulting in Zhang Jin and Li Ming Chuan deciding to remain. While Qin Muyang opted to leave earlier for Beishan University, both Zhang Jin and Li Ming Chuan expressed their inability to adapt to life outside, fearing they would be ill-equipped to confront the zombies, thus finding the current existence far more suitable. Qin Muyang decided to stay an extra day, partly to meticulously prepare and address any shortcomings, and partly to grant Zhang Jin and Li Ming Chuan an additional day to contemplate whether they truly wished to embark on this journey together. Regardless, he had resolved to depart. The following day, Qin Muyang informed Wang Aigua of his intentions to leave, prompting Wang Aigua to relay the news to Aunt Zhou, who managed supplies. She promptly assembled an array of provisions for the journey. Qin Muyang left behind some medications for Wang Aigua to distribute as needed. As a token of gratitude for the shelter and assistance he had received over the past few days, he did not take all the supplies Aunt Zhou had prepared. Instead, he selected only the essentials, opting for lighter items. After packing his backpack, he joined the patrol team for one final round. Upon reaching a particular house, he was once again struck by that peculiar sound. Suspecting it was not mere hallucination, he shared his observations with his fellow patrollers. They all leaned against the door to listen. Some claimed to hear an odd noise, while others did not. Ultimately, they resolved to force the door open and investigate. The house was uninhabited, one of the few in the urban village that had not been rented out. After prying open the front door, Qin Muyang rushed to the room from which the strange sound emanated. Inside, he found a dilapidated bed, unlike the earthen kings typical in other homes. Apart from the bed, there was only a tattered wardrobe. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with intense gasping, a sound amplified tenfold compared to what he had heard outside. Indeed, something extraordinary lurked within this room. All along, Qin Muyang was not merely experiencing auditory hallucinations. There was indeed something within that room emitting sounds. He had nearly begun to doubt his mental state. Upon opening the wardrobe, he found it filled with dust and an already damaged shoebox, but nothing else of note. Yet, the eerie sound of heavy breathing persisted, and Qin Muyang sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. The bed appeared to be nothing more than a bare wooden board, covered with several old newspapers, yellowed with age, offering no concealment for anything. He prodded beneath the bed with an iron rod several times, only to discover nothing. Where, then, was this breathing emanating from? A chill crept down his spine, as if an unseen presence had exhaled against the nape of his neck. Those who had entered the room with him, noticing his prolonged absence, ventured inside to search for him. Upon entering, they too heard the intense sound of breathing, leaving one man stupefied, who promptly fled and summoned several others. 4 or 5 burly men crammed into the dilapidated bedroom, with dim light filtering through the window in that shadowy atmosphere. The sound of breathing seemed to resonate in every ear. Despite their prowess as laborers on the construction site, they were now drenched in cold sweat from fear. This was undeniably strange. The room contained nothing, yet the sound of breathing was unmistakable. There must be a ghost. Surely, a ghost was at play. One man shouted in panic as he bolted out. Chapter 48. The seller Qin Muyang was a staunch believer in science. Even the infection methods of creatures like zombies are propagated through viruses. It is illogical for such peculiar gasping sounds to manifest inexplicably. There must be a cause for this occurrence. Qin Muyang's mind began to race with thoughts. The sound emanating from this room undoubtedly indicates a close connection between the source and the chamber itself. It is certain that every searchable space within the room has been thoroughly examined. Thus one can ascertain that the origin does not reside within this room. Yet it remains linked to it. Upon this realization, an idea began to crystallize in Qin Muyang's mind. He recalled that in some northern rural areas, a cellar is often excavated within homes. Perhaps this urban village house possesses a similar cellar that has fallen into disuse over the years, which is why the inhabitants feign ignorance. Without hesitation, Qin Muyang struck the floor several times with the iron rod in his hand and leapt up with vigor, prompting his companions to regard him with puzzled expressions, suspecting he had lost his senses. However, after his leap, many began to grasp the crux of the matter. "Why does it sound as if the ground beneath is hollow?" someone remarked. "Let us search for any peculiar features in this room." Qin Muyang commanded the group of men, who could easily be his fathers, with authority. "This house must have a cellar. We need to locate the entrance to mitigate any potential hazards." His demeanor was grave and earnest, compelling the men to nod in agreement and commence a thorough examination. As if he were a commanding leader, Qin Muyang also scoured the area, searching for any traces upon the ground. The floor of this house is adorned with tiles, representing one of the finer residences within the urban village. Qin Muyang focused intently on the crevices of the tiles, seeking any signs of irregularity. However, despite their thorough examination, the group found nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be that the entrance does not lie within this dwelling? Yet, the eerie sound of labored breathing persisted, seeming to echo right beside them. If there were no entrance within the room, the sound should not be so distinctly audible through the thick flooring. When Qin Muyang was outside, he had not detected such pronounced noises, and several of his companions had only heard the sound after entering the room. They needed to investigate further within this space, as there must be a source for the sound. Having thoroughly inspected the floor, the sole area left unchecked was beneath the tattered bed. Qin Muyang tore a small strip from a worn newspaper, affixing it to an iron rod and extending it beneath the bed. Almost instantly, he observed the newspaper fluttering. There was a draft. Something was amiss beneath the bed. He promptly urged everyone to assist in moving the bed aside. The exposed section of floor appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from the rest. However, placing the newspaper strip in the gap between the tiles caused it to tremble immediately. Furthermore, the previously heard sound of breathing intensified as the bed was shifted. The group recoiled in fear, akin to having witnessed a ghost, with only one individual possessing sufficient courage to remain beside Qin Muyang. As he crouched down, Qin Muyang was met with the foul stench emanating from the crevices of the tiles. "There might be a zombie lurking below," he remarked. Upon hearing the term zombie, everyone recoiled even further. I ventured to seek out the members of the cleanup crew. Some individuals immediately fled, leaving me uncertain whether they genuinely sought assistance or were simply attempting to escape. Given the ambiguous situation below and the unknown number of zombies, Qin Muyang refrained from boasting that he could single-handedly handle the crisis. Nevertheless, although unprepared to confront the zombies, he forcefully wedged a metal rod into the crevices of the floor tiles, eager to ascertain the circumstances beneath. The tiles yielded easily, revealing a common 80 by 80 centimeters ceramic tile placed directly atop. A bold individual approached to assist in lifting the tile, unveiling a similarly sized wooden door, tightly embedded within the ground. It appeared that a simple push could grant access. At that moment, the stench of decay intensified. The wooden door was secured with a lock, which, while currently unlatched, was firmly closed. A chilling scene unfolded in Qin Muyang's mind. He discerned a trace of dried black blood along the edge of the door. This person had been wounded, presumably bitten by a zombie. Coupled with the terror of the world around them, they had sought refuge in the cellar, ultimately transforming into a zombie within its confines. Yet, this remained merely a conjecture. The cellar appeared remarkably concealed, suggesting that most residents were likely unaware of its existence. How, then, did the individual who descended into its depths become aware of it? Though this place had been devoid of inhabitants for many years, the bloodstain was evidently fresh. Having been left within the past month, Qin Muyang felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, two formidable workers responsible for dealing with the zombies were summoned. They were bold, robust, and astute, immediately instructing Qin Muyang to step back. "Such tasks are not meant for university students like you. We are tough and resilient. Allow us to handle this." Qin Muyang retreated a step as the two workers approached the wooden door, delivering a few forceful kicks, yet the door remained unmoved. "It appears we need to employ some tools," one of the workers declared. They had come prepared, not only with weapons suited to their needs, but also with equipment, a steel pry bar. Skillfully wielding the steel bar, they swiftly breached the wooden door. As Qin Muyang had surmised, there was indeed a latch on the inside. The door had been secured from within. Once the splintered wood was cleared away, the low growls of a zombie echoed from within. This was the very sound Qin Muyang had been vaguely hearing for days. Someone shone a flashlight inside and remarked, "There's only one." and it looked somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, knowing that there was but a single zombie made Qin Muyang feel safer, and he leaned in to take a look. The beam of light illuminated a wooden staircase that descended straight down, approximately 2 meters in height, allowing an adult to stand upright within. However, the exact dimensions of the space remained unclear. A zombie, its face already decayed and a piece of putrid flesh dangling from its neck, moved sluggishly. Upon noticing the flashlight's beam and the sound made by the onlookers, the creature raised its head slightly, its hollow eyes fixating on the source of the noise, emitting a low growl. Chapter 49. The remains. It appears that the figure below is none other than Ah Yang's younger brother. A worker recognized the clothing worn by the zombie. Quickly, summon Ah Yang. Ah Yang is a fellow laborer, and his brother went missing after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Everyone presumed he had perished somewhere outside. Never anticipating that he would be found in the village, transformed into a zombie within a house they all passed by daily. Some suggested that they should descend and retrieve the zombie, but the timid Ah Yang would undoubtedly hesitate. However, no one was willing to brave the descent into the depths. The inky darkness beyond the beam of their flashlight loomed ominously, instilling a profound sense of dread. Moreover, the cellar was sealed, and the stench from the zombie, confined within for so long, was unbearable, making the air feel as though it had solidified. A single breath felt akin to consuming rotting flesh. In the end, it was 2 workers from the cleanup team who ventured down. They instructed Qin Muyang to stand at the entrance of the cellar, flashlight in hand, illuminating the zombie's form so they could monitor its movements once they descended. Qin Muyang held the flashlight, observing as they descended the wooden staircase, effortlessly dispatching the zombie with their steel pike. One of them jested, "With our tools and weapons, one would think there were hordes of zombies." They moved swiftly, so much so that Qin Muyang struggled to keep pace with the flashlight's beam. In a fleeting moment, he thought he perceived something following them from behind. Firmly gripping the flashlight in one hand and a metal rod in the other, he shifted the light to illuminate their rear. "Hey, what are you doing? Light the way." The voice echoed from above, yet Qin Muyang paid it no heed. As he shifted the beam of his flashlight, a horrifying sight unfolded before the eyes of those above. Trailing behind the two was a zombie clad in a skirt so filthy its original color was indiscernible. The creature's body was pale, its exposed skin marred by an array of bruises, silently stalking them. The sensation was akin to a ghostly apparition suddenly emerging from a horror film. The zombie emitted no characteristic growl, however. Its demeanor suggested it was drawn by the scent of the living, poised to pounce and rend the two asunder. Unbeknownst to them, the zombie had crept up behind, their weapons carelessly left on the floor above, the steel rod having been tossed aside moments prior. The occupants of the upper room began to shout warnings, and Qin Muyang tightened his grip on the iron bar before executing a remarkable leap from a height of 2 meters. With a sharp crack, the iron bar pierced the zombie's skull, sending it crashing to the ground in an instant. The sequence of events, from the moment Qin Muyang illuminated the area behind them, through the startled gasps from above, to his swift dispatching of the pursuing zombie, transpired in mere seconds. This marked the first occasion the others witnessed Qin Muyang's prowess, leaving them momentarily speechless in astonishment. In their minds, Qin Muyang and his companions were merely fortunate, somewhat clever university students who had narrowly escaped calamity to reach the urban village. They had long dismissed his prior claims of vanquishing zombies as mere bravado, believing he had exaggerated his encounters with the undead. The recent actions of Qin Muyang truly astounded those present. It was akin to an ancient, rusted iron pot, its condition beyond tolerable limits. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from such a height, facing the zombies with not a trace of fear. With unwavering resolve, he drove the iron rod into the skull of a zombie. What kind of experiences could render one so composed? It was precisely for this reason that he chose to depart so swiftly. With a more robust physique, his chances of survival in the outside world were undoubtedly greater. After a brief, tense silence in the air, exclamations of awe erupted. Yet, in truth, there was little danger remaining below. Qin Muyang shone his flashlight around, discovering that the cellar was surprisingly spacious, even larger than the footprint of the house above. It contained not only a bed but also tables and chairs, and even a rudimentary toilet. In the depths of the cellar, he noticed a pile of indistinguishable objects in the corner, and he grasped the iron rod as he cautiously approached. Upon closer inspection, he found 2 female corpses, decayed to the extent that their gender could only be discerned from their clothing. Beneath them lay stark, white bones, clearly human in size and shape. A sudden rush of realization struck Qin Muyang. He recalled an incident from before the zombie outbreak, back when he was still at Beishan University. One night, Gao Fei had been engrossed in his phone when he announced he had seen a news report about a missing female college student in the same city. Gao Fei had shown him a photograph of a remarkably pure and beautiful girl. The dress she wore at the time of her disappearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the zombie he had just dispatched. On its wrists and ankles, there were conspicuous marks resembling those left by bindings made of coarse rope. The transformation into a zombie was evidently due to the distinct bite marks on its arm. Qin Muyang almost immediately grasped the sequence of events in his mind. This cellar was a lair for a perverse individual who abducted and imprisoned women. The pile of bones in the corner served as grim testament. The corpse before Qin Muyang was that of the most recent victim. She had been confined here, her cries echoing into the abyss, unheard in the profound darkness of this subterranean chamber. Though the likelihood was slim, the possibility was not entirely absent. He found himself unable to discern whether A Yang was a good person or a malevolent one. However, it appeared that A Yang had been getting along well with everyone. If Qin Muyang refrained from exposing anything, it seemed unlikely that he would harbor ill intent. After all, he was set to depart the following day, and it would be prudent to feign ignorance, allowing tranquility to prevail. With this thought, Qin Muyang made his way towards the staircase. There were no zombies left. He decided to take his leave and attend to his belongings. He concocted an excuse and slipped away. The two workers, disinclined to linger in the cellar, took Qin Muyang's word that there were no zombies inside, lacking even the curiosity to investigate further, and proceeded to carry out A Yang's brother's body. The cellar was sealed once more to prevent any unpleasant odors from permeating the outside. Chapter 50. A test shortly after Qin Muyang's departure. Not only did A Yang arrive, but so did the village chief, Wang Aigua, to discover a hidden cellar beneath one's very own islets, harboring a horde of zombies. Was an unsettling revelation. Director Wang, exuding authority, commenced a meticulous search of the vacant houses, endeavoring to uncover any concealed zombies or perilous hideaways. As for the outcome, Qin Muyang remained in the dark. He was oblivious to the fate that befell A Yang, and he harbored no desire to delve into it further. Some matters, if merely grazed upon, could invite calamity. The state of society could no longer be deemed lawful. The very fabric of society was unraveling, rendering notions of law meaningless. The pile of skeletal remains within that cellar would forever remain silent, imprisoned in death. Yet, they understood that they could not follow him into the beyond. Nor could he linger behind. In less than a month of acquaintance, it felt as though they were old friends forged through the crucible of life and death, fostering a bond that deepened swiftly and profoundly. Li Mingchuan's legs had nearly healed, though prolonged walking still caused him discomfort, and he could not traverse too swiftly. After a week of recuperation, he would likely be indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, Qin Muyang could not afford to wait that long. A week could usher in countless uncertainties. He recounted to the two individuals the unsettling sights he had witnessed in the cellar and shared his speculations, urging them to be wary of A Yang, albeit without revealing their suspicions outwardly or disclosing anything to the villagers. Should A Yang indeed harbor ill intentions, it was conceivable that he alone was compromised, or perhaps someone within the village was his accomplice. The potential for the entire village to be embroiled in treachery loomed ominously. Let them be informed, so that when exceptional circumstances arise, they can respond swiftly. Qin Muyang understood that both of them were astute individuals who would undoubtedly devise a strategy to address the situation. No further elaboration was necessary. An hour later, an unexpected visitor arrived. Once Li Mingchuan was able to rise and move about, they were no longer troubled by visitors, as those who were concerned for him could easily find him at the village entrance. Qin Muyang, filled with perplexity, opened the door to find a somewhat familiar yet unacquainted man standing outside. The man introduced himself, saying, "I am A Yang. I heard that when they came to retrieve my brother's body today, you lent a helping hand, and I specifically came to express my gratitude." As he expressed his thanks, he cast a probing gaze around the room, devoid of any genuine gratitude, almost as if he had come to investigate. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" A Yang inquired. Qin Muyang nodded. "Yes, I intend to seek out my brother. Is there something else you need?" "I have yet to finish packing my belongings." "Nothing much, nothing much. They say you possess quite impressive skills," A Yang remarked, attempting to make conversation. However, Qin Muyang detected an underlying implication in his words. questioning whether he considered his own abilities lacking or insufficient. Thus, he refrained from any display of modesty. Indeed, everyone witnessed my capabilities today. It is my norm, Qin Muyang stated, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. He continued, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan are both remarkably skilled. The three of us are on par with one another. In doing so, he was fortifying a layer of assurance for Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. If a Yang truly harbored any ill intentions, he would carefully ponder whether he could surpass Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan. Indeed, a Yang's expression revealed a mix of apprehension and disappointment. His lips twitched slightly as he continued. Did you observe anything unusual in the cellar today? A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Muyang's heart, though he remained composed. Is there something else in there? I do not know. A Yang shrugged. I was merely contemplating how my brother inexplicably turned into a zombie while I believed he was thriving in the outside world. They mentioned you had ventured down to investigate, so I wished to comprehend what transpired. Did you witness anything peculiar? A Yang's tone was evidently probing. Qin Muyang shook his head. The two individuals who helped carry the body also descended. They might possess some knowledge. It was pitch black down there, somewhat frightening. After I dispatched that zombie, I quickly ascended, seeing nothing at all. To be honest, despite my commendable skills, I harbor a significant fear of darkness. If you wish to uncover what befell your brother, it would be best for you to descend and observe for yourself. I estimate that very few would dare to venture down there. Upon hearing Qin Muyang's admission of not having seen anything, a Yang displayed a look of relief. Forget it. The person is already dead. What is the point of going down? In truth, I also fear the dark. Let it be. A Yang repeated his resignation twice. Qin Muyang expressed his understanding. Death is irreversible. I cannot linger in conversation. I must continue to pack. We depart early tomorrow. Yang, aware that he had been given the cold shoulder, chose not to linger and swiftly departed. Throughout the entire exchange between Qin Muyang and him, Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan remained eavesdropping indoors. They discerned that Yang's words were laden with subtext, each sentence veiling an inquiry. For instance, whether Qin Muyang had perceived anything unusual, or if he had perhaps surmised some underlying truth. A chill crept over the two men. As beads of cold sweat formed on their brows, and goosebumps prickled their arms, inciting an involuntary shiver. Qin Muyang closed the door and made his way to the bedroom, where he found Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan still seated. He intended to inquire, given the circumstances, whether they would accompany him. However, before he could utter a word, Zhang Jin hastily interjected, We understand, and will certainly exercise caution. Li Mingchuan nodded in agreement. Qin Muyang comprehended their implication. They would not accompany him, yet they were aware of how to proceed. Recognizing that Yang indeed posed a potential threat and would exercise vigilance. In light of this revelation, what more could Qin Muyang say? He simply nodded in affirmation. The next morning, before dawn had broken, Qin Muyang was already awake. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan rose early as well, and together they made their way to the kitchen for breakfast. The trio maintained a profound silence during the journey, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Despite not having forged an exceptionally deep bond with them, Qin Muyang found his heart heavy with melancholy. As they approached the kitchen door, he could no longer contain himself, and said, I have located my classmates and brought them to seek you out. Together, we shall find a suitable location to establish our camp. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan could not help but be moved. Qin Muyang, though silent, harbored a profound understanding that the primary reason these two individuals hesitated to accompany him was their fear of being a burden. They spoke of the current safety of the urban village and claimed to have matured significantly, yet deep down, they recognized that this safety was merely a fleeting illusion. Qin Muyang had previously elucidated the perilous intricacies of their situation. Even without the incident involving a Yang, the urban village would inevitably confront the dire challenges of foraging for sustenance and surviving the harsh winter. Chapter 51. Stagnation. After enjoying a warm and hearty meal in the kitchen, Qin Muyang slung his backpack over his shoulders, grasped his designated weapon, and was surrounded by a throng as he made his way to the village entrance. Following heartfelt farewells, he felt compelled to approach Director Wang Aigua, sharing his concerns regarding the potential threats that the urban village might face in the future. He subtly remarked, a large population does not necessarily equate to unity, Director Wang. Everything relies on your guidance. Qin Muyang had done all that he could, and if Wang Aigua possessed the acumen to manage such a vast urban village, he should grasp the underlying implications of Qin Muyang's words. Wang Aigua felt a twinge of reluctance to part with such a considerate young man, who had accomplished far more than he had consumed during these past few days, never once complaining of hardship. Qin Muyang nodded in acknowledgement. With the addition of Jiang Yuanfan and others in the future, bringing along these two inexperienced individuals would be effortless. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged, the very savior of many, Dodo. Should he encounter peril, please extend your assistance to him. If, perchance, he were to transform into a zombie, I implore you to put an end to his existence. Xiao He has been entrusted to you. It will aid you in evading danger. Daodu presented the black Labrador before Qin Muyang, embodying the demeanor of a little adult. Aware of the dog's intelligence and obedience, Qin Muyang acquiesced to the child's request without hesitation. Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan assisted in opening the massive iron gate at the village entrance. Watching as the man and his canine companion ventured into the morning mist, their figures gradually fading from view. As they advanced, Qin Muyang couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It all begins with a dog, he murmured. The dense white fog spread like milk, obscuring his vision. Yet, having resolved to embark on this journey today, he could scarcely contain his anticipation. With the faithful Xiao He by his side, he felt reassured that any disturbances nearby would be sensed, and he would be alerted. For instance, just moments ago, while they were walking, Xiao He abruptly halted, ears perked, and after a slight twitch of its nose, began to cautiously veer towards the roadside. Qin Muyang followed suit, only to realize that they had narrowly brushed past several zombies moments earlier. These creatures stood silently in the thick fog, patiently awaiting their next prey. Fortunately, with Xiao He's keen instincts, he managed to avoid a direct confrontation. Taking advantage of the fog's cover, he swiftly trailed behind Xiao He, continuing down the street. He whispered to the almost sentient Labrador, urging it onward. Xiao He wagged its tail, maintaining a distance of slightly over a meter ahead of Qin Muyang. With the dog assisting in navigating potential dangers, Qin Muyang felt a sense of security and moved with a lightness in his step. However, reality was not as malleable as he wished it to be. As the sun gradually ascended and the dense fog dissipated, he discovered that the streets he traversed alongside Xiao He were actually infested with zombies. The few zombies he had previously encountered were merely pointed out by Xiao He due to their proximity. In reality, he had been walking amidst the undead all along. Yet, Xiao He remained remarkably composed, leading him to believe everything was perfectly fine. However, as the fog cleared, the zombies began to stir restlessly, prompting Xiao He to immediately alter their course without so much as consulting Qin Muyang. Of course, such consultations seemed futile. Qin Muyang felt an odd sensation, as if he were being outsmarted by a dog. This canine appeared to possess a degree of self-awareness, stealthily guiding him through a shortcut laden with zombies, only to change paths when the undead were on the verge of discovering them. Remarkably, this new route still aligned with the direction Qin Muyang intended to pursue. It was no wonder he had heard that Dodo consistently let Xiao He roam in search of her father. This dog truly had not rested, meticulously scouting the area. As they stealthily transitioned to a relatively quieter street, Qin Muyang felt an overwhelming desire to engage in a heartfelt conversation with this dog. He longed to convey to Xiao He that even if he could not see the zombies flanking them, danger still lurked, pleading for Xiao He to avoid such perilous paths. Yet, upon reflection, he surmised that Xiao He likely could not comprehend the human fear of zombies. It probably believed that as long as they did not provoke the undead, they would remain uninterested. Qin Muyang might very well be perceived as one of its kind. With a silent sigh, he dutifully followed in Xiao He's wake. In comparison, this dog proves to be quite reliable, far superior to aimlessly forging ahead along a self-devised route. While the planned path would undoubtedly facilitate a swifter arrival at Beishan University under normal circumstances, it disregards the specific conditions that lie ahead. After all, he remains unaware if the way forward is fraught with an increased number of zombies. However, he is certain that the dog will not lead him into the jaws of those lurking undead. Noticing the ever-growing piles of refuse on the streets, he recalls how, following the water disaster brought by the typhoon, he had marveled at the cleanliness of the paths they traversed. Now, he comprehends that during their journey, they had ascended to higher ground, allowing the debris to be washed down into these low-lying areas. The accumulation of trash here emits an inescapable odor. Sludge clings to the streets, gradually drying under the sun's relentless gaze, causing cracks to form. A glance reveals a landscape reminiscent of drought-stricken regions he had once seen on the news. The road is marred with fissures, making it difficult to discern whether he walks upon a thoroughfare or a parched field. As he ventures further, the sludge thickens. What once felt firm beneath his feet now begins to yield. Qin Muyang even observes some zombies ensnared in the muck, unable to extricate themselves. Their legs remain buried in the hardened sludge, subjected to the sun's unyielding heat. Their skin and flesh, desiccated and taut, cling tightly to their bones, resembling aged, cured meat. As the undead observe Qin Muyang approach, their eyes remained fixated on his every movement, emitting low growls while extending their arms in an attempt to grasp him. Unfazed, Qin Muyang continued onward, harboring no intention of exterminating them. Chapter 52. Steamed bun. The muck had thickened further. As he advanced, not only did the ground feel soft, but it also undulated beneath him like rippling water. Qin Muyang halted his steps. Little Black, have you ever contemplated how I differ from you? You traverse this surface without sinking, yet my weight is considerably greater, and I might very well plunge into the depths like those zombies. This half-dried mire posed a peril. Should he inadvertently become ensnared, he would likely find himself trapped without assistance. A wry smile crossed Qin Muyang's face. What has come over me? Am I truly expecting a dog to comprehend my words? Have I lost my sanity? How could a dog possibly understand? Go around. Qin Muyang was taken aback. Could this creature genuinely be a dog? Or perhaps it was a brother who wished to reincarnate as a devoted admirer. Little Black, are you, in truth, a person cloaked in canine guise? He inquired cautiously. If you are indeed a reincarnated brother, merely nod your head, or come over and nuzzle my leg. With a chuckle, Qin Muyang continued on his way. Approaching midday, the sun blazed down relentlessly, prompting him to seek refuge in a shaded area to rest. He drank half a bottle of water in one go. Little Black, equally fatigued, panted heavily, and Qin Muyang poured some cool water into a plastic container for it to drink. As Xiaohei quenched his thirst, Qin Muyang had already retrieved food from his backpack and commenced his lunch. Aunt Zhou had packed him some steamed smoked chicken, 3 large white buns, a small bag of pickled vegetables, and the rest consisted of packaged food he and Li Mingxuan had procured from the supermarket. He first gnawed on a smoked chicken leg, his hands and mouth glistening with grease, then took generous bites of the bun filled with pickled vegetables, savoring each morsel with great delight. The white buns were still warm to the touch. However, given the scorching weather, while the smoked chicken could withstand a day or two, the buns needed to be consumed within the day. Qin Muyang gazed at the sizable old-fashioned bun, contemplating how he might manage to devour 3 of them in a single day, when he noticed Xiaohei, having finished drinking water, suddenly lift his head, gazing at him with eager eyes. What are you looking at? Do you want more water? Qin Muyang poured a little more water for Xiaohei, but the dog did not drink. Instead, he continued to watch Qin Muyang intently. After a moment's reflection, Qin Muyang thought, surely, you aren't eyeing my bun? Indeed. Xiaohei wagged his tail, his gaze fixated on the bun in Qin Muyang's hand. In his preoccupation with eating, Qin Muyang had completely forgotten that dogs also require sustenance. He retrieved another bun from his backpack, breaking off a generous piece for Xiaohei, who devoured it in 2 bites, then resumed his watchful stance while wagging his tail. Qin Muyang broke off another substantial piece for him. At this point, the large bun had dwindled to a small remnant. Consequently, upon finishing, Xiaohei continued to gaze expectantly and wag his tail, prompting Qin Muyang to relent and offer him the remaining piece of the bun. At last, Little Black not only devoured an entire large steamed bun, but also polished off the remnants of the bun left by Qin Muyang. Consequently, what Qin Muyang once believed to be an insurmountable amount of food now dwindled to but a single bun. Little Black's belly swelled to a delightful roundness, reminiscent of a plump pig, exuding an undeniable charm. With such an insatiable appetite, once the buns were consumed, it would be imperative to forage for sustenance to satiate its hunger. Given the current scarcity of food, the dog, with its voracious appetite surpassing that of a robust young man, weighed heavily on Qin Muyang's mind. He pondered whether Dodo, having bestowed such a precious canine upon him, might have harbored disdain for its gluttony. Could it be that the inhabitants of the urban village could no longer afford to keep this dog, thus secretly encouraging Dodo to pass it on to him? Observing Little Black's round belly, Qin Muyang sighed. The protagonists of novels that commence with a mere dog, he mused, may not share such concerns. Not only must he satisfy his own hunger, but he must also tend to the needs of his dog. What a predicament! Qin Muyang lamented. Meanwhile, Little Black quietly shifted 2 meters to the side. After both man and dog had feasted, they gazed out at the blazing sun, and neither seemed inclined to depart. Little Black, in fact, lay down in preparation for slumber. Qin Muyang also realized that traversing under such a fierce sun could lead to heat stroke, as this was indeed the hottest time of the year. Thus, he resolved to rest a little longer, intending to continue their journey once the sun's intensity had abated. He felt justified in this respite, having recently consulted the map and discovered that, despite their meandering, they had covered a considerable distance. They had already traversed more than half the route from the urban village to Beishan University. After such a lengthy period, this is the most delightful news. It is as if a sense of homesickness has rendered Qin Muyang somewhat hesitant, and he finds himself in no particular rush. The brothers he envisioned, the zombies, nothing materializes. As if everything is merely an illusion. After resting for approximately 2 hours in that dim, dilapidated shop, Qin Muyang gradually rises, preparing to continue his journey. The path in the afternoon proves to be less traversable than in the morning. To reach North Mountain University, he must navigate through a low-lying area and cross a river. The closer he approaches the riverbank, the more he observes the accumulation of silt and refuse, compelling him to take a longer route. He wonders what conditions await him at the river's edge and whether he will be able to cross. In his recollection, traversing from North Mountain University in this direction necessitates crossing a long bridge. He hopes it still stands. This afternoon, the route is not only littered with heaps of garbage and silt, but there are also many zombies ensnared within the mire. A glance reveals a scene reminiscent of loaches burrowing into tofu, an eerie sight that sends shivers down his spine. This area teems with zombies, but thankfully, they are largely immobile. Observing the trapped zombies, Qin Muyang contemplates whether he should take an alternate path, as he too risks becoming ensnared. Nevertheless, any movement from them still elicits a peculiar sense of awareness, as if they communicate with him through their gaze, a strange sensation indeed. When a dog gives you a knowing look, it is universally understood. Chapter 53, Night After Some Contemplation. Qin Muyang retrieves his map and discovers that following the street upstream leads to a district situated at a higher elevation. The area over there is unlikely to be burdened with silt and refuse as it is here. The streets will probably be much cleaner. One can take a detour to the slightly elevated neighborhood, cross the river from that vantage point, and then proceed towards North Mountain University. Although this route may be considerably longer, safety is of paramount importance. He does not wish to find himself ensnared like those wretched zombies, trapped in the mire, slowly succumbing to dehydration beneath the sun. At least the zombies, no matter how exposed to the sun they may be, merely become desiccated like jerky, without truly perishing. If no one comes to his aid, he would inevitably become akin to real jerky, utterly lifeless. Qin Muyang promptly resolved to recalibrate his route, opting to travel upstream until he reached a higher elevation, then crossing to the other side of the river. Yet, he pondered how long this journey would take him to reach the riverbank. His experiences along the way have taught him that all meticulously planned routes ultimately devolve into detours. While he is certain he will eventually reach his intended destination, the journey will demand more time, cover a greater distance, and present an array of obstacles. However, one gratifying aspect remains. Taking the longer route significantly enhances personal safety. Qin Muyang began advancing in the upstream direction, with Xiaohei silently trailing beside him. The dog appeared to be quite fatigued. This afternoon had been spent traversing through the muck. Qin Muyang, clad in shoes, felt relatively unbothered, while Xiaohei's paws were likely scorched and pained. The black sludge absorbs heat intensely, especially under the blazing summer sun. He contemplated procuring a pair of shoes for Xiaohei. As the sun dipped towards the west, Qin Muyang began to search for a place to spend the night. There was no urgency to cross the river today. He merely wished to proceed steadily, step by step. From the moment he departed from the urban village in the morning, he sensed that the journey ahead would not be devoid of challenges. This city, teeming with millions, had only introduced him to a handful of individuals: Zhang Jin, Li Mingchuan, and the inhabitants of the urban village. Were it not for the fact that the populace had nearly transformed into zombies, or that the remaining survivors found themselves equally hindered, he would undoubtedly have encountered a greater number of people by now. Fortunately, the active undead in this vicinity were few, allowing Qin Muyang to search for shelter with a measure of tranquility. Along the way, he stumbled upon a small convenience store, which had clearly been ransacked, yet still offered a variety of trinkets. He sifted through the remnants, selecting some snacks for himself and procuring a duck neck for his canine companion, Xiaohei. Though it was said that dogs would shed fur if fed salty treats, Qin Muyang believed that Xiaohei would not be overly concerned by such matters. After all, he would not turn away a dog that shed its coat, and Xiaohei was unlikely to find any peers who would appreciate him any longer. Watching as Xiaohei savored the duck neck with fervor, Qin Muyang could not resist joining in and indulged in a piece himself. Once they had both finished their treat, he resolved to rest for the night in this modest convenience store. The establishment was quite small, measuring roughly 2 to 3 meters in width and depth, a perfectly square room. Its façade boasted a large glass door, a rare find in such pristine condition. By closing the door and securing it with an object across the doorknob, he could effectively lock it, rendering it inaccessible from the outside. The interior was stocked with food and water, devoid of any zombies. The sole drawback was that the glass door provided a clear view of the outside, which equally meant that the interior was fully visible from without. If, during the stillness of the night, he were to suddenly behold a face or a zombie pressing against the glass, it would surely send his heart racing. Although Qin Muyang believed he had developed a considerable amount of courage and was relatively composed in the face of challenges, he still shifted further inside the shop. After laying down some cardboard boxes on the floor, he even fashioned a piece of cardboard to stand upright, shielding the glass side. Thus, even if he were to awaken, he would not be directly confronted by the view outside the window, allowing for a moment of buffer. Moreover, should there be anything amiss outside, it would remain unaware of his presence within. Having prepared a makeshift sleeping area for himself, Qin Muyang also crafted a cozy nook for Xiaohei with another cardboard box. It seemed that Xiaohei understood the gesture, as it quickly darted inside upon completion, displaying several teeth and wagging its tail vigorously in delight. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a gentle light within the shop. Seizing the moment, Qin Muyang rummaged through the shop's belongings. He then settled down, a small bun in his left hand and a large cola in his right. From his backpack, he retrieved the last substantial steamed bun for Xiaohei. After satiating their hunger, as darkness descended, Qin Muyang reclined against his backpack, while Xiaohei nestled in the cardboard box beside him. With no electricity and no mobile phones, the stillness of the night led only to wandering thoughts. The winter in Beishan City could plunge to a chilling -10 degrees Celsius. Without power and heating, how would one endure such a frigid season? How wonderful it would be to have a traditional earthen Kong from the countryside. Qin Muyang knew that these earthen beds were quite warm, fueled by burning firewood for heat. Thus, it seemed he might need to relocate to the countryside in winter, seeking a house equipped with such a Kong. Yet, pondering winter matters felt somewhat premature. Although the night had deepened, the city was not engulfed in complete darkness, thanks to the moonlight. In the absence of human illumination, the moonlight shone brilliantly. Qin Muyang turned over and softly whispered to Xiaohei, urging him to alert him if anything unusual occurred. He then succumbed to a deep slumber, reassured by Xiaohei's unwavering vigilance, even in the realm of dreams. The canine's acute hearing and keen awareness ensured that he could rest soundly, feeling more secure with Xiaohei keeping watch than with Li Mingchuan. In the dead of night, Qin Muyang was abruptly roused by the sensation of a damp nose nuzzling at his arm. Initially, he believed he was still nestled in the familiar confines of his urban dwelling, caught in a dream, until the stark realization struck him. He was now in the wilderness, surviving alongside a dog. With a jolt, he opened his eyes. Despite the hour, the small convenience store was brightly illuminated. Moonlight cast a hazy glow, revealing the outlines of objects and even the bold lettering on packaging. Noticing that Qin Muyang had awakened, Xiaohei ceased his nuzzling and fixated his dark, gleaming eyes upon him. In that moment, Qin Muyang discerned a palpable anxiety etched on the canine's face, prompting him to sit upright and glance towards the glass door. Fortunately, there was no visage pressed against the glass, and the streets outside appeared devoid of any lurking zombies. Wait, a critical realization struck him. The streets outside were free of zombies? How could that be? When he had traversed this area earlier, there were certainly a few zombies, albeit sparse. And that was during the day. Zombies typically favored nocturnal excursions. Surely, the night would yield a greater presence than daylight. Even if the scene surrounding him was not as suffocating as he had previously experienced, there should at least be 1 or 2 zombies wandering outside. Why was there not a single one? Chapter 54. The living Qin Muyang rose, grasping the iron rod that lay beside him. He had become inseparable from it, never allowing it to stray more than half a meter away. Xiaohei had already moved towards the door, seemingly intent on venturing outside. Was it possible that there was no danger, and Xiaohei simply wished to go out? Qin Muyang tentatively inquired, "Do you need to relieve yourself?" Xiaohei ignored him. "Then do you need to defecate?" "At this hour, what does it matter? You can just go over there in the corner." Qin Muyang gestured toward the corner, assuming Xiao He would comprehend his meaning. After all, it was nearly sentient. Yet, Xiao He continued to disregard him, nudging a wooden stick that Qin Muyang had used to prop the door. Why do you want to go out? Qin Muyang pondered. There was no danger within the room, and the outside appeared equally safe. Why had Xiao He roused him in the middle of the night? Considering Xiao He's reliability, it was likely that something unknown to him was afoot. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Muyang donned his backpack, wielded the iron rod, and secured the flashlight he had procured from the school security guard into the mesh pocket of his bag for easy access. He then opened the glass door. Xiao He stood at the threshold, squinting as it delicately sniffed the air, its moist black nose twitching. After taking a whiff, it perked up its ears, as if straining to catch a sound. Qin Muyang was enveloped by the putrid stench of the city, intermingled with the earthy odor of mud. While the silence around him was so profound it felt akin to a vacuum, punctuated only by the rhythmic pulse of blood flowing through his ears. Yet, he was acutely aware that what Xiao He, his dog, detected was undoubtedly different. In this regard, he understood he could never surpass a dog's instincts. Indeed. After a brief moment of listening, Xiao He departed from the shop and began to move forward, prompting Qin Muyang to follow closely behind. Bathed in the cool, silvery light of the moon, the streets took on an atmosphere distinct from that of the day, imbued with a sense of eerie desolation, as if this place existed not within the realm of reality, but rather in a parallel world of death. The stillness was palpable. There were neither people nor zombies, nor any nocturnal creatures. Due to prolonged neglect, the streets lay buried under mud deposited by floods, where seeds quietly germinated in the night. Perhaps one day, this steel forest would transform into a genuine woodland. Guided by the moonlight, Qin Muyang trailed Xiao He toward the riverbank. A sense of frustration gnawed at him. After all, Xiao He could not articulate its motives. He hesitated to squander his precious sleep on a mere whim of the spirited dog. What if it had merely caught the scent of an alluring female dog? As he contemplated abandoning his spirited companion, Qin Muyang suddenly noticed a profound impression in the mud before him. He crouched down to inspect, only to discover it was a mark made by a tire. Moreover, it appeared to be a recent imprint. His heart raced with the realization. Were there living beings nearby? Or had living beings traversed this very path, and with a vehicle? No less. Could it be that Xiao He sensed the presence of someone, and thus roused himself to investigate? Qin Muyang resolved to proceed further. However, Xiao He halted to sniff at the tire track, then suddenly quickened his pace. As Qin Muyang contemplated pursuing him, he caught sight of a figure swaying slowly by the roadside. He slowed his steps and focused his gaze, discovering a zombie ensnared in the mud, struggling incessantly. Fortunately, the zombie had not detected his presence, thus refraining from emitting that haunting growl. Qin Muyang swiftly passed by, only to realize that beneath the moonlight, the muck ahead was teeming with zombies of various shapes and forms, some with missing limbs, others half-buried, some lying prone, and others submerged to their knees in the mire. The scene resembled a mass of toothpicks inserted into a fruit platter, densely packed. Qin Muyang understood why he had not noticed the zombies earlier. It was because they had all congregated here. The density of these zombies appeared to be increasing, as if they were subtly guarding something. The distance was too great, and the moonlight lacked the illuminating power of sunlight, rendering it difficult for Qin Muyang to discern what lay at the center, although it bore a somewhat familiar shape. It seemed to have two horns and was lying down. It resembled a water buffalo. Yet, how could there possibly be a water buffalo in the city? Nonetheless, it was not impossible that it had rushed in from elsewhere. The previous flood must have been quite fierce, though at the library, Qin Muyang and his companions had not felt its full force. With zombies roaming the streets, it seemed entirely plausible for a water buffalo to be present as well. Yet, Xiao He's fascination with a water buffalo in the dead of night raises questions. Additionally, the single tire track he had just observed seemed to evoke a strong reaction from Xiao He, as if it recognized the vehicle that made it. Had he overlooked something significant? The tire track. There was only one. Suddenly, Qin Muyang recalled that the tire track was singular, not double. Thus, the vehicle that passed through here was not a car, but rather more likely a motorcycle or an electric bike. Could it be that the vague shadow was not a water buffalo at all, but rather an impressive motorcycle? The more he pondered, the more he convinced himself that it was indeed a motorcycle, rather than a water buffalo. At that moment, Xiao He had already dashed toward the source of the sound, increasing in speed, appearing quite joyful, wagging its tail. Qin Muyang heard a faint male voice whisper, "Xiao He, what are you doing here?" Without further thought, he retrieved the flashlight from the mesh pocket of his backpack, turning it on and directing the beam toward the voice. This patrol flashlight was far brighter than an ordinary one. Qin Muyang then saw, amidst the trapped zombies, a motorcycle. Beside it was a large man, stuck in the mud. He wore a red shirt, and his jeans were muddied beyond recognition. Exhausted, he leaned against the motorcycle, looking as though he would not survive much longer. Qin Muyang's heart sank as he recognized the man, and he attempted to move closer. The zombies flailed their arms, trying to seize Qin Muyang, but their legs were firmly ensnared in the mud, rendering them immobile. Heavy, guttural growls echoed around Qin Muyang, yet he remained undeterred, resolutely advancing forward. The individual leaning against the motorcycle slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Qin Muyang. "Is Xiaohei with you?" the man asked weakly. "What has happened to Dodo?" Qin Muyang regarded him coolly. "Your name is Yuxing." He recognized this man as the father who had single-handedly diverted the tide of corpses on his motorcycle. "Yes, I am Yusheng. Where's my son? How do you know my name?" Yusheng's face reddened with anxiety. He believed that his son and Xiaohei should be safe in the urban village, under the protection of others. When he had ventured out to draw the horde away, everyone had promised to look after Dodo. Had the urban village ultimately succumbed? How had this person managed to find Xiaohei, who seemed to obey him? Noticing Yusheng's distress, Qin Muyang hastily clarified, "I passed through the urban village, and Dodo asked me to keep an eye out for someone in a red shirt and jeans. He entrusted Xiaohei to me." Yusheng finally began to calm down. "Indeed, I was overly anxious. If you had harmed Dodo, Xiaohei would not heed your commands. And you know my name." "What is the current state of the urban village?" Qin Muyang refrained from disclosing the dire situation he had witnessed in the cellar, instead offering reassurances, mentioning that Dodo was highly regarded in the village. Yusheng's spirits lifted, gradually easing his tension as he leaned against the motorcycle for support. He appeared utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of death. It was only after Qin Muyang called his name several times that he finally reacted, albeit with a hint of fatigue in his voice. "I'm feeling a bit drowsy," he admitted shyly. "Please, do not succumb to slumber. I shall rescue you at once." As Qin Muyang leaned closer, he realized that the deeper he ventured, the softer and more treacherous the mire became, gradually pulling him downward as well. No wonder Xiaohei had almost reached Yusheng, yet dared not proceed further. Raising his head slowly, the sound of rain echoed as Yusheng offered a resigned smile. "It's futile. The mud here is entirely saturated. You cannot save me. It is best for you to leave." "Brother, I am deeply grateful for your willingness to aid me," Qin Muyang retorted. "There must be a way." His eyes roamed about, searching for a means to extricate him. Some individuals had been rescued from the clutches of swamps. He could not accept that a person could not be saved from the accumulated muck of the city. He was resolute in his belief. He had promised Dodo, and he held a profound admiration for the man before him, Yusheng. Though still youthful, he bore a certain frailty, likely belonging to that cohort from remote villages who married young, with children already 6 or 7 years old. He was merely in his early 20s, only a few years older than Qin Muyang. Yet, despite his poverty and the burdens of early fatherhood, he had not succumbed to a lack of responsibility. Instead, he stood as a magnificent father, a hero to his child. With such a father as a role model, Dodo would undoubtedly grow to be a heroic figure too. As Qin Muyang conversed with Yusheng, diverting his attention to keep him awake, his mind raced with thoughts of how to save him. If a rope were tied around him and pulled outward with considerable force, it should prove effective. Qin Muyang's physical condition had improved significantly, and dragging someone as frail as Yusheng would undoubtedly pose no challenge. He opened his backpack and retrieved the rope, mimicking the technique he had observed on television of lassoing a horse, tossing one end of the rope towards Yusheng. Beside him, Xiaohei anxiously fidgeted, even attempting to grasp the rope and take a few steps forward, hoping to deliver it directly to Yusheng. Yet, after barely 2 meters, Xiaohei's paws became ensnared in the mud, rendering it hesitant to move further. Upon spotting the bottle of water, Yusheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Weakly, he exclaimed, "I haven't had a drop to drink all day." Qin Muyang tossed the bottle of mineral water toward him, and this time, the rope landed neatly at his feet. "Secure the rope around your waist and tie it tightly. I will pull you out," Qin Muyang declared. However, Yusheng's thoughts were far from the rope. All he craved was a sip of water. In moments of extreme thirst, how can one possibly restrain oneself upon seeing water? With trembling hands, he seized the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and was about to pour it down his throat. Qin Muyang cautioned, "Do not drink too much at once. Realizing that his words might not be heeded, he added, "If you wish to see Dodo again, it would be wise to heed my advice." Indeed, Yusheng managed to exercise restraint, taking only a sip before stuffing the bottle into his waist pouch, feigning nonchalance. Yet, his throat betrayed him. Still longing for a more substantial quenching, his will to survive surged, fueled by the thought of his son. After securing the mineral water, he promptly tied the rope around his waist. The exertion of that action had utterly drained him of strength, causing him to slump against the motorcycle. He had initially believed that pulling the rope would extricate Yusheng from the mire, but to his dismay, while Yusheng's legs emerged slightly from the sludge, Qinyang's own legs became ensnared deeper due to the strain. Realizing the perilous nature of his efforts, Qinyang ceased his actions. To continue in such a forceful manner could very well lead to his own entrapment in the quagmire, rendering him unable to escape. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking objects that could assist him. If only he had a longer rope, he could tie it to a distant pillar and, from there, exert enough force to rescue Yusheng. Alas, the rope he possessed was far too short. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could find some large and lightweight objects to place atop the mire, he might distribute his weight and successfully pull Yusheng to safety. He relinquished the rope and called out to Yusheng, urging him to hold on a little longer while he sought something to aid their plight. The beam of his flashlight gradually faded from his world, as if it were merely an illusion. Yusheng began to question whether his near-death experience had all been a dream. He gently closed his eyes, sensing the ebbing of life. At that moment, a mournful whimper pierced the silence. He opened his eyes to discern the silhouette of Xiaohong in the moonlight. Xiaohong had not departed with Qinyang. It had remained steadfastly nearby. Upon seeing Xiaohong, Yusheng broke into a smile, realizing that this was no mere dream. Someone was indeed striving to rescue him. Chapter 56. Salvation. Qin Muyang departed from the place where Yusheng was trapped, traversing the relatively easier streets. As he walked, he illuminated the shops on either side with his flashlight, searching for anything that could aid in rescuing Yusheng. Soon, he stumbled upon a large home textile store, a glimmer of hope for Yusheng. At the entrance of the store, only a few zombies lingered, which Qin Muyang swiftly dispatched. The door to the textile shop stood ajar, likely a result of the sudden outbreak that had caught the store in the midst of business. Fortunately, it was nighttime. Even if zombies had taken refuge inside during the day, they would now be wandering outside. Upon entering the store, Qin Muyang began to gather what he deemed useful. Being summer, the thickest bedding available was a summer quilt, so he promptly grabbed a hefty stack from the shelves. In addition to the quilts, he also collected soft cushions designed for chairs. These items were somewhat cumbersome, so he fashioned a long rope out of several thin blankets to bind them together, dragging the makeshift bundle along the ground. After all, he had no intention of using them for sleep, and any dirt they accumulated was inconsequential. However, he was heading towards a low-lying area, not ascending to higher ground. He was still alive. Qin Muyang spread the summer quilts upon the muddy ground beneath him and began tossing the cushions in the direction of Yusheng. When he eventually pulled Yusheng out, walking on the mud would be impossible. Thus, the cushions would provide a path to tread upon, minimizing the risk of sinking again. Contemplating the discomfort of a rope constricting around one's waist, Qin Muyang instructed Yusheng to procure a cushion to alleviate the pressure. Thus, a soft buffer was established between the rope and Yusheng's midsection. With preparations duly made, Qin Muyang resumed his efforts to pull the rope. This time, his feet remained steadfast, as the cold blanket served to distribute the pressure. Gradually, Qin Muyang extracted Yusheng from the mire, until at last, he lay sprawled upon the nearest cushion, his legs entirely freed from the sludge. It was only then that Qin Muyang, aided by the beam of his flashlight, discerned an apparent injury on Yusheng's waist. During the tugging process, his crimson shirt had ridden up, revealing a vague, indistinct bruise that was difficult to discern clearly. Initially, Qin Muyang had hoped that once Yusheng was liberated from the muck, he might be able to either walk or crawl towards him, but given his condition, it seemed he lacked the strength to move at all. Reluctantly, Qin Muyang instructed him to remain on the cushion while he continued to exert his strength in dragging him forward. Throughout this rescue, the surrounding zombies, ensnared in the mire, emitted guttural roars, stretching their arms forward in a desperate attempt to grasp something, their legs thrashing about in a futile endeavor to extricate themselves from the sludge. It appeared that a horde of zombies had been drawn to Yusheng, only to become ensnared in the muck themselves. Otherwise, by this time, some would have likely wandered into the area. This also explained Qin Muyang's sense of unusual stillness upon arriving in this vicinity. Yuxing was gradually pulled closer, his condition precarious, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Qin Muyang approached to untie the ropes binding him at the waist and immediately shone a flashlight upon what had initially appeared to be a wound. It revealed a gaping laceration, over 10 centimeters in length, already festering and gruesome in appearance. Moreover, his body temperature was alarmingly high, clearly indicating a fever. As Qin Muyang spoke to him, he hoisted him onto his back. Meanwhile, Xiao He ambled over, nudging the backpack that Qin Muyang had discarded on the ground. Puzzled, Qin Muyang heard Yuxing suggest, "It can carry things, let it bear the pack." Although he harbored doubts about the dog's ability to manage a burden exceeding 20 pounds, Qin Muyang nonetheless attempted to drape the backpack over Xiao He's back. To his astonishment, the dog did not buckle under the weight as anticipated, but instead trotted alongside Qin Muyang with ease. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Had I known it could carry such a load, I would have had it do so all along." Xiao He let out a soft whimper, perhaps recognizing that Qin Muyang had just rescued Yuxing and thus quieted down. In the dead of night, Qin Muyang could find no more suitable refuge than this small convenience store. He worried momentarily that the dog might be unable to carry the load and could have been captured by a zombie. Cautiously, he approached the entrance and peered outside. The street lay desolate, unchanged from before. They had encountered no zombies on the way back, and the dog was clever enough not to lose its way. How could it have vanished? Just as Qin Muyang contemplated stepping outside to search for the dog, he spotted a distant dark figure drawing closer. Xiao He arrived at the doorway, ignoring Qin Muyang entirely, and promptly retrieved a cool blanket, heading back to Yusheng. It was evident that this blanket had been specifically intended for Yusheng. Qin Muyang did not mind, for after all, Yusheng was currently in a state of illness. He carefully moved Yuxing onto the cool bedding and rummaged through his backpack, extracting a bottle of iodine. He poured out all the medications and searched through them. After roughly cleansing Yuxing's wound with the iodine, he administered anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medication, which eased his own worries somewhat. Ultimately, he had done all he could. Whether Yuxing would survive was now entirely in the hands of fate. After some exertion outdoors, Qin Muyang felt a twinge of thirst. He casually found some water and snacked on a few tidbits, only to discover that Yuxing had not yet succumbed to slumber. In fact, he appeared considerably more spirited than before. Qin Muyang prepared some water and a small portion of soft bread for him. Following this, he secured the glass door and both of them settled down to rest, while the little black dog instinctively took its post at the entrance, seemingly more eager to fulfill its duties since Yuxing's arrival. They slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, Qin Muyang's first instinct was to check if Yuxing was still alive. The fever had subsided, indicating the efficacy of the antipyretic medication. However, the wound on his waist showed no significant improvement, prompting Qin Muyang to prepare more anti-inflammatory medicine, which he urged Yuxing to take immediately upon waking. It seemed that stitches might be necessary. Yuxing lifted his shirt to examine the wound and murmured softly. Chapter 57. Stitches. Yuxing appeared quite vigorous, consuming food and drink with an apparent hearty appetite in the morning. Meanwhile, Qin Muyang pondered how to proceed with stitching the wound. He had heard that in earlier times, people would use a sewing needle and ordinary thread to suture wounds, simply needing to close the injury without concern for aesthetic perfection. Given the constraints, Qin Muyang did not disclose his intentions as he stepped outside. Yusheng, feeling fatigued, reclined once more, with Xiao He steadfastly by his side. With this loyal dog present, Qin Muyang felt a sense of reassurance. As he walked along the street, the desolate state of the city evoked a sense of fatalism. The absence of zombies in the vicinity allowed him to proceed with ease. The shop was situated conveniently along the main road, and he would reach it shortly. First, he entered a sewing shop and dispatched a zombie clad in an apron, acquiring sewing needles and an ample supply of thread. Subsequently, he turned his attention to a nearby clothing store. Fortunately, this establishment offered both men's and women's attire, unlike the overly revealing women's boutique he had previously encountered. Yusheng, being slightly shorter and of a rather lean build, prompted Qin Muyang to select a size smaller than his own. The array of clothing was plentiful and relatively clean. However, Qin Muyang had no intention of selecting anything for himself. The garments he had procured from the sports brand store suited him well, exhibiting quality far superior to that of the current offerings. Regardless, the clothing he chose for Yuxing was certainly an improvement over his tattered attire. After selecting 2 outfits for Yusheng, Qin Muyang proceeded to the home textiles store he had visited the previous evening, gathering a comfortable pillow and a light summer quilt for his own use. considering Yuxing's condition would not improve immediately. Qin Muyang resolved to remain by his side for a few more days, adhering to the principle of providing support until he could manage independently and procure his own sustenance. Nonetheless, this decision raised the uncertainty of when he would finally reach Beishan University. Having already delayed for so long, a few additional days hardly seemed consequential. Had I known the journey would unfold in such a manner, I would have insisted on bringing along Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin. In a few days, Li Mingchuan would undoubtedly be lively and vibrant again. If only there were no zombies. In this desolate and lonely city, one could effortlessly procure an endless supply of goods. A world where one could engage in daily zero-cost shopping without the burdens of life or academic pressures. Alas, while fate offers the opportunity for free acquisition, it also delivers two zombies right into your embrace. As Qin Muyang approached the small shop on that street, he spotted Yusheng leaning against the wall, curled up with his legs drawn in, scraping the mud from his skin. The mud had dried completely, forming a hard shell that clung to his flesh. Upon entering the store, Qin Muyang witnessed Yusheng peeling away a large chunk of dried mud, revealing the inflamed, reddened skin beneath. The filth had caused his legs to start swelling in an allergic reaction. Yusheng, with his fingers caked in dirt, scratched at his bright red leg with a sense of distress. The sight of such alarming redness evoked an almost empathetic itch in Qin Muyang's own legs. Casting aside the cool blanket he had found, Qin Muyang produced a clean garment to offer Yusheng, along with a needle and thread. Which shall we attend to first, donning clean clothes or stitching up that wound? The large sewing needle glinted before Yusheng, eliciting a wince of discomfort as he involuntarily gasped. Perhaps I should first find a way to wash my feet? Yusheng inquired. Qin Muyang glanced at the mud-streaked feet, marred with red marks, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is ample water here for both of us and a dog. A few bottles should suffice for a foot wash. He took a few bottles of water and helped Yusheng clean his legs and feet, revealing the red marks that looked as if they had been corroded by something. He felt fortunate that he had not used brute strength to pull Yusheng, but had quickly sought a cool blanket to cushion against his descent when he realized he was sinking. Otherwise, he might have ended up with a pair of red socks himself. What shoe size do you wear? Qin Muyang inquired, observing Yusheng's discomforting feet. I noticed a shoe store on my way here and intended to bring you a pair, but I was unsure of your size. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yusheng mentioned his shoe size. Having worked in the city for many years, he had seldom encountered someone as kind-hearted as Qin Muyang. In such a dire situation, he had not only rescued him but also demonstrated such meticulous care. Unable to contain himself, Yusheng remarked, "You must be a college student, right?" Qin Muyang was puzzled, wondering if the words college student were written all over his face. Could he not be a chosen worker instead? All right, it's time to stitch, he declared, producing a metal lighter. He held the sewing needle over the flame, stating, "High-temperature disinfection." Yusheng nodded in silence. Qin Muyang then pulled out a length of white thread, saying, "This needs disinfection too." Before Yusheng could intervene, he placed the thread directly into the fire. They both watched as the thread ignited, quickly disappearing, which startled Qin Muyang so much that he dropped the needle onto the ground. Yusheng's expression changed. "Do you have more thread? By the way, can you sew?" "There is plenty of thread." Qin Muyang presented a roll of thread to him. As for whether he could sew, hasn't one seen a pig run after eating pork? Rest assured, this time, I won't disinfect the thread. With that said, Qin Muyang threaded the needle but recalled that the needle had fallen to the ground earlier. He hastily cauterized the needle's tip with fire, ensuring not to burn the threaded end, which gave off an air of professionalism. Seizing the moment when Yusheng was distracted, he deftly directed the needle towards the wound on his waist. A faint sound accompanied the needle's contact with Yusheng's flesh, causing both of them to flinch slightly. Subsequently, a subtle, almost imperceptible aroma of char wafted into the air. Qin Muyang and Yusheng exchanged glances, after which Qin Muyang calmly averted his gaze. "Brother, couldn't you wait for the needle to cool before you jabbed it in?" Yusheng inquired. "Hee, I thought it best to catch you off guard, so it wouldn't hurt as much. Besides, it's sterilized by high temperatures." Qin Muyang replied. "Then you might as well roast me," Yusheng retorted. "Enough of that. I'm continuing to sew." Chapter 58. Experienced the sewing needle traversed through Yusheng's wound, each puncture causing him to furrow his brow and draw in a sharp breath. Qin Muyang sensed that the sensation of piercing flesh was entirely different from that of dispatching zombies, rendering him somewhat apprehensive. Unable to contain himself, he sought to divert attention with conversation. "Brother Yusheng, why not share what you've been through these past few days?" Yusheng sighed. I've been out for over half a month now. The memories are becoming hazy. I distinctly recall the time when I led the zombies on a chaotic spree through the city. My knowledge of the streets was limited, and every path was obstructed, leaving me to traverse wherever I could. I managed to draw the zombies in a wild chase, their numbers dwindling as I evaded them. However, fate had other plans, and I soon found myself caught in a tempest, forcing me to seek refuge from the storm. When the storm subsided, I discovered that the place I had chosen for shelter was now encircled by zombies. The storm Rensheng referred to was, in fact, the typhoon that Qin Muyang and Li Mingchuan had endured together. Yet, Qin Muyang refrained from interrupting him to clarify that it was a typhoon, allowing Rensheng to continue his narrative. In my desperation to survive, I resolved to ride my motorcycle onward. The streets were inundated with water, and my unfamiliarity with the terrain led me into a low-lying area, where I was swept away by the flood. During those harrowing days, I scavenged for food and water while nursing my wounds, eventually finding a relatively safe haven to reside in. I understood that my injuries required time to heal. Gradually, as the wounds festered and then healed, I found myself nearly restored. Initially, I had believed that venturing out to attract the zombies would result in my demise. Yet against all odds, I survived. Even when I was swept away by the water, I thought my end was near, yet I emerged unscathed. With an injury to my waist, festering and accompanied by fever, I had resigned myself to the belief that I would not survive this ordeal. Surprisingly, after several days of rest, I managed to pull through. I had long since forgotten the paths I had traversed, relying solely on instinct as I wandered aimlessly. My wounds reopened, causing me pain and fatigue. Yet amidst this turmoil, I stumbled upon my motorcycle. I thought perhaps it could be repaired, so I ventured forth, only to find myself ensnared in the mire. Numerous zombies were drawn to me, yet they too became trapped in the muck, powerless to reach me. There I languished under the sun for a day and a half, my wounds deteriorating further. I believed my demise was imminent. After all, relying solely on my own strength, escape seemed utterly impossible. Thirst and hunger tormented me, and with my wounds aching, I lamented that I would never see my son again. Little did I know that I would encounter you. Brother, I am profoundly grateful. You are my savior. Were it not for my current inability to move, I would sincerely bow before you, wishing my son could do the same. As Yusheng spoke, his voice trembled with emotion, revealing his genuine gratitude. After numerous narrow escapes, fate had once again intervened. This time, external assistance was essential for salvation, and fortuitously, it was Qin Muyang who appeared. Just when Yusheng felt he could no longer endure, it was this seemingly youthful brother before him who offered encouragement and exerted every ounce of strength to rescue him. Yusheng felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness that he could never repay. If only he could see Dodo once more, he would willingly lay down his life for Qin Muyang. Qin Muyang, too, was filled with fervor. Saving a life is, after all, a noble act. His previous mutual rescues with Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan paled in comparison to this moment. In saving Yusheng, he rediscovered the inherent goodness within himself. He believed that his earlier decision to abandon Zhang Jin was a result of the dire circumstances, a choice made in haste. He deeply understands that it is indeed possible to be kind in the apocalypse, but only under the premise of ensuring one's own safety. He does not wish to become like the callous individuals depicted in the novels he has read. If a person were to survive in such a manner during the end times, would there truly be any meaning left in living? The thought of a life devoid of emotions, killing, slaying zombies, scavenging for supplies, eating, drinking, sleeping, is rather terrifying. As Qin Muyang verbally reassured Yusheng that there was no need for gratitude, his heart brimmed with joy, and his hands instinctively moved with a lighter touch. Once he completed the final stitch, the two of them gazed at the crooked scar, and for a moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Qin Muyang remarked, "That scar makes a man look rather cool." Yusheng replied, "It resembles a centipede. Is it truly cool?" Upon the mention of Dodo, Yusheng instantly donned a cheerful expression, finding the scar that Qin Muyang had stitched to be more agreeable. After admiring his handiwork, Qin Muyang leisurely retrieved some disinfectant from his backpack to treat Yusheng's scar. At that moment, Yusheng tentatively inquired, "Brother, have you considered that the needle and thread could have been disinfected with this solution?" That burn from the needle was for naught. Feigning ignorance to Yusheng's words, Qin Muyang produced some medicine for him to take and insisted that he change into clean clothes. He then sauntered outside to find shoes for Yusheng. As he stepped out, a smile involuntarily crept onto Qin Muyang's lips. Thankfully, He had the excuse of searching for shoes. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he wouldn't burst into laughter in front of Yusheng. The joy of saving a life and receiving gratitude, alongside the memory of his own clumsy stitching, filled Qin Mu Yang with a sense of satisfaction. Despite his lingering weakness, he had merely feigned strength to converse with Qin Mu Yang. He needed ample rest for a swifter recovery, so Qin Mu Yang chose not to intrude upon his solitude. Instead, he set aside his shoes and wandered nearby. The area was relatively devoid of zombies, as it had never been a bustling locale. Yet Qin Mu Yang managed to uncover a plethora of useful items amidst the remnants. Although many shops had been thoroughly ransacked, a few treasures remained unclaimed. Qin Mu Yang roamed freely, taking what he needed. Little Black always stood guard at the entrance, eagerly rising to greet him with a wagging tail upon his return. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the frail Yusheng, who smiled at him like a tender bride, momentarily leaving Qin Mu Yang in a daze. The past couple of days had unfolded in this manner, daily tending to Yusheng's wounds, administering medication, scouring for supplies, and sharing meals while reminiscing about their former lives. Gradually, Yusheng regained enough strength to rise and take a few steps without difficulty. Encouraged, Qin Mu Yang intensified his scavenging efforts, determined to equip Yusheng with a proper survival kit. He planned to leave Yusheng to recuperate for a few more days while he himself embarked on a journey to Northern Mountain University. Chapter 59. The Bridge. Thanks to his diligent collection over the past few days, Qin Mu Yang assembled a respectable set of survival gear for Yusheng. This included a backpack, various medications, bandages, antiseptic, food supplies, and a crowbar for dealing with zombies. As for water, the small convenience store still held a considerable stock. When the small convenience store was ransacked, it seemed that the water was too heavy and not much was taken. The two individuals consumed several days' worth of supplies and had not yet depleted even half. Originally, Qin Mu Yang had found 2 crowbars, but the iron rod in his hand had proven to be quite handy and of excellent quality, so he decided against a change, merely converting the surplus crowbar into a backup weapon. Moreover, while gathering these supplies for Yusheng, Qin Mu Yang stumbled upon a remarkably useful belt, which allowed him to hang various items that might be needed at a moment's notice, even the iron rod, thereby liberating his hands. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Mu Yang did not leave immediately. He spent an entire day allowing Yusheng to care for himself, merely observing without offering assistance. It was only when Yusheng demonstrated his capability to manage that he planned to depart. Otherwise, abandoning someone in such a situation would only lead to inevitable demise. Throughout the day, Yusheng managed to eat, drink, take his medication, and disinfect his wounds, performing each task commendably. This was largely due to Qin Mu Yang having prepared everything meticulously in advance, allowing Yusheng to access what he needed with ease. If anyone troubles them, they are troubling me, Yusheng declared emphatically. Qin Mu Yang felt it was essential to share with Yusheng some peculiar behaviors regarding the cellar and Yang, hoping it might spark some insight. Thus, he recounted what he had witnessed in the cellar, what Yang had communicated to him, and his suspicions and experiences in detail. Yusheng expressed a strong impression of Yang, mentioning that Yang and his brother had always engaged in questionable activities, frequently resorting to petty theft. The two of them arrived in the city without ever having engaged in legitimate employment, subsisting solely on petty theft and various dubious activities. However, as their presence did not disrupt the lives of others in the urban village, they were largely overlooked. Following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, this Yang cooperated eagerly with Director Wang, presenting himself as quite normal. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with him. Ruisheng mentioned that it was an instinct. In any case, he must not pose a threat to the urban village. Early the next morning, after bidding farewell to Ruisheng, Qin Mu Yang slung his backpack over his shoulders and departed from the small convenience store, leaving behind Little Black for Ruisheng. The path ahead was unfamiliar to Little Black, and he needed to provide the dog with food and water daily. In comparison, Ruisheng was in greater need of the canine companion at that moment. Once again on the road, Qin Mu Yang felt invigorated. He followed the route he had meticulously designed, making his way upstream to a higher elevation. Upon discovering that the streets bore no traces of sludge, he began his descent towards the riverbank. Although he encountered zombies along the way, his methods for dealing with them had matured. He would circumvent large groups, confront smaller numbers, and feign ignorance when they were at a distance, swiftly passing through. Before long, he arrived at the street bordering the river. As he beheld the scene before him, he couldn't help but pause in awe. The once tranquil and confined North Mountain River had transformed into a vast and turbulent expanse. The previously crystal-clear waters were now muddied and littered with debris and refuse. On the side where Qin Muyang stood, the terrain was relatively elevated, and the water had merely begun to breach the riverbanks. On the opposite bank, the terrain descends significantly, allowing the river's waters to inundate the urban area, with towering edifices appearing as solitary islands adrift in a sea of murky yellow. It has been half a month since the torrential rains brought by the typhoon, yet the city's flooding persists unabated. The low-lying regions have suffered immensely, a calamity unprecedented in the history of Beishan City. Undoubtedly, the severity of this deluge is intricately linked to the outbreak of the undead. A dam, typically operational during the annual heavy rains, was supposed to regulate the flow of water downstream. However, this time, no one was present to manage the dam's sluice gates. Consequently, the flood waters from upstream could not be released, resulting in the inundation of the city's lower areas until they reached the level of the dam, subsequently spilling over. Even without witnessing the current state of the dam, Qin Muyang could vividly envision the magnificent, yet terrifying scene. He had remained on this side of the city, initially believing that the impact of the typhoon had gradually waned, unaware of the profound ramifications it had wrought. A grand bridge arches across the river, yet its structure barely rises a meter above the floodwaters. Debris clogs the bridge piers, and Qin Muyang noted that two of the piers appeared to be missing, likely swept away by the relentless current. If this deluge continues its ruthless onslaught, it is highly probable that the entire bridge may be destroyed. Observing his surroundings, Qin Muyang realized that he had no alternative but to traverse the bridge. This area, relatively elevated, was still on the verge of being engulfed by the floodwaters, rendering the lower bridges downstream even more vulnerable. Attempting to cross the river by boat was out of the question, as he could find no vessel. And even if he did, he possessed no knowledge of navigation. Moreover, navigating such turbulent and overflowing waters is akin to courting death. Crossing the river directly would be no different from a fool's errand. Although two pillars of the bridge are missing, it currently exhibits no signs of imminent collapse. Qin Muyang believed that only a vehicle as substantial as a small excavator could inflict catastrophic damage upon the structure. Nevertheless, despite his confidence in the bridge's integrity, Qin Muyang was not so reckless as to attempt crossing without adequate preparation. He was aware that riverside areas typically have lifebuoys available, so he took a leisurely stroll to gather 8 of them. He then tied them together in pairs, forming 2 flat groups, and stacked them to create a cohesive unit. In this manner, he fashioned a makeshift lifeboat with considerable buoyancy. Although Qin Muyang was proficient in swimming, he dared not claim he could navigate such treacherous waters. Dragging his homemade lifeboat, he approached the bridge that spanned the 2 banks. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this vessel would safeguard his life. Furthermore, upon reaching the opposite shore, he could easily lie atop the buoyant rings to avoid contact with the murky water. He vividly recalled the red blisters that had marred his feet just days prior. As he walked upon the bridge, he immediately felt the oppressive force of the roaring river below. Amidst the thunderous sound of rushing water, the bridge trembled gently, and a hazy vista unfolded before him. Occasionally, waves crashing against the bridge's pillars would surge up onto the deck, splashing him with water that reeked of mud and decay, drenching his head and body. Before he had traversed even half the distance, one side of his body was already drenched. Upon reaching the central section of the bridge, where the pier had been washed away, he observed cracks beginning to form, and the expansion joints had widened considerably. A wave of trepidation washed over Qin Muyang as he gazed up at the opposite bank of the river, hastening his steps. Fortunately, despite the perilous circumstances, he managed to cross the bridge unscathed. It remained steadfastly suspended over the water. Standing at the bridge's edge, he realized he had drawn closer to his destination. Yet he knew the path ahead would prove even more arduous. Before him lay a gently sloping street, gradually descending, starting from 1/3 of the way down. The road was already submerged. In the low-lying urban area within his view, the deepest part of the water nearly reached the 2nd floor of the houses. The streetlights stood half submerged, and many of the trees only revealed their tops above the surface. Qin Muyang dragged the makeshift lifeboat he had fashioned into the flooded zone and steadied himself as he sat down. It was only after he settled in that he realized he had no implement to serve as a paddle. He found himself spinning in circles, utterly unable to make any progress. Fortunately, amidst the debris carried by the water, there was an abundance of materials. and Qin Muyang quickly discovered a piece of wood that could serve as a makeshift oar. With the wooden board in hand, the lifeboat finally began to move, gliding along the path he had charted. The speed of his advance was slow, yet it was stable and secure, so Qin Muyang remained unperturbed. As the lifeboat drifted through the submerged neighborhoods, a desolate scene unfolded before his eyes. When he had gazed upon the vacant streets from the opposite bank, he had felt a pang of discomfort. However, upon witnessing the streets submerged in murky waters, he realized that his earlier discomfort had been premature. This scene, even if there were survivors wishing to venture out in search of supplies, would prove exceedingly difficult to navigate. Many shops selling essential goods were situated along the streets, primarily on the ground floor, and now they lie entirely submerged. Food that has been soaked by floodwaters is inedible, even if one were to locate these establishments. It would be of no avail. With the emergence of the undead coupled with natural disasters, the struggle for survival has intensified significantly for the remaining survivors. As Qin Muyang traversed a certain area, he beheld the lifeless bodies of zombies as well as that of humans floating in the water. The corpses, swollen and pale from the immersion, appeared as though they would burst like balloons at the slightest touch. Clusters of maggots drifted in the water, while flies amassed into a dark cloud above. As Qin Muyang paddled his lifeboat through this grotesque tableau, he was engulfed by an overwhelming din of buzzing that felt as though it might swallow him whole. The air was thick with a noxious blend of sweet decay, putrid smells, and the scent of mud. Leaning over the edge of the lifeboat, he succumbed to the urge to vomit, having rushed through the day without rest or sustenance. Save for a few sips of water, he could only expel a small amount of liquid. After painstakingly navigating through this ghastly scene, he finally dared to take deep breaths of fresh air. It was then he noticed that the makeshift paddle, a simple plank of wood, was infested with maggots, nearly triggering another wave of nausea. Struggling against the impulse to discard the plank, he vigorously shook it in the water, sending the maggots drifting away. Yet, the horrific image remained indelibly etched in Qin Muyang's mind. At that moment, he silently vowed that should he encounter such a sight again, he would find a way to circumvent it. He was initially concerned that taking a detour would only lead him further away from Beishan University. With the thought that he was not directly in contact with the foul waters, he forced himself to navigate through the center of the chaos. Had he known that beneath the lifeboat, the other side was also teeming with maggots, he might have considered abandoning ship altogether. Regaining his composure, Qin Muyang continued to row forward. As dusk approached, he resolved to seek shelter. However, given the current circumstances, finding a place to stay proved challenging. He could only hope to locate a second floor that he could access without coming into contact with the filthy waters below. While searching, Qin Muyang heard what seemed to be someone calling out to him. In a moment of reminiscence, he recalled the day he was pursued by zombies, with Zhang Jin shouting for him from above. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a woman on the second floor of a shop diagonally ahead, cradling a child and gazing at him with an expression of joy. It was an unremarkable grocery store, with the floodwaters nearly reaching the second floor, just 30 to 40 centimeters away. The woman leaned out of the window, her gaze filled with desperation as she looked at Qin Muyang. "Are you a rescue worker?" Qin Muyang shook his head. The disappointment was palpable on her face. "Where are you headed? Can you take my son and me with you?" "No, just take my son, please. He is very well behaved." Qin Muyang slowly ceased his rowing, silently observing the woman. "Please, take my son away. He is truly good. He doesn't cry or fuss." As she spoke, the woman extended the infant towards the window, causing Qin Muyang's heart to leap into his throat. One misstep, and the child could fall into the water. Qin Muyang gently maneuvered his makeshift lifeboat forward, preparing to quickly retrieve the child should he accidentally fall overboard. In an inadvertent glance, he caught sight of a gaping wound on one side of the child's face, a mark inflicted by human teeth. To his horror, the infant had unmistakably transformed into a zombie. Murky eyes, skin tinged with a sickly hue, and hands moving in a mindless manner, evoking a shiver down his spine. Even in such tender years, the child's transformation rendered him truly fearsome. Qin Muyang hesitated to approach any closer, pondering whether the woman before him was indeed insane or harboring some sinister scheme. At that moment, the woman leaned precariously outward. "Take him away, he is truly obedient. I have plenty of food here. I can provide for you. I have money. I possess wealth," she implored, her desperation palpable. "Take it all. Please, I beg you. Save my son." Observing her frantic demeanor, Qin Muyang discerned that she was indeed unhinged. Chapter 61. Murder. A pang of sorrow struck Qin Muyang. A mother, consumed by her love for her son, could not fathom his transformation into a zombie, leading her to a complete breakdown and a shattered mind. Yet, even in her madness, she clung to the hope of rescuing her child. Tentatively, Qin Muyang inquired, "Is your son truly unharmed?" "He's fine. He is still alive. See, he still moves," the woman exclaimed, discarding the two large bags in her hands and lifting the swaddled infant toward the window. "Look how adorable he is. I killed someone. I killed my husband. But I must protect my son. I had no choice. He is still alive. His limbs are moving, and he is calling out. Listen. He is crying for his mother. Mother yet." What Qin Muyang hears is the incessant rasping from the throat of that little zombie. For reasons unknown, thoughts of his own mother flood his mind. Since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, Qin Muyang has consciously avoided thinking about his parents, feeling utterly powerless. Being away from home for his studies, he has no means to ascertain their current state. Thus he has shunned the topic. However, the woman before him evokes memories of his selfless mother. This woman has already succumbed to the zombie virus. It is merely a matter of time before she transforms. There is no hope left for her. Qin Muyang lets out a sigh. "Do you feel unwell?" he inquires of the woman. She shakes her head. "No, I am fine. You need not worry about me. Just take my son away." But night is approaching. Qin Muyang points towards the west. "We cannot travel today. How about I return tomorrow to take your son?" The woman ponders for a moment. "All right, thank you." Unable to endure the thought of lingering any longer, Qin Muyang propels himself forward on the wooden plank. After advancing several meters, he hears the woman's voice once more. "I think I might be infected. I have already been infected. Please, kill me. Do not let me harm my son." This is the woman's final plea. "Kill me." She is unaware that her son has already become a zombie. This time, Qin Muyang does not refuse. "I have come to a decision. Please, help me end this suffering." Qin Muyang stood upon his makeshift lifeboat as a woman leaned out of the window. "Thank you," she murmured, closing her eyes. In an instant, the iron rod pierced forth. It required more force than slaying a zombie, for he had to ensure that the act would not inflict undue suffering, that it would be over in the blink of an eye. The motion had to be swift, devoid of hesitation, lest he falter and find himself unable to act. With a soft splash, the woman tumbled from the window, plunging into the water. Dark crimson blood seeped forth, staining the water with an eerie hue. Qin Muyang gazed at the iron rod in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. The sensation of taking a life felt eerily similar to that of dispatching a zombie. Yet, she was human, not yet transformed. "Have I taken a life?" he pondered, questioning whether he had killed or saved. He lingered on this thought for but a second before dismissing it. There was no need to dwell on it. When one's conscience is clear, one should not probe further. Cleansing the cerebral matter from the iron rod in the murky water, Qin Muyang stepped onto the lifeboat and climbed through the window to the second floor. He secured the rope from the boat to the window, preventing it from being swept away by the currents at night. Rather than casting the body out, he placed it gently in the corner of a baby stroller, as though the infant were merely in a deep slumber. Then, he lay down upon the bed. He felt utterly exhausted. This was an ordinary bedroom, adorned with wedding photographs of the couple, images of them playfully engaging with their child, and the baby's first-month portrait. The room was filled with an array of infant supplies, a testament to the couple's deep devotion to their child. His time in this world was fleeting, yet he was continually enveloped in love. As Qin Muyang surveyed the room, he could envision the harmonious life of the three family members. However, reality proved to be cruel, taking them one by one from this world. After resting in bed for a while, Qin Muyang arose to partake in a modest meal, simultaneously glancing at the two large bags the woman had previously shown him at the window. One bag was filled with coins, which he set aside, disregarding it. The other contained some near-expiry milk, bread with a 2-month shelf life, hard fruit candies, milk candies, several pieces of chocolate, and a packet of expired pastries. These items had not been marred by floodwaters and appeared quite clean. Qin Muyang discarded the expired pastries, tidied the remaining items, and packed them into his backpack. He had not yet reached the point of resorting to expired food, thus he preferred not to challenge his stomach with the stale pastries. In the room, he also discovered some disinfecting wipes and baby wipes. Though he presented as a rugged man, having toilet paper was certainly preferable to using large leaves. Qin Muyang neatly placed these items into a plastic bag, intending to take them along on his makeshift lifeboat when he departed. Once he finished organizing these supplies, darkness enveloped the sky. This dream was both sweet and heavy, and he slumbered until dawn. As he opened his eyes to the dim light of morning, gazing at the cozy room, he momentarily found himself uncertain of his location. It was only when he caught sight of the murky river through the window that his memory surged back to life. Having consumed a modest meal, Qin Muyang tossed the remnants of last night's provisions and his backpack out of the window onto the lifeboat below. He then carefully climbed out through the window, finding his footing on the vessel. After untying the ropes, he seized a wooden plank and continued to paddle forward, encountering a myriad of sights he had never witnessed before. He observed a bus submerged to the point where only its roof was visible, an old neighborhood distorted by the floodwaters, towering trees adrift on the surface, a cooler filled with beverages, a deceased pig emitting a foul stench, and a bedraggled chicken, drenched and barely clinging to life upon the wooden plank. From the debris floating around him, Qin Muyang deduced that the deluge predominantly originated from rural areas upstream of the city. He pondered when this calamity would come to an end and wondered about the current state of Beishan University, whether it had been affected by the disaster. Chapter 62. The entrance. As he navigated the murky, yellowish waters, Qin Muyang gradually felt a strain in his arms. In certain areas, the current was particularly fierce. Despite his best efforts to paddle, he could not withstand the flood's might, and instead, he focused on maintaining the stability of the boat to prevent it from capsizing, allowing himself to be carried along by the current. Once the boat drifted to a calmer spot, he unfolded a map to ascertain his current location and plot a new course toward Beishan University. He spent nearly the entire morning battling the waters and searching for a route. The midday sun beat down relentlessly, leaving him no refuge. He scavenged a few branches from the remaining treetops along the street and fashioned a makeshift hat, which provided a modicum of relief from the heat. After lunch, Qin Muyang discovered he had paddled into shallower waters, where the sediment at the bottom became visible. After approximately 20 more minutes of travel, the lifeboat emitted a creaking sound as it touched the bottom. The street ahead gradually ascended to a relatively higher elevation, untouched by the floodwaters. Qin Muyang had no choice but to leap from the lifeboat, stepping into the yellow sand and muddy water. The water quickly rose to his calves, and the muck beneath swallowed his shoes whole, causing him a twinge of regret for the beloved pair. These shoes had accompanied him on many journeys, boasting excellent quality and remarkable lightness. Now, drenched by the deluge, they seemed destined for disposal. He could only hope to find a shop along the way to procure a new pair. Fortunately, he had rolled up his pant legs before disembarking, sparing his trousers from becoming soaked as well. With his backpack and baby wipes left aboard the lifeboat, Qin Muyang grasped the rope, dragging the vessel towards higher ground, stopping only when he reached dry land. After hoisting his backpack, he untied the rope from the lifeboat, securing the wipes and other items with it, and attaching them atop his backpack. He discarded the scattered life buoys and commenced his trek. The rope that had bound the lifeboat was not wasted. He collected it, uncertain when it might be needed again. This stretch of street felt eerily familiar, as if he had traversed it before. Upon rounding a corner, he spotted a store specializing in athletic footwear and recognized that he was now in the vicinity of Beishan University. He hurried inside, intent on finding a suitable pair of shoes. At that moment, he caught sight of a zombie whose form appeared strikingly familiar. Instead of immediately thrusting his iron rod through the creature's skull, he took a cautious step back, retreating to the entrance of the shop before dispatching the sole zombie within. Because this zombie was a classmate, this student came from a humble background and had always worked diligently to support himself. As soon as summer vacation began, he took a job at a local store, never anticipating such a dire outcome. It left one wondering how the fates of other students had unfolded. Qin Muyang felt an immense weight settle upon his heart. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous zombies, even having dispatched many with his own hands. Yet, these creatures were mere strangers, devoid of any personal connection. While he occasionally felt a twinge of discomfort, it was merely a lamentation of the unfairness of fate. Now, witnessing a once familiar classmate transformed into a zombie and being forced to end its existence, Qin Muyang's emotional landscape was irrevocably altered. Inside the store, he removed his drenched shoes, anxious that the contaminated water might provoke an allergic reaction. He hastily rinsed the mud off his feet with some water and meticulously cleaned them with baby wipes. Only after ensuring that his legs were free from any unsanitary substances did he don a new pair of shoes. Subsequently, he exited the shop and made his way toward North Mountain University. Here, he required no map. The further he ventured, the more familiar the streets became, each storefront etched in his memory. However, he also observed an increasing number of familiar faces, now wandering the streets as zombies. When they spotted living beings, they lunged with outstretched claws, emitting low, guttural growls from their throats. Mechanically, Qin Mu Yang wielded a metal rod, dispatching them one by one, male classmates, female classmates, teachers. The supermarket owner, an unending parade of familiar visages. Some he had never known by name, but they were the faces he had frequently encountered in large lectures, sharing knowing smiles in passing. Now, those once cheerful faces have transformed into grotesque and terrifying visages, fixated solely on the intent to eviscerate Qin Mu Yang. Initially, he believed that Jiang Yuan Fan and the others would undoubtedly survive, yet now unease gnaws at his heart. He has witnessed more than one classmate succumb to the fate of the undead. All were individuals of remarkable physical prowess and commendable intellect. Yet none could escape such a grim destiny. While Jiang Yuan Fan possesses sharp intellect, his physical capabilities fall short. Conversely, Gao Fei and Lin Yu boast excellent physical attributes. Yet their cognitive faculties pale in comparison to Jiang Yuan Fan's. Can such a trio truly endure? Will he ultimately find himself the sole survivor of this dormitory? The more he contemplates this, the faster his feet carry him forward. The silhouette of Beishan University looms in the distance. And Qin Mu Yang notices that many of the wandering zombies bear youthful visages, including some familiar upperclassmen. These are all students of Beishan University, vibrant youths in the prime of their lives. Surrounding the university, shops typically shuttered during the winter and summer breaks, reopening mere days before the new term begins. When the zombie outbreak occurred, these establishments had long since closed, meaning the zombies lurking nearby were either those who had journeyed from afar or belonged to the university community. With each step he takes, he feels as though he must vanquish a zombie. With every stride, his emotional burden grows heavier. At last, he stands at the gates of Beishan University, wielding a metal rod slick with the foul, viscous remains of the undead. The gates are locked, and the security guard in the booth stands there in a daze. Thankfully, at least the campus has not been inundated with water. If there are any survivors, the possibility of survival increases ever so slightly. Qin Mu Yang leaned in to observe, and discovered that the security guard had already transformed into a zombie. The murky eyes met his gaze, and a low growl erupted from the depths of its throat. Bang! The zombified guard lunged towards him but collided with the glass window, causing its forehead to cave in, a testament to the force of the impact. Bang! The zombie, oblivious to pain, only knew the instinct to attack its prey, and it lunged at the glass once more. Finally, the window shattered into fragments. Experienced as he was, Qin Mu Yang deftly evaded the flying shards just in time. "My apologies, uncle," he murmured softly. He then calmly climbed into the security room. Earlier, when he had observed the school gate firmly shut, he had pondered whether to scale the wall or devise another method of entry. Now, the dilemma was resolved. He could simply enter through the security room. God may have closed the door, but it could not withstand my leap through the window. Qin Mu Yang surveyed the security room and then opened the main door, officially stepping into Beishan University. In that instant, his emotions swiftly stabilized. All previous worries, fears, and curiosities dissipated, leaving behind a singular thought: survival. Before him, the main road of the campus was densely packed with zombies, resembling sardines in a can. Chapter 63, Scaling the Wall. Those zombies all bore lifeless, fish-like eyes, their skin a mottled hue of ashen gray or purplish black, each exhibiting various degrees of wounds. There were bite wounds, lacerations, scratches, and penetrating injuries. All of them moved with a stiff, twisted gait, their forms swaying slightly, yet standing firm. They could not speak, yet their mouths continually opened and closed, emitting a chilling growl that sent shivers down the spine. Such a multitude of zombies could devour him to the last atom in mere moments. He swiftly darted into the security room and gently closed the door behind him. Throughout this process, not a single zombie noticed his presence. Then, he climbed back out through the very window he had just entered, as if he had never come in at all. No. Qin Mu Yang slowly made his way toward the street, contemplating which route would lead him most swiftly to the boys' dormitory, to ascertain Jiang Yuan Fan and the other's situation. He was quite familiar with the layout of Beishan University, having memorized the various buildings in his mind. However, he believed it would be more convenient to sketch them out. Thus, he located a stationery store on the street, carefully prying open the door with his spare crowbar, and stealthily ventured inside. It appeared that this place had been flooded. The marks left behind were evidence of the receding waters. The air was somewhat tainted, carrying a hint of muddy odor. It was not a suitable place to linger. as it was rather inhospitable to the respiratory system. Within the store, Qin Muyang discovered several small rechargeable lamps. After turning one on, he switched off his flashlight. He quickly found a pen and some paper, tucked 2 of the small lamps into his belongings, and exited the store. Once back on the street, he began searching for a place to spend the night. Establishments on the ground floor would undoubtedly be uninhabitable, having suffered the same fate as the stationery store. Nevertheless, he was well acquainted with this street, and finding a suitable refuge for the night would not prove too challenging. He remembered a quaint CAF located on the 2nd floor, accessible via a narrow staircase from the street. He had only visited that CAF once, during a time when Gao Fei was pursuing a girl, and he, along with Lin Yu, had sneaked in to observe their interaction. The 2 of them had pretended to wait for someone, all the while covertly watching Gao Fei converse with the young lady. Ultimately, they left without ordering anything. However, the CAF's cozy sofas and pristine ambience had left an indelible impression on Qin Muyang. He mused that spending a night on that sofa would surely be delightful. Approaching the CAF, he ascended the staircase and pushed open the wooden door adorned with rose motifs. The CAF appeared much as he remembered, and due to the holiday, it was devoid of patrons. Naturally, there were no zombies either. The air felt slightly stifling, with a faint musty odor intertwined with the rich aroma of roasted coffee beans. Qin Muyang opened a window to let in some fresh air, then wandered to the bar in search of any items available for a zero-cost purchase, only to find none. He then proceeded directly to the sofa area. He had no intention of exploring the kitchen. After such an extended power outage, anything left in there would likely be spoiled. He certainly did not wish to open the door only to be confronted by various colorful molds rather than anything edible. He found a long sofa and comfortably reclined upon it. The quality of the sofa was exceptional, offering both softness and support with remarkable elasticity. As soon as Qin Muyang settled onto the sofa, he felt the fatigue of the day dissipate as if by magic. Taking advantage of the daylight, he leaned back and retrieved a pen and notebook he had just acquired, beginning to sketch the layout of Beishan University from memory. He intends to chart a map and identify a feasible route from it, planning to set out at dawn tomorrow. Although it is not yet evening, he wishes to avoid encountering unforeseen circumstances, particularly when darkness descends, as this would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Upon arriving at the school gate, he strives to remain composed, believing that tranquility will enhance his chances of success. He can be impulsive at times, yet he is not devoid of intellect. Steadiness. He must remind himself to be steady. Those who engage in sports understand that when faced with significant challenges or situations, maintaining composure and calmness is paramount. One must not succumb to agitation. Soon, beneath the glow of the lamp, he meticulously sketched the architectural layout of Beishan University. While it may not adhere to conventional standards, it encompasses everything from the academic buildings and playing fields to smaller details like bicycle racks and benches. He understands that every structure could either assist him or pose a threat. He intends to fully leverage the terrain and his knowledge of the campus as a strategic advantage for his forthcoming actions. Unlike him, the zombies lack familiarity with the school's layout. Perhaps they were aware when they were still human, but now they are reduced to mere howls, wandering aimlessly and tearing at flesh. After contemplating several strategies, Qin Muyang discerned the one that suited him best, scaling the walls. All routes inevitably traverse numerous school buildings, but wall climbing minimizes the need to navigate through other areas, allowing direct access to the boys' dormitory. Of course, should circumstances change, he anticipates reacting as he did previously, turning on his heel and fleeing without hesitation. Only by preserving his life could he have the opportunity to continue exploring the circumstances of the school. After determining his plans for the following day, Qin Muyang tucked away the map he had drawn and reclined on the sofa, selecting a comfortable position. To secure a restful slumber was essential for him to engage in a successful endeavor the next day. At this moment, the sky had merely begun to dim, far from the hour of sleep. However, since the absence of the internet, mobile phones, and electricity, Qin Muyang's sleep had gradually improved. Almost every day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he felt drowsy, and with the sunrise, he would awaken naturally. He experienced a dreamless night, undisturbed by any interferences. Upon waking in the morning, he felt invigorated. After quickly organizing his belongings and reviewing the map once more, Qin Muyang set off. He departed from the street outside the school gate and turned towards a nearby alley. This alley, if ventured into by an unfamiliar person, would surely lead to disorientation after just a few steps. Yet for Qin Muyang, It was a path he could traverse with his eyes closed. He located the optimal spot to scale the wall, preparing to toss his backpack over the top, when suddenly he recalled the possibility that, should he climb up only to find a horde of zombies on the other side, he would be foolishly sacrificing his backpack. Thus, he decided to ascend the wall while bearing the 20-odd kilogram backpack. Fortunately for him, it was not a significant burden. His regular physical training had been far more arduous. Thankfully, upon reaching the top of the wall, he was greeted not by a throng of zombies, but by a lush expanse of green grass. At the far end of the lawn stood a wisteria arbor, though at present, it was adorned only with vibrant green leaves and flourishing vines. Qin Muyang hurled his backpack onto the grass and leapt down himself. Upon landing, he swiftly shouldered his backpack, gripping the iron rod in hand, and made his way towards the wisteria-covered corridor. Chapter 64, The Dormitory. As he stepped into the wisteria corridor, a zombie lunged at him directly. Qin Muyang calmly raised the iron rod and thrust it forward, sending the creature crashing to the ground, not forgetting to taunt, "Senior, enjoy your slumber here." Continuing along the corridor, he dispatched another 2 zombies that had become disoriented within. Eventually, he emerged from the floral passage and found himself at an expansive basketball court. The court lay desolate, yet he noticed dried bloodstains on the ground, some in patches, others resembling drag marks. What transpired here remained a mystery. However, Qin Muyang did not linger on this enigma. He resolutely crossed the court, maintaining an unflinching demeanor. Ahead, separated by a campus supermarket, the boys' dormitory loomed into view. He instinctively quickened his pace, breaking into a light jog. Upon arriving at the supermarket's entrance, he was confronted with a daunting sight. Between the supermarket and the boys' dormitory, at least 50 or 60 zombies were scattered about. A chill ran through Qin Muyang. The situation appeared dire. To reach the boys' dormitory, he must navigate through this horde. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not contend with such numbers alone, even if he possessed the skill to combat these zombies. The inevitable noise would attract the mass of undead he had witnessed at the main entrance yesterday, sealing his fate. Momentarily, he hesitated, contemplating whether he should indeed venture towards the boys' dormitory. Is there a way to establish contact with the people inside the building without traversing through the horde of corpses? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Muyang tapped his forehead. Why assume the worst? What if Zhang Yuanfan and the others are not even in the dormitory? Yet, glancing at the mass of zombies ahead, a disquieting thought crossed his mind. What if Zhang Yuanfan and his companions had already become part of that dreadful assembly? With this unsettling notion, Qin Muyang couldn't help but scrutinize the faces of the zombies one by one. Indeed, many appeared familiar. Some were classmates. Others lived on the same floor, and some had even played basketball together. Having arrived at Beishan University, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of encountering familiar faces among the undead. However, he did not recognize any of his companions from Class 301 among the ghastly figures, which suggested that Zhang Yuanfan, Gao Fei, and Lin Yu were likely still alive. No, wait. Qin Muyang shook his head slightly. What if they were in another group of zombies? No. Why can't I think positively for once? The primary objective now was to figure out how to navigate through this mass of zombies to reach the dormitory, or perhaps devise a means to divert their attention. Resolving to approach the dormitory from a different angle, Qin Muyang carefully circumvented the cluster of zombies and arrived at the back of the dormitory building. Although he could see the entire structure from this vantage point, there was no entrance to be found. Furthermore, the dormitories on the first and second floors were equipped with security bars, rendering it impossible to climb or sneak in. Fortunately, there were only a few zombies present, and none bore the faces of Zhang Yuanfan and his companions. It seemed he would need to find another way to break through. Having nearly circled the boys' dormitory, Qin Muyang realized he must either traverse through the horde of zombies or lure them all away. While pondering his next move, he noticed something glimmering on the ground, which piqued his curiosity. Approaching it, he discovered a stainless steel component shining under the sun's rays. Although he was uncertain of its purpose, it sparked an idea in his mind. He could utilize this reflective object to direct sunlight onto the dormitory balcony. Without hesitation, Qin Muyang picked up the stainless steel piece, eager to reflect the sunlight, only to find that it failed to produce the bright beam he envisioned. A mirror was required. He circled around to the back of the boys' dormitory, reaching through the security bars to retrieve a palm-sized mirror. It was inexplicably adorned with a Hello Kitty design, presumably belonging to some vain individual. Perhaps it would delight Li Mingchuan if gifted to him. With the mirror in hand, He moved to a location farther away from the zombies, standing under the sun and allowing its rays to illuminate the mirror. Instantly, a bright spot of light appeared on the exterior wall of the boys' dormitory across from him. Locating room 301 on the third floor, Qin Muyang slowly adjusted the mirror, guiding the light spot towards it. He then began to oscillate the mirror, creating a rhythmic dance of light. Despite his persistence, there was still no response. Reluctantly, he shifted the light spot away, redirecting it towards other dormitory rooms. After thoroughly inspecting every dormitory within sight, not a single soul was to be found. It was evident that the boys' dormitory had been devoid of life. Of course, it was also possible that no one familiar with Qin Muyang remained inside. Tossing aside the mirror, he stood still for a few moments before deciding to depart. Upon turning around, he was startled to discover that, unbeknownst to him, a horde of zombies had gradually encircled him. Instantly, Qin Muyang tightened his grip on the iron rod in his hand, dispatching the nearest few before breaking into a sprint. Given the sheer number of zombies, he had no intention of engaging them head-on. Such confrontations were not in his nature. As he raced away, his mind was occupied with analysis. The boys' dormitory was not known for stockpiling supplies, and after such an extended period without power or water, even if Jiang Yuanfan and the others were still alive, they would not remain inside awaiting death. They must be out scavenging for resources. Where might resources be found on campus? Aside from the campus supermarket he had just visited, there was the dining hall, the girls' dormitory, and a small street of food stalls on campus. Certainly, there was a possibility that Jiang Yuanfan and the others had escaped the school altogether. But Qin Muyang resolved to first investigate the locations accessible to him. Venturing to the campus supermarket was out of the question. It was already swarming with zombies. And leading another group, there would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, he redirected his course towards the dining hall. As he passed through a tree-lined path with benches, Qin Muyang deliberately approached a bench and vaulted over it. The zombies, lacking the ability to navigate obstacles, careened directly into the bench, resulting in a cascade of them tumbling down. As Qin Muyang perceived the efficacy of his strategy, he continued to leap over the benches encountered along the way, causing the zombies to stumble repeatedly. Eventually, only 6 or 7 zombies remained in pursuit. Qin Muyang, no longer anxious, slowed his pace, awaiting their approach to strike. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar among the pursuing undead. One zombie stood out distinctly. Its body was almost entirely covered in wounds, suggesting it had endured a brutal assault prior to its transformation. Most significantly, this zombie was clad in military uniform. If this soldier zombie had not entered from the outside, it implied that a military presence had once infiltrated the school. Perhaps the army had organized an evacuation or provided protection. In an instant, Qin Muyang's thoughts spiraled. Could it be that the outbreak was not widespread, and the military had been orchestrating rescue efforts? Was it possible that only Bay City had suffered catastrophic consequences, akin to the fictional Raccoon City? Could other survivors have already escaped, while he, confined to the hospital, missed the chance for evacuation? His mind raced like a torrent, compelling him to pause and patiently await the approach of the remaining zombies. The first to near was the zombie in the green military attire. The instant it lunged at him, Qin Muyang pierced its skull with the iron rod in his grasp. Casting a glance at the other zombies trailing behind, he paid them little heed, instead crouching down to closely examine the soldier zombie. Its visage was resolute yet youthful, with wounds marring its form, nearly devoid of any unscathed skin. The military uniform fitted perfectly, undoubtedly belonging to him rather than pilfered from another source. Thus, in his lifetime, he was indeed a soldier. It is true that soldiers had arrived at Beishan University. Qin Muyang's heart began to flutter with anxiety. Could it be that after enduring countless hardships to reach this place, he would find nothing? Had Jiang Yuanfan and the others already retreated with the army? Qin Muyang sprinted once more towards the dining hall. Meanwhile, in a classroom on the 4th floor of the adjacent teaching building, 3 youthful faces peered out, observing the figure dashing in the distance. Goodness, it's old Deng at full speed, one exclaimed. Another patted his shoulder and remarked, Fei Go, you truly have a humorous way of speaking, did you know that? The individual beside them remained composed, seemingly devoid of any sense of humor. This is not old Deng. This is a young man. After a moment's pause, the humorless one continued, I feel like this figure is somewhat familiar, but it's too far to see clearly. With that, he stepped away from the window and retreated into the classroom, as if entirely uninterested in the outside world. The other two waited until Qin Mu Yang's silhouette vanished behind the shaded path before reluctantly leaving the window. They had not seen a living person for quite some time. Unbeknownst to the rushing Qin Mu Yang, two of these three individuals were precisely the ones he was seeking. The one referred to as Fei Ge was none other than Gao Fei. The individual lacking a sense of humor was Jiang Yuan Fan. The third person was Liang Dongsheng, a classmate whom Gao Fei and Jiang Yuan Fan had fortuitously rescued. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, Qin Mu Yang came to an abrupt halt as he beheld an even greater horde of zombies outside. In such a perilous environment, someone with Jiang Yuan Fan's intellect would undoubtedly refrain from taking such risks. Otherwise, the multitude of zombies confronting Qin Mu Yang would not exist. Upon departing from the cafeteria, he contemplated that neither the girls' dormitory nor the snack street would likely attract Jiang Yuan Fan, with many individuals remaining on campus. It is plausible that those lacking supplies would gravitate towards such locations. Otherwise, what could explain the overwhelming presence of zombies around the campus supermarket and cafeteria? It is conceivable that the struggle for resources has led to this predicament. Qin Mu Yang began to adopt Jiang Yuan Fan's perspective in his reasoning. If Jiang Yuan Fan were alive, he would undoubtedly seek a means to exit the boys' dormitory and find a locale that offers both concealment and an easy escape route. Given the current circumstances at the school, the primary threat is the zombies. Therefore, he would aim for a location that not only provides protection from the undead, but also ensures his ability to depart when necessary. Such a place would require multiple exits in various directions. Qin Mu Yang's gaze gradually shifted towards the teaching building, which boasts a total of 4 entrances. Ironically, the most perilous locations can often serve as the safest havens. In an apocalyptic scenario, many might be disinclined to seek refuge within teaching buildings. After all, they offer no comfortable accommodations for overnight stays, lack food and water sources, and do not provide substantial cover from unforeseen events. Yet, these very factors render the teaching building a no-man's land, suggesting a scarcity of zombies. It is indeed possible that Jiang Yuan Fan would choose to act contrary to expectation. Resolute, Qin Mu Yang decided to investigate the teaching building area. The school comprises 5 large academic structures, and he surmised that if Jiang Yuan Fan were to seek shelter, he would likely opt for a building with which he is familiar, most probably the one he frequented for classes. No longer dwelling on his thoughts, Qin Mu Yang resolved to demonstrate his conjecture through tangible actions. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of a certain teaching building, Liang Dongsheng leaned against the window, eager to see whether the figure that had just departed would reappear. To his astonishment, the silhouette was indeed in sight. It was Fei Ge and Fan Ge, and the swift old dame had emerged once more, sprinting towards them. Upon hearing Liang Dongsheng's exclamation, it was Jiang Yuan Fan who reacted first. He had found the figure somewhat familiar earlier. However, as it had retreated into the distance, he had dismissed the notion. Now that the individual was approaching, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth. As Jiang Yuan Fan positioned himself by the window, Qin Mu Yang was merely a few dozen meters away from their teaching building. A broad smile spread across Jiang Yuan Fan's face as he turned to Gao Fei, exclaiming, "He truly has come." Gao Fei's muscles tensed as he leapt towards the window. Had Jiang Yuan Fan not intervened in a timely manner, he would have undoubtedly shouted Qin Mu Yang's name to capture his attention. Consequently, Jiang Yuan Fan allocated a 2-month period for themselves. No matter the circumstances, they would only change their strategic positions within the confines of the school, ensuring that Qin Mu Yang would not miss them. If, after 2 months, Qin Mu Yang had still not arrived, it would only signify his absence. Both Jiang Yuan Fan and Gao Fei held unwavering faith in Qin Mu Yang's eventual arrival. Conversely, Liang Dongsheng remained oblivious to Qin Mu Yang's identity and the depth of his bond with Jiang Yuan Fan and Gao Fei, having previously harbored doubts about whether Qin Mu Yang might simply vanish. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Yuan Fan proclaim that he truly had come, Liang Dongsheng felt a twinge of jealousy. This bond of brotherhood truly filled him with envy. Why did he lack such a profound connection with the other 3 in his dormitory? Why did everyone seem inclined to abandon one another in times of peril? He was at a loss, unaware of their presence here. Gao Fei's words broke Liang Dongsheng's reverie. "Shall I go down and call him?" Liang Dongsheng's expression transformed into one of admiration. Below lay a world teeming with zombies. How could Gao Fei speak of descending without a hint of fear? Yet, Jiang Yuan Fan promptly interjected, "By the time you reach him, he may have already wandered far away." Fearing to make any noise that could betray their location, They recognized that they were not far from the horde of zombies at the school gate, and the classrooms, as well as the surrounding areas, were rife with the undead. How could they possibly signal Qin Muyang of their presence? As Jiang Yuanfan glanced at the midday sun, an idea struck him. Go fetch your stainless steel cup. Jiang Yuanfan instructed Gao Fei. Gao Fei's eyes widened. You intend to clink the cup to attract his attention? That's inadvisable. The sound would be too loud. However, before Gao Fei could finish his protest, the eager Liang Dongsheng had already scampered off, bringing back Gao Fei's stainless steel cup. Without further explanation, Jiang Yuanfan took the cup and extended it out the window, allowing the sunlight to bathe it. He then began to shake the cup, causing the reflected sunlight to shimmer like brilliant stars. The method Jiang Yuanfan employed was, in fact, reminiscent of the technique Qin Muyang had previously used in the boys' dormitory. Due to the rapid pace of Qin Muyang's movements, the reflected light spot from Jiang Yuanfan did not illuminate him. However, this was inconsequential as his intent was merely to capture Qin Muyang's attention. Therefore, he chose to oscillate the light spot along Qin Muyang's path. After a few strides, Qin Muyang noticed a bright speck engaging in rhythmic motion in his direction of travel, instantly recalling his earlier maneuvers. He halted, raised his gaze to the opposite direction of the gleaming point, and immediately spotted 3 figures crowded at a window on the 4th floor of the teaching building, one of whom was enthusiastically waving at him. Due to the intense reflection from the stainless steel cup, Qin Muyang struggled to discern the individual's features. Yet the figure waving appeared vaguely familiar. As if aware that he was momentarily blinded by the dazzling reflection, Jiang Yuanfan swiftly withdrew the stainless steel cup, allowing Qin Muyang to identify the faces of the 3 individuals. Though the details remained somewhat unclear, he could unmistakably recognize Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei, as their appearances were etched in his memory. The 3rd individual, whom he initially presumed to be Lin Yu, turned out to be an utter stranger. Regardless, discovering these 2 familiar faces was a considerable surprise for Qin Muyang. Likewise, his unexpected appearance was equally astonishing for Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei. Upon realizing Qin Muyang had recognized him, Gao Fei promptly gestured in various ways, first making a shushing motion, then mimicking a zombie, and finally pointing towards the 2 entrances located at the front and side of the teaching building. Qin Muyang instantly grasped the situation. Move gently. Both entrances are swarming with zombies and must be circumvented. I will approach from the farthest entrance, so do not worry. Just wait for me. This was the essence of the gestures made by Qin Muyang. Indeed, Gao Fei felt a sense of pride. The unspoken understanding among brothers needed no further elaboration. Liang Dongsheng initially intended to mock the 2, likening them to Sun Wukong descending from Huagua Mountain. But upon hearing Gao Fei mention the bond of brotherhood, he was reminded of his own dorm mates and found himself unable to jest, leaving only a sense of envy. Where would he go now? Liang Dongsheng noticed that Qin Muyang had already vanished from their sight. Surely, he would encounter zombies. And a twinge of concern for Qin Muyang flickered within him. Gao Fei scoffed, offering no further comments. Instead, Jiang Yuanfan, with an impassive expression, stated, "If he could find his way here, do you truly believe he would fear a few zombies?" Liang Dongsheng realized that these 2 were utterly mad, harboring an almost blind admiration for Qin Muyang. Yet, recalling their earlier declarations that as long as Qin Muyang was alive, he would undoubtedly return, he had prepared to witness their humiliation. To his astonishment, Qin Muyang had indeed arrived. Could it be that Qin Muyang possessed remarkable skills in slaying zombies? Yang Dongxing eagerly anticipated meeting Qin Muyang, yearning to uncover the true nature of this extraordinary individual. As Qin Muyang navigated past the main entrance of the teaching building, he indeed beheld the entrance crowded with a throng of zombies. Fortunately, a barricade of tables and chairs had obstructed the hallway entrance, preventing those zombies from ascending the stairs. The other entrance mentioned by Gao Fei was in a similar state, unimpeded by any obstacles, and had already allowed a few zombies to ascend to the 2nd floor, wandering aimlessly about. Qin Muyang moved stealthily, distancing himself from these 2 entrances. Along the way, he encountered sporadic zombies, effortlessly dispatching them with his iron rod, showing no hesitation whatsoever. It would be ludicrous for him to cower when his 2 good friends were upstairs. He would not shrink from confronting these zombies. Navigating to the entrance with fewer zombies, he continued to topple over the upperclassmen, gaining momentum with each kill. After clearing the zombies at the entrance, he began his ascent. The staircase was a conduit of chaos. As he dispatched any adversary in his path, progressing uninterrupted to the 4th floor, and then heading directly towards the classroom, where Jiang Yuan Fan and the others were located. As he passed a classroom with the door closed, he caught sight of two zombies meandering inside through the window, and he was tempted to kick down the door and eliminate them all. Today was a day of joy after all. Just as he reached the door of Jiang Yuan Fan's classroom, the door swung open instantly, and Gao Fei leapt out, enveloping Qin Mu Yang in a hearty embrace. Jiang Yuan Fan, displaying rare excitement, stood nearby, watching Qin Mu Yang with keen interest. "You've arrived," Jiang Yuan Fan stated, his tone devoid of surprise. "Indeed, I have," Qin Mu Yang replied calmly. Meanwhile, Liang Dongxing, observing the scene, felt a pang of jealousy. "Come on, let's go in and talk." Noticing two zombies approaching from down the corridor, Gao Fei patted Qin Mu Yang on the shoulder, signaling him to step into the classroom. Liang Dongsheng perceived the situation and realized that Gao Fei and Jiang Yuan Fan's assessment of Qin Mu Yang was indeed entirely genuine. He resolved that from this day forth, he would not only cling tightly to the leg of Jiang Yuan Fan, the intellectual giant, but also to the formidable limbs of Gao Fei and Qin Mu Yang. Upon entering the classroom, Qin Mu Yang immediately surveyed their living conditions. The floor was meticulously arranged with 3 beds, each adorned with curtains and an assortment of mismatched bedding. By the podium, a pile of various supplies lay stacked, including bottled water, bread, candies, spicy strips, chips, and an array of long-lasting snacks. Beside the food was a heap of medicines and some items that appeared to serve as makeshift weapons. For instance, a broken table leg, somewhat sharp at one end. A slender wooden stick, slightly thicker than a wrist, stained with dark red blood, indicating prior use, and a large soup ladle, the kind typically used in a cafeteria for preparing large quantities of rice. All these items were neatly organized, unmistakably the work of someone with obsessive tendencies, undoubtedly the handiwork of Jiang Yuan Fan. Chapter 67 narrates, after scrutinizing the 3 seemingly perplexing weapons, Qin Mu Yang found it hard to fathom how the trio had managed to survive in a school besieged by zombies, armed only with a table leg, a wooden stick, and a ladle. As if sensing Qin Mu Yang's bewilderment, Jiang Yuan Fan promptly stated, "Through wit." Indeed, with Jiang Yuan Fan around, it was undoubtedly a matter of clever tactics. They likely hadn't slain many zombies, instead navigating the entire campus through sheer cunning. Qin Mu Yang plopped down onto a desk, casually tossing his backpack aside and unbuckling his weapon-laden belt to place it nearby. Jiang Yuan Fan seemed unable to tolerate the disarray, promptly taking the items and arranging them neatly. "Speak up," Qin Mu Yang urged. "Wait, where's Linyu?" Gao Fei replied evasively. Qin Mu Yang cast a glance at Gao Fei. "Shouldn't I be the one asking where Linyu has gone?" Linyu had no relatives in Beishan City. He only knew a few of us. Where else could he possibly go? "Linyu was at the hospital taking care of you," Jiang Yuan Fan stated succinctly. A sense of dread washed over Qin Mu Yang. When he awoke, Linyu was conspicuously absent, leaving no trace behind. Could it be that the water and food on the bedside table had been left by Linyu? Had he met with misfortune? Qin Mu Yang hastily inquired about the events following his collapse on the basketball court. The next day, the zombie outbreak ensued. Jiang Yuan Fan and Gao Fei had always assumed Linyu was with Qin Mu Yang, never suspecting that Qin Mu Yang had never seen him at all. With Linyu missing, a sense of unease settled among the 3. After a moment of silence, Qin Mu Yang began recounting the events that transpired after he regained consciousness. How he left the hospital, encountered Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, lingered in the urban village, rescued the trapped Yuxing from the mud at night, and met the woman who had been bitten. Although Qin Mu Yang narrated his tale with an air of nonchalance, the underlying peril was palpable to all. The 3 of them had also experienced the harrowing pursuit of zombies and understood the difficulty of escaping their clutches. Once Qin Mu Yang finished his account, he inquired whether the school had been organized for evacuation by the military, mentioning the zombie he had seen adorned in military attire. The 3 individuals nodded in unison, affirming that Qin Mu Yang's conjecture was indeed accurate. An army had come to orchestrate the evacuation. The narrative then shifts to Gao Fei, who recounts their experiences at Beishan University. Qin Mu Yang learns that on the day following his unconsciousness, the zombie outbreak had already erupted in full force. Initially, it manifested as a multi-point explosion originating from a residential complex, a shopping mall, and a school, rapidly propagating like wildfire. In a matter of mere hours, an entire city succumbed to chaos, as if the virus had long been lurking, only to erupt suddenly. Jiang Yuan Fan speculates that the virus might have accumulated to a critical threshold in the air, thus triggering a widespread outbreak instantaneously. They, the fortunate survivors, merely possessed superior antibodies. However, whether one day they might transform into zombies without sustaining bites or scratches remains an enigma. The military dispatched several vehicles to the school to evacuate students, intending to transport them to the civil defense shelters, which boasted water sources, food supplies, and ample space to accommodate a substantial number of individuals. Gao Fei and his companions learned through the announcements that the proposed solution was to usher civilians into the shelters while the army cleared the zombies outside, after which they would be permitted to return to the city. Zhang Yuanfan understood that everything had spiraled out of control. Acting decisively, he and Gao Fei stockpiled provisions in their dormitory. Subsequently, the situation on campus deteriorated rapidly. When the military departed, they locked the school gates, ostensibly to prevent the zombies from infiltrating the campus. However, the virus had already been stealthily spreading within. In the initial stages of the school's downfall, panic ensued among the populace, while only the physically imposing students from the physical education department wielded power, exploiting the vulnerable for their own gain. Zhang Yuanfan had originally intended to rescue a few familiar girls, speaking at length, yet they chose to accompany the tallest boys from the sports department instead. Upon hearing this, Qin Muyang could not help but exclaim, "It is difficult to offer good advice to the damned." He was all too aware of the true nature of those men from the sports department. It seemed likely that the women perceived Zhang Yuanfan as too frail to offer them protection, which led to their rejection of his help. Each person bears their own fate. It appears, within the campus, individuals quickly began to form cliques. Some organized themselves by class, others rallied around a particular leader, while some aligned themselves with the weaker ones. Only Zhang Yuanfan and Gao Fei remained unassociated with any group. Zhang Yuanfan understood that the present circumstances were rife with uncertainty. Anyone in proximity could transform into a zombie. The larger the group, the greater the risk of a zombie attack. Moreover, a larger gathering implied divergent opinions and an increased need for resources. In such a perilous environment, a friend willing to risk their life for you is far more valuable than 10 teammates who might betray you from the shadows. Liang Dongxing encountered such treacherous teammates. Among the 4 in his dormitory, 3 formed factions, each engaged in mutual slander and deception. Liang Dongxing was deceived to the point of being left in nothing but his undergarments before being cast out. Fortunately, Gao Fei discovered him and brought him to safety in room 301. Subsequently, a fierce battle for supplies erupted within the school. However, thanks to Zhang Yuanfan's foresight and stockpiling resources, the 3 of them merely observed the chaos unfold. One evening, Zhang Yuanfan suddenly proposed that they should vacate the boys' dormitory. Although he was uncertain about the reasons behind their actions, Gao Fei recognized Zhang Yuanfan's sharp intellect and promptly began to gather their belongings. Liang Dongxing, reliant on others, had no choice but to comply. In the darkness, they departed the male dormitory with their supplies. Zhang Yuanfan led them to the tool shed, where they discovered a lightweight telescopic ladder, and then retrieved a tent previously erected by the military on campus. Although Gao Fei was unaware of Zhang Yuanfan's intentions, he refrained from asking further questions. Zhang Yuanfan guided the pair to the campus supermarket, signaling them to lean the ladder against the wall. The trio then transported their supplies to the roof of the supermarket and commenced setting up the tent. Once everything was in place, they discreetly removed the telescopic ladder. The campus supermarket, a modest single-story building surrounded by a ring of trees, concealed their military tent from below, rendering it invisible. From the distant male dormitory, it appeared indistinct, leaving onlookers unable to discern what lay atop the roof, as if orchestrating their plans from the shadows. Chapter 68. Convergence. That night, at the stroke of midnight, the 3 were awakened from their slumber by a cacophony emanating from the male dormitory. A sudden outbreak of zombies had erupted, attacking numerous individuals. Many fled the dormitory, their paths illuminated by flashlight beams, interspersed with the sounds of chaos and cries that included both male and female voices. A portion of the female students rescued by their male counterparts had taken refuge within the male dormitory, while only a few remained in the female dormitory, unwilling to leave as they awaited military salvation. Panic ensued as people dashed about, screaming and creating a tumultuous scene. Trapped within the confines of the dormitory, the occupants could hear the frantic pounding of individuals against the door, uncertain whether they were locked out or attempting to vandalize the property of others. In the darkness, Zhang Yuanfan failed to notice the admiring gazes cast upon him by Gao Fei and Liang Dongxing. Had we still been in the dormitory? I reckon the door would have been breached by now, Gao Fei remarked, his voice laced with trepidation, though he held a firm belief in his own prowess. He recognized that he could not withstand the onslaught of many alone. Liang Dongsheng concurred vigorously, showering Jiang Yuanfan with flattery. Jiang Yuanfan, unperturbed and composed, elucidated. In recent days, they have lured girls to the dormitory and raided other rooms. The atmosphere has escalated to this point, rendering chaos inevitable. Certain pressures, when accumulated to a certain extent, are bound to erupt. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng grasped the essence only partially. Ultimately, after that fateful night, the boys' dormitory was left devoid of survivors. Some fled to the cafeteria, others to the snack street, some to the campus supermarket, while others sprinted towards the girls' dormitory, each destination brimming with resources. Unbeknownst to them, 3 individuals remained atop the supermarket, silently observing the unfolding events below. Following this incident, a semblance of calm endured for 3 to 4 days before a new wave of resource conflicts erupted. Previously, skirmishes occurred between dormitories. Now, the cafeteria sought to conquer the snack street, while the snack street aimed to seize the campus supermarket. Amidst their relentless battle against the undead, they also inflicted harm upon one another. Ultimately, the victors emerged as the occupants of the campus supermarket, particularly the sports department. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions remained silent on the rooftop, their eyes coldly surveying the chaos. Jiang Yuanfan understood that there would be no ultimate victor. As long as they remained trapped within the confines of the campus, only a small group bound by mutual trust can survive. The members of the sports department unite with formidable strength, yet when resources dwindle, their solidarity will ultimately dissipate. Jiang Yuanfan harbors reservations about Liang Dongsheng, yet he is aware that, when the moment demands, Gao Fei will eliminate this individual on his behalf. Thus he remains untroubled by the dynamics of this small faction. After all, Liang Dongsheng is still capable of contributing in some capacity. Though timid, he possesses a certain strength. On the 6th night of their stay atop the campus supermarket, a tempest began to brew. This was no ordinary storm, but a violent squall, a typhoon. As the winds picked up, Jiang Yuanfan instructed his companions to secure the tent and huddled over their supplies. Ultimately, the ferocity of the winds proved insurmountable. The tent was uprooted. Some supplies were swept away, and the trio found themselves drenched. Nevertheless, all 3 possessed a resilient spirit. Jiang Yuanfan remained steadfast, and both Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng mirrored his resolve. As dawn approached, with the winds abating and the rain subsiding, Jiang Yuanfan rose as if unfazed, promptly urging Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng to relocate their position. Seeing Jiang Yuanfan's demeanor instilled a sense of confidence in Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng, prompting their enthusiastic cooperation. With the remaining supplies in tow, they quietly departed the rooftop where they had resided for a week, traversing the campus under the faint morning light. Jiang Yuanfan adeptly guided them away from a multitude of zombies, and they encountered only a few which they dispatched with minimal effort, eventually reaching their destination, the campus hospital. While many were preoccupied with finding refuge, Jiang Yuanfan took the initiative to stockpile supplies. Amidst the chaos, when others were resorting to desperate measures for resources, Jiang Yuanfan led his group in a strategic relocation. The remaining food was sufficient for them to sustain themselves for several days. Jiang Yuanfan appeared entirely untroubled, asserting that it would not be long before they would have food again, and for now, they should procure some medicine. Subsequently, Jiang Yuanfan led them to the campus hospital, where they skillfully eliminated the zombie doctor on duty, subsequently raiding a plethora of medical supplies and settling into the on-call room with beds. They changed out of their damp clothing, allowing it to dry while continuing to wear it. The campus hospital was serene and pristine, even more comfortable than their dormitory. That afternoon, the wind and rain began anew, with a ferocity surpassing the previous night. The 3 took refuge behind the window, listening to the storm. The rain fell incessantly, gradually accumulating into pools of water that surged forth in torrents. Growing weary of the view, they eventually stepped away from the window. The rain ceased by midday the following day, leaving the outside world awash in a yellow hue, indicative of standing water on campus. Jiang Yuanfan gazed at the inundation, seemingly engaging in a monologue, yet perhaps addressing Gao Fei and the others. In just a few days, we shall need to relocate again, he remarked, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. A few days later, a mysterious illness began to spread among the living. Fever and diarrhea rendered many too weak to stand, with some succumbing to exhaustion or slipping into unconsciousness. Gao Fei suffered from diarrhea for an entire day. Yet, thanks to the medication at hand, he quickly recovered. Furthermore, upon witnessing the water accumulation at the campus hospital, Jiang Yuanfan insisted on wearing masks. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng, having observed Jiang Yuanfan's extraordinary capabilities time and again, were naturally inclined to heed his words. Later, Jiang Yuanfan elucidated that if the hospital was flooded, the koi pond at the school would undoubtedly be affected as well. That place was exceedingly low-lying. Amidst such tempestuous winds and rains, it was inevitable that numerous corpses would be swept in, leading to blockages, and subsequently, under the sun's relentless glare, they would gradually decay. In such dire circumstances, an outbreak of plague was all but certain. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yuanfan announced another relocation, claiming it was time to procure supplies. On the day of their move, many survivors rushed towards the infirmary, yearning to secure medicine from within. Thus, these survivors found themselves embroiled in conflict once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanfan, accompanied by Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng, ventured into the deserted campus supermarket to gather provisions, subsequently proceeding to the teaching buildings, a place others were reluctant to enter. Later, Jiang Yuanfan declared that they would temporarily cease their relocations, opting to wait for Qin Mu Yang's arrival in the teaching building. However, occasionally, when the zombies dispersed below, they would descend to retrieve additional supplies. Surprisingly, their days passed in relative comfort. Of course, Jiang Yuanfan was acutely aware that this comfort was fleeting, for the supplies would eventually dwindle. They would need to abandon the school, to forsake this sanctuary, and venture into the unknown. As for the remaining survivors, their fates remained uncertain. They no longer lingered within the school, while the hordes of zombies roamed freely, many bearing familiar visages. Compared to Qin Mu Yang's experiences, Jiang Yuanfan and his companions had their own share of thrilling escapades. Yet, they had not confronted various dangers directly, as Jiang Yuanfan had consistently managed to avert them beforehand. Now, the combination of Jiang Yuanfan's remarkable intellect and Qin Mu Yang's formidable personal and leadership abilities formed an unparalleled alliance. In the face of an uncertain future, they felt no fear about where their adventures might lead them. Together they would live, and together they would face death. Chapter 69. Lin Yu, however. The moment Qin Mu Yang appeared, everything changed. Jiang Yuanfan pondered for a moment before decisively casting the two individuals aside, declaring to Qin Mu Yang, "Your timing is impeccable. I no longer wish to accompany them. I'll leave them in your capable hands." His expression was one of disdain, likely due to his perception that Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng lacked the necessary intellect, making them somewhat of a burden. The two were oblivious to their unflattering image in Jiang Yuanfan's eyes, believing instead that their survival was a testament to their own wisdom. Gao Fei muttered a few words in protest, attempting to defend himself, while Liang Dongsheng remained utterly silent. In Liang Dongsheng's mind, Gao Fei was already a formidable figure, let alone Jiang Yuanfan. In this moment, he felt he had no place to speak. Furthermore, as long as he could ensure his own survival, he would readily agree. Even if Jiang Yuanfan pointed a finger at him and called him a fool, Liang Dongsheng was a person of resilience, not particularly adept at dealing with zombies, but possessing exceptional mental fortitude. Jiang Yuanfan calmly approached a neatly arranged seat and, after settling down, turned his gaze towards Qin Mu Yang. He spoke sincerely. "I entrust my life to you as well." His demeanor suggested a relinquishment of responsibility, leaving all future decisions in Qin Mu Yang's capable hands. Yet, who could blame him? One stood before him, a lifelong friend with whom he had shared countless adventures, while the other was a brother from the northeast, albeit of a different mother. Then there was Liang Dongsheng, a stranger to him, yet he looked at him with an expression that pleaded, "I am obedient. Please do not abandon me." Qin Mu Yang nodded, indicating his acceptance of this significant responsibility, expressing his willingness to lead everyone toward a brighter tomorrow. Yet, within his heart lingered a sense of misgiving, akin to the feeling of a failed endeavor. He harbored no secrets from those before him and recounted the inexplicable incident of his fainting spell that lasted several days, voicing his concerns about potential aftereffects. In truth, it had been quite some time since he last experienced such an episode, reminiscent of his previous fainting in the supermarket, though he could not guarantee that similar occurrences would not arise in the future. At the very least, he deemed it prudent to inform Jiang Yuanfan and the others, so they would not be taken aback should they witness him collapse unexpectedly. With Jiang Yuanfan's reassurance, Qin Mu Yang felt a measure of tranquility wash over him. Gao Fei, donning a pensive expression, cleared his throat and remarked, "To truly address this issue, we must consult someone well-versed in medicine." Qin Muyang rolled his eyes, perceiving Gao Fei's words as mere drivel. Undeterred by Qin Muyang's reaction, Gao Fei continued, "I may not be an expert in this field, yet I feel compelled to share my thoughts. Upon reflection, it is evident that this matter can only be resolved with the guidance of a medical professional, which, regrettably, we currently lack. Therefore, as I initially stated, I am not an authority on this subject." Before Gao Fei could complete his sentence, Qin Muyang delivered a playful punch to his arm. Gao Fei rubbed his slightly sore shoulder, secretly relishing the moment. At the very least, amidst the chaos of this post-apocalyptic world, they could still find remnants of their former lives. After a bout of light-hearted banter, the group shifted their focus to more pressing matters. Staying at Beishan University is currently safe, but this security is only temporary. Aside from the threat posed by zombies, there exists a looming crisis concerning supplies. The provisions that Jiang Yuanfan and his companions had prepared are rather limited. While food is sufficient, their water supply is nearing depletion. If Qin Muyang had not arrived so promptly, it is likely that in about a week, Jiang Yuanfan and the others would have been compelled to abandon Beishan University due to a lack of resources. Therefore, the pressing matter at hand is when to leave this place and where to venture afterward. Particularly, when Lin Yu heard about his hospitalization, he volunteered to take care of him. Had Lin Yu chosen to remain at the school during that time, he would now be standing before them, unscathed, alongside Gao Fei and Jiang Yuanfan, rather than in a state of uncertainty regarding his fate. The thought of Lin Yu's unwavering trust and concern for him weighed heavily on Qin Muyang's heart. At this moment, Gao Fei suggested, "Shall we go look for him?" Within a brief span, Jiang Yuanfan had meticulously considered everything and made arrangements. It was unexpected that both Gao Fei and Jiang Yuanfan were so perceptive, directly articulating his thoughts. Thus, it transformed into a collective opinion rather than merely his own. The willingness of everyone to shoulder the burden together and strive toward a shared goal is the essence of the team's survival. As for Liang Dongxing's opinion, it was of little consequence. If he dared to voice dissent or oppose this plan, he could venture out alone. No one would obstruct him. Fortunately, Liang Dongxing was astute enough to read the room and had already resolved to cling to the few reliable allies before him. Moreover, he astutely discerned that these individuals were deeply loyal to their bonds of brotherhood, prompting him to eagerly concur. "Indeed, we must certainly locate Brother Lin Yu." It was as if he were intimately acquainted with Lin Yu. However, within the hearts of Gao Fei, Jiang Yuanfan, and Qin Muyang, a conjecture lingered unspoken. Lin Yu might already be deceased, and they may never find him again. Yet, the three shared a tacit understanding not to broach this grim possibility. For they required a guiding objective, a sense of direction. Oblivious to this somber thought, the simpleton Liang Dongxing stood nearby, grinning foolishly, proclaiming that he was ready to assist with any laborious task. "Then why don't you move those two corpses at the entrance?" Gao Fei suggested. These were the two zombies that Qin Muyang had recently dispatched, lying at the doorway, an unsightly presence that Gao Fei knew Jiang Yuanfan could not tolerate. Liang Dongxing had become quite adept at this task. Zombies occasionally wandered to the classroom entrance in recent days, to prevent them from attracting more of their kind. After Gao Fei eliminated these zombies, Jiang Yuanfan would instruct Liang Dongxing to drag the carcasses to the far end of the corridor and dispose of them downstairs. Initially, Liang Dongxing experienced a psychological barrier at the sight of the familiar faces of his seniors. However, one fateful day, when a senior with half a face hanging down nearly bit him, he began to hurl the corpses with the swiftness of lightning. Gao Fei made a gesture across his throat. "Do you dare to take action?" Qin Muyang inquired. "You dare," Gao Fei retorted. "Let us observe for a moment," Jiang Yuanfan suggested, noting that it did not appear to be a fool, unlikely to seek its own demise. Qin Muyang nodded in agreement, asserting that when the time comes, he would undoubtedly take action. Calmly, he pulled out a map and began to discuss future routes with Jiang Yuanfan. They needed to reunite with Li Mingchuan and the others before heading towards the Second People's Hospital, which required a somewhat circuitous route. However, Qin Muyang was well accustomed to detours and remained unfazed, sharing his experiences with the group. He sketched out the general route on the map, and the four of them found some food to eat before engaging in casual conversation. More often than not, it was Gao Fei who sought Qin Muyang's counsel on how to confront zombies. Given their impending departure from Beishan University to face the harsh realities of the outside world, Gao Fei was eager to learn. Although Qin Muyang had previously recounted his journey from the hospital, he had not provided detailed strategies for dealing with the undead. Now, he earnestly imparted his wisdom, hoping that their combat abilities would be significantly enhanced once they left the school, wishing no one would suffer harm along the way. Initially, Qin Muyang had prepared a crowbar as a backup weapon, but he decided to give it directly to Gao Fei. He believed that makeshift weapons like spoons or table legs would be unreliable in the harsh outside world. Sometimes, relying solely on Jiang Yuanfan's clever tactics would not suffice. In the outside realm, formidable strength was occasionally necessary. After exchanging various strategies for tackling zombies, Qin Muyang shared some of his own established principles. Many of these were not secrets to Jiang Yuanfan, who, with his intelligence, could deduce them on his own. However, there are instances that necessitate personal verification. For example, Qin Muyang previously discovered that zombies can survive in water and pose a threat to humans, yet they lack the ability to swim. Consequently, the zombies in the water either sink to the bottom or float on the surface, carried away by the current. This detail remains unknown to Jiang Yuanfan and his companions. Now, with Qin Muyang's warning, they understand that they should not recklessly source water when encountering it, and they will consider potential dangers while traversing aquatic areas. Jiang Yuanfan also shared insights regarding zombies that had not been mentioned by Qin Muyang. Since arriving at this educational building, he has devoted much of his time to observing and studying zombies. He has noted significant changes in the zombies compared to their initial state. When humans first transform into zombies, they retain certain human characteristics, such as a tendency to shy away from sunlight and an inclination to seek shelter from rain rather than standing exposed in it. There remains a lingering sense of humanity within them, albeit diminished. However, as time progresses, these traits gradually fade. Initially, during the peak of daylight, zombie activity was scarcely observable. Yet now, many zombies roam freely during the day. Only those who have recently transformed tend to hide lazily. They increasingly resemble mere beasts. Ultimately, Jiang Yuanfan concluded that they are akin to the zombies depicted in films. It remains uncertain whether they will evolve further. Gao Fei remarked that if we were to evolve into swift creatures, capable of scaling walls like zombies, then we might as well find a rope and end our lives together. If zombies are evolving, humanity must surely follow suit, declared Qin Muyang. It is unreasonable to presume that only one side would undergo transformation. Do not overthink it. Jiang Yuanfan concurred with Qin Muyang's perspective. Eventually, Qin Muyang posed a question he had long contemplated. Do you know the current date? Gao Fei hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "Don't even mention it. I once had a phone with a charge, but it was recently discarded by old Jiang, who hurled it away while reciting a lament to attract zombies. I have no idea if a century has passed." Jiang Yuanfan speculated, "It's probably early September." They had been evading detection, frequently relocating, and thus had not paid attention to the passage of time, leaving them unable to recall the exact date. Qin Muyang further inquired if they understood how everything transpired. In response, Jiang Yuanfan shared his analysis, suggesting that it all stemmed from a meteorite impact, which facilitated the virus's global spread via international flights. Once the concentration of the virus in the atmosphere reached a critical threshold, it was as if a bomb had detonated, triggering the transformation into zombies. Those with stronger immunity were among the first not to succumb, yet after sustaining bites and scratches, they too were unable to escape the metamorphosis. We consider ourselves fortunate. At least our bodies maintain a decent level of resistance, interjected Liang Dongxing. Each individual possesses their own unique strengths, yet he feels somewhat unremarkable, with the exception of his commendable resilience. It is worth noting that during the recent outbreak, Gao Fei had been afflicted with diarrhea, while he remained completely unscathed. The group disregarded Liang Dongxing's remarks and shifted their conversation towards the timing of their departure from the school. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to refine their route over the next couple of days and to choose a favorable day for their exit from Beishan University. Chapter 71. Practical Training. However, in the days leading up to their departure, aside from refining the route, Qin Muyang resolved to procure suitable weapons for Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongxing. Although their combat abilities appeared somewhat lacking, it was imperative that they possess some means of self-defense. Not only did he intend to find them weapons, but he also planned to conduct unified training sessions. Yes, much like the prior training sessions with Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, they would undergo effective practical training. Finding anything useful to serve as a weapon within the classroom proved challenging, as such items were regulated within the school environment. Ultimately, Qin Muyang and Gao Fei devised a method to repurpose a large soup spoon from the cafeteria. detaching the spoon's head to leave behind a long stainless steel handle. Qin Muyang skillfully sharpened the end where the spoon had been connected into a point and handed it to Jiang Yuanfan. Jiang Yuanfan found it to be just right. Resembling a slightly shorter sword, it was lightweight and easy to maneuver. Given Jiang Yuanfan's limited combat prowess, a heavier or larger weapon would have proved cumbersome for him. As for Liang Dongsheng's weapon, no suitable options were immediately available, but reverting to the previous wooden stick or table leg was certainly out of the question. When encountering zombies outdoors, it is paramount to wield a weapon that is swift, lethal, and robust. Jiang Yuanfan had previously excelled in strategizing due to his understanding of student psychology and his familiarity with the school's layout. However, the scenario outside was markedly different, presenting a far more intricate array of circumstances and an unfamiliar terrain. Wooden sticks and table legs paled in comparison to metallic rods, which lacked the decisiveness and efficiency required in such dire situations. Qin Muyang directed his gaze towards the ceiling, where elongated fluorescent light tubes were affixed to slender metal fixtures. Perhaps detaching one could serve as an effective weapon? As Qin contemplated this, Jiang Yuanfan seemed to discern his thoughts and approached him, whispering, "Removing that might not yield much utility. I recall there is a simple coat rack made of stainless steel pipes in the teacher's lounge nearby." Qin Muyang nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "That will suffice." Now, the three of them were equipped with suitable weapons, yet they still required a practical trial. Qin had previously outlined the critical points for dispatching zombies, and the trio had already committed them to memory. Consequently, he led them directly to the stairway, gently tapping the ground with his iron rod, ensuring minimal noise. His intention was to attract a few zombies rather than summon all of those lurking below. The sound did not travel far, and two zombies meandering on the stairs began their slow ascent. The zombies climbed the stairs with a gait not dissimilar to that of living beings, albeit at a slightly reduced pace. However, in a sufficiently tall building, the length of the staircase would inevitably allow the zombies to catch up to the humans, as the latter would grow weary while the former remained inexhaustible. As Qin Muyang observed the two zombies ascending the stairs at a steady pace, he pointed at them and elucidated to the three individuals, "Behold my technique. Grasp the iron rod in this manner. This grip ensures a firm hold, allowing the rod to penetrate their skulls with precision, thereby inflicting irreversible damage to their brains." As he spoke, Qin Muyang demonstrated the action. "Of course, this grip is tailored to my personal preference. You may gradually discover the method that suits you best. While the grips may differ, the techniques for confronting zombies remain largely consistent. As I previously mentioned, the swiftest and most reliable approach targets the eye sockets, followed by the oral cavity, and subsequently, an upward thrust from the chin towards the temple. The nape of the neck is also a viable target, albeit requiring considerable force. If all else fails, severing their heads or tripping them are equally valid options. However, the primary objective remains the destruction of the brain. All these strategies are pertinent when one is compelled to engage in combat with zombies. If the circumstances do not necessitate confrontation, the optimal choice is to evade them and maintain a safe distance. As Qin Muyang spoke, the two zombies staggered closer. He raised the iron rod in his hand and effortlessly dispatched them. One struck through the eye socket, the other from beneath the chin. His deliberate demonstration aimed to clarify the distinct operations involved. See, it is quite simple. Much like his earlier instruction to Li Ming Chuan and the others. He stepped back a pace and declared, "Now, it is your turn. Who will go first?" "I shall." Jiang Yuanfan stepped forward, feeling emboldened by Qin Muyang's presence beside him and harboring no fear whatsoever. He remained composed, astute, and unruffled, gripping the oversized ladle devoid of a spoon, standing at the stairway with an air reminiscent of a heroic swordsman. Soon, a zombie ambled towards him. Jiang Yuanfan calmly raised the half-ladle in his hand and thrust it forward with precision. However, he suddenly slipped, tumbling directly into the embrace of the zombie. Qin Muyang released Jiang Yuanfan, observing his demeanor, which was remarkably serene, as if the individual who had nearly fallen into the arms of the undead were someone else entirely. This vividly demonstrated his unwavering trust in Qin Muyang, understanding that in such a predicament, there was no cause for concern. Qin Muyang intended to advise him not to place all his hopes on his companions. But considering that he was addressing Jiang Yuanfan, the most perceptive of individuals, he deemed such a reminder unnecessary. Thus, he chose silence. Jiang Yuanfan once again grasped the half-ladle and resumed his previous stance, awaiting the sluggish advance of the zombie as it crawled towards him. Were a human to experience such a fall, they would likely be rendered dazed or incapacitated for a considerable time. Yet, the zombie, impervious to pain, persisted with its crooked neck until it reached Jiang Yuanfan. At last, Jiang Yuanfan accurately plunged the half-ladle into the zombie's eye socket. However, his strength fell short, failing to vanquish the creature with a single strike. It was only after exerting greater force that he ultimately dispatched the zombie. Before long, another zombie approached. Jiang Yuanfan opted against a direct assault. Instead, he tripped the zombie with his leg, bending low to thrust towards its head, thereby harnessing the strength of his entire body to compensate for his relative lack of power. The zombie was swiftly dispatched, and Jiang Yuanfan had already conceived a more effective strategy for dealing with the undead. At this moment, not only were there zombies approaching from the staircase, but others were also making their way down the corridor. Chapter 72. Knocking on the door, there were a total of 5 zombies, a manageable number. Qin Muyang waved his hand decisively, declaring, "Gao Fei, Liang Dongxing, these are yours. You may allocate them as you see fit." Liang Dongxing quickly opted to confront the 2 zombies ascending the staircase, as the elevated position provided a clearer aim and more forceful strikes. After all, Qin Muyang had just demonstrated this method, and Liang did not dare to take unnecessary risks by engaging the zombies in the corridor. For Gao Fei, facing zombies was not particularly daunting. He had previously dispatched several of them. Yet, confronting 3 zombies simultaneously was a first for him. Armed with the simpler and more efficient techniques imparted by Qin Muyang, he faced the trio of zombies without trepidation. His movements were graceful, precise, and powerful, rivaling those of Qin Muyang. Liang Dongxing, possessing a robust strength, found it quite manageable to deal with the 2 zombies. The trio completed their tasks quite satisfactorily, far exceeding Qin Muyang's initial expectations and significantly outperforming Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin from the previous day. None of the 3 faltered in the face of danger. Their courage served as an invaluable weapon against the zombies. Subsequently, Qin Muyang attracted a scattering of over a dozen more zombies, entrusting their elimination entirely to the 3 of them. Gao Fei single-handedly dispatched more than half of them, while Liang Dongxing, though somewhat clumsy in his approach, eliminated a considerable number as well, showcasing his great strength in the process. The lesser portion was dealt with by Jiang Yuanfan, who relied solely on his evasion skills, cunningly outsmarting the zombies to claim their lives. Thus, Qin Muyang quickly concluded, Gao Fei could stand on his own, Liang Dongxing could serve as support. While Jiang Yuanfan should refrain from slaying zombies, he would be better utilized as a strategist, offering counsel or acting as an observer. This already constituted a commendable team, possessing combat prowess, intelligence, and brute strength, all while being obedient and easy to manage. Qin Muyang resolved to train for another 2 days before officially departing from the school. That evening, Qin Muyang produced a small rechargeable lamp acquired from a stationery store, prompting Gao Fei's eyes to gleam. "Old Qin, if your surname were Song, your name would certainly be Song Guangming. I haven't seen a light bulb illuminate in 2 months." However, Jiang Yuanfan opposed the idea of turning on the lamp, insisting that they complete their tasks before nightfall and retire directly to sleep once darkness enveloped them. He believed there were likely still survivors within the school, and using a rechargeable lamp so ostentatiously could easily attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to conflicts that would disrupt their plans. Before dusk, they finished their meal, organized their weapons, and laid out bedding for Qin Muyang, then promptly lay down as night fell. Yet, despite lying down, sleep did not come immediately. They continued to discuss strategies for dealing with zombies and reminisced about past experiences, regardless of how the world had changed. At least the comrades who had once shared in their madness were still by their side, ready to forge ahead together. As their conversation waned, some gradually fell silent, their breathing becoming steady and rhythmic, indicating they had drifted into slumber. Eventually, unbeknownst to them, all 4 succumbed to a peaceful sleep. As the morning sun poured through the window, Qin Muyang's biological clock roused him from slumber. Before he could rise, the classroom door began to thud violently, the sound sharp and urgent, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. Instinctively, Qin Muyang seized the iron rod lying nearby, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Initially, he imagined that a zombie might have collided with the door in the corridor. Just as he suspected, a man's voice called from outside, commanding, "Open the door," with an unmistakable tone of authority. Clearly, the individuals outside were well aware of the situation within, perhaps even familiar with the number of people present. Rising to his feet, Qin Muyang noticed that Gao Fei, Zhang Yuanfan, and Liang Dongxing had also awakened. Observing Qin Muyang wielding the iron rod, Gao Fei mimicked him, promptly grabbing a crowbar. His muscles taut, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. When it came to fighting, Gao Fei had never backed down. He had grown up in an environment where a mere glance could spark a brawl. Zhang Yuanfan clutched a half-broken spoon, which might prove somewhat useful against zombies, but seemed rather inadequate against humans, bordering on the absurd. Fortunately, his poker face compensated for this shortcoming, even if he were brandishing a fairy wand. His expression would likely render others incapable of derision. Only Liang Dongsheng appeared somewhat out of sorts, excitedly exclaiming, "I recognize the voice outside. It's a senior. From your sports department." Zhang Yuanfan cast a cold glance at Liang Dongxing, who reluctantly picked up the steel pipe that lay some distance away. In such circumstances, one could hardly feel at ease. Even if a senior or an advisor were to appear, caution would be paramount. The early morning disturbance of loud knocking, coupled with a tone laced with authority, left little room for doubt regarding the intentions of the visitors. Liang Dongxing, in his naivety, seemed to believe that camaraderie would prevail simply because they were juniors. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Zhang Yuanfan, Qin Muyang spoke with a grave tone. "Speak your mind. There's no need for knocking. If you continue, you'll only attract the zombies. And then we shall all face the consequences. Speak as you wish." Qin Muyang was not one to indulge in such frivolities. After all, when the zombies approached, they would not target him first. The individuals outside hesitated, recognizing the truth in Qin Muyang's words. If they remained in a stalemate, it was inevitable that they would bear the brunt of the attack. "You still have provisions, don't you?" inquired the senior from outside. Qin Muyang scoffed. "If you have something to say it directly. There is no time for pleasantries. We are from the second-year physical education department, a group of 7. You would do well to understand my meaning." The tone from outside shifted to one of intimidation. The reputation of the second-year physical education department was formidable, known throughout the school. They boasted of their numbers and lineage, attempting to coerce Qin Muyang and his companions into submission through sheer force. However, Qin Muyang was not one to easily yield. To think he could be swayed with mere words was a gross underestimation. 7 of you? I can handle 3. The rest, my companions will take care of. Shall we commence? Qin Muyang spoke with an inquiring tone, exuding an air of authority that hinted at an impending confrontation. The onlookers were taken aback by his assertiveness, unable to contain their tempers as one of them raised a foot to kick the door. Yet, in that very moment, Qin Muyang flung the door open, wielding his iron rod and striking down with precision. The towering figure crumpled to the ground before him. Chapter 73. Senior. The remaining 6 individuals, though they appeared formidable, found themselves cowed by Qin Muyang's imposing presence, instinctively retreating a step. Gao Fei, Zhang Yuanfan, and Liang Dongxing each armed themselves in position protectively behind Qin Muyang. "Allow me to extend you another opportunity," Qin Muyang declared. Surveying the seniors sprawled on the ground. "State your business plainly, without any prevarication. Share some of your provisions with us. After all, I am your senior." The man began, but before he could finish, Qin Muyang executed a profoundly disrespectful gesture, lightly nudging the senior's face with his foot. It was not an act of aggression, but rather a calculated insult. Conventional wisdom dictates that one should avoid striking the face. Yet Qin Muyang deliberately chose to do so. The senior attempted to evade the blow, but to no avail. Struggling to rise, he found himself devoid of strength. Despite their imposing stature, this group had previously suffered from a plague, leading to the loss of substantial resources in their quest for medicine. After enduring severe illness without timely nutritional replenishment, they were left utterly weakened. Even Zhang Yuanfan claimed he could easily overpower any one of them. It is evident that these 7 individuals posed no genuine threat to Qin Muyang. The moment before opening the door, the glance exchanged between Qin Muyang and Zhang Yuanfan confirmed that this group was frail, merely vociferous in their bravado. They attempted to intimidate others with their size and words, yet chose the wrong target for their intimidation. Perhaps other survivor factions would have quaked in fear and capitulated. But someone like Qin Muyang, who does not easily yield, would not be cowed into submission even in the prime of their physical strength. Instead, he would respond with heightened caution, possibly opting not to open the door or consulting Zhang Yuanfan on a battle strategy. There was no inclination to relinquish their possessions willingly. If they desired Qin Muyang and his companions' provisions, they resorted to threats, and when that failed, they tried to appeal to sentiment, claiming a bond as seniors. A smile crept upon Qin Muyang's face. It seemed that some of the sports department were indeed lacking in intellect. Not only were they oblivious to their own folly, but they also sought to regard others as fools. The senior on the ground squirmed like a wretched maggot, struggling to rise, ultimately calling upon his peers for assistance. Yet their previous bravado had diminished. Through the three individuals standing behind Qin Muyang, they caught sight of the bountiful supplies stacked upon the podium, their eyes betraying an insatiable greed and yearning that they could hardly contain. I must have welcomed you during the freshman orientation back then. The senior continued to attempt to bridge the gap, hoping to stir Qin Muyang's emotions with a sense of alumni camaraderie. At that moment, Zhang Yuan Fan slowly spoke up, inquiring about the girls. There had been more than 10 girls accompanying them earlier, but now not a single one could be seen. They did not make it. You should be aware that, in the past, we faced infectious diseases and a zombie outbreak. And we were also attacked by individuals from other factions. It is a well-known fact that females tend to be more vulnerable. Had it not been for a casual conversation last night where Zhang Yuanfan shared some insights, Qin Muyang might have been swayed by these words. These athletic students have consistently relied on their superior physical prowess to overpower others, robbing several groups of survivors of their resources and luring zombies to others' doorsteps. At that time, they showed no regard for camaraderie. Furthermore, those males specifically targeted attractive females, professing a desire to protect them while simultaneously subjugating them, compelling them to barter their bodies for sustenance and security. Some girls, unwilling to comply, were met with violence. On those nights atop the campus supermarket, almost every evening, Zhang Yuanfan would press his ear to the ceiling, hearing the sobs of the girls and their suppressed cries. The girls succumbed, not because of a lack of resilience, but due to the self-serving nature of these so-called seniors, who, during the subsequent plague, prioritized their own survival, denying them sustenance in times of scarcity and when zombies attacked, unceremoniously casting them out to serve as bait. Initially, these events seemed irrelevant to Qin Muyang, as the world had transformed into a chaotic realm where the old rules no longer applied. Yet, when these individuals turned their attention toward him, how could he possibly remain passive? Throughout his journey, he encountered individuals like Li Mingchuan, Zhang Jin, Wang Aigua, and even Yuxing, all of whom possessed a sense of responsibility and integrity. It was utterly disheartening to witness that the first to descend into moral decay were this group of students. Once heralded as the hope of tomorrow, Old Jiang, your assistance is unnecessary this time. Gao Fei and I are more than sufficient. Qin Muyang tightened his grip on the iron rod in his hand. Gao Fei stepped forward, positioning himself beside Qin Muyang. Damn it! Before Qin Muyang could utter a word, Gao Fei, brimming with excitement, charged ahead. These individuals were, as expected, merely decorative pillows stuffed with straw. They were utterly incapable of putting up a fight, barely possessing the strength to retaliate. One of them even lost a front tooth, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. However, Qin Muyang was mindful of his strength. He had no intention of killing them outright. His aim was merely to wound them, ensuring their survival while knowing that the injuries they sustained would inevitably lead to their demise. In a world overrun by zombies, lacking the ability to resist or protect oneself would swiftly result in becoming fodder for the undead or transforming into one of them. This was Liang Dongxing's first encounter with a physical altercation among students, and he stood by with his mouth agape, exclaiming in astonishment. Qin Muyang surveyed the individuals sprawled on the ground and kindly retrieved some food and water, placing it nearby. Don't accuse us of being heartless. The provisions are right here for you. Hurry and leave. The amount of food Qin Muyang provided was barely sufficient for 2 individuals for half a day, and he anticipated that these men would eventually resort to fighting over the scant rations. They no longer dared to provoke Qin Muyang and his companion. Yet they still held a glimmer of hope against their similarly injured peers. Qin Muyang's intention was precisely to incite their mutual destruction, hastening their end. Let us go inside. We haven't had breakfast yet. Qin Muyang clapped his hands together, as if to rid himself of the dirt from wielding the iron rod against them. Gao Fei observed the individuals laboriously crawling on the ground, yearning to reach the provisions abandoned by Qin Muyang. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Didn't the experts proclaim that the birth rate is currently low? Yet, I see an abundance of births scattered across the ground." Indeed, the individuals outside soon engaged in a fierce scuffle over the scant food. Subsequently, it was unclear where their frantic chase led them. If there were only 7 of them, it might have been manageable. However, if there were others among them, retaliation could ensue. Such a scenario would likely attract a horde of zombies, trapping us within the confines of the academic building. Regardless, we are set to depart in a couple of days. Leaving a bit earlier would not be detrimental. Chapter 74. Departure. When Qin Muyang distributed food to them earlier, he had already resolved to leave. The 2 portions he relinquished were due to the current abundance of supplies, which could not possibly be carried in entirety. Rather than allowing them to rummage freely, it would be more prudent to incite their instinct to plunder and then deliver a decisive blow, causing their small group to fracture from within, prompting a cycle of self-destruction as they confronted despair and suffering. Jiang Yuanfan endorsed Qin Muyang's approach and concurred with the immediate departure. We trained yesterday. Leaving now poses no issue. It is still relatively early today. Let us set forth at once. With a sense of urgency, they commenced packing their belongings. They selected only the essentials, leaving behind any superfluous items. Food, water, medicine, and weapons constituted their primary concerns. The remaining items were chosen based on personal preference. Those with greater strength felt capable of carrying more, while the weaker individuals prepared only the necessities. Before long, all 4 had donned their bulging backpacks. Aside from Qin Muyang's backpack, which appeared rather professional, Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei were equipped with ordinary school bags that lacked durability and waterproof capabilities. Qin Muyang reassured them that once they were outside, they could effortlessly acquire anything they needed from suitable shops without any financial concerns. Clothing, shoes, backpacks, everything one could desire. He exuded a promotional demeanor, deliberately fostering a relaxed atmosphere to alleviate any anxiety about facing the world beyond the campus. As they opened the classroom door, they were met with remnants of blood left by the senior students who had long since disappeared. Qin Muyang paid little heed to their whereabouts, as their imminent departure was the priority. The 4 of them arranged themselves in a staggered formation as previously discussed. Qin Muyang led the way, with Jiang Yuanfan positioned to his left and Liang Dongsheng to the right of Jiang, while Gao Fei brought up the rear. Although Jiang Yuanfan may not possess formidable combat skills, standing behind Qin Muyang minimized his risk of injury. Furthermore, he could offer insights during various situations, allowing for collaborative decision-making. The opinions of Liang Dongsheng and Gao Fei were deemed less critical. The intellect of the group was sufficiently represented by Qin Muyang and Jiang Yuanfan. Liang Dongsheng played a supportive role, ready to assist should Qin Muyang find himself in peril or if Gao Fei encountered a crisis. Typically, he remained quietly in the ranks, contributing by carrying heavier items. Gao Fei, possessing combat prowess second only to Qin Muyang, provided a sense of security to the group as he brought up the rear. For individuals gradually descended the stairs, having encountered no difficulties as the zombies previously present had been eliminated by the 7 who ascended before them. The exit they approached appeared relatively secure, with only a few scattered zombies wandering nearby. Qin Muyang only raised his iron rod to dispatch those zombies that ventured too close. Those at a distance, which showed no inclination to approach, were purposefully disregarded. Conserving energy for unforeseen emergencies was indeed the prudent course of action. According to their plan, they intended to bypass the school gates and instead scale the wall, choosing to climb over the barrier nearest to the teaching building. Along the path to the wall, a few zombies were dispersed, yet they posed no significant threat. However, Qin Muyang encouraged Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei to seize any opportunity to engage the zombies, suggesting that practical experience would enhance their competence in confronting such threats outside. Gao Fei was particularly adept, and even Jiang Yuanfan managed to eliminate a zombie on his own. Upon reaching the wall, Qin Muyang ascended first to survey the surroundings, ensuring that it was safe before leaping down to assist the others. Yet, a significant obstacle arose when it became apparent that Jiang Yuanfan was unable to climb the wall. In his youth, he had ventured up trees and forded rivers with Qin Muyang, but as he matured, his immersion in studies had rendered him forgetful of such skills, and his physical fitness had markedly declined. Scaling a wall nearly 2 meters high proved to be an insurmountable challenge. After a prolonged wait outside, during which Liang Dongsheng successfully scaled the wall, Jiang Yuanfan still struggled. Ultimately, Gao Fei knelt down, allowing Jiang Yuanfan to step upon his shoulders, enabling him to finally reach the top of the wall. As he leaped down, he nearly twisted his ankle, but fortunately, Qin Muyang caught him just in time. The narrow alleyway they emerged into led them to the bustling street outside. No matter how much Qin Muyang had described the outside world, nothing could compare to the shock of witnessing it firsthand. The entire street had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Once pristine and orderly, it was now overrun with weeds. The cracks in the ground provided ideal conditions for grass seeds to take root, resulting in a profusion of verdant weeds swaying gently in the breeze. Abandoned cars, having succumbed to rust, evoked a sense of desolation reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. Sparse zombies shuffled along the street, occasionally emitting low, guttural growls. At times, the wind would stir something, causing a few zombies to converge, but when they failed to find any prey, they would gradually disperse once again. Aside from the eerily unsettling presence of these zombies, the city lay in a profound silence. Gao Fei, who usually wore a carefree smile, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. The realization dawned upon him that this world was truly finished. I always thought it was like a dream, akin to a game confined within our university, he murmured. Once the game ends, or we leave school, everything will return to normal. Liang Dongxing echoed his sentiment, confessing, I, too, never felt the authenticity of a zombie apocalypse. It felt as though I was merely surviving in a game. Jiang Yuanfan gazed at the distant buildings with shattered glass, their dark, hollow windows serving as a stark reminder of the devastation, and he let out a soft sigh. Once, it stood as the tallest office building in Beishan City. Now, it resembles a forsaken structure from a post-apocalyptic game. No, it does not merely appear that way. It has indeed transformed into a relic of a desolate world. Although Beishan City may not be classified as a first-tier city, it possesses a certain vibrancy. Many individuals come to Beishan City for their studies, aspiring to establish their futures within its bounds. Perhaps Jiang Yuanfan once harbored dreams of working in that very building. Yet now all is lost. After a moment of silence, Qin Muyang broke the stillness. Let us proceed. There remains much ground to cover today. We must strive to reach our first planned destination before nightfall. They had meticulously mapped out their daily stopping points, not merely as a means of navigation, but to instill a sense of purpose. Of course, any unforeseen circumstances along the way could alter their plans. For now, they would adhere to the schedule, seeking a destination to kindle hope and confidence within themselves. Chapter 75. The journey. Having spent an extended period within the confines of the school, stepping out into this altered world felt disconcerting for Jiang Yuanfan and his companions, as if they were suddenly strangers to these streets. Do you remember that rice noodle shop up ahead? Last time we dined there, we discovered a hair in our soup, a rather short, curly one. They chuckled, recalling the corner fried rice restaurant where Gao Fei had once found a cockroach lurking amidst his meal, and the clothing store on the second floor, where Lin Yu purchased a garment that has been fading ever since it was washed for an entire semester. The last time it rained, it left him stained in darkness. And that vendor of pancake rolls, they vacation in the Maldives every year during the student holidays. As Qin Muyang recounted the tale, fragments of the past began to resurface in everyone's minds regarding the occurrences on this very street. Yet, at that time, none could have foreseen such a transformation. Once, there was a profound disdain for this place. Now, a sense of nostalgia begins to creep in. As they passed familiar shops, they gradually recalled the faces of the shopkeepers, the wares they sold. Even some scents and hues lingered in their memories. Now, however, the visage of the shopkeepers might resemble that of a zombie poised to devour you. Everything appeared draped in a dull gray, as if veiled by a sheet of sepia glass. Some establishments on either side of the street were shuttered, exuding an air of desolation. Others remained open, yet were filled to the brim with the undead. Is this truly the world we inhabit? Is this the realm in which we are destined to survive? It feels somewhat surreal, yet the guttural growls of zombies, the fetid winds that accompany their approach, and the visceral sensation of a metal rod piercing a zombie's skull, all these elements are undeniably real. Qin Muyang forged ahead, carving a path while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. Though Jiang Yuanfan had several times urged him to relax, insisting that he was vigilant of the environment, Qin Muyang remained ever watchful. The external conditions were volatile. Despite Jiang Yuanfan's intelligence, his perception was not necessarily infallible, and he could not comprehend the outside world as Qin Muyang did. Therefore, Qin Muyang preferred to bear the burden of fatigue rather than risk any unforeseen circumstances that might lead to chaos among them. During the day, the zombies have become increasingly active, wandering aimlessly through the streets. Qin Muyang makes a concerted effort to choose routes with fewer zombies, opting for streets that are easier to navigate. Even so, his iron rod remains in constant motion, as every few steps, a zombie collides with them. Occasionally, a horde of zombies lurking in nearby shops detects their presence, and surges forward unexpectedly. In such moments, the four must take flight, leaping over obstacles to leave the zombies behind. The debris littering the streets and the abandoned vehicles sometimes prove to be quite useful. At least they serve as temporary barriers to slow down the relentless pursuit of the undead. Zombies lack the agility of humans, allowing Qin Muyang and his companions to vault over derelict cars while the zombies remain trapped, aimlessly circling in frustration. By the time the zombies manage to navigate around the obstacles, Qin Muyang and the others have already distanced themselves. Deprived of their quarry, the zombies can only continue to wander aimlessly or chase after distant sounds. Throughout this ordeal, the four exhibit a commendable level of coordination. Qin Muyang deftly avoids any missteps, ensuring that no zombie manages to slip past them. Jiang Yuanfan consistently identifies pragmatic solutions in critical moments, transforming peril into safety time and again. As for Liang Dongsheng, it is perhaps better left unspoken. His combat abilities are lacking. Aside from assisting Gao Fei in dispatching a couple of zombies, he has contributed little, merely occupying space within the group. However, he is well-meaning, aware of his inadequacies yet offering to carry the backpacks for everyone due to his physical strength. In response, both Qin Muyang and Jiang Yuanfan flatly decline his offer in unison. Qin Muyang harbored a sense of distrust towards his teammate, whom he had only known for 2 days, and was reluctant to entrust him with his backpack. If the latter harbored ill intentions, he could easily abscond with the bag, resulting in a significant loss of vital supplies for Qin. During the process of distributing the items, Qin deliberately withheld any medicinal supplies from Liang Dongsheng, pondering whether the latter's offer to assist with the backpack was merely a guise to keep an eye on those valuable items. Although Jiang Yuanfan had not known Liang Dongsheng for long, their acquaintance was still more substantial compared to his established rapport with Gao Fei and others. Even if Liang Dongsheng did not betray him, his capabilities posed a risk. Should he falter or fall behind, valuable resources would be jeopardized. Jiang believed that Liang's survival skills in the external environment were inferior to his own. Sometimes, intellect surpasses sheer strength. Liang Dongsheng, unaffected by the rejection, continued to contribute to the team without harboring any resentment. Whenever called upon, he would exert himself to fulfill any task, disregarding whether others remained wary of him. In contrast, Gao Fei emerged as a formidable figure, bolstered by Liang Dongsheng's presence. He worked diligently in the rear, aware that Qin Muyang could not eliminate all the zombies lurking in the nearby shops as they forged ahead. Consequently, after their passage, some zombies, alerted by the scent of fresh flesh, would trail behind them. Gao Fei's task was to eliminate these stragglers, a feat not particularly challenging for him, as the following zombies moved at a leisurely pace, almost as if queuing for him to take aim. Moreover, whenever the pressure mounted for him, Qin Muyang would quicken his pace in leading the way. As the team's pace quickened, the zombies were swiftly left behind, unable to keep up. Gao Fei relished the exhilaration of slaughtering the undead, occasionally urging Qin Muyang to slow down, to take his time. This way, he could dispatch a few more zombies from behind. Although he understood that the undead were endless, each successful kill filled him with glee. Meanwhile, Liang Dongsheng felt a constant chill creeping down his spine. He worried that Gao Fei, caught up in his fervor, might inadvertently strike him, or worse, provoke a situation where a surviving zombie could pounce on him and take a bite. Though Liang Dongsheng had little to occupy his mind, he remained on edge. Before long, noon approached. The sun blazed fiercely overhead as they discovered a small roadside shop. After clearing the area of wandering zombies, they settled down to eat. It was only then that Gao Fei noticed the unusual soreness in his arms. Even the simple act of holding a bottle of water made his hands tremble. It seemed he had overexerted himself that morning, and his muscles were utterly fatigued. With the prospect of a long journey ahead in the afternoon, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 76. Though Liang Dongsheng felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that to survive within this group, he needed to prove his worth. This was no longer like the days spent at school with Jiang Yuanfan. Qin Muyang, the leader, possessed a far more ruthless demeanor, clearly capable of making tough decisions. As he munched on biscuits, Liang Dongsheng mumbled his agreement to Qin Muyang's words. In the afternoon, Qin Muyang retrieved the map and observed that the distance to the designated waypoint was still considerable. Originally, the plan for the day did not require covering excessive ground. However, the abundance of active zombies along the way posed significant obstacles, resulting in a sluggish pace. Aware that reaching the intended waypoint by nightfall was unattainable, Qin Muyang advised the group to seize any suitable locations for overnight accommodation without hesitation, as missing one could lead to an indefinite wait for the next opportunity. With his wealth of experience, his council was met with unanimous agreement. Around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they came to a halt in front of an office building. Prior to the outbreak of the zombies, the government had already issued advisories urging a cessation of work and advising against unnecessary outings. Consequently, when the zombie apocalypse erupted, nearly all employees had evacuated the premises, leaving behind only those who had succumbed to the affliction and wandered off to other locations. The entire building now appeared desolate and vacant, free from the threat of zombies. This location presented an ideal spot for overnight rest. Qin Muyang beckoned the 3 individuals behind him and led them into the building. They casually selected a room on the second floor that was convenient for securing the door, and the 4 of them slipped inside to assess whether the interior environment was sufficiently safe. The room was spacious, containing only neatly arranged office computers and some desks and chairs, with little else. Each of them chose a preferred spot and began preparing their makeshift sleeping arrangements for the night. Regrettably, this office lacks curtains, employing only the kind of blinds for shading. Otherwise, it would have been possible to replicate what Qin Muyang had done previously, removing the curtains and laying them on the floor. Gao Fei unceremoniously tossed his backpack onto the ground and extracted several garments to create a makeshift bed. Yang Dongsheng, emulating him, spread his own bedding beside Gao Fei. Meanwhile, Qin Muyang retrieved a sleeping bag from his pack and arranged it near the door for his overnight rest. Upon seeing the sleeping bag, Gao Fei's eyes widened in surprise. "Why didn't you bring this along earlier?" he inquired. "This was an exhibition piece I acquired from a store previously. If I come across another one in the future, I shall remember to secure one for you," Qin Muyang replied, as he nestled into the sleeping bag to test its comfort. It fit perfectly, providing warmth and breathability, rendering the ground beneath him less harsh. He casually placed an iron rod beside the sleeping bag, ensuring that should any unexpected events arise during the night, he could swiftly seize a weapon to guard the entrance. Zhang Yuanfan was meticulous. He gathered a collection of small cushions from the office chairs, arranging them neatly on the floor to fashion an impressive sleeping area. His backpack was placed beside him, equally orderly. Qin Muyang glanced over and sighed inwardly at the sight. His obsession with perfection seemed incurable. With their sleeping arrangements complete, the hour was still early. Through the gaps between the buildings, the sun's rays cast a slanted illumination. After sharing some provisions, they found themselves at a loose end. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng leaned against the window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. Qin Muyang unfolded the map once more, delving into its details in hopes of becoming more familiar with it. This way, during their journey, he would not have to frequently pause to verify if his path was indeed correct. Zhang Yuanfan, however, found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. His shoes were ill-suited for such arduous trekking, and compounded by his lack of physical activity over the past few years. He had developed several blisters on the soles of his feet after today's exertions. At this moment, he was barefoot, glaring at the blisters, uncertain of how to address them. Qin Muyang tucked the map away and retrieved a sewing kit from his backpack, offering it to him. "I have a sewing needle here. You can puncture the blisters, squeeze out the fluid, and keep them dry. They will heal swiftly." As he spoke, he also handed Zhang Yuanfan a windproof lighter. "Use this to sterilize the needle's tip to prevent infection." Zhang Yuanfan accepted both the sewing kit and the lighter. Just as he was about to use the lighter to disinfect the needle, Qin Muyang added, "Remember to let the needle cool down after sterilization before you puncture the blisters." Zhang Yuanfan looked up at him with an expression that suggested he felt as though Qin Muyang regarded him as a fool. Qin Muyang refrained from offering an explanation, fearful that Zhang Yuanfan might discover that he had once been that very fool himself. The foolish deed he had committed while stitching Rain Sheng's wound lingered vividly in his memory. By the time Zhang Yuanfan had tended to his blisters, dusk had descended, obscuring the view of the street outside the window. Qin Muyang called upon Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng to close the shutters, while he retrieved a small rechargeable lamp and switched it on. Although it did not illuminate a vast area, it was certainly brighter than the dim light that had filled the room moments before. Qin Muyang sat beside the lamp and remarked, "Tonight, we cannot all succumb to slumber. Someone must keep watch. We shall divide ourselves into 3 shifts among the 4 of us, thereby preventing the exhaustion that comes with alternating shifts." When Qin Muyang took charge of the situation, his demeanor transformed entirely. Typically, he exuded an approachable, amiable, and even humorous presence, yet when the moment called for gravity, he could instantly adopt a serious countenance. With a stern expression that brooked no dissent, his tone compelled obedience. This was a manifestation of his innate leadership ability, not a fade he donned. His gaze slowly traversed the three individuals seated nearby, listening intently to his words. He spoke softly, "Lao Jiang, you shall take the first shift for approximately 3 hours, after which I will take over, and Gao Fei will watch the final shift." Qin Muyang was reluctant to assign Liang Dongsheng to the night watch, at least for the time being, as he still harbored reservations about him. Although Liang Dongsheng had performed commendably in the earlier task, Qin Muyang resolved to observe him further. Entrusting such a critical responsibility as night watch to Liang Dongsheng left him uneasy. He was not even comfortable delegating the pivotal middle shift to anyone else, insisting on undertaking it himself. His arrangements, though seemingly casual, were the result of careful contemplation. Jiang Yuanfan was known for his penchant for studying late into the night, making him the ideal candidate for the first shift. The perils of the night often lurked not at dusk, but during the deepest slumber. As for the final shift, Qin Muyang intended to personally oversee it. By then, dawn would be approaching, and it was likely that Liang Dongsheng would have awakened, providing companionship to Gao Fei during that time. Having arranged everything, Qin Muyang extinguished the lamp. It was time for sleep. He swiftly slipped into his sleeping bag, leaving the remaining three in the darkness, somewhat at a loss. After several seconds of silence, he finally heard the rustling sounds of the three settling into their respective beds. However, just as Qin Muyang was drifting into a light slumber, he suddenly heard Jiang Yuanfan whispering, "There is someone across from us." Chapter 77. As the words "there is someone across from us" struck like thunder in his ears, Qin Muyang instantly awakened, sitting up while his hand instinctively grasped the iron rod beside him. However, he quickly realized that Jiang Yuanfan meant there was someone across from them, not on their side, and he relaxed his grip on the rod. In the darkness, he hesitated to turn on the small rechargeable lamp. Jiang Yuanfan pulled aside the blinds, allowing a faint glow of night to filter in, barely illuminating the outlines of objects. As Qin Muyang noticed Jiang Yuanfan's silhouette at the window, he cautiously emerged from his sleeping bag and tiptoed over to his side. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng also scrambled up and followed him to the window. From across the street, at approximately the 5th or 6th floor. As Jiang Yuanfan spoke softly, Qin Muyang had already discerned the situation across the way. Opposite them stood another office building, long abandoned and desolate. Yet at that moment, on the 5th or 6th floor, a window flickered with a faint, dancing light, reminiscent of the glow emitted by a candle or a similar flame. In this dark night devoid of illumination, the faint glimmer of light emanating from the stars and moon appears remarkably resplendent and captivating. Just moments ago, Qin Muyang and his companions had closed the shutters before dusk, thus remaining oblivious to the happenings across the way. It was only when Jiang Yuanfan, feeling the tedium of his night watch, casually lifted the blinds to peer outside that he discerned the flicker of a candle flame. This light was undoubtedly of human origin. However, the precise circumstances of those on the opposite side remained unclear. Qin Muyang whispered, "Do not provoke them. Let us pursue our own path." In a world ravaged by catastrophe, encounters with other humans should be approached with caution unless one is assured of mutual salvation. The nature of the other party could range from benevolent souls like Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin to those who might covet your resources or use your life to lure the undead. Fortunately, Qin Muyang's timely decision to shut the blinds before turning on the lamp spared them from detection by the others. As the four stood gazing through the window, Gao Fei suddenly voiced a perplexing thought. Surely, they cannot be fools? Why would they not draw their curtains before lighting a candle? His observation sparked a realization among the group. The apparent lack of intellect displayed by those across the way was striking, unless it was a deliberate ploy to attract other survivors with their light in the darkness. With nearly 2 months having passed since the outbreak of the undead, any remaining survivors should possess a modicum of caution. If indeed they were not simpletons, it could very well be an intentional act to draw others near. The reason for such an attraction, however, remained a mystery. In 3 hours, he would need to relieve Jiang Yuanfan of his watch. He could not endure much longer. Later, the faint flicker of candlelight across the way extinguished, presumably as its keeper succumbed to slumber, until Qin Muyang arose to take over from Jiang Yuanfan. And later still, when he roused Gao Fei to guard the final watch, there was naught but silence from the opposite side. As dawn broke, to avoid any unnecessary complications, Qin Muyang promptly instructed everyone to pack their belongings and depart without partaking in breakfast, suggesting they could consume their provisions en route. After all, it was merely a matter of biscuits and water. Sitting down to eat was not a necessity. The lingering unease from the previous night's candlelight had left them somewhat unsettled, and they wholeheartedly supported Qin Mu Yang's decision to make a swift exit. They quickly organized their backpacks, armed themselves, and 4 of them departed from the office building. Downstairs, a horde of over a dozen zombies had gathered during the night, and upon spotting Qin Mu Yang and his companions, they emitted excited growls and lunged forward. Qin Mu Yang lifted his iron rod, dispatching one of the creatures while calling out, "Gao Fei, come to my left for assistance. Lao Jiang, take the rear. Liang Dongxing, watch for any gaps." Although their collective experience outside had only been the day prior, an implicit understanding had already formed among them. At this command, the 3 of them instinctively found their positions, aware of their roles. Perhaps this is the kind of synergy that exists among university students. In this moment, Jiang Yuanfan felt no disdain for remaining in the rear, and Gao Fei sensed no unfairness in stepping forward to protect those behind him. Each fulfilled their duties, swiftly dispatching the horde of zombies. Aside from Gao Fei getting a bit dirty, the encounter unfolded without any unforeseen complications. "Let us depart from this place. I hope the recent commotion has gone unnoticed by those across the way," Qin Mu Yang murmured, casting a glance towards the building opposite. To his astonishment, he beheld a multitude of eyes, 7 or 8 pairs, intently fixed on their quartet from the 5th-floor window. They remained utterly silent, their gaze unwavering. Had Qin Mu Yang not looked up, he might never have discerned this peculiar situation. Perhaps the onlookers were taken aback by the calm demeanor of Qin Mu Yang and his companions as they dispatched the zombies. Or perhaps they were merely idling away their time, content to observe the unfolding drama. Were it not for one individual who, while staring intently, was simultaneously stuffing a piece of bread into their mouth, Qin Mu Yang would almost have believed he was being scrutinized by a few lifelike dolls, so uncanny was their stillness. From the few faces visible, it was evident that there was a significant age disparity among these survivors, ranging from teenagers to septuagenarians. They appeared to form a makeshift group of survivors rather than a gathering of relatives or friends. Among the faces, Qin Mu Yang recognized 2 that seemed familiar, resembling students from his own department. Gao Fei, who was well acquainted with many from their field of study, was prompted by Qin Mu Yang to look up. Upon doing so, Gao Fei could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "What on earth is that? I have a phobia of clusters. Do those 2 faces not resemble our classmates?" Qin Mu Yang inquired. Gao Fei scrutinized the faces more closely and nodded. "They do bear a resemblance. One even looks somewhat like someone from our northeastern region." However, since the individuals remained silent, Gao Fei refrained from greeting his fellow townsmen. In the past, Gao Fei, with his warm hospitality, would have engaged in casual conversation with them, urging them to depart together. The individuals above seemed equally perplexed as to why these few insisted on leaving the sanctuary of the building for the streets outside. They observed Qin Mu Yang and his companions with detached curiosity, perhaps influenced by the formidable composure displayed by Qin Mu Yang during their previous confrontation with the zombies. Qin Mu Yang urged Gao Fei and the others to remain calm, feigning ignorance of the onlookers. In this apocalyptic world, such encounters concluding in silence was the most favorable outcome. Each party should remain unaffected by the other. It was only after they had traversed the street and completely escaped the gaze of those individuals that Qin Mu Yang slowed his pace, allowing everyone to take out their provisions to enjoy. Chapter 78. By the river, the day's objective remained straightforward, to advance towards the urban village. As they had failed to reach their designated resting point yesterday, it was now impossible to arrive at the second waypoint marked on the map, thus altering their entire itinerary. Qin Mu Yang had encountered such circumstances numerous times before and remained unfazed. His tranquility had a calming effect on Gao Fei and the others. After all, Qin Mu Yang was the leader. Whatever course of action he proposed was to be followed. As long as Jiang Yuanfan raised no objections, Qin Mu Yang's decisions were undoubtedly sound. Following Qin Mu Yang on this unthinking journey was something Gao Fei found quite enjoyable. At noon, they stumbled upon a sneaker shop, prompting Qin Mu Yang to instruct everyone to enter and select a comfortable pair of shoes each. Particularly, Jiang Yuanfan's footwear was in dire need of replacement. Otherwise, by the end of the day, he would likely be plagued by additional blisters. Qin Mu Yang had noticed him limping slightly as he walked. Jiang Yuanfan steadfastly endured, never uttering a word about his discomfort during their journey. Regardless of how swiftly Qin Mu Yang moved, he made every effort to keep pace. Naturally, Qin Mu Yang was mindful of his well-being, deliberately refraining from hastening their progress. Exhausting his companions would be counterproductive to their survival, which remained the foremost objective. Rather than merely adhering to a schedule, Such a misguided approach was not one Qin Muyang would entertain. In the sneaker store, a few scattered zombies meandered about. Upon noticing Qin Muyang's entrance, they opened their mouths and lunged forward with guttural screams. When faced with such a predicament alone, Qin Muyang would typically retreat outside, devising a method to eliminate the zombies one by one, or perhaps lead them away, or even abandon the store altogether. However, with formidable allies by his side, he remained unflinching. Swiftly stepping inside, he closed the door behind him, allowing Gao Fei to take charge. Gao Fei, wielding a crowbar, darted into the store, while Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongxing positioned themselves at the entrance, effectively blocking any potential surprise attacks from the zombies outside. Gao Fei, brandishing the crowbar with exuberance akin to a monkey king descending a mountain, radiated uncontainable joy. Qin Muyang found it perplexing how Gao Fei could derive such excitement from encountering zombies. Was it due to an extended absence from physical training? A long period of inactivity could indeed leave an athlete restless. Influenced by Gao Fei's exuberance, Qin Muyang felt his own spirits lift. The duo wreaked havoc within the store, and within mere minutes, they had cleared the premises. Gao Fei casually wiped his crowbar on the corpse of a fallen zombie and, feigning profundity, declared, "Come in, it's safe now." Then he struck a pose reminiscent of a recluse who had just cleared the world of its troubles. Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongxing hurriedly entered. Although Qin Muyang had recently acquired a new pair of shoes, he had been on the go for the past couple of days, rendering them somewhat soiled. Adhering to the philosophy of seizing every opportunity, he promptly removed his shoes and found a fresh pair to don. Gao Fei, Jiang Yuanfan, and Liang Dongxing also began searching for suitable footwear. Gao Fei, with discerning taste, perused the options but found nothing appealing, until he recalled that the shoes on the foot of a recently vanquished zombie were a limited edition and appeared quite pristine. Ignoring Jiang Yuanfan's evident disdain, he swiftly removed the shoes from the zombie's foot and slipped them on. They fit perfectly. Gao Fei leaped around the store in his new shoes, even mimicking a starting position for a race. Fortunately, it seemed that the zombie, likely visiting the store for the same reason, had not had the chance to dirty or wear them out, effectively making them akin to brand new shoes. Gao Fei was thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongxing also found comfortable shoes that suited them, and they felt an immediate difference, as if their burdens had lightened significantly. Particularly for Jiang Yuanfan, the pain in his feet diminished substantially. After changing their footwear and replenishing their water supply, the four of them resumed their journey. The day unfolded favorably. They encountered a pharmacy along the way, where they procured various medications and several packs of masks. Jiang Yuanfan remarked that such places could easily become epidemic zones, and if they had to pass through, wearing masks was imperative to avoid contracting the plague. Reminiscent of the earlier group from school who suffered from severe vomiting, diarrhea, and high fevers. In the afternoon, as they approached the waterlogged urban area, everyone donned masks at Jiang Yuanfan's request. Despite the sweltering weather, the masks made breathing somewhat laborious. However, for the sake of their health, they resolved to endure. They were no strangers to wearing masks, having endured a global pandemic years prior caused by a viral outbreak from a laboratory in a distant land, during which they had masked themselves for 3 long years. If they could withstand that ordeal, surely they could manage a mere afternoon of masking, after which they could remove them upon passing through the inundated area. Soon, they felt the street incline beneath them, signaling that they were nearing the flood zone. Upon reaching the end of the street, they discovered that the floodwaters had receded over the past few days, leaving behind a mess of mud and debris. Despite their masks, the unpleasant odors permeated the air. Puddles of sludge and viscous, tar-like substances were strewn across the roadway, and swarms of green flies buzzed around these areas, evidence of decomposing bodies, perhaps human or otherwise. Whenever Qin Muyang spotted a patch of darkness in the distance, he quickened his pace to circumvent it, convinced that a single breath of that noxious air would whisk him away to meet his great-grandmother. Having just changed into a new pair of shoes at a nearby shop, he found them already muddy beyond recognition after only a short distance. Yet, he felt no sorrow for their state. He could always procure another pair from another store. Gao Fei, with every step, grimaced in pain, his heart aching for the shoes he had pried from the feet of a zombie. His expression suggested that each stride was akin to treading upon his own nerves. In contrast, while a careless zombie could easily claim their lives, the muck they traversed posed only the mildest of threats, perhaps merely inducing an upset stomach. After an arduous journey, they finally reached the riverbank. Jiang Yuanfan gazed at the water and could not help but exclaim, "In my youth, I heard the elders say, shallow water is clear, green water is deep. Blue water is expansive, and yellow water is swift. Gao Fei hastily interrupted Jiang Yuanfan, declaring, Old Jiang, you are mistaken. Yellow water signifies excessive heat. Chapter 79. The bridge. Jiang Yuanfan had a plethora of profound insights to share, but Gao Fei's interruption left him speechless, prompting him to sulk in silence. Qin Muyang stood at the riverbank, glanced around, and gestured ahead. If we head upstream, we can reach the bridge I crossed earlier. We shall pass over that bridge. After nearly half an hour of trekking, the bridge finally came into view, igniting Gao Fei's excitement to the point of running ahead. He had heard from Qin Muyang that the opposite bank remained unscathed by flooding, and once they crossed, they could stroll down a street and safely remove their masks. However, just a few steps into his sprint, he suddenly felt deflated, like a frostbitten eggplant. Qin Muyang advanced to Gao Fei's position and peered ahead, only to discover that the bridge was severely compromised in the middle, with a span of over 10 meters completely missing. It appeared that this bridge was no longer passable. Truly, the heavens have left us no way forward. Qin Muyang lamented. Unable to find an alternative, they resorted to consulting the map to discern any possible routes to cross the river. The downstream paths were undoubtedly impassable, inundated far worse than those upstream. Ultimately, Qin Muyang and Jiang Yuanfan deliberated over the map and resolved to proceed upstream, where approximately 2 kilometers ahead lay a bridge. This bridge, constructed only a few years prior, boasted a higher elevation and greater sturdiness. It was likely still intact, allowing for a direct crossing to the opposite bank. As twilight descended, the sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden hue that enveloped them in a shimmering glow. Yet, amidst such breathtaking scenery, the 4 travelers remained indifferent. Focused solely on their journey, they were determined to cross the river that day, seeking a suitable spot to rest for the night on the far side. The current location was excessively filthy and odorous, posing a risk of illness if they were to linger. There was a grave possibility that they might awaken the next day. All 4 incapacitated. Before they could reach the bridge, the sun had fully dipped behind the silhouettes of the city's structures, shrouding their surroundings in a dim, hazy light that obscured the path beneath their feet. Qin Muyang retrieved a powerful flashlight he had procured earlier, which he had been conserving for such an occasion. He handed portable lanterns to Gao Fei and Jiang Yuanfan, one for each, to illuminate their immediate path. As the leader, Qin Muyang wielded the flashlight to illuminate the way ahead, ensuring he remained vigilant of any distant happenings. Fortunately, the floodwaters had swept away the zombies along the riverbank, and no new threats had yet emerged, sparing them from the fear of ambush and the encroaching darkness. Of course, there were sporadic zombies ensnared in the mire or trapped amidst heaps of refuse. As they passed by, these creatures would suddenly emit a low growl, sending shivers down their spines. When darkness enveloped the sky, they were both weary and famished. However, the surrounding environment offered no respite. They dared not remove their masks to consume anything. They could only quicken their pace, fervently hoping to escape this place soon. At last, the silhouette of a bridge emerged before them. Upon seeing the shadow stretching across the river, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Thankfully, the bridge remained intact. Otherwise, they would have to continue their arduous journey through the darkness, uncertain of when they could finally rest. The newly constructed bridge was somewhat lower, and with the river's water level elevated, it nearly reached the height of the bridge's surface. Occasionally, water would splash onto the decking, rendering it damp and covered in an abundance of moss. When Qin Muyang crossed the bridge from the opposite bank that day, the structure was nearly level with the water, yet it bore no moss at the time. The upstream bridge had likely been submerged for too long, allowing moss to cling to it, nourished by the river's embrace, flourishing like the hair of a ghostly maiden from a film. Each time water splashed up, the moss swayed with the currents. If one were to glance quickly, it might appear as though a girl had laid her head upon the bridge, sunning her long hair. Gao Fei possessed quite the vivid imagination. Not only did he conjure this scene in his mind, but he also felt compelled to voice it. The result left Liang Dongxing's face paling in fear. In the dim light, it was difficult to discern whether the moss appeared greener or Liang Dongxing's countenance was more ashen. Upon stepping onto the bridge, it became evident that certain sections of the railing had been swept away, suggesting that a moment's carelessness could result in a plunge into the murky waters below. Qin Muyang continued to lead the way, reminding everyone to tread carefully, avoiding the moss and staying away from the edges of the bridge. Though some railings remained, their stability was uncertain. A mere touch might cause them to collapse. Qin Muyang made a conscious effort to navigate areas with less moss, favoring the center of the bridge. This way, even if he were to stumble, he would not risk sliding directly into the water. At this moment, considerations of formation were irrelevant. The priority was simply to reach the opposite bank safely. The notion of zombies on such a slippery surface seemed implausible. Their balance would surely betray them. As they ventured further towards the middle of the bridge, the surface became increasingly slick, littered with debris and bodies carried by the river. Fortunately, everyone wore masks, shielding them from the overwhelming stench that could have overwhelmed their senses, especially in the darkness where the horrific scene was obscured from view. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to nausea. Just a brief glance was enough for Qin Muyang to feel his stomach churn. The sight of plump, writhing maggots was enough to send shivers down his spine. The pale, swollen bodies, resembling water-filled balloons, quivered slightly as the maggots crawled over them. Don't look around. Keep moving forward. Qin Muyang managed to suppress his revulsion long enough to issue this command. The three individuals behind him were notably compliant, since Qin Muyang had articulated his reasoning. They accepted it without question, yielding to his authority. Before long, they had traversed 2/3 of the bridge, encountering naught but a mild thrill. Just as the dawn of victory seemed imminent, the beam of Qin Muyang's flashlight unexpectedly illuminated a dark void ahead, an area that appeared to devour all light. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Hastening forward, he discovered that a portion of the bridge deck was missing, leaving only a narrow path by the railing. Precariously positioned at the edge of the bridge, the collapsed section lay in the middle, creating a substantial chasm. Qin Muyang surveyed both sides. One railing had been swept away by the water, while the other leaned precariously, threatening to plunge into the depths with the slightest nudge. How could they proceed? Surely, they could not leap across the gaping void. Although Qin Muyang had unwavering faith in his jumping prowess, the moss-covered surface of the bridge posed a risk of slipping at a critical moment. Moreover, while he and Gao Fei might make the leap, what about Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongsheng? Would he abandon them here? Chapter 80. The rope. The individuals trailing behind Qin Muyang noticed his sudden halt. Sensing his contemplation, they quickly recognized that the path ahead must be fraught with peril. Rushing to catch up, they too fell into a pensive silence upon witnessing the disconcerting scene before them. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of a sigh suddenly reached the ears of the crowd, emanating from just beyond their feet. Following this, amidst the roaring of the river, they were met with the cacophony of numerous zombies howling, along with the rustling sounds of water being disturbed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Muyang stepped forward, directing the beam of his flashlight into the gaping black hole created by the collapse ahead of them. There, he discerned a rusted sedan ensnared below, trapped within which were several zombies, grotesquely swollen like sea cucumbers. The vehicle, caught in this precarious position, had obstructed an array of debris from the river, branches, sticks, tattered rags, forming an immense barrier that had ensnared a multitude of zombies. These creatures were densely packed in the water. Some were submerged to the point where only their heads remained visible, while others revealed merely a leg, and some appeared entirely buoyant, swollen from decay. Limbs, heads, torsos, and pale bellies were jumbled together, indistinguishable from one another. As the zombies sensed the presence of the living above the bridge, they could not restrain their low growls. Their hands and feet thrashing in the water, murky eyes fixated on the beam of light, their mouths incessantly opening and closing. Qin Muyang took a step back, a shiver racing across the skin of the four companions. Should one inadvertently fall in, they would likely be reduced to nothingness. After a day of arduous travel, weariness and hunger weighed heavily upon them, and fatigue began to set in. The longer they lingered, the more their condition deteriorated. Qin Muyang assessed the distance of the collapse and concluded that, if he were to clear the moss from the ground beneath him and leap with all his might, it was entirely feasible to make it across. If one can leap across, then surely Gao Fei can as well. However, what should Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongsheng do? Allowing them to traverse the bridge's edge seems perilous. This is especially true for Jiang Yuanfan, who risks plummeting directly down, either into a throng of zombies or swept away by the rushing waters. Although Jiang Yuanfan possesses swimming skills, such abilities may not suffice in the vast river. Sensing Qin Muyang's internal conflict, Jiang Yuanfan patted his shoulder and declared, "I have a solution." With Jiang Yuanfan's assurance, the feasibility of his plan appeared to soar to at least 90%. His initial proposal coincided seamlessly with Qin Muyang's thoughts. He suggested removing the moss from the ground, allowing Qin Muyang and Gao Fei to sprint and jump to the opposite side. They would then toss a rope back, which Jiang Yuanfan would secure to the sturdy railing of the bridge, while Qin Muyang would replicate the action on his end. Consequently, he and Liang Dongsheng could grip the rope to navigate the bridge's edge, alleviating concerns regarding the deteriorated railing. Upon hearing this, Qin Muyang recognized the plan's validity. He recalled that his backpack contained a substantial length of rope, having previously gathered it while tidying up the classroom, something Jiang Yuanfan had noticed. In his earlier haste, Qin Muyang had overlooked this detail. While Jiang Yuanfan's proposed method carried its own risks, no superior alternatives presented themselves. The four of them quickly gathered their weapons and commenced clearing the moss from the bridge's surface. It was imperative to ensure that Qin Muyang could leap across successfully. Otherwise, if he were to slip on the moss and tumble into the abyss below, all their efforts would be in vain. The small charging lamp was set aside, illuminating their efforts as they diligently cleared the moss. One by one, they worked earnestly, beads of perspiration soon forming on their foreheads. Meanwhile, the zombies lurking beneath the bridge became increasingly agitated by the sounds emitted by the humans. Their excited roars serving as a stark reminder to Qin Muyang and his companions that they must proceed with both caution and swiftness. At last, the ground was free of moss. After verifying that the bridge surface was no longer slippery by rubbing his foot against it, Qin Muyang wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, "I will go first. Gao Fei, you should remain at the rear. I will throw the rope over shortly. Ensure you secure it to a sturdy railing and do not stray from it. Hold on tightly to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Though it was feasible to leave the rope on this side, he recalled that Jiang Yuanfan lacked the strength to throw it, and there was a possibility that Gao Fei might inadvertently misplace it. Hence, Qin Muyang resolved to carry the rope across himself and toss it over. "Remember, once you have secured it to a robust railing, do not let go," he reiterated. Gao Fei nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should the railing suddenly give way without anyone to grasp the rope, Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongsheng could very well plunge into the murky waters below. Still feeling a twinge of unease, Qin Muyang approached the railing, testing each one meticulously before designating a particular rail for Gao Fei to tie the rope to. Subsequently, he removed his backpack and, summoning all his strength, hurled it towards the opposite side. Thud! In the darkness, the sound of the backpack hitting the ground echoed. Securing the iron rod and powerful flashlight to his belt, Qin Muyang nodded at Jiang Yuanfan before stepping back, taking a running start to sprint forward. Once the ground was cleared, a significant friction arose, allowing Qin Muyang to feel the thrust of the reaction force beneath his feet. He bent his knees and launched himself into the air with great effort, soaring like a projectile towards the opposite side. Upon landing, he distinctly felt his foot slip, prompting him to swiftly adjust his posture to maintain his balance, thus avoiding a direct fall. The moss on this side of the bridge was even more abundant than on the other, and Qin Muyang silently expressed gratitude for his shoe's adequate grip. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered a severe tumble. After locating the backpack that had been thrown over, he retrieved a rope from within. Qin Muyang first secured one end to the railing on this side, then picked up a small stick that had been tossed onto the bridge's surface and tied the rope to it. Like a cowboy casting a lasso, he hurled the end attached to the stick toward Gao Fei and the others. Soon, they successfully tied the rope, and Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongsheng prepared to cross the river. Amidst the thundering sound of the water, Qin Muyang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Gao Fei, remember to hold on to the rope." Jiang Yuanfan stood in front, with Liang Dongsheng closely behind him. The two of them steadied themselves against the rope, cautiously stepping onto the narrow remnants of the bridge as they moved forward slowly. The sound of the rushing water echoed beneath them, and the faint growls of zombies could be heard intermittently. Jiang Yuanfan urged Liang Dongsheng to concentrate, advising him not to focus on what lay beneath their feet, but rather to look ahead towards the beam of light from Qin Muyang's flashlight. Just a few steps away, Jiang Yuanfan was about to reach the end of the bridge when suddenly, Qin Muyang noticed that the railing to which he had tied the rope had abruptly loosened, causing the rope to slacken as well. Although Qin Muyang quickly grasped the rope, its sudden give affected Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongsheng, who were relying on it for support. As Jiang Yuanfan's foot slipped, he plummeted directly into the river. Chapter 81. Bonus Points. Qin Muyang's heart sank suddenly, and he couldn't help but shout, "Old Jiang." Although Gao Fei could not discern precisely what had transpired, he felt the rope in his hands loosen momentarily, sending a chill of sweat down his back. Just as Jiang Yuanfan was about to plunge into the river, in a split second, Liang Dongsheng unexpectedly released one hand and grasped Jiang Yuanfan firmly. The force of Jiang Yuanfan's fall nearly dragged Liang Dongxing down with him. He clung tightly to the rope with one hand, while his foot hooked securely onto the edge of the bridge. Qin Muyang shone his flashlight over, revealing the bulging veins on Liang Dongxing's wrists and ankles, a testament to the immense strain he was enduring. There he was, almost inverted, with one hand steadfastly clutching Jiang Yuanfan. Qin Muyang hastily secured the rope once more and rushed towards the two, who were in imminent danger. "Gao Fei, keep an eye on the rope," he called out, as he sprinted to the precarious edge of the narrow bridge. Had he not been standing by the rope in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that both Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongxing would have fallen into the water due to the rope's sudden detachment. Fortunately, Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongxing had nearly reached Qin Muyang's side, allowing him to easily grasp Jiang Yuanfan's hand. One of Jiang Yuanfan's legs was already soaked by the river, while zombies below gaped with open mouths, reaching out their hands. He could only desperately curl up his legs to avoid their grasp. After pulling him up, Qin Muyang observed that Jiang Yuanfan's complexion was exceedingly pallid, marking the first time he had been so visibly shaken. Unburdened by Jiang Yuanfan's weight, Liang Dongxing swiftly ascended the bridge, steadily making his way to Qin Muyang. At that moment, Qin Muyang's perception of Liang Dongxing underwent a complete transformation. Firstly, he gained a more accurate understanding of Liang Dongxing's strength. Even Qin Muyang himself lacked the confidence to grasp an adult plummeting under such circumstances. The weight and impact were not to be trifled with. Secondly, he developed a clearer insight into Liang Dongxing's character. To risk his own life in an attempt to save a teammate falling from the bridge demonstrated that he was at least a person of conscience, one who recognized the value of this team and its members, not a selfish individual. There was no doubt that both Qin Muyang and Gao Fei were willing to rescue Jiang Yuanfan under these dire circumstances. But Liang Dongxing's willingness to do so was truly unexpected. Gao Fei rubbed his trembling hands and hoarsely called out, "Are they all safe?" Although he had not witnessed the situation clearly, he understood the gravity of the danger, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Despite the peril befalling Jiang Yuanfan, Gao Fei felt his own limbs grow weak, akin to watching someone on television slip from a high building, as if that precarious figure teetering on the edge was himself. Just then, Qin Muyang observed a robust silhouette soaring through the air. Before he could warn Gao Fei to be cautious of the moss-covered ground, Gao Fei had already descended directly, landing with a thud on his back. Staring up at the sky, "Heavens, I shall no longer call you grandfather. You harbor no regard for me as your grandson." Gao Fei, baring his teeth, rose to his feet, not bothering to assess his own condition, but instead rushed towards Jiang Yuanfan, eager to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries. Jiang Yuanfan felt a surge of gratitude. Yet he was the type to conceal his emotions. Thus, Gao Fei was met only with a visage of remarkable composure. However, prior to Gao Fei's approach, Jiang Yuanfan had already expressed his heartfelt thanks to Liang Dongxing multiple times, fully aware that had Liang not intervened today, he might have met his demise. As for Qin Muyang, who hurried over to support him, Jiang Yuanfan had little to say. Their bond, forged in childhood, rendered formalities unnecessary. They understood one another without the need for words. Gao Fei's urgent concern for him prompted a similar expression of gratitude from Jiang Yuanfan. Although Gao Fei had been somewhat oblivious to the unfolding events, he had firmly grasped the rope and exerted considerable effort, which only served to elevate his standing in Qin Muyang's eyes. Liang Dongxing's actions today were indeed commendable. Following this incident, Qin Muyang had completely embraced him as one of their own, and Jiang Yuanfan would no longer regard him with suspicion. Gao Fei, filled with elation, immediately struck up a brotherly rapport with Liang Dongxing. The distance among the four of them had significantly diminished, leaving no room for barriers or doubt. Under Qin Muyang's guidance, they finally crossed the bridge, reaching the other side. Upon reaching the opposite bank of the bridge, they were greeted by the wide-open doors of a supermarket. Under the beam of their flashlight, a chaotic array of goods lay strewn across the floor, some preserved intact while others were mired in mud. The sight of these undamaged supplies prompted a chorus of sighs from the four companions. However, having been submerged by floodwaters, they dared not utilize any of it, choosing instead to feign ignorance and hastily move past. After approximately 20 more minutes of walking, they finally arrived at a relatively clean and orderly street. At that moment, Qin Muyang noticed a slight crack in the glass door of a clothing store. Inside, there were no zombies, and the glass remained unbroken. indicating that they could spend the night within the shop without the fear of undead intruders. He pointed towards the clothing store, and the group unanimously agreed to enter. To their surprise, the U-shaped lock was conveniently placed on the cash register inside, along with the key. Qin Muyang promptly secured the lock and bolted the door from the inside. After conducting a thorough inspection of the premises with the flashlight to ensure their safety, he dropped his backpack and sank into a chair, utterly fatigued from the day's endeavors. The flashlight flickered ominously, signaling its impending loss of power. Thus, Qin Muyang switched it off and turned on a desk lamp. "We must find something to eat and rest quickly. The light cannot remain on for too long," he advised. The previous night, they had noticed signs of other survivors across the street, suggesting that they were not alone in this desolate world. It would be wise for them to maintain a low profile, as there could very well be other survivors nearby. As the group began to rustle through their backpacks in search of sustenance, Gao Fei, in one swift motion, flung a heap of clothing onto the ground and collapsed atop it, stuffing his mouth with food. Halfway through his feast, he succumbed to slumber. After finishing their meal, Liang Dongsheng and Jiang Yuanfan quickly drifted off to sleep as well. Qin Muyang extinguished the desk lamp, straining to keep his eyes open, for it was essential that someone remain vigilant throughout the night. Chapter 82. Acquiring a watch after a couple of hours. Qin Muyang found himself unable to resist the weight of fatigue any longer. He roused Gao Fei, entrusting him with the watch for a spell, with plans to later switch with Liang Dongsheng. Qin Muyang felt assured in delegating the night watch to Liang Dongsheng, a man who, in moments of peril, would risk his own safety to save a comrade. Qin Muyang had faith that he would not abscond with their supplies without a word. Gao Fei, still somewhat disoriented in the darkness, sat up and resumed his earlier task of stuffing his mouth with food. As Qin Muyang lay down, he mused about the necessity of acquiring a watch. Losing track of the date was one thing, but not knowing the time each day was truly disheartening. Soon, fatigue enveloped him, and he slipped into a dream-laden slumber. When he next opened his eyes, daylight flooded the room. He observed that both Liang Dongsheng and Gao Fei were deep in slumber, while Jiang Yuanfan sat nearby, gazing out the window at the street beyond. He had changed into a clean outfit, evidently sourced from the shop they had just visited. Noticing Qin Muyang's awakening, Jiang Yuanfan whispered, "Let them rest a little longer. They were utterly exhausted last night, and it won't impede anything." Qin Muyang understood the wisdom of sharpening the axe before felling the tree. Exhaustion on the journey can, paradoxically, impede progress and even dull one's reflexes, rendering inadequate responses in the face of peril. He quietly rose and began to search for suitable attire within the shop. His current garments were tattered and in dire need of a clean replacement. The establishment was not of high caliber, merely an ordinary men's clothing store, offering shirts, trousers, and even undergarments, albeit of subpar quality. Given the lack of alternatives, he had no choice but to settle for these. Qin Muyang selected a somewhat acceptable outfit, choosing thicker fabric for his new clothes. After he changed, Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng groggily awoke, mimicking his actions as they sought their own suitable garments. The previous day's escapades had left them caked in mud, with many of their clothes bearing unfortunate tears. Now that they had the opportunity for a zero-cost acquisition, they were determined not to let it slip by. Gao Fei, in a particularly exaggerated manner, stripped down completely, resembling a freshly plucked ginseng fruit, as he rummaged through a pile of clothing. It is often said that to lead a satisfactory life, one must adorn oneself with a touch of green. With that, Gao Fei donned a flamboyant pair of green underwear, eliciting the others to turn away, feigning ignorance to his antics. One would expect a normal person to simply change their shirt and trousers. Who, in their right mind, changes their underwear in such a setting? If one must change, surely they would opt for something of better quality rather than selecting a green pair of undergarments. Qin Muyang took out the map to discuss today's itinerary with Jiang Yuanfan, completely disregarding Gao Fei's performance. Liang Dongsheng admired his new attire in front of the mirror, showing no interest in Gao Fei either. After indulging in self-admiration for quite some time, Gao Fei finally donned his outer pants, concealing the flamboyant green shorts. Once Qin Muyang confirmed the route with Jiang Yuanfan, he turned to the group and said, "Our supplies of food and water are running low. As we proceed today, everyone should keep an eye out for any potential sources of sustenance." Seeing everyone nod in agreement, he stowed the map, allowed the group to have a light meal, organized their backpacks, and commenced their journey for the day. As they stepped through the glass door, they encountered several zombies within just a few paces. Perhaps due to the influence of his vibrant shorts, Gao Fei was brimming with excitement and insisted that no one intervene, declaring he would handle these zombies himself. Curious to observe Gao Fei's capabilities, Qin Muyang refrained from intervening. Liang Dongsheng and Zhang Yuanfan found themselves without much authority in the matter of dispatching the zombies, and since Qin Muyang was merely watching, they too stood by. After Gao Fei swiftly eliminated several zombies, his speed noticeably diminished. When the last zombie lunged at him with its mouth agape, he was caught off guard. Fortunately, Qin Muyang promptly assisted him in dispatching the creature. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "This was a test of our synergy." Gao Fei's performance early in the day inadvertently bolstered everyone's confidence, as they witnessed his remarkable transformation and rapid improvement in dealing with the zombies from yesterday to today. At noon, they stumbled upon a quaint little shop. Although there were signs of previous looting, some items still remained, and the surroundings appeared relatively safe. Thus, they decided to take refuge in this store, gathering supplies to replenish their backpacks. Inside the shop, they found only a few small bottles of water, but there were numerous large barrels of mineral water, which most people would not bother to carry. Qin Muyang instructed everyone to consume the small bottles first, then proceeded to open one of the large barrels, filling small bottles with the water. Fortunately, they had not discarded their individual containers, which could now be utilized to store the clean mineral water. The four of them managed to divide just over 2 barrels of water, leaving a substantial amount behind. While they rummaged through the shop for any additional supplies, Zhang Yuanfan discovered a new toothbrush and toothpaste, and began to brush his teeth and wash his face with the remaining half-barrel of mineral water. This spectacle left the 3 rugged men utterly astonished. After completing his grooming with an air of calmness, Zhang Yuanfan looked at the trio with wide eyes and said, "Let's go." The others, filled with a newfound respect, shouldered their backpacks and exited the little shop. The afternoon journey proved to be quite arduous, as the streets they needed to traverse were teeming with zombies, forcing them to reroute time and again. As they navigated through the maze of detours, Qin Muyang realized that their diversions had inadvertently led them to the most bustling and upscale shopping mall in the area. This was a place that should have been avoided. Typically, it attracted a large crowd, and Qin Muyang always overlooked it when planning their routes. Surprisingly, in their efforts to evade the zombies on the streets, they had unwittingly arrived at this location. Surprisingly, the mall was eerily quiet, devoid of the anticipated hordes of zombies. Only a handful of uniformly dressed zombies wandered aimlessly, easily identifiable as former staff members of the establishment. It appeared that the mall had been prohibited from operating. Zhang Yuanfan suddenly remarked that within large shopping centers, only a few essential shops were permitted to remain open, while all others were barred from conducting business. Had he known this beforehand, he would not have felt the need to circumvent the mall in his route planning. Qin Muyang gazed at the expansive plaza before him. There were no essential shops within the mall, only luxury goods. Passing through here towards the urban village would indeed be a shorter route. With that thought, Qin Muyang led the way into the mall. The ground floor housed a large watch store, and upon seeing the timepieces, Qin Muyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, the store's door was ajar. "Brothers, let us each grab a watch so we can keep track of time," he exclaimed, gesturing for everyone to rush into the watch shop. Inside, there was but a single elegant zombie sporting a bow tie. Gao Fei, in a feigned bravado, approached the zombie and ordered, "Bring out your most expensive watch." Just then, he heard Liang Dongsheng shout from the side, "What the hell? This thing costs over 200,000. Chapter 83. School all right? All is well now. You can go to sleep," Gao Fei muttered, somewhat incoherently, as he wielded his crowbar to topple the elegant zombie before charging towards Liang Dongsheng. A watch worth over 200,000? Upon hearing this, he was far from sleepy. Two individuals leaned closely together, gazing intently at the luxurious timepieces displayed in the glass cabinet, deliberating which one might best reflect their character. Qin Muyang was taken aback to learn that a mere watch could be valued at over 200,000. Momentarily, his mind was clouded with excitement as he scrutinized the display. The watches within the glass case were arranged in a sparse yet elegant manner, clearly indicative of their exorbitant worth. In such a space, where every inch is precious, it was evident just how costly these timepieces truly were. A cursory glance revealed that even the least expensive watch commanded a staggering price of 70,000. Considering that his 4 years of college education cost him around 80 to 90,000, the idea that a single watch could cost 70,000 was astonishing. At that moment, Qin Muyang was consumed by a singular thought. He too must acquire a prestigious watch to adorn his wrist, though few would appreciate it. The mere thought of wearing a timepiece valued in the hundreds of thousands sent a thrill through him. In his hometown, such a luxury could equate to possessing an entire 100-square-meter apartment. As he meticulously searched the counter, Qin Muyang almost forgot their primary objective was simply to find a functional watch. Watches priced at 100,000, 12,000, 15,000, 20,000. Each one more extravagant than the last. His eyes grew weary from the overwhelming choices, prompting him to glance at his companion. To his surprise, Zhang Yuanfan seemed unfazed by the high prices. Instead, he patiently opted for a smaller, lighter watch that appeared sturdier and more durable, trying it on his wrist. At that moment, Qin Muyang felt as though he had received a profound revelation. Indeed, in this era, the price of luxury goods has become rather inconsequential. What truly matters is the item's practicality and durability, as well as its ability to fulfill its fundamental purpose. What is the purpose of a watch? It is primarily to tell time. Therefore, aside from merely serving that function, it is reasonable to desire a watch that is compact, lightweight, and sturdy, rather than one that is ostentatious and exorbitantly priced. Calming himself, Qin Muyang began to select a watch based on these criteria. In stark contrast to Liang Dongsheng and Gao Fei, who adorned both wrists with an array of timepieces, appearing indecisive amidst their choices, Gao Fei even boldly proclaimed his intention to take all the watches with him. However, Qin Muyang understood that it would not be long before Gao Fei would find them burdensome and cast them aside, so he refrained from advising him. Ultimately, Qin Muyang selected a suitable watch, not even glancing at the price. He simply required that the watch perform its intended function and endure over time. He then procured an additional watch as a backup, tucking it into his backpack. Zhang Yuanfan had long since chosen his watch, standing quietly by as he observed Gao Fei and Liang Dongshen's antics. Qin Muyang chose not to comment on their behavior, instead enjoying the scene with ease. Reminiscing about the time spent alongside Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, the oppressive atmosphere during that journey had nearly suffocated him, constantly wishing he could be with Gao Fei, whose cheerful disposition effortlessly fostered a light-hearted ambience. Now, witnessing Gao Fei's carefree enjoyment of life, Qin Muyang found it unbearable to disrupt such a delightful sentiment. Regardless, it would not consume much time, and there are no pressing matters at hand. Gao Fei possesses a considerable sense of propriety. He merely lingered with Liang Dongsheng for approximately 3 additional minutes before striding towards Qin Muyang, adorned with 4 or 5 watches on one arm. "I've made my selections. Let us proceed," Gao Fei exclaimed, gesturing with his arm. This could purchase a villa in Beishan City. Qin Muyang remained silent, casting a resigned glance in his direction before exiting the shop. Upon traversing the shopping complex, the distance to the urban village was minimal. Qin Muyang did not hasten his pace, nor did he feel an urgent need to reach the destination by nightfall. The distance could no longer be measured in conventional terms. A mere 100 meters on the map could translate into several days of travel due to the obstructions posed by zombies. The journey would necessitate battling the undead, taking detours, searching for the right path, acquiring supplies, and evading potential dangers. Qin Muyang preferred to arrive 1 or 2 days later than anticipated, even if it meant a slower pace, as long as everyone remained safe. They were all brothers in life and death. None could be left behind, and they must all retain their joy. They could not be perpetually burdened by the apocalypse-esque grim realities. If a person were deprived of the right to happiness, what value does life hold? As Qin Muyang had anticipated, although the vicinity was not far from the urban village, the 2 streets they chose next were fraught with difficulties. One street's sewer was inexplicably blocked, causing waste to overflow, and even before they arrived, the nauseating stench was palpable, revealing a street coated in a dismal yellow hue. Had it not been for the abhorrent sights they had encountered in recent days, their resilience might have faltered, resulting in a possible regression to the previous year's New Year's Eve dinner. Another street, devoid of excrement, was nonetheless teeming with a stench that was even more repugnant than that of waste, emanating from the throngs of zombies. It was unthinkable to traverse such a street to expedite their journey to the urban village. Thus, they opted for an alternative route. This delay had brought them perilously close to dusk. Gao Fei raised his wrist, adorned with an array of watches, and glanced at them. This one worth 230. 000 shows 550, and this one valued at 270, 000 also reads 550. Qin Muyang furrowed his brow. "We need to find a place to spend the night." Gao Fei replied, "All right, I'll let you know the time shortly. No need. I can read it myself. Qin Muyang replied, exasperated. Though Liang Dongsheng, like Gao Fei, had emerged from the store with a collection of watches, after 2 hours of walking, he found the multitude cumbersome. The clinking sounds from accidental collisions were bothersome, the weight was burdensome, and the constant jostling irritated his arm. Consequently, he soon discarded all but one watch, ultimately realizing that no one was around to admire such ostentation. In contrast, Gao Fei remained oblivious to the inconvenience of his arms laden with watches. He would occasionally lift them for his own enjoyment, emitting sounds of satisfaction. Even after dispatching a zombie, he would exclaim, "You are unworthy of being pierced by this $1 million blade." As Qin Muyang surveyed the surroundings for a suitable place to rest, Gao Fei suddenly raised his arm. What was this one worth again? 30-something thousand? The watch indicated that it was already 6:13, and we had yet to find a suitable refuge for the night. Everyone glanced at their watches, urging silence. Qin Muyang rolled his eyes at Gao Fei and took out the map in an attempt to locate an appropriate building nearby. At that moment, Jiang Yuanfan suddenly pointed toward a corner of a house that was partially visible in the distance. The corner revealed 2 dark red characters in the setting sun, primary school. Although the specific name of the school was obscured and illegible due to the adjacent buildings, this was of little consequence. As long as we could find shelter for the night, the name was irrelevant. In a previous conversation, Qin Muyang had recounted to Jiang Yuanfan and the others his experience of spending the night at a primary school with Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jing. He had mentioned that the school was currently safe, equipped with sturdy doors and spacious, well-lit classrooms, perhaps even a small convenience store, and notably devoid of zombies, making it an ideal resting place. Thus, upon spotting the primary school, Jiang Yuanfan eagerly directed Qin Muyang's attention to it. It was as if fortune had smiled upon them, prompting immediate action. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Muyang pointed toward the school. The group radiated excitement, closely following in his wake. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the outer wall of the primary school. Judging by the imposing wall, it seemed to be an elite institution, and they were filled with anticipation regarding the environment within. There was no need to detour to the school gate, which would undoubtedly be locked during the holidays. Scaling the wall was the team's customary approach. Jiang Yuanfan remained a novice at scaling walls, yet Gao Fei once again assumed the role of a ladder. After Qin Muyang managed to vault over, Gao Fei lifted him over the wall, safely placing him in Qin Muyang's hands. Soon, all 4 individuals found themselves within the confines of the enclosure. Inside lay a verdant grove, flourishing in the late summer, with temperatures and humidity levels perfectly conducive to growth, almost entirely obscuring the view of the 4. After advancing a few steps, they were met with a sudden expanse. Before them lay a broad rubber track, across which a throng of uniformed zombies surged, occupying nearly half the playground. The air was thick with a cacophony of low growls, coalescing into a terrifying symphony. Bathed in the hues of the setting sun, the faces that should have been youthful and innocent transformed into grotesque visages, their mouths opening and closing in a manner that defied comprehension. Was it not said that elementary school was on break? Liang Dongxing's legs began to tremble, his gaze towards Qin Muyang laden with skepticism. The sheer number of these zombies was overwhelming. The horde was too vast. There must have been hundreds, at the very least, occupying half the playground. In a matter of moments, the zombies surged towards the 4, relentless in their advance. These zombies were smaller and more agile, adept at navigating obstacles. Their diminutive stature made them difficult to dispatch, unlike the more easily dealt with adult zombies. Moreover, their sheer numbers created an immense psychological burden. Faced with such a dire situation, there was no time for contemplation. Escape was the only option. Run swiftly. Lao Jiang, you go first. As Gao Fei dashed towards the wall, he instinctively crouched down, allowing Jiang Yuanfan to step onto his shoulders. Jiang Yuanfan, pressed by urgency, displayed remarkable agility. While running, he swiftly removed the backpack from his shoulders and, moments earlier by the wall, he flung it aside. Without hesitation, he stepped onto Gao Fei's shoulders, who promptly stood up. Jiang Yuanfan managed to maintain his balance, instantly grasping the top of the wall. With a powerful push, he vaulted over, exuding the prowess of someone accustomed to scaling walls. Liang Dongsheng and Gao Fei followed suit, leaping up to seize the wall's edge, fervently climbing upwards. Qin Muyang, bringing up the rear, began his ascent only after witnessing the successful passage of the 3. At that moment, a small horde of zombies surged forth. Just as he was on the brink of being overwhelmed, Gao Fei's silhouette emerged atop the wall. Leaning over, he wielded a crowbar, thrusting it down to dispatch the zombies, each strike resulting in an explosion of gore. Old Qin, it seems I've no competition for Yasuo now. Liang Dongsheng joined him on the wall, mimicking Gao Fei's actions and using a stainless steel pipe to poke downward. Though Liang's aim was somewhat lacking, he still offered valuable assistance. Seizing the opportunity provided by their efforts against the zombies, Qin Muyang turned, leapt, and grasped the wall's edge, effortlessly flipping over. The trio descended simultaneously, exchanging triumphant smiles. With their backpacks secured, the four-member team hastily departed, for the sheer number of zombies posed a real threat of toppling the wall. It dawned on him why such an overwhelming horde existed. There was no alternative. They had to seek shelter for the night once more. As dusk deepened, they hoped to find a refuge before complete darkness enveloped the surroundings. Without light, their journey through the night would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, not far away stood a self-service car wash, albeit in a dilapidated state. It at least offered some protection from the elements. And the entrance could be secured against the encroaching zombies, though the ventilation inside left much to be desired. There was no room for hesitation. The group entered in single file. Gao Fei noticed a faucet in the corner, hesitating to speak. Qin Muyang glanced at him, urging, "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to hold back." Gao Fei replied, "I was just thinking, since water flows freely from this faucet, why not install more faucets in Africa?" Qin Muyang retorted, "I didn't call you to speak just to hear nonsense." Unfazed by Qin Muyang's disdain, Gao Fei eagerly approached the faucet and turned it on. A few drops of yellow, rusty water dribbled out, accompanied by an unpleasant odor reminiscent of a sewer. He promptly turned the faucet off, contemplating the implications. That night, the four of them spent an uncomfortable evening huddled together in the cramped space. The following morning, after leaving the self-service car wash with sore backs and aching limbs, Gao Fei declared that from that afternoon onward, whenever they encountered a comfortable place to spend the night, they would simply stop and stay, for there was a real risk of missing out on such opportunities. The watch shop they had visited the previous day was quite satisfactory, with genuine leather sofas inside. Gao Fei spoke while adjusting the several watches on his wrist, resembling a country bumpkin. He approached the street and, without a care for his surroundings, halted, unzipped his trousers, and began to relieve himself by the roadside. Just as he bent down to retrieve his member, a dark cloud crossed his face. "Old Qin, old Jiang, I am doomed." His voice bore a genuine sorrow, as if he were on the verge of tears. "I can't take it anymore. It's all turned green. Everything down there is green." Chapter 85. The fall. Seeing Gao Fei's distress was sincere, Qin Muyang, Zhang Yuanfan, and Liang Dongsheng quickly gathered around him. For individuals, for pairs of eyes, all fixated on Gao Fei's lower half. Qin Muyang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "The color is remarkably uniform. How can you still have the presence of mind to watch this?" Gao Fei lamented, "I might have cancer. Even my precious jewels have turned green. Aya, I'm surely on the brink of death." Qin Muyang burst into laughter. "Have you forgotten that you put on a new pair of green shorts yesterday morning? I told you that the quality of those garments was poor and prone to fading, yet you wouldn't listen." Upon hearing this, Gao Fei spat a bit of saliva onto his hand and wiped it on his lower body, only to discover that his palm had turned green. He then chuckled. "It really is the shorts that have faded, my friends. I am saved." The usually taciturn Zhang Yuanfan couldn't help but interject. "Thank goodness you didn't wear a pair of green trousers. Otherwise, amputation would have been necessary." Thus, everyone simultaneously recalled the tale of the individual whose socks had blood color, resulting in blackened toes that led him to believe he was afflicted with a malady, only to discover post-amputation that it was merely a case of stained skin. Early in the morning, this blunder sparked merriment among the group as they set forth on their journey. Qin Muyang could not help but marvel once more at how the presence of Gao Fei rendered their travels far more delightful, allowing many burdens weighing on their hearts to dissipate like mist. As they traversed the streets, vanquishing zombies and avoiding obstacles, they passed an outdoor supply store around midday. Without hesitation, they ventured inside to adorn themselves in fresh attire. Particularly, Zhang Yuanfan and his companions exchanged their backpacks for genuine outdoor packs, sturdy, spacious, and infinitely more comfortable than their previous bags, while Zhang Yuanfan and the others selected their necessary gear. Qin Muyang surveyed the interior and noticed a tattered backpack discarded in the corner. For reasons unknown, he found the backpack oddly familiar. He could envision a survivor having entered not long ago, abandoning the worn pack in favor of a more robust outdoor bag. Later, they happened upon a tobacco shop, where Qin Muyang ventured inside to procure some expensive cigarettes. Gao Fei, somewhat puzzled, inquired when Qin Muyang had taken up smoking. With a smile, Qin Muyang replied that it was a gift. They arrived near the urban village shortly after 3 in the afternoon. The number of wandering zombies in the vicinity seemed rather plentiful, suggesting that the area had not been cleared for some time. Qin Muyang and his companions were compelled to eliminate the zombies while making their way toward the urban village. However, as they approached the entrance, the scene he had anticipated, Little Hay joyfully running towards him, was conspicuously absent. He beheld the collapsed iron gate. The massive iron door of the urban village lay prostrate by the roadside, while an incessant stream of zombies wandered in and out of the open entrance. Qin Muyang involuntarily whispered, "Impossible. How could this be? How could a place so heavily fortified by so many have fallen so swiftly? How could this iron gate have crumbled so easily?" The village head, Wang Aigua, had previously stated that they had contingency plans in place should any signs of breach appear. They would swiftly erect stainless steel barriers and resecure the entrance with pre-prepared wooden doors. Yet, at this moment, Qin Muyang saw no sign of either the barriers or the wooden doors, indicating that Wang Aigua's contingency plans had never been enacted. Was the breach merely a fleeting moment, too brief for anyone to react? What horrifying scene had unfolded to cause such utter devastation? With iron rod in hand, Qin Muyang dashed madly into the urban village. Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, you had better be safe. Some individuals traverse life with a tranquil companionship, while others, having known each other for only a brief month, forge bonds that feel as though they have endured through several lifetimes. Perhaps their friendship may not rival the soaring heights of Jiang Yuanfan, but it is certainly a close second. Qin Muyang fervently wished that these two would not simply vanish from existence. As he surged into the urban village, he silently prayed that he would not encounter their familiar figures among the throngs of zombies. For he had already spotted several zombies bearing the haunting visages of those he once knew in the village. No, he must not look. As if averting their gaze from their faces could prevent the unfolding of events. As if ignoring their visages would spare Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin from harm. Qin Muyang burst through the wide-open door, standing upon the familiar village path, only to discover that the village had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Several houses had been ravaged by flames, reduced to mere remnants and blackened bricks. While some structures still stood, their doors and windows lay in ruins, with zombies lurking at the entrances. The once lush vegetable gardens had been trampled by the relentless passage of the undead, leaving only shredded leaves clinging to the earth. The familiar game room at the village entrance bore witness to a wall splattered with congealed blood. Crimson stains splattered grotesquely. The sturdy, towering walls that once stood firm were now breached in multiple places, allowing the zombies to traverse through the gaps with ease. How could this be? Fires, collapsed walls, shattered gates, bloodshed, withered plants, and an eerie silence enveloping the village. All of this assaulted Qin Muyang's mind, overwhelming him with an insurmountable sense of helplessness. What had transpired? Why had everything transformed so drastically? Where were the people? Had the villagers perished? What of Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin? The kind-hearted director Wang and the ever-giving Aunt Zhou? What had become of Dodo? Questions flooded Qin Muyang's thoughts. He realized he had been naively optimistic. The forces of fate were utterly inexorable. Observing Qin Muyang standing in a daze at the village entrance, it was only when zombies lunged at him that he instinctively raised his iron rod, striking down the approaching fiends. Jiang Yuanfan, Gao Fei, and Liang Dongsheng, without prior discussion, converged beside Qin Muyang. They understood the turmoil that Qin Muyang was experiencing. Instead of reproaching him for suddenly abandoning their ranks to rush into the urban village, they chose to remain steadfastly by his side. Imagine if Jiang Yuanfan were to suddenly discover that Qin Muyang had vanished or had turned into a zombie. Or if Liang Dongsheng were to witness Gao Fei disappearing from this world. Such feelings are not easily born. Qin Muyang had envisioned the urban village succumbing to chaos. Yet he had anticipated that scenario unfolding in the depths of winter when warmth was scarce and food was a luxury. It was certainly not meant to be now. And absolutely not today. After standing in a daze for a few moments, he resolutely declared, "I must ascertain what has truly transpired." Chapter 86. Clue how to uncover the truth of what had happened? The only method was to conduct a thorough investigation on-site, seeking every possible clue within the urban village. He would visit the residence of Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, explore their usual haunts, and seek out the homes of every acquaintance in the urban village, particularly those whom Qin Muyang deemed honest and trustworthy. He was determined to gather every fragment of potentially useful information. Only through this meticulous effort could he piece together the events that had transpired. Let us begin with the house where I previously stayed with them. With this decision made, Qin Muyang stepped forward, aware of the complex terrain around him. Old Jiang, take your position behind me. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng. Adapt as necessary and be ready to shift positions at any moment. Seeing Qin Muyang so quickly regain his composure, the three of them promptly took their places as instructed. The deeper they ventured, the more densely populated the zombies became, and the more familiar faces Qin Muyang encountered. Almost upon seeing these contorted faces, names would inevitably surface in his mind. His expression remained impassive, even tinged with a coldness, as he drove the iron rod into the skulls of these zombies. Yet within him, turbulent waves began to rise. Not long ago, these were living beings, individuals who could laugh, speak, and express concern for him, brothers who had shared cigarettes he brought. Those amiable aunties always inquired whether he had eaten enough. Qin Muyang continued his grim task. Ultimately arriving before the house he once shared with Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin. The walls and doorway bore numerous bloody scratch marks, likely from the zombies attempting to breach the home with their bloodied fingers. For reasons unknown, the house remained unscathed, and the zombies ceased their assault. The door was closed, and a glimmer of hope stirred within Qin Muyang. Could it be that Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin were trapped inside, awaiting his rescue? Though they had learned to slay zombies under his tutelage, they would certainly lack the courage to emerge in such dire circumstances. They might be quaking within. Especially the timid Li Mingchuan, who perhaps still required Zhang Jin's comfort. Qin Muyang hastened forward, grasping the doorknob. Jiang Yuanfan immediately understood, closely following Qin Muyang. Then turning to say, Gao Fei, watch your back. Liang Dongsheng, as soon as the door opens, rush in. This was a precaution to prevent everyone from crowding into the house and forgetting the dangers lurking behind them once Qin Muyang opened the door. To prevent Qin Muyang from recklessly rushing in, driven by his eagerness to save others and forgetting the possible presence of zombies within, he pressed down on the doorknob, assuring, rest assured, I am fully alert now, and my emotions do not govern my actions. He was aware that his earlier act of slaying zombies on the streets of the urban village had startled Jiang Yuanfan and the others. As the door swung open, silence enveloped the room. No zombies were in sight, nor was there the characteristic stench associated with them. The two bedroom doors remained shut. We must be quiet, or we risk attracting the zombies and becoming ensnared within, Qin Muyang cautioned, urging everyone to diligently search for clues. Share any significant findings with me. The sooner we finish our search, the sooner we can depart this place. Although it was the first visit for Jiang Yuanfan and his companions to this house, it felt oddly familiar. When Qin Muyang had reunited with them earlier, he had described the appearance of his residence in the urban village. In silent accord, they dispersed to inspect different areas, while Qin Muyang proceeded directly to the bedroom belonging to Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin. The door to the bedroom opened with ease, unlatched. The room was small, and it was immediately evident that it was unoccupied. The bedding lay in disarray on the bed, suggesting that someone had been sleeping there and had abruptly thrown off the covers upon rising. Qin Muyang's eyes scanned the room, attempting to reconstruct the scene in his mind, but the useful information he gleaned remained scant. Many belongings of Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan were strewn about haphazardly, indicative not of a search, but rather of the usual traces of daily life. Qin Muyang could only surmise that no one had intruded at that time. It seemed they had departed of their own accord. However, they likely left in a hurry, as many items remained uncollected. Moreover, it appeared that the events predominantly unfolded at night, as indicated by the arrangement of the bedding. Of course, it was also plausible that they were napping at the time. Thus, Qin Muyang could only tentatively assign the occurrence to either the evening or shortly after lunch. He circled the bedroom, striving to absorb every detail of the furnishings. Yet he gleaned no further useful information. Departing from the bedroom, he intended to explore other rooms. In truth, Jiang Yuanfan and the others had already scoured the areas Qin Muyang had yet to investigate, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Ultimately, after thoroughly searching the entire house, Qin Muyang still uncovered no new revelations. The other bedroom, kitchen, and restroom remained unchanged compared to when he had last left, with Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin's activities confined to their own bedroom. Outside, A number of zombies had begun to congregate, prompting Qin Muyang to refrain from further searching. He led the group out of the house, fighting their way through. This time, he did not retrace his previous route, but had devised an alternative plan. He first glanced at the neighboring house, discovering its door wide open and zombies wandering within. So he promptly bypassed it and continued forward, ultimately arriving at the building designated as the dining hall. Fortunately, there were not many zombies present there. Upon entering, he surveyed the interior and noted that pots and utensils were neatly arranged. Strangely, there was not a single trace of food to be found. Although many supplies have designated storage areas, certain items in the kitchen are always kept on hand. For instance, staples such as rice and flour, along with dried vegetables and cured meats, are typically stored. Curiously, these provisions were completely consumed on the very day that calamity struck. Had everyone already succumbed to a food crisis? Departing from the large kitchen, Qin Muyang guided the group toward the supply storage house. This building too stood with its door ajar, yet it was densely packed with zombies, rendering it inaccessible. Nevertheless, through the doors and windows, Qin Muyang glimpsed the interior conditions. Although the supplies were dwindling, there remained a sufficient quantity, particularly several bags of stored rice, a sizable heap of flour, and even a box of vermicelli. Why were these items not relocated to the kitchen? Was it truly necessary to traverse back and forth daily for cooking? Unable to enter the house, Qin Muyang did not linger, continuing his journey to the next destination. Chapter 87. Man-Made Calamity as Dusk Fell. Qin Muyang had nearly scoured all the locations he intended to investigate: Wang Aigua's residence, Aunt Zhou's home, and the abodes of several members from the cleanup teams. He witnessed Aunt Zhou transformed into a zombie and encountered the blood-strewn room of Wang Aigua. The number of zombies was steadily increasing, compelling Qin Muyang to lead the group away from the urban village. With no further clues to gather and the night closing in, they sought a nearby place to spend the night, planning to reassess their strategy in the morning. Instead of exiting through the main entrance, they opted for an escape via a collapsed section of the surrounding wall. As they passed by, Qin Muyang noticed a peculiar mark where the wall had crumbled, appearing as if it had been pried open with some instrument. He reached out to touch, and an image of a steel bar emerged in his mind. This is the mark left by a steel bar's destruction. The calamity in the urban village is likely a result of deliberate actions. This is a man-made disaster. Qin Muyang silently committed this clue to memory, preparing to analyze it thoroughly during their upcoming rest. They traversed the collapsed walls, stepping into the outside world. Numerous zombies lingered nearby, presumably attracted during the fall of the urban village, all wandering within this vicinity. However, amidst the rampant undead, they discovered a relatively safe spot to spend the night: a small express delivery station. The establishment was modest, with 2 containers overflowing with packages. It felt somewhat cramped with all 4 of them inside. Given the circumstances, there was no better place for shelter, so they had to make do. Although the mood was rather low, Gao Fei swiftly began to unpack the deliveries, hoping to find something useful within. Fortune smiled upon him as he unearthed 2 blankets, which he spread on the floor, allowing them to avoid sleeping directly on the cold ground. Later, he also discovered 5 packets of spicy strips, a sports water bottle, a box of river snail rice noodles, a bag of unknown vegetable seeds, a large wrench, and a collection of cosmetics. His hands grew weary from the effort. Yet he found little of true value, prompting Gao Fei to concede defeat. The box of river snail rice noodles emitted an alluring aroma even through the packaging, which Zhang Yuanfan promptly kicked away. With his obsessive-compulsive tendencies and mild aversion to dirt, he could not tolerate such items in his sleeping space. Even the assortment of items Gao Fei had unpacked was swiftly organized by Zhang Yuanfan. Since entering the urban village, everyone has remained on edge. And coupled with Qin Muyang's taciturn nature, the 4 of them casually divided some provisions and retired for the night. Based on the evidence observed at the scene, Qin Muyang surmised that Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin were likely still alive. Furthermore, he had not encountered their faces among the zombies in the urban village, thereby increasing the possibility of their survival. Just as Qin Muyang was deep in thought, the voice of Zhang Yuanfan pierced the darkness. They are not dead. At least, they were not dead when they left the house. Zhang Yuanfan's words were not intended to comfort Qin Muyang. He was not that kind of person, preferring to speak solely with facts and evidence. Qin Muyang and Zhang Yuanfan arrived at a shared conclusion. You previously mentioned that their weapons consisted of a clothes-drying pole and a battered badminton racket, yet neither of these items was present in the room. Zhang Yuanfan reasoned. You have taught us that weapons should always be kept close at hand. Even when sleeping, they must be placed within easy reach. Surely, you imparted the same lesson to them. The absence of the weapons indicated that they had been taken with them. Although they left behind many items, they ensured to take their weapons, proving that they at least managed to escape the house. At this juncture, a vivid image suddenly flashed in Qin Muyang's mind. It was the backpack he had seen earlier today, discarded in the corner of the outdoor goods store. Why did that backpack seem so familiar? Qin Muyang recalled that it was nearly identical to his own. Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin were in the same store, having procured their backpacks together, just as he had described. Upon further reflection, Qin Muyang realized that he had not seen Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin's backpacks left in the house. He had previously advised them that, although they were not planning to leave at any moment, it would be prudent to pack some essential items in their backpacks for emergencies, enabling them to grab and go in case of unforeseen circumstances. It appears that the two had taken his words to heart when crisis struck. They armed themselves and seized their backpacks, departing the house. Perhaps during their escape, their backpacks were accidentally damaged, prompting them to acquire new ones from that outdoor supplies store. Alternatively, they might have intentionally discarded their old bags, perhaps to send a signal to Qin Muyang. Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin are not foolish. Their actions were surely motivated by reason. Regardless of the rationale, they conveyed one undeniable message to Qin Muyang. They were still alive, and as long as they lived, a reunion would be inevitable. After contemplating this, Qin Muyang's heart gradually found peace. He quietly shared his analysis with Jiang Yuanfan, only to be surprised by the sound of Gao Fei and Liang Dongxing exhaling deeply. It turned out they, too, had not been asleep. Listening intently to Qin Muyang and Jiang Yuanfan's conversation in the darkness, Qin Muyang acknowledged with a sound, pausing for a moment before stating, "We may soon wander nearby in search of them." This statement was directed at Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng, for he knew that whatever choice he made, Jiang Yuanfan would offer unwavering support. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng, one somewhat languid, preferring to recline rather than sit, and the other utterly devoid of any thoughts, likely reluctant to move at all. Thus, Qin Muyang felt compelled to seek their opinions. Should these two express unwillingness to wander in search, he would assign them to a suitable location while he undertook the quest for Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin. No sooner had Qin Muyang voiced his thoughts than Gao Fei interjected, "When it comes to searching for people, we must all four stick together. We absolutely cannot split into two groups. I have no desire to be paired with the feeble Liang Dongsheng." Liang Dongsheng chimed in, "Old Qin, I need to stay close to you for a sense of security." In the darkness, Qin Muyang chuckled, "Very well. We shall all four go together." After agreeing on their plans for the following day, Gao Fei and the others settled down to sleep, while Qin Muyang continued his vigil, awaiting the shift 3 hours hence. Chapter 88. The search morning arrived, shrouded in a thick, gloomy overcast. The four individuals had just finished packing their belongings when the rain began to pour. Accompanying the downpour were the incessant rumbles of thunder. Unable to proceed, Gao Fei unfurled a blanket and promptly lay down upon it. "Well then, let us take a moment to rest," Qin Muyang remarked, gazing at the curtain of rain. "We have been traveling tirelessly these past few days. Everyone is fatigued, and yesterday afternoon was particularly grueling." He referred to the incident from the previous afternoon when they had stormed into the village. "I recall I have a cherished little hot pot stashed away. Let us indulge in hot pot while it rains today," Gao Fei exclaimed with a grin, retrieving a self-heating hot pot from his backpack. Although modest in size, it was just sufficient for a solitary adult. It has been quite a while since we indulged in delectable treats. Savoring the flavors and satisfying our cravings is truly delightful. Amidst the thunderstorm outside, the four of us took refuge in the delivery station, enjoying our rations while sharing a small hot pot. After relishing the hot pot, Gao Fei contributed the spicy strips he had discovered in the deliveries the previous day. Since we were unable to venture outside and boredom began to set in, Gao Fei and Liang Dongxing commenced tearing open more packages. Fortune smiled upon us today, as we swiftly unearthed a treasure trove of food, snacks, and substantial biscuits suitable for a meal, along with long-lasting delights like flour cakes. To our surprise, we even uncovered a small box of Snickers, containing dozens. These were a splendid find, easy to carry and packed with energy. The four of us promptly divided them, each receiving a generous portion to stow away in our backpacks. With the rain pouring outside, our spirits lifted, had it not been for this downpour. We would not have found ourselves quietly unboxing deliveries, nor would we have stumbled upon such useful provisions. After organizing our haul, we set off without delay. The outdoor supply store was not far, typically just a half-hour journey. Considering the potential threats of zombies and various obstacles along the way, we estimated our travel time would be multiplied by 2 or 3. The streets, glistening after the rain, revealed an even more vibrant and lush display of wild vegetation. The once meticulously managed greenery now resembled monstrous hands reaching out, with branches extending to extraordinary lengths. The crepe myrtle trees were adorned with clusters of vivid blossoms, their weight causing the branches to droop toward the ground. Beneath them, unknown grasses persevered in their growth, while vines climbed ever upward. All the flora thrives exuberantly. While the human population dwindles increasingly, various plants sprouting from the crevices of the streets have nearly begun to envelop the pavement. Colliding vehicles and heaps of refuse have transformed into verdant, fuzzy mounds. Puddles of rainwater accumulate on the streets, reflecting the dazzling green hues. In the drab cityscape, only the colors of greenery and blossoms persist. Due to the rainfall, the sound of the rain has lured away some of the wandering zombies. Qin Muyang is aware of this phenomenon. During rain, although the dense patter affects the zombies' acute hearing, the accumulation of water from certain buildings cascades from a single outlet, generating a sound more thunderous than others, drawing nearby zombies toward it. A congregation of zombies signifies a smoother passage on the roads. Within less than an hour, they arrived at the outdoor goods store. Due to the destruction of the entrance, some rainwater had seeped indoors, dampening various items. Qin Muyang initially intended to examine the footprints at the entrance, but they were now entirely obscured. He made his way directly to the corner, discovering the discarded backpack. Upon lifting the backpack, everyone noticed it bore a striking resemblance to the one he was carrying. From the same brand, its design was nearly identical. This was it. This backpack belonged to either Li Mingchuan or Zhang Jin. They had successfully escaped from the urban village and reached this location. There was also the possibility that they had headed directly to Beishan University. After all, knowing that Qin Muyang had gone there, seeking him out was indeed a plausible scenario. Qin Muyang meticulously examined the backpack inside and out. Apart from discovering a torn opening, he found no remarkable traces. He lamented that if Li Mingchuan and the others had left a note or some secret signal, it would have been most fortuitous. He regretted not establishing a code with them at that moment. After ransacking the shop thoroughly, he found no clues beyond the tattered backpack. After conferring with Zhang Yuanfan, he surmised that the likelihood of Li Mingchuan and his companions lingering nearby was substantial, thus deciding to search the vicinity. Despite Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan's adeptness in slaying zombies and their knowledge of survival rules in this apocalyptic era, their abilities were ultimately limited, making the journey to Beishan University quite challenging for them. They were undoubtedly aware of their own capabilities and would likely prefer to wait for Qin Muyang rather than venture forth to the university. Consequently, Qin Muyang retrieved a map and began to analyze potential hiding places for Li Mingchuan and his group with Zhang Yuanfan. Knowing that Li Mingchuan and the others were still alive eased Qin Muyang's urgency, allowing him to relax considerably. The four of them gathered together, marking locations on the map that could potentially serve as strongholds for Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, planning to systematically eliminate each possibility. It was unlikely that the two of them could have escaped the encirclement of the urban village on their own. Qin Muyang reasoned that they must have had assistance. A larger group would necessitate more resources and a more substantial base of operations, leading them to exclude several locations initially. Qin Muyang's finger traced over several areas on the map, which featured numerous supermarkets, grain and oil shops, and food stores. In the throes of escape, one might seek to avoid the bustling locales. However, the presence of many souls signifies a greater consumption of resources, necessitating a foray into these very places in search of supplies. Even if their base is not situated amid such throngs, they would occasionally venture forth to scavenge for provisions. They decided to first explore the nearest street, seeking any traces left behind following their movements. Qin Muyang gestured toward a nearby alley. Such alleys are typically sparsely populated yet interconnected, leading to several more vibrant thoroughfares, making them ideal as temporary refuges. Without delay, the quartet set forth. After all, venturing to that alley would not only yield potential clues, but also provide a suitable haven to weather the impending night. Chapter 89. The mark just before the last rays of light succumbed to the encroaching darkness, they arrived at the alley. Indeed, it was a desolate passage, devoid of life. No, not merely lifeless. but lacking even the presence of corpses. Narrow yet replete with numerous exits, it was quiet, yet teeming with various small shops. This locale, nestled near the city's outskirts, offered an array of goods at reasonable prices, though the quality remained questionable. The brand Waha, whimsically dubbed as Washasha, and 6 walnuts could either refer to substantial walnuts or perhaps 6 nuclear warheads. Nonetheless, it must be admitted that this place was quite commendable. It provided both resources and safety, along with accommodations, including those quaint themed inns with delightfully pink circular beds. One could hardly be choosy regarding the shape of the bed. Merely having a place to rest was already a considerable boon. The 4 of them surged into the snug themed inn, ascending directly to the 2nd floor. Upon opening the door to a room, one discovered 2 naked, corpse-marked zombies. Gao Fei swiftly dispatched them and exclaimed with excitement, "Brothers, this is the first time I've encountered such an extravagant display of the undead. Let us not hesitate to unleash the rockets." Upon entering another room, he was met with a similar sight, 2 naked zombies, yet this time they were of the same gender. Gao Fei's enthusiasm surged once more. "I hope there isn't anyone named Li Mingchuan here," he pondered, recalling Qin Mu Yang's remarks about Li Mingchuan occasionally exhibiting effeminate traits, which led his imagination to wander. "Could you think of something more pleasant?" Qin Mu Yang interjected, gesturing ahead. "Let us quickly find a suitable room to rest. It is already quite late, and darkness will soon envelop us." The next room appeared comparatively normal, featuring a conventional double bed rather than a garish circular one. However, a peculiarly shaped chair within elicited knowing glances from the 4. "Well then, we shall spend the night here," Qin Mu Yang declared. Although it was somewhat cramped for 4 individuals to share such a space, it was evidently unwise for them to separate at this juncture. Casting aside his backpack, Jiang Yuanfan began to tidy the room, unable to endure the chaotic ambience of the shabby inn. The disheveled state of the bedding suggested that someone had occupied the bed without making it afterwards. Qin Mu Yang observed the signs on the bed and couldn't shake the suspicion that they might belong to Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, though he had no evidence to substantiate this notion, merely conjecture. Once Jiang Yuanfan had arranged the bedding, he quickly proclaimed, "I will share a bed with old Qin." In his eyes, both Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng appeared somewhat disheveled, and he was reluctant to share a bed with those who did not uphold cleanliness. Consequently, Qin Mu Yang calmly extracted a sleeping bag from his backpack, declaring, "I shall sleep on the floor. Old Jiang, you may take the bed. It is spacious." Thus, Gao Fei was compelled to share a bed with Liang Dongsheng. Although the location seemed relatively secure, Qin Mu Yang remained vigilant, adhering to the night watch rotation to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and upon waking the next morning, everyone felt invigorated. As Qin Mu Yang packed his sleeping bag, he remarked, "Let us inspect the surroundings shortly for any peculiar traces left behind. Then we shall proceed to our next destination." As they departed from the quaint inn, a thought struck Qin Mu Yang. If he failed to uncover any signs left by Li Mingchuan, why not leave a trace for him instead? Perhaps he too was searching for him. What could he leave that would unmistakably indicate his own search? After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the character Yang in his name. Thus, he decided to simply etch a sun, straightforward and easily recognizable. He then took a metal rod and delicately inscribed a sun shape at the corner of the inn's entrance, accompanied by an arrow indicating his direction of travel. Should Li Mingchuan be intent on seeking him, he would undoubtedly notice this mark. However, it was unlikely that an ordinary passerby would pay heed to such a symbol tucked away in the corner. Pleased with the mark he had left, Qin Mu Yang was approached by Gao Fei, who peered over and inquired, "What does this signify?" "A search for the sun ahead," to which Qin Mu Yang, without even glancing at Gao Fei, simply walked away. The narrow alleyway was lined with numerous small shops, most of which had been thoroughly ransacked. It was unclear who had perpetrated this act, yet it served as a reminder to Qin Mu Yang and his companions that survivors had once traversed this place. Even the counterfeit and pirated goods had not escaped the looting. Qin Mu Yang noticed several empty bottles of a local brew discarded on the ground. It appeared these survivors had recently passed through, and it was conceivable they still lingered nearby. How he wished it could be Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin. Having gleaned no valuable information from the small shops, they pressed onward. As they walked past a modest hardware store, Qin Mu Yang resolved to enter and search for any useful items. Should he find something worthwhile, he would not hesitate to exchange his current weapon. Earlier, while etching a symbol in the corner, he had realized that the iron rod he wielded had dulled considerably. The reason he had not noticed the change in his weapon's effectiveness against the undead was that he had grown increasingly adept, thus overlooking this minor flaw. However, acquiring a superior weapon would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency and conserve his energy when confronting zombies. After browsing through the store, he discovered it was stocked solely with spare parts, offering nothing that could serve as an effective weapon. Unless they possessed exceptional skills in crafting, assembling a suitable tool was out of the question. Unfortunately, none of the four were equipped with such abilities. While items like hammers or large wrenches could serve as makeshift weapons, their short handles rendered them impractical for prolonged use. Additionally, such blunt instruments were somewhat inadequate for dispatching zombies. Ultimately, Qin Muyang decided to arm each of them with a large screwdriver. This object is compact and lightweight, yet it should prove invaluable for fending off zombies in critical moments. After equipping the screwdriver, Qin Muyang once again marked a sign at the corner of the wall, for they were about to enter another street connected by an alleyway. Gao Fei, with his characteristic irreverence, elaborated, "One sun, one arrow. Doesn't this simply signify finding daylight ahead?" Qin Muyang disregarded his words and addressed the group. "The conditions at the inn last night and in the alley currently indicate that survivors have recently been active in this vicinity. These individuals may belong to the urban village, perhaps even Li Mingchuan and his companions, or they could be unfamiliar survivors whose intentions remain uncertain. Therefore, we must not only remain vigilant against zombies, but also be keenly observant to avoid being discovered by other survivors first. Weapons at the ready. We must be prepared for battle at any moment. At times, it is not merely the zombies we must contend with." Chapter 90. Shadows. Seeing the seriousness etched on Qin Muyang's face, everyone felt compelled to maintain their focus. Gao Fei, too, set aside his playful demeanor. Gripping his weapon tightly, Qin Muyang led the way, attentively surveying their surroundings. Strangely, the area was unusually quiet, devoid of any visible zombies. While a scarcity of zombies could be comprehensible, the complete absence of even a single one was rather eerie. The previous afternoon, their lack of sightings could be attributed to the noise of flowing water drawing them away. However, a night had since passed, and the expectation was that the zombies would have resumed their wandering, scattering throughout the area. In this desolate place devoid of any zombies, an unsettling chill creeps down one's spine. It is evident that some extraordinary event has transpired, causing the undead to vacate the area. When the unusual occurs, one must be wary. Thus, Qin Muyang quickened his pace. "This is not normal. We should depart swiftly." Zhang Yuanfan concurred, expressing his own sense of unease. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng immediately fell in line behind Qin Muyang, trailing closely, which left him somewhat exasperated. Sticking too closely hampers our combat readiness. We must maintain formation. At that moment, Qin Muyang caught a glimpse of a figure darting through a nearby shop. It did not resemble a zombie, but rather appeared human. Zhang Yuanfan seemed to have noticed the figure as well and tugged at Qin Muyang's sleeve. "Did you see that?" he whispered. Zhang Yuanfan nodded in affirmation. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng, puzzled by the unfolding situation, opened their mouths to inquire just as a loud crash echoed from within the shop. Qin Muyang glanced back at his companions. "I'll investigate. Follow me, but keep your distance." With that, he strode purposefully towards the establishment, rather than recklessly charging in. He positioned himself at a vantage point where he could observe the interior while remaining poised for a quick escape. Inside, he discerned the form of a person seemingly sprawled on the ground, appearing to be a woman, her body trembling incessantly, as if gripped by fear or stricken by some sudden ailment. It seemed that the earlier crashing sound was caused by her fall. Gao Fei hastened to catch up. Observing Qin Muyang, who seemed poised to enter the shop, he felt a surge of concern, fearing that any unforeseen circumstances might overwhelm Qin Muyang alone. As he pursued, Gao Fei extended a hand, as if forming some arcane gesture, while vociferously proclaiming, "Bold demon, masquerading as a spirit. Great dragon of might. Earth's respected king. Grand spell of the Tao. Prajna Permitha. Ascend, O celestial dragon." Upon stepping into the shop, Qin Muyang was met with the sight of a young woman sprawled on the ground, writhing and convulsing in evident agony. Though disheveled, her beauty was unmistakable. As she noticed their presence, she lifted her head with a fragile smile, exclaiming, "Ah, a person. I thought it was those creatures, and I barely managed to hide." Her smile bore a mournful quality, and Qin Muyang discerned numerous bite marks adorning her arms, from which darkened clots of blood had congealed, presenting a gruesome spectacle. Gao Fei entered behind him, and, upon seeing the woman, tugged at Qin Mu Yang's sleeve. A female ghost. Indeed. Very well. Gao Fei assented while scanning the shop for potential ambushes. However, the establishment was starkly barren, stripped of all possessions, leaving little indication of its former purpose. Kneeling beside the woman, Qin Mu Yang inquired, "Are you alone?" What transpired? He needed to ascertain whether the woman had companions nearby, for her condition suggested she had been bitten recently, and it was plausible that zombies lurked in the vicinity. Strangely, they had yet to encounter any such undead creatures. The woman, while enduring excruciating pain, intermittently pleaded, "Save, please save. There are several of us. We are surrounded." Before she could finish her sentence, she writhed in agony upon the ground. "Where are your companions?" Qin Mu Yang inquired urgently, seizing the moment before she succumbed to unconsciousness. He stepped back slightly, raising the iron rod in his hand, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, one of the woman's hands slowly lifted, pointing outward. Qin Mu Yang understood. She was indicating the direction of those she claimed were encircled. "I comprehend. I shall investigate. If feasible, I will endeavor to rescue them," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than the woman seemed to exhale her final wish, her hand drooping, her voice silenced, her eyes closing, her body rendered entirely motionless. Gao Fei approached, glancing at her. "Is she dead?" "Oh my goodness." As Gao Fei spoke, the woman's eyes abruptly snapped open. Those eyes had transformed. No longer resembling those of a human. Cloudy and vacant, they fixated upon the two men, emitting the distinctive sound of a zombie's throat. She had fully undergone transformation. As Qin Mu Yang uttered these words, the iron rod pierced one of her murky eyes. This was their first encounter witnessing the metamorphosis of a human into a zombie. After dispatching the newly transformed creature, Qin Mu Yang crouched down, searching nearby for anything of value. Yet he found nothing but a bite mark on the woman's neck, which likely explained her rapid decline. Gao Fei stood aside, his eyes filled with disdain. "Old Qin, your absurdity knows no bounds. You even spare not the deceased." Jiang Yuanfan and Liang Dongsheng approached, and upon seeing the corpse on the ground, they inquired about the situation. Qin Mu Yang briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Jiang Yuanfan asked, "Do you intend to seek out the survivors she mentioned?" Qin Mu Yang nodded. "As one approaches death, she could hardly fabricate tales to deceive us. Moreover, I am particularly keen to ascertain whether Li Mingchuan is among this group. Were it not for Zhang Jin and Li Mingchuan, I would scarcely concern myself with the ramblings of this woman. In this apocalyptic era, who would bother with such trifles? Yet, given our proximity to the urban village and the outdoor equipment store, should there indeed be survivors, it is plausible that Li Mingchuan and his group may have encountered them. I am unwilling to relinquish any opportunity. It is not yet time to surrender. Let us proceed and investigate further." Qin Mu Yang led the way, directing his steps toward the location the woman had indicated. Chapter 91. The square due to the woman's mention of the survivors being surrounded. Qin Mu Yang and his companions remained vigilant. The absence of zombies on this street could very well be attributed to their diversion toward these individuals. Following the path indicated by the woman, they soon stumbled upon a small square, reminiscent of a community gathering space, where, come evening, one might witness groups of Annies performing the dance of Wumingshan. However, the square was deserted, save for a throng of zombies. No wonder there were none in the vicinity. They had all congregated here. Upon witnessing the sheer number of zombies, Qin Mu Yang contemplated retreating. Yet, considering that Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin might be ensnared among them, awaiting rescue, he steeled himself to advance, scanning the throng of corpses for any signs of life. He dared not approach too closely. Should he be detected by this horde, fleeing would prove to be a daunting challenge. Qin Mu Yang sought refuge behind a rock formation, cautiously peering out to observe. The zombies appeared to be converging towards a gazebo at the center of a small square, suggesting that something within was drawing them in. Only humanity possesses such a magnetic allure for the undead. Qin Mu Yang deduced that the individuals the woman spoke of must be inside the gazebo. The densely packed zombies obscured his view of the interior. Even when Gao Fei climbed atop the rock formation, he could merely glimpse a corner of the gazebo, shrouded by verdant trees, rendering the situation within unclear. "What if I shout?" Gao Fei proposed from his vantage point. "Are you suggesting you would announce to the zombies that it's time to feast?" Qin Mu Yang retorted with derision. To dare shout in the face of such a multitude of zombies is the mark of a true warrior, akin to presenting oneself cleanly before the undead and proclaiming it's time to dine. "No, I meant to fire a shot and change locations," Gao Fei replied earnestly. I would shout from here, then move to another spot to shout again, creating confusion among the zombies and alerting those inside that help has arrived. Gao Fei believed himself to be quite clever, prompting Jiang Yuanfan to interject. Do you truly think that the only zombies in existence are here in the square? If you attract the zombies from other areas and merge them with the ones in the square, our escape would be nearly impossible. This notion seems to hold some validity. Gao Fei brushed his stubbled chin, leaping down from the artificial hill. What shall we do now, strategist Jiang? Jiang Yuanfan was deeply immersed in contemplation, considering countermeasures. When he heard Qin Muyang suggest, whistle. With that, Qin Muyang retrieved a survival whistle from his backpack, an item he had acquired from an outdoor supply store without any specific intent beyond its multifunctional design and compact size. Although the sound produced by this survival whistle was not particularly loud, it could travel considerable distances. This meant that blowing the whistle would alert distant individuals. Yet it might not necessarily pique the interest of the zombies. To prevent any potential failure of their strategy, Qin Muyang instructed Jiang Yuanfan, Gao Fei, and Liang Dongsheng to distance themselves from the artificial hill, allowing him to blow the whistle without concern. This way, even if the zombies noticed him later, he could make a swift escape without worrying about the others' safety. The three quickly retreated to a nearby cold drink shop across the square, watching Qin Muyang from afar. Qin Muyang ascended the artificial hill and blew the multifunctional survival whistle. He only knew how to produce the sound for distress signaling, so he directly emitted a call for help. Ultimately, he aimed to ensure that the figures inside the pavilion could discern that someone was calling out. The 3 short and 3 long notes had just faded away when he heard a rhythmic tapping sound emanating from the pavilion. Almost immediately, a stick was raised, supporting a flamboyant shirt. This was undoubtedly a gesture unique to humanity. Thus, there were indeed survivors within the pavilion. Moreover, given the current circumstances, their situation appeared precarious. As the horde of zombies was closing in ever tighter, the recent exchange of signals had stirred the undead, their low growls reverberating through the square as their numbers surged towards the pavilion. Qin Muyang found himself unable to signal his identity with a whistle, and the trapped individuals inside could not ascertain whether someone named Ming Chuan or Zhang Jin was present. Therefore, it was imperative to rescue these individuals to ascertain their identities. What if Ming Chuan and the others were trapped within? Qin Muyang did not wish to squander the opportunity for reunion. He recalled the moment of sheer despair and helplessness he had felt while wandering the streets, when Zhang Jin had scaled that colorful steel shed to save him. Only Jiang Yuanfan exhibited unwavering loyalty, his gaze fixed on Qin Muyang, and upon witnessing his approach, he appeared to relax slightly. There were indeed people within the pavilion. Qin Muyang succinctly declared that they must divert the zombies to discover who was inside. Jiang Yuanfan did not question the rationale. He simply nodded in agreement. All right. Do you have a plan? Yes, I need your cooperation. Gao Fei, hold off on drinking the water for now. Listen to me. Qin Muyang removed the bottle of water Gao Fei had just opened, gulping it down himself. This tastes quite good. Remember to take a few bottles with you later. Then he continued, I will find a way to divert those zombies shortly. You take this opportunity to rush in and rescue the people inside. Is it really that simple? Gao Fei found it hard to believe. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, this was the entirety of Qin Muyang's plan? Sometimes, the simplest methods are the most effective, Jiang Yuanfan remarked. It appeared he not only endorsed Qin Muyang's approach, but also possessed a keen understanding of his intentions. Aware that the chances of success were quite high, old Jiang gauged the situation and let them both go when the time is right. While saving lives is crucial, your safety is equally important. Do not push yourselves too hard, Qin Muyang cautioned. Jiang Yuanfan met his gaze. I understand. Their brief exchange seemed to solidify the course of action ahead, leaving Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng somewhat perplexed. Could you provide some clarification on how we should coordinate? Gao Fei inquired. Jiang Yuanfan regarded Gao Fei as if he were an intellectually challenged creature. You need not comprehend. Simply follow my commands, charge when instructed, retreat when necessary. Gao Fei sensed the disdain directed toward him, recalling the fear he had felt when under Jiang Yuanfan's command back in school. By the way, my intelligence is not lacking. I managed to enter university, after all. Could you not grant me a modicum of respect? Scoring 100 was merely due to the total being 100. Do you grasp this concept? Jiang Yuanfan stated. Chapter 92, Team Anthem. Qin Muyang produced a map, indicating a certain location upon it. He paid no heed to whether Gao Fei or Liang Dongxing were observing. It was only after Jiang Yuan Fan nodded that he folded the map away. So you two just communicated without actually discussing it, yet understood each other perfectly? Gao Fei found it hard to believe. Although they had shared a dormitory for a year, he was aware of the remarkable synergy between Qin Mu Yang and Jiang Yuan Fan, but he hadn't realized it had reached such an extraordinary level. Previously, he thought his own rapport with Qin Mu Yang was quite strong, yet in comparison, he now felt somewhat naive. At most, he could manage to placate Liang Dongxing. All right, I shall set off now. You two remain vigilant, Qin Mu Yang declared, gripping the iron rod as he stepped outside. Upon reaching the street corner they had previously arrived from, he surveyed his surroundings, failing to find anything suitable to generate noise. Consequently, he pried loose a piece of that loose pavement tile, which collected water whenever it rained, and hurled it towards the adjacent glass. Bang! The intense sound of impact and shattering glass echoed simultaneously, causing the zombies around the plaza to turn their heads in unison, facing Qin Mu Yang. As he witnessed those grotesque faces swivel towards him, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He relentlessly pried up more tiles, frantically smashing them against the shops flanking him. Bang! 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 The continuous clamor promptly beckoned the horde of zombies to advance towards him. However, Qin Mu Yang noticed that a greater number of zombies lingered in the plaza, drawn by the living individuals inside the pavilion. Raising his voice, he began to bellow in a tuneless manner, "Sister, boldly step forward." Another wave of zombies joined the throng, converging upon Qin Mu Yang. It appeared that zombies possessed an irresistible instinct towards human sounds. His shout, though less thunderous than the earlier shattering glass, attracted an even larger swarm of the undead. Qin Mu Yang continued to sing, and more zombies turned around, rushing towards him. With the undead now merely a dozen meters away, he quickly took flight. He vividly recalled the path he had just traversed. Ahead lay no zombies. He merely needed to lure these creatures into the fray, and then find an alternate route through another alleyway to escape. The group in the pavilion was quite effective, drawing the zombies from the intersecting alleys towards the square. What they had done was a mystery. Some zombies shuffled slowly, seemingly indecisive about whether to follow Qin Mu Yang or remain by the square. Thus, he persisted in raising his voice. He could only recall the first two lines of the song he had just sung, which left him quite vexed. He was reluctant to repeat it. Yet he had a paltry repertoire of songs. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered a tune that Gao Fei often hummed in their dormitory. Although he had found it somewhat risky at the time, he felt inexplicably that it would be joyous to sing in this context. So, Qin Mu Yang began to shout, "Sister, if you come to see me, don't take that train. Keep running. There are rascals on the train. Run with glee. I fear for you, sister, that you might be molested." A sense of tragic grandeur surged within him. He swiftly dashed into a narrow alley, the zombies hot on his heels. Once inside the alley, they were no longer distracted by the commotion at the square. Their sole focus now was to capture Qin Mu Yang and tear into his throat. Meanwhile, Gao Fei and the others could hear Qin Mu Yang's song clearly. Gao Fei, with a spirited demeanor, hummed along softly. Had it not been for the zombies outside, he might have sung even more joyously than Qin Mu Yang. Liang Dongxing could not sing, yet he found himself utterly captivated, lamenting his inability to join in song like Gao Fei. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanfan furrowed his brow, nearly voicing his disdain for the foul presence. Qin Mu Yang's voice gradually faded into the distance, becoming inaudible. Gao Fei proclaimed, "This song must be transformed into our team anthem. It possesses such grandeur." Before he could finish his statement, Jiang Yuanfan tapped his head. "It's our turn. Let us proceed." Despite their playful banter, both Gao Fei and Liang Dongxing understood the gravity of the moment, adhering to the necessary decorum. The duo promptly seized their weapons and moved outside, deliberately positioning Jiang Yuanfan protectively between them. Previously, during their time at Beishan University, before Qin Mu Yang had located them, they had traversed in a similar manner. Jiang Yuanfan served as the strategist, while the other two acted as his protectors, bearing the responsibility of ensuring no harm befell their tactician. However, after days of exertion and Qin Mu Yang's intentional training, Jiang Yuanfan no longer exuded the fragility of a mere scholar. The trio charged towards the plaza. At this moment, only about 20 to 30 zombies remained, a significant reduction from before. Yet, this number was still considerable for the three of them. These zombies were currently encircling a small pavilion, where they noticed individuals combating the undead, prompting them to rush forward to assist. Through the throng of zombies, Gao Fei discerned approximately 6 or 7 people within. With their combined strength nearing 10, dealing with the 20 to 30 zombies became far less daunting. Soon, the zombies were dispatched, and the three friends gained a clear view of the individuals inside the pavilion. A group consisting of 4 men and 2 women, among whom one man appeared to be in his 50s, while the others were notably youthful, likely in their mid-20s. The 6 individuals were nearly drenched in the viscera of the zombies, evidencing their arduous struggle against relentless foes. Each of them was gasping for breath, gazing at Gao Fei and his companions as if they were divine saviors. It was clear that nearly half of the zombies had fallen to the blades of Gao Fei and his 2 allies. The 6 were already at the brink of exhaustion. Had Gao Fei and his team arrived even a moment later, the stronghold would have undoubtedly succumbed, although they had appeared quite adept in their battle against the undead. Wielding robust steel pipes, no amount of skill could rival the overwhelming tide of the zombie horde. If only you had come a little sooner, one of the younger men remarked, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Gao Fei and his companions. Their faces bore no semblance of relief or salvation. We can discuss matters later. We must leave this place at once. Moreover, the commotion stirred by Qin Muyang had attracted new zombies to their vicinity. Chapter 93. The Uncle Qin Muyang navigated through narrow alleys, gradually eluding the zombies, until he finally lost them entirely. At this juncture, he paused to catch his breath. Despite his athletic background, running with a heavy backpack was undeniably exhausting. After calculating the time, he deduced that Jiang Yuanfan and the others should have accomplished their mission and were likely en route to their rendezvous. After glancing at the street sign in the alley, he pulled out a map to ascertain his location before proceeding towards the agreed meeting point with Jiang Yuanfan. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies, which posed little trouble. Moreover, they managed to procure several windbreakers from a shop en route. Since yesterday's rainfall, the air had noticeably cooled during the early morning and evening, hinting at the onset of early autumn. These lightweight windbreakers would soon be of great use. To avoid the predicament of finding such quality garments later, Qin Muyang took the initiative to prepare them for everyone. He was deeply concerned that the weather might suddenly turn cold, leaving them no choice but to hastily don any clothing available, risking exposure to the same fate as Gao Fei. Clutching his spoils, Qin Muyang made his way to the rendezvous point. Before he arrived, he spotted Gao Fei and the other 2 standing by the street from a distance. Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng were on high alert, dispatching the zombies that approached them. Jiang Yuanfan was scanning the surroundings, clearly awaiting Qin Muyang's arrival. Noticing that only the 3 of them were present, Qin Muyang's worry intensified. Had the rescue of the survivors in the pavilion failed? He was certain there were people inside. He had seen the shirt rising when he whistled. It was improbable that a zombie had hoisted that shirt. Hastening over, Qin Muyang was met by Jiang Yuanfan, who approached him with a serious expression. Did we fail? Qin Muyang inquired. Jiang Yuanfan shook his head. No, but the situation is dire. They have all been bitten by zombies and will not survive much longer. He added that there were 6 individuals in total. This explained why, after Jiang Yuanfan and the others eliminated the zombies surrounding the pavilion, those 6 had not expressed relief upon seeing them, but rather lamented that they wished they had arrived sooner. Had it been merely half an hour or 20 minutes, it is unlikely that all 6 of them would have sustained injuries. Upon hearing Jiang Yuanfan's words, Qin Muyang could not help but furrow his brow and subsequently inquired, "Do you have any news about Li Mingchuan?" Jiang Yuanfan shook his head once more, and it was evident that Qin Muyang exhaled in relief. The absence of Li Mingchuan among those injured was a comfort, as it meant he could continue his search. It would be unbearable to discover him, only to find that he had already been bitten. This scenario was far more distressing than directly encountering a zombified Li Mingchuan. For one would witness him gradually losing his human attributes while still conscious, transforming into a terrifying creature. "Where is he?" Qin Muyang asked. Jiang Yuanfan led him into a billiard hall by the roadside, where Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng stood guard at the entrance, one on each side. It became apparent that they were not only vigilant against the zombies wandering the streets, but also wary of the individuals inside potentially succumbing to the same fate. Qin Muyang casually handed the windbreaker he had just retrieved to Liang Dongsheng. Then, wielding an iron rod, he stepped into the interior, with Gao Fei hastily following behind to ensure that should the occupants suddenly turn into zombies, Qin Muyang would not have to confront them alone. Inside, all 6 individuals were feebly slumped against the wall, their bodies leaning haphazardly. Upon entering, Qin Muyang immediately recognized a familiar face among them, the eldest gentleman of the group. A local from the urban village, with whom Qin Muyang had participated in patrols. At that moment, the man exhibited signs of impending unconsciousness. His cheeks were flushed. His breathing labored, and a wheezing sound emanated from his throat, while his limbs trembled slightly. Yet, upon noticing Qin Muyang's arrival, his eyes, which had narrowed to slits, made a valiant effort to open wide. Uncle Qin Muyang crouched beside him, inquiring about the events transpiring in the village. The wall collapsed. At midnight, zombies. A few fragmented words made Qin Muyang grasp the gravity of the situation. The calamity struck at midnight, the wall fell, and the undead infiltrated the village. Did anyone else escape besides you? Qin Muyang asked. Yes. I don't know. Who? The uncle acknowledged the presence of others who had fled, yet he remained oblivious to their identities. This implied that he was equally ignorant of their whereabouts. To confirm his suspicion, Qin Muyang probed further, but indeed, the uncle was unaware of where the escapees had gone. Initially, Qin Muyang intended to inquire whether the uncle had seen Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin during the chaos. But the uncle's statement about not knowing who had fled didn't necessarily indicate he hadn't encountered Li Mingchuan or the others. Had the uncle been present in the village and spotted Li Mingchuan, perhaps Qin Muyang could have deduced his subsequent path. However, before he could pose the question, the uncle's eyes closed forever. Without waiting for a transformation, Qin Muyang pierced through his skull, unwilling to witness a familiar face succumb to the horrors of zombification. Let him depart this world while still retaining his humanity. All that transpired was witnessed by the 5 individuals nearby. They, too, were confronted with death, destined to become zombies themselves. One of the young men suddenly mustered the strength to speak. Brother, lend me a hand. Kill me. I do not wish to become that abomination. I wish to die as a human. Every utterance from him seemed to bear the weight of immense anguish. His body trembling incessantly, perspiration beading upon his brow, and his throat convulsing as though yearning for something elusive. No? Inquired Qin Muyang as he approached. Yes, now. The young man replied, his eyes closing, a faint smile gracing his features. Without hesitation, Qin Muyang raised the iron rod and plunged it into his skull. Taking a life was not a novel experience for him. The last woman met her end in a similarly brutal fashion. Though a pang of sorrow would occasionally tug at his heart during the act, he never faltered. Qin Muyang firmly believed in granting the other a painless departure, ensuring they left this world with some semblance of dignity. Gao Fei, witnessing Qin Muyang's unwavering resolve in dispatching a still human being, was taken aback. Had he been in Qin Muyang's shoes, he certainly would have faltered. After all, this was someone capable of coherent communication. In the bygone society, to take the life of such an individual would have been deemed a crime. Even now, amidst the absence of legal constraints, Gao Fei could not bring himself to commit such an act unless faced with life-threatening circumstances or deep-seated enmity. It was no wonder he willingly chose to follow Qin Muyang. Gao Fei nearly forgot that beneath Qin Muyang's gentle, humorous, and kind exterior lay a resolute, courageous individual with a strong sense of self. Such charisma naturally drew him to traverse the apocalypse alongside Qin Muyang, for only by aligning with someone of his caliber could one hope to survive. As they observed their companion's demise at Qin Muyang's hands, the 2 women nearby began to plead with him, hoping he would grant them a dignified exit. One of the women, still possessing the strength to toss her hair back, revealed her youthful visage. Thank you. Allow me to depart with grace. Chapter 94. The fall. Qin Muyang pierced the skulls of the 2 girls with an iron rod. Of the 6 individuals, only 2 boys remained. One had already succumbed to unconsciousness, likely to transform shortly, while the other remained awake but silent, resolute in his determination. Qin Muyang inquired, "And you?" I wish to live," the boy replied with a tone of self-mockery. "You have arrived a bit too late. Just let me die this way. To become a zombie, wandering aimlessly. Perhaps becoming a zombie does not mean the complete loss of oneself." Thus, Qin Muyang sheathed the iron rod. He understood that if he were to encounter the zombie this boy would become, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. Though the rescue efforts in the pavilion seemed ultimately in vain, it was at least reassuring to know that some had escaped from the urban village. It was not a total loss. Without even a glance at the boy, Qin Muyang stated, "One person, one item. You carry mine for now." He then proceeded forward. Zhang Yuan Fan, upon observing Qin Muyang's expression, chose silence and followed closely behind. The 4 continued to advance in their habitual formation, though this time Qin Muyang did not specify their destination. In truth, he himself was uncertain of where to go. He had no idea where to find Li Mingchuan and Zhang Jin, nor did he know if Lin Yu was still alive. Yet, they had to move forward. To survive meant to forge ahead, regardless of the destination. Liang Dongsheng cautiously glanced at Qin Muyang's back, as if wary of any unseen eyes lurking behind him. He then whispered to Gao Fei he just killed someone. Although Gao Fei had witnessed Qin Muyang commit murder moments earlier, he gradually came to terms with it. Considering that the victim was on the verge of becoming a zombie, and that it was others who urged Qin Muyang to take action, it was evident that Qin Muyang must have felt immense pressure and struggled internally. Thus, Gao Fei remarked to Liang Dongsheng, "This isn't the first time. Didn't he mention before that he had killed a woman? The one who was cradling a zombie baby." Liang Dongsheng replied, "But he just killed someone. Right in front of us." Gao Fei responded, "Ah, true. So what?" Liang Dongsheng continued, "If I were to make a move, would he not kill me as well?" Gao Fei retorted, "You wouldn't need him to do it. I could take care of that myself." Of course, Gao Fei was boasting, yet Liang Dongsheng took it seriously. He shifted aside, saying, "I was just joking. How could I possibly engage in any underhanded schemes? I aim to be the ever-diligent donkey within our team." As he spoke, he hefted his backpack, which was stuffed with several extra jackets. Ahead, Jiang Yuanfan finally caught up with Qin Muyang, positioning himself beside him rather than behind. "You're tired," Jiang Yuanfan stated abruptly. "We want to be moving today. Let us find a place to rest." He pulled Qin Muyang slightly. Sensing that the team's intellectual pillar seemed to have something to say, and the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, Gao Fei and Liang Dongsheng deliberately lagged behind by several meters. "I know you consider Li Mingchuan a brother. He and Zhang Jin saved you during your most difficult times. However, one must approach matters gradually," Jiang Yuanfan remarked. "It is unwise to act while engulfed in emotion." He refrained from offering comfort to Qin Muyang by assuring him that Li Mingchuan and the others would be safe. Instead, he pointed out that Qin Muyang's emotional state was detrimental to his decision-making. Jiang understood that without witnessing the situation firsthand, no conclusions could be drawn about Li Mingchuan and his companions. Moreover, Qin Muyang was not the type to find solace in baseless reassurances. Qin Muyang valued pragmatism above all. His current turmoil stemmed from the recent act of taking lives, specifically, those on the brink of becoming zombies. He could not help but think that Li Mingchuan and the others might also be facing a similar plight, perhaps wounded by the undead and on the verge of transformation. While it was merely speculation, the possibility alone gnawed at his conscience. He was torn between concern for his friends, the weight of his recent actions, and the escalating peril of their world. As a result, Qin Muyang found himself enveloped in a profound melancholy. This world had indeed deteriorated to such an extent that a mere university student like him was compelled to take lives, liberating others from the specter of undead existence. Although he was still a student, fate had thrust him into a reality where he had to confront matters he had never dared to contemplate before. How he longed to possess the carefree demeanor of Gao Fei or Liang Dongsheng, or the calm rationality of Jiang Yuanfan. Casting a glance at Jiang Yuanfan, he resolved to shield his companions from worry and preserve their spirits. He spoke slowly. "Let us take a moment to rest and partake of some sustenance before continuing our journey." After a brief pause, he added, "I am fine. I will recover soon." Jiang Yuanfan immediately sought refuge in a relatively clean flower bed by the roadside, while Gao Fei quickly sat beside him and whispered, "Is old Qin all right?" When Qin Muyang adopted a serious demeanor, Gao Fei found Jiang Yuanfan, who maintained a poker face, to be more approachable. Qin Muyang moved aside to eat, wishing to shield them from his own emotional turmoil, not wanting them to witness the grimace on his face as he swallowed, akin to consuming poison. Liang Dongsheng stood nearby, contemplating whether he should express his concern to Qin Muyang. After all, as a member of this team, he ought to appear somewhat like one of their own. He realized he could not merely play the fool. He must occasionally embody a human. Yet, Liang Dongsheng could not grasp the source of Qin Muyang's distress. He perceived Qin Muyang as formidable, capable of navigating a city overrun by zombies, unafraid to kill, and daring enough to seek out others. He was at a loss as to how to offer support. Nevertheless, Liang Dongsheng gradually made his way to Qin Muyang's side. Just as Liang Dongsheng opened his mouth, a sudden, crisp sound emanated from the building above them. Crack! The sound of something shattering echoed. Both Qin Muyang and he instinctively looked up. They beheld a cascade of glass shards raining down like a tempest, reflecting a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. Accompanying the descent of the glass fragments were several zombies. Above them, in the mysterious floors of the building whose purpose remained unknown. The floor-to-ceiling glass shattered under the relentless pressure of countless zombies, who then plummeted downwards like acrobats diving from a high board. Qin Muyang's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped, bellowing, "Get out of the way!" In that instant, Gao Fei, upon hearing Qin Muyang's cry, sprang up from the flower bed, seizing Zhang Yuanfan by the collar and nearly flinging him away from the impending reign of the undead. The sheer number of zombies rendered a head-on confrontation impossible. The only viable strategy was one that Qin Muyang had reiterated countless times. If you cannot fight, then flee. Chapter 95. Old Zhang. The four of them sprinted frantically. However, due to the initial distance between them, the falling zombies landed precisely in their midst, causing the group to split into two factions, each racing in divergent directions. Qin Muyang and Liang Dongsheng forged ahead, while Gao Fei dragged Zhang Yuanfan back along their original path. There was no time to ponder the details. Survival was the undeniable priority. "Stay close to me. Don't get left behind," Qin Muyang urged Liang Dongsheng as they ran. Liang Dongsheng, desperately keeping pace with the athletically trained Qin Muyang, gasped. "What about the other two? Gao Fei possesses combat prowess, and Zhang Yuanfan has intelligence. They will be fine," Qin Muyang reassured him, confident they would reunite. For now, their focus was on evading the relentless horde of zombies. As they conversed while fleeing, the unsettling sound of zombies crashing to the ground echoed behind them. It was impossible to ascertain just how many zombies were above. It seemed as though they were falling like rain, unending and relentless. The fallen zombies, as long as their brains and legs remain unharmed, can rise again in pursuit of the living. Despite having severed hands, crooked necks, or even bent bodies, they continue to stagger forward, relentlessly chasing after any sign of life. What a monstrous sight. Hai Fei felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced back at a zombie, its body mangled and torn by shards of glass. Yet it relentlessly pursued him with a frenzied determination. This creature felt no pain and feared nothing. What could he possibly use to contend with such a horror? The only option was to flee, run swiftly, for shaking them off was the best strategy. Zhang Yuanfan could not keep pace with Hai Fei, who had no choice but to grasp him tightly and propel him forward. The numerous watches adorning his arm were cumbersome, thus, he had no alternative but to remove them one by one, discarding them along the way. With each watch he tossed aside, he lamented the loss of 200,000. In the end, only one remained, encrusted with jewels, exuding an ostentatious aura. "It was you, old Jiang. Had it been Liang Dongsheng, I would have thrown it away without hesitation. As long as I could outrun him, my chances of survival would increase by 90%. While running, Hai Fei couldn't help but voice his sarcasm, embodying the demeanor of an overzealous school administrator. After parting ways with Qin Muyang, only the two of them remained. Zhang Yuanfan felt a sense of responsibility for Hai Fei, reminiscent of their days in school. Consequently, his naturally serious demeanor grew even more pronounced. Acknowledging the truth in Zhang Yuanfan's sentiments, Hai Fei chose to remain silent, focusing instead on dragging him along in their desperate escape. With old Qin absent, I now bear the mantle of our team's martial prowess. I am invaluable, I am remarkable, and I am certain I shall prevail. As Gao Fei ran, he fervently encouraged himself within. However, burdened by the presence of another, his speed was somewhat hindered, and the relentless horde of zombies pursued them ever more closely. It remained unclear whether these zombies were drawn from the square by Qin Muyang or attracted by his singing. Nevertheless, their numbers were considerable. Soon, Gao Fei and Zhang Yuanfan found themselves ensnared in a perilous predicament, flanked by the frenzied zombies behind and those wandering in from elsewhere ahead, effectively encircled. A sheen of sweat broke upon Gao Fei's brow, not from exertion but from anxiety. In such a dire situation, escape seemed implausible. It appeared that today would mark our end. The mere thought of being overwhelmed by the throng of zombies, torn apart bite by bite, filled Gao Fei with a sense of bitter resignation. Yet, what could be done about such despair? It was now too late to flee. He felt profoundly pessimistic. Old Jiang, if we are to meet our demise today, let it be together. At least I shan't perish alone in this desolation. Just as he braced for the inevitable, a flicker of hope ignited within Gao Fei. In a sudden rush, he felt as if he had been given a second chance, propelling forward like a gust of wind, surpassing Zhang Yuanfan. Indeed, a mere 50 meters behind them, what greeted the street was not a shop, but a towering wall. In his earlier haste, Gao Fei had overlooked this detail, while Jiang Yuanfan, vigilant as ever, had been mentally mapping the terrain and analyzing its potential. If they could just scale the wall, salvation would be within reach. Gao Fei dashed forward with exuberance, effortlessly leaping onto the wall and vaulting over to the other side. Indeed, it was an abandoned factory, with weeds towering over him, yet not a single zombie in sight. Amidst the tall grass lay many structures belonging to the factory that Gao Fei could not decipher. As he pushed aside the foliage, intending to examine those edifices closely, he suddenly recalled that Jiang Yuanfan had been left behind on the other side of the wall, and that Jiang Yuanfan was not capable of climbing walls. A cold sweat broke out on Gao Fei's brow. In his urgency, he had completely forgotten about this matter, mistakenly considering Jiang Yuanfan akin to teammates like Qin Muyang or Liang Dongsheng, who could scale walls unaided. Jiang Yuanfan's composure and intellect had caused Gao Fei to overlook his shortcomings, his lack of physical prowess, and his struggles with climbing. Two hordes of zombies were nearing convergence. At that moment, Gao Fei noticed the wall before him tremble, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed. A figure plummeted from the wall, engulfed by the swirling dust. "Old Jiang," Gao Fei shouted. "Run. Don't worry about me, just go." Jiang Yuanfan's voice emerged from the haze, his condition obscured. Gao Fei realized that zombies were already surging over the fallen wall, charging towards him. He wanted to flee, but he was loath to abandon Jiang Yuanfan. As the zombies lunged at him, he dispatched a few with the crowbar in his hand and shouted again, "Old Jiang, I told you to run. I have my own plans." Gao Fei hesitated for a moment, witnessing more zombies flooding towards him. He swiftly turned and fled deeper into the forsaken factory. If old Jiang asserted he had a plan, then surely he must have one. He will undoubtedly escape. Though his physical prowess is lacking, his intelligence is remarkable. As Gao Fei evaded the pursuing zombies, thoughts raced through his mind. Without the burden of dragging the living Jiang Yuanfan along, he swiftly outpaced the undead. Leaning against a wall to catch his breath, he pondered the calamity that had unfolded. The wall had crumbled, and instead of Jiang Yuanfan rushing through, it was the zombies that surged forth. Thus, it was clear that old Jiang had been surrounded. Chapter 96. Trapped beyond that wall lay a street. What could old Jiang possibly do? He was utterly cornered, deceiving himself into believing he had an escape route. Perhaps, even as he spoke, he had already been bitten by a zombie and had succumbed to transformation. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, he could not possibly vanquish them alone. Even if old Jiang were lost, it was imperative to locate his body, to find the zombie he had become. Gao Fei trudged forward in a daze, turmoil roiling within him. He recalled the outbreak's early days when old Jiang never once expressed disdain for his perceived foolishness. Instead, he had adeptly guided him through myriad challenges, never entertaining the notion of abandoning him. Yet now, he had inadvertently lost old Jiang. If only, during the climb over the wall, he had paused to consider him, the outcome would surely have been different. He would have done as he had before, allowing Jiang to climb upon his shoulders, ensuring their simultaneous escape. Instead, he had scaled the wall alone, leaving old Jiang to exert every ounce of strength to ascend, only to witness that old wall collapse, casting him into the horde of zombies. Why, of all places, did it have to be the dilapidated wall of an abandoned factory? Had that factory not been abandoned, the wall would undoubtedly have stood pristine and resilient, allowing the old Jiang to escape successfully. Yet, it was a cruel irony that he had forgotten Jiang's inability to scale walls, and that the wall itself was, regrettably, quite dilapidated. Gao Fei's mind was a chaotic whirlpool. Utterly disoriented, unsure of his own whereabouts, he wandered aimlessly forward, eliminating any zombies that crossed his path and evading those he could not defeat. As dusk descended, he ultimately found himself in a parking lot, where he hastily selected a vehicle with an unlocked door and sought refuge inside. The scene of the wall's collapse replayed in his mind like a relentless film, with Jiang's urgent voice urging him to flee echoing in his ears. Night had fully enveloped the landscape, and zombies began to wander into the parking lot, their chilling growls reverberating ominously. Occasionally, a zombie would inadvertently collide with a car, causing it to shake violently. One vehicle even emitted a continuous alarm, attracting a multitude of the undead. Under ordinary circumstances, such a scene would have instilled fear in Gao Fei. However, today, he found himself in a rather dismal state of mind. Confronted by the throngs of zombies outside his window, he felt no trepidation, even contemplating that should they devour him at that moment, he would not flinch. Of course, This was merely his perception. He was not foolish enough to open the door or make any sounds that might draw the zombies' attention. Fortunately, the night was exceptionally dark. Otherwise, the sheer number of zombies gathered could have robbed him of sleep. In the dead of night, the incessant blaring of the alarm finally ceased, and Gao Fei succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber. When he roused from his sleep, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. As he opened his eyes, he was met face to face with a ghastly visage resembling that of a colossal zombie, causing him to flinch in terror. Outside the car, a zombie was pressed against the glass, scrutinizing the interior with its murky gaze. Remaining utterly still, Gao Fei feigned sleep while cautiously peering at the creature. The zombie lingered on the window for approximately 3 to 4 minutes before meandering away at a sluggish pace. It was only then that Gao Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him as he glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning. Upon his arrival the previous day, the parking lot had been overrun with weeds and suffused with an eerie silence, yet now it teemed with a throng of zombies, their mere presence trampling the weeds into submission. It seemed that these creatures had been drawn to the cacophony of the vehicle's alarm the previous night. At that moment, Gao Fei had not perceived the gravity of the situation, but now, with a clearer view of the external chaos, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Fortuitously, the zombies had not overturned the vehicle he occupied. It was a stroke of luck that the car had long since run out of power, rendering it incapable of emitting any further alarms regardless of how it was jostled. With a heavy sigh, Gao Fei resigned himself to the realization that he would be confined to this parking lot and this vehicle for the foreseeable future. Given his limited abilities, it was utterly implausible for him to venture out directly amidst the throng of zombies. He could only bide his time until the creatures dispersed, thus granting him a chance to escape. Moreover, during this waiting period, he would need to tread cautiously, ensuring that no movements within the vehicle drew the attention of the zombies, lest they launch an immediate attack. If a multitude of zombies were to assail a vehicle simultaneously, regardless of its sturdiness, it is inevitable that damage would ensue, leading one to a state of utter despair. This scenario might have mirrored the predicament faced by Lao Jiang when he fell from the wall yesterday, surrounded by countless zombies, with no escape in sight. The mere thought of Jiang Yuanfan filled Gao Fei with unease, somewhat diminishing his trepidation towards the external chaos. He regained his composure and methodically began to dismantle the seat covers within the vehicle, draping them over the windshield and windows. This strategy would not only mitigate his constant gaze upon the zombies, which could incite psychological distress, but also obscure the presence of any living beings from the undead outside. With the glass now obscured, the interior of the car grew dimmer, thereby enhancing his sense of security. Gao Fei commenced an inventory of his provisions to assess how long he could endure. Ultimately, he discovered that should he remain trapped here by tomorrow, he would face a dire shortage of water. Jiang Yuanfan had previously mentioned the necessity of consuming no less than 500 milliliters of water daily, lest one risk dehydration or even death. Presently, Gao Fei possessed 2.5 bottles of mineral water, each containing 550 milliliters. If he were still confined here by tomorrow, he would be left with merely half a bottle. Moreover, his food supplies would suffice for only 3 days. Should he manage to escape by the 3rd day, he would need to swiftly seek additional sustenance and hydration. Anxiety began to envelop him. The ever-optimistic Gao Fei finally experienced the weight of the pressure and anxiety that Qin Muyang had often imparted upon them during their travels. In the evening, one must seek a secure place to rest, while the daytime route must not only be safe, but also provide access to essential supplies. In the face of various emergencies, one must devise diverse solutions. In this apocalyptic world, survival without companions is indeed daunting. I wonder how Qin Muyang managed to traverse the entire city alone, journeying from the Second People's Hospital to Beishan University. When he recounted his experiences, Gao Fei felt as though he were listening to a tale. Now, he has come to a profound understanding. Chapter 97. Missed opportunities. Around 2 in the afternoon, the number of zombies showed no significant change. Several zombies appeared to take an interest in the vehicle Gao Fei occupied, circling it multiple times. Gao Fei held his breath, fearful that the zombies might detect the presence of a living person inside the car. Those minutes felt like the longest of his life, even as if they could determine his fate. Once the zombies departed, he exhaled deeply in relief. By 4 in the afternoon, the number of zombies remained unchanged. Sitting in the car, Gao Fei munched on biscuits and sipped water, his gaze vacant as he peered through the partially obscured window at the wandering undead outside. As the clock approached 5, he felt on the brink of despair. Confined in such a cramped space, rationing food and water, with no one to converse with and the constant threat of being discovered by zombies. Who could withstand such a predicament? Gao Fei rummaged through the car for anything useful, uncovering an unfinished summer assignment, a pack of tissues, a wrench, a few pieces of gum, half a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter. Gao Fei pondered whether the habit of smoking, often adopted by those burdened with worries, genuinely served to alleviate negative emotions. Intrigued, he retrieved a cigarette and lit it. As an athlete, he had never indulged in smoking and had only consumed a modest amount of alcohol, so his curiosity about cigarettes was piqued. Boredom often leads one astray. After taking his first puff, he was nearly choked, struggling to breathe, yet he refrained from coughing, suppressing the urge until his face flushed crimson. How could anyone find pleasure in such a thing? Gao Fei found it incomprehensible. He promptly extinguished the cigarette. However, the vehicle was already enveloped in a haze of smoke, irritating his nose and eyes. He discreetly cracked open the car door to expel the acrid fumes. Fortunately, the zombies were primarily attracted to the scent of blood or living beings, so they paid no heed to the sudden cloud of smoke emanating from the car. And none approached. Gao Fei secured the door once more and leaned back in silence, gazing through the window at the unchanging scenery outside. Soon, darkness would descend again. He could not even sigh audibly, only allowing silent lamentations to echo in his heart. Through the narrow gap between the vehicle and the zombies, he spotted 2 survivors clad in matching jackets stealthily passing by. They moved swiftly and with agility, clearly aware of the zombies lurking in the parking lot, fearful of alerting them. Upon recognizing those figures, a melody of fortune began to play in Gao Fei's mind. It was Qin Mu Yang and Liang Dongsheng. The jackets they wore were familiar, as were Qin Mu Yang's nimble movements, which Gao Fei recognized all too well. It was evident that Qin Mu Yang could not wait for his rendezvous with Jiang Yuan Fan and had come directly. The zombie struggled for a while but failed to approach, gradually forgetting that it had seemingly discovered the presence of humans. Gao Fei's mind raced, contemplating how to avoid alarming these zombies while simultaneously informing Qin Mu Yang of his whereabouts. With so many zombies around, any disturbance would undoubtedly thwart Qin Mu Yang and Liang Dongsheng's efforts, and he himself might not escape the parking lot unscathed. Qin Mu Yang was no deity. Gao Fei could not afford to engage in any reckless actions that might attract their attention. Previously, Jiang Yuan Fan had caught Qin Mu Yang's eye by utilizing the reflective surface of polished stainless steel, but now he found himself bereft of reflective objects. And with the sun nearing its descent, there was little light to illuminate this area. As he watched Qin Mu Yang and Liang Dongsheng prepare to depart, Gao Fei felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead in desperation. Suddenly, he caught sight of the half-empty pack of cigarettes he had tossed beneath the car seat, and an ingenious plan began to take shape in his mind. How clever I am, he silently praised himself. He retrieved a pack of tissues from the car, ignited it with his lighter, and swiftly threw it out of the window. Instantly, wisps of smoke began to rise, starkly contrasting against the setting sun. Gao Fei hoped that the smoke would catch the attention of Qin Mu Yang and his companions, leading them to discover that someone was concealed within the vehicle. However, the pack of tissues only produced smoke for a brief moment before it ignited fiercely, transforming into a roaring flame. Several zombies began to inch closer. But before they could reach the burning tissue, it was already reduced to ashes. The fluffy, dry toilet paper, combined with the plastic packaging, ignited swiftly, burning fiercely without hesitation. Gao Fei collapsed onto the car seat, feeling utterly helpless. Qin Mu Yang and Liang Dongsheng sprinted ahead, realizing that the horde of zombies was primarily pursuing Gao Fei and Jiang Yuan Fan. Thus, Qin Mu Yang had no choice but to create louder noises to divert the attention of the undead. Although Liang Dongsheng lacked proficiency in dealing with zombies, his stamina was far from inadequate. A mere chase would not overwhelm him. On the other hand, Jiang Yuan Fan was rather feeble, and if a large number of zombies were to pursue him, he was likely to fall behind. Unable to assist directly, Qin Mu Yang resorted to this strategy to alleviate the pressure on Jiang Yuan Fan and his companions. Little did he know that soon, Jiang Yuan Fan and Gao Fei would find themselves caught in a pincer movement. He continued to attract the zombies while urging Liang Dongsheng to run ahead. This part of the street was unfamiliar to him, yet he had a basic understanding from the map. After navigating a few turns and crossing a fountain square, They managed to completely shake off the pursuing zombies. They had entered a new area. At this juncture, Qin Muyang paused to allow Liang Dongsheng a moment to recover. Exhausted to the point of speechlessness, Liang Dongsheng nonetheless gestured to express his concern for Gao Fei and Jiang Yuanfan. Upon checking the map, Qin Muyang realized that they were likely increasing their distance from Gao Fei, as they had been running in almost the opposite direction. However, during their earlier sprint, he had seized the opportunity to leave behind the symbol Gao Fei, referred to as the path ahead seeks the sun. The symbol is simple and quick to draw, and Qin Muyang believes that Gao Fei must have noticed it and would bring Jiang Yuanfan along. Chapter 98, Passing Through. However, by noon the following day, Qin Muyang had yet to see Gao Fei and the others arrive. This shouldn't be the case. Qin Muyang scratched his head. Even if Gao Fei was uncertain about the next steps, Jiang Yuanfan would surely suggest heading in this direction. They should have discovered the symbols they left behind by now. Yet, so much time had passed, they should have made their way here by crawling if necessary. Unless something unfortunate had occurred. Liang Dongsheng immediately nodded in agreement. Qin Muyang possessed formidable combat skills, and Liang Dongxing was not the type to require constant protection, thus they encountered no trouble as they pressed forward. They reached the spot where they had parted ways with Gao Fei yesterday, yet still saw no sign of the two. A sense of foreboding lingered in the hearts of both Qin Muyang and Liang Dongxing, though neither voiced their concerns. Following the traces left by Gao Fei, Qin Muyang observed fallen zombies and the watch discarded by Gao Fei along the way. Upon reaching the wall, Qin Muyang sensed something was amiss. It appeared they had been besieged by two groups of zombies here. Qin Muyang remarked. Liang Dongsheng's heart sank, especially upon seeing the troubled expression on Qin Muyang's face. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that the two of them were bitten? Qin Muyang shook his head. It shouldn't be that easy. Look at this wall. They must have attempted to climb over it, resulting in its collapse due to its dilapidated state. As Qin Muyang continued his analysis, he suddenly noticed a brick stained with fresh blood. This is human blood, Qin Muyang remarked. The small pool of blood appeared as though it had been licked by a zombie, clearly not belonging to one of the undead. Have they been injured? Liang Dongsheng inquired. It seems so. Qin Muyang's mind raced as he endeavored to reconstruct a plausible scenario from the unfolding scene. He envisioned Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei scaling the wall together, only for it to collapse, resulting in minor injuries that were not severe enough to hinder their escape. If their wounds had been grave, the ground would not bear merely this small amount of blood. The wall's downfall was fortuitous, providing them an avenue of escape from the encircling zombies. Qin Muyang pointed toward the direction of the abandoned factory. They can only flee that way. Let's go. To evade the two hordes of zombies encircling them, they had to delve deeper into the factory. Qin Muyang's deductions were accurate. Though he had not anticipated that contact with Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei had already been lost at this juncture, particularly with Jiang Yuanfan. Liang Dongsheng trailed closely behind Qin Muyang, exerting himself to keep pace. He had once harbored a deep-seated fear of Qin Muyang, particularly after witnessing him commit murder. That terror was not easily dispelled. Yet, at this moment, observing Qin Muyang's relentless determination for the sake of his comrades, who seemed to pause for no respite, Liang Dongsheng was struck by a sense of both valor and a glimmer of humanity emanating from Qin Muyang. This left him with a peculiar feeling towards him. However, preoccupied with concern for Gao Fei's safety, Liang Dongsheng did not dwell on his own discomfort. The grass had been trampled extensively by the horde of zombies, obscuring the traces of Jiang Yuanfan and his companions. However, following the traces left by the zombies is never a mistake, as they invariably pursue the living, Qin Muyang remarked. The road did not clearly reveal the multitude of tracks left by the advancing undead, yet there were unmistakable signs of Gao Fei's path, marked by the slain zombies. Gao Fei honed his skills under Qin Muyang's tutelage, allowing Qin to easily discern the technique employed. He could identify the specific zombies Gao Fei had dispatched, ensuring they would not misattribute the actions of other survivors to him. Yet, as they proceeded, Qin Muyang increasingly sensed something amiss. Why had they ventured onto such a treacherous path? Jiang Yuanfan would scarcely opt for such a route. Was there a deeper significance that escaped my notice? Why were all the zombies they encountered along the way eliminated solely by Gao Fei, with Jiang Yuanfan not engaging even once? Was he injured, rendering him unable to fight? What exactly was Jiang Yuanfan up to, and why had he strayed so far? As they pressed on, Qin Muyang and Liang Dongsheng found themselves moving further away, the evening drawing ever closer. The air grew slightly chillier, prompting the two to don the windbreakers Qin had earlier procured, and they continued their pursuit. Upon passing an abandoned parking lot, Qin Muyang immediately spotted the dense congregation of zombies within. He crouched low and quietly cautioned Liang Dongsheng. There are numerous zombies in the parking lot. Proceed with caution and haste. Thus, the two adeptly maneuvered past the outer perimeter. During the course of events, Qin Muyang seemed to catch a whiff of something burning. Yet he did not dwell on it. After all, the overwhelming presence of zombies made it unwise to linger in contemplation. He felt compelled to move swiftly. However, a sense of unease began to creep in. The farther they traversed, the more perplexing it became that no markers had been left behind. Were it not for his unwavering trust in Gao Fei and Jiang Yuan Fan, his closest companions, Qin Muyang might have suspected that they were deliberately eluding him. How could they be running so far without leaving a single trace? Even the most skilled debtor would not possess such an aptitude for concealment. Qin Muyang began to ponder whether something was amiss. Then, he recalled the parking lot they had just passed. Outside the parking lot, he had witnessed a zombie dispatched by Gao Fei. That technique was unmistakably his. Thus, prior to arriving at the parking lot, Qin Muyang was certain he had not miscalculated his pursuit. Yet, beyond the parking lot, it seemed he had not encountered any more zombies eliminated by Gao Fei. Just earlier, he had taken down several. It was illogical that Gao Fei and the others would have encountered none. Wait, a realization struck Qin Muyang. He had overlooked something crucial. The scent of burning. As they passed the parking lot, he had indeed detected the smell of something ablaze. In this apocalypse, it certainly could not be zombies setting anything on fire. Chapter 99. Ascending the stairs, Liang Dongsheng remained unaware that, within mere minutes, Qin Muyang's mind had already unraveled a multitude of thoughts. He only recognized that within their group, the words of Jiang Yuan Fan and Qin Muyang were of utmost importance. Listening to their counsel could very well be a matter of life and death. On the return journey, zombies were already wandering about, and dusk was approaching, with their activity levels noticeably higher than during the day. Since the outbreak, their behavioral patterns had undergone significant changes. They had shifted from being nearly inactive in daylight to exhibiting considerable vigor even in the sunlit hours. One could only wonder if a day would come when the undead would roam as freely in daylight as they did under the cover of night, rendering humans too fearful to venture outside even in the daytime. The scent of something burning that Qin Muyang had detected earlier had completely dissipated. From a distance, the parking lot appeared to be a realm inhabited solely by the undead, devoid of any signs of life. However, Qin Muyang's conviction diverged. He believed that the earlier scent was a desperate signal from Jiang Yuanfan and Gao Fei, who were hiding within the parking lot. The lifeless zombie at the entrance was undoubtedly a victim of Gao Fei's hand. As Qin Muyang pondered how to ascertain whether Jiang Yuanfan and the others were trapped inside, Liang Dongsheng suggested, "What about the survival whistle?" He vividly recalled seeing Qin Muyang use the whistle in the square to communicate with the survivors in the pavilion. Yet, Qin Muyang dismissed this idea, citing the current heightened activity of the zombies. The sound of the whistle could pose a significant threat to their safety. Their location was precarious, and blowing the whistle might lead to being surrounded. Qin Muyang scanned the area, finally fixing his gaze on the office building across the parking lot. It was a newly constructed edifice, with an occupancy rate below 10% prior to the outbreak, thus posing minimal risk. He resolved to sneak into the office building and ascend to a higher floor to survey the situation within the parking lot. While the daylight still lingered, they seized the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the layout and specifics of the parking lot. Beneath the office building, there was a pet supply store. Qin Muyang, perceiving no imminent danger within, whimsically decided to explore the establishment. After all, the items within any shop could potentially serve their purpose. It was merely a diversion on their path, and perhaps they might stumble upon something of interest. Indeed, this detour proved fruitful, as Qin Muyang discovered a laser pointer designed for entertaining pets, prompting an immediate plan to form in his mind. Meanwhile, Liang Dongsheng was fixated on the numerous cans of pet food, inquiring, "Can humans consume this?" The contents appeared to be substantial chunks of meat, and the labels proclaimed freshness. Qin Muyang glanced at Liang Dongsheng's eager expression and replied, "It is edible, but unnecessary." However, Liang Dongsheng only registered the words "can eat," and promptly seized a can, prying it open. Instantly, a pungent odor pervaded the pet supply store. "Why is it so foul?" he exclaimed, noting the label's claim of freshness. Qin Muyang, with the laser pointer in hand, exited the shop. Liang Dongsheng, somewhat disheartened, discarded the can and followed Qin Muyang toward the office building. Bathed in the hues of the setting sun, the office building, with its notably low occupancy rate, appeared eerie and foreboding. Despite its pristine condition, the absence of wear and furnishings rendered it reminiscent of a room from a horror film, one that endlessly loops with no escape. Liang Dongsheng felt an overwhelming urge to cling to Qin Muyang's back, fearing that at any moment he might vanish from sight. Fortunately, such a fate did not befall them. Qin Muyang discovered the evacuation plan on the first floor, then chose to retrace his steps. Upon locating the fire escape, he ascended the stairs without hesitation. The interior of the fire escape was shrouded in darkness and silence, and Liang Dongsheng, trailing behind, couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of being silently pursued, as if a cold hand were poised to rest upon his shoulder at any moment. The more he pondered, the more his fear intensified, compelling him to rush ahead of Qin Muyang. Unaware of Liang Dongsheng's trepidation, Qin Muyang assumed he was merely eager to grasp the situation and therefore hastened his pace to the front. Yet, even as the lead, Liang Dongsheng felt an unshakable unease. He was haunted by the thought that should he glance back, Qin Muyang might have vanished entirely, or perhaps, upon turning, he would be confronted not by Qin Muyang, but by a grotesque, terrifying visage poised to invade his space. Moreover, he was uncertain if some monstrous entity awaited him further up the staircase. Perhaps around the next bend lurked a creature ready to ambush. His heart raced, pounding as though it were about to leap from his chest. Suddenly, he spotted Qin Muyang crouched at the rear, his face turned toward the ground, engaged in a most peculiar manner. Overcome with fright, Liang Dongsheng let out a startled yelp. Qin Muyang sprang up, his iron rod swiftly adopting a defensive stance. "What is going on?" Liang Dongsheng replied. "You startled me." Fortunately, the office building was sufficiently vast and empty. Otherwise, his outcry would surely have attracted a horde of zombies. "I think I'll stay behind you. I need the reassurance of your presence." With that, Liang Dongsheng quietly returned to his position behind Qin Muyang. Fortunately, this uncomfortable situation came to an end after a mere 2 minutes. Qin Muyang pushed open a fire door on the staircase and entered the corridor within. He opted for an unrenovated office with a favorable view and proceeded directly to the window. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, he beheld the entirety of the parking lot across the way. It was a ground-level parking facility, boasting 200 or 300 parking spaces, nearly filled to capacity with vehicles. Between the cars, an abundance of zombies crowded, and from his vantage point above, only their rounded heads were visible, resembling matchsticks protruding from the ground. With so many zombies present, if Jiang Yuan Fan and his companions were truly trapped within, their lives would hang by a thread. Given old Zhang's intellect, how could he possibly have ventured into such a perilous location? Qin Muyang found himself perplexed. Even spending the night in a nearby office building would be preferable to sheltering in the parking lot. Had old Jiang truly regressed? Or was he unconscious, having been led there by Gao Fei? Alternatively, had they already joined the ranks of the undead? Qin Muyang could not accept that notion. If they were indeed in the parking lot, they must be hiding within the vehicles, right? Liang Dongsheng inquired, eyeing the unsettling zombies across the way. Qin Muyang nodded. That must be the case. With so many cars, how could we discern which one they are concealed within? How could we communicate with them? Qin Muyang glanced westward. Once the sun sets, there will be a way. Liang Dongsheng did not fully comprehend, but chose to trust him. If they were truly trapped in the car, while eating and drinking could be managed, what about the necessity of relieving themselves? Qin Muyang was utterly exasperated. Questions can be obscure, but let them not be absurd. Their lives hang in the balance. How could you conjure such a nonsensical query? Liang Dongsheng replied, I apologize. I shall remain silent henceforth. From this day, I am but a donkey, laboring without utterance. This was prompted by his recollection of Qin Muyang's lethal demeanor. Qin Muyang sighed. Nightfall approaches. May my strategy bear fruit. Liang Dongsheng remained silent, still oblivious to the nature of Qin Muyang's plan. Unlike Jiang Yuan Fan, who seemed to intuitively grasp Qin Muyang's ideas even before they were fully articulated. Liang Dongsheng, you are not a donkey. You are our comrade. During the lull as they awaited darkness, Qin Muyang suddenly declared, let us not remain timid henceforth. Voice your thoughts. We do not regard you merely as a laborer. You are a brother to whom we can entrust our backs. Do you understand? Ever since Liang Dongsheng risked his life to save Jiang Yuan Fan, Qin Muyang had regarded him as a brother. Touched by Qin Muyang's words, Liang Dongxing asked. Then can you reveal to me what your strategy entails? Qin Muyang produced a laser pointer, obtained at no cost from a pet supply store, and said, "This is it." At that moment, the sun had descended below the horizon, shrouding everything in a hazy twilight. Qin Muyang activated the laser pointer, projecting a beam of green light towards the parking lot across from them. His strategy was deceptively simple. Under the cover of darkness, he would use a laser pointer to illuminate the vehicles across the way. With over 200 cars, he would shine the light on each one. If Jiang Yuanfan and his companions were indeed trapped within a particular vehicle, they would undoubtedly catch sight of the laser's glow and would strive to ascertain its source. Liang Dongxing finally comprehended Qin Muyang's intention. It was straightforward and candid, yet he had not considered it himself. He scratched his head, realizing that if he did not keep pace with individuals like Jiang Yuanfan or Qin Muyang, he would inevitably succumb in this apocalyptic world. What was initially a tool for amusing animals or a toy for children had been transformed by Qin Muyang into something remarkably useful, and Liang Dongxing's admiration was unmistakable. In the parking lot across the way, Gao Fei had long since reclined in the back seat, surrendering to slumber. Trapped in such a predicament, he could conceive of no other activity but to sleep. Remaining awake would only lead to a torrent of anxious thoughts, exacerbated by the throngs of zombies that surrounded them. By drifting off, he could evade the weight of such concerns, at least momentarily, and alleviate the fear of suddenly losing his composure and bursting through the car door into a horde of the undead. With the windows obscured, he was spared the jarring sight of a zombie's visage, allowing him to perceive the low, guttural moans as mere background music to the night, reminiscent of the sounds of classmates exercising during school, which would lull him into a deeper slumber. Within this foreboding environment, Gao Fei surprisingly fell asleep. Even dreaming of Qin Muyang seeking him out, brandishing a flashlight and incessantly waving it before his face, as if to determine whether he was merely feigning sleep. Awakening abruptly from a dream so vivid, Gao Fei found himself enveloped in a peculiar green light. For several moments, he remained bewildered, until the beam shifted, revealing that indeed, he was illuminated by this ethereal glow. However, the green light soon began to dance upon the nearby vehicle. Understanding that this illumination must be of human origin, he instinctively turned his gaze toward the source. The darkness was overwhelming, rendering everything invisible, compelling him to press his face against the car window in an attempt to discern the nature of this light. The verdant radiance shifted incessantly across the adjacent car, oscillating rhythmically as if engaged in a precise movement. Overcome by curiosity, Gao Fei found himself tracing the light's path with his palm. After a few minutes of this whimsical endeavor, the green glow transitioned to another vehicle, following the same trajectory. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he pondered the purpose behind this spectacle. Swiftly, he sketched the pattern he had just traced in his palm and was astonished to recognize that it resembled the form of the sun. It was the same emblem he had seen Qin Muyang drawing in the corner, a signal to seek the sun ahead. Qin Muyang was searching for him. A wave of elation surged through Gao Fei's mind, nearly causing him to exclaim in delight. It seemed as though Qin Muyang was aware of his predicament, albeit uncertain of his exact location among the vehicles. Anxiety resumed its grip on Gao Fei as he frantically considered how to signal Qin Muyang, wishing fervently that it were daytime. If only he could slightly ajar the car door and extend his hand in greeting, surely Qin Muyang would notice. In the pitch-black darkness, Qin Muyang couldn't even discern his own outstretched hand, and the thought that he might be bitten by a zombie without realizing it was terrifying. What should he do? How could he make the other party aware of his presence in this obscurity? The darkness, the darkness, the darkness. Gao Fei murmured softly, feeling as though he might soon lose his sanity. Could the green light outside be merely a figment of his imagination? Had he already lost his mind? Pressing his face against the car window for another look, he noticed that the beam of green light was receding further away, still moving in a regular pattern. It was not an illusion. He could still see it. He could see light in the darkness. Gao Fei suddenly felt a jolt of inspiration and promptly retrieved a lighter he had found in the car. If he could see the green light in the dark, then Qin Muyang must certainly be able to see the flames. Without further ado, Gao Fei tore off a piece of the seat cover he had been using to block the window, ignited it with the lighter, and tossed it out of the car. The seat cover, made of an icy silk material, was highly flammable, and as soon as it was thrown, it ignited in a fierce blaze. Gao Fei shut the car door and awaited in silence, hoping that Qin Mu Yang would catch sight of the flickering flames in the night. Chapter 101. The Flame Qin. Captain Qin. The Flame? This was the first time Liang Dongsheng had been alone with Qin Mu Yang, and he had never called him by name before. In a moment of confusion, he didn't know whether to address him as Old Qin like Gao Fei and the others, or to use his formal title. Ultimately, he inadvertently shouted out the name he had been holding in his heart. He had always regarded Qin Mu Yang as the leader of their team, guiding them forward with unwavering courage. Qin Mu Yang did not dwell on what Liang Dongsheng had shouted. Instead, he swiftly redirected his gaze towards the sudden blaze that erupted in the parking lot. Did you see how the fire ignited? Qin Mu Yang had been focused on controlling the laser pointer. Thus, he had not noticed the origin of the flames. Fortunately, Liang Dongsheng had been attentive to the commotion in the parking area, just to the left of the fire. I observed that the flames appeared to have been thrown there by someone. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu Yang immediately directed the laser pointer towards the vehicle situated to the left of the fire. To his astonishment, a seat cover lay precisely on the neighboring car. Consequently, Gao Fei watched helplessly as the adjacent vehicle began to smolder. The flames soared high into the night, emitting a hissing sound that attracted the zombies lurking in the parking lot. Some of them collided with the car where Gao Fei was positioned, causing it to shake violently, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Aside from the threat posed by the zombies, the ferocious blaze from the nearby vehicle itself was a peril, as it seemed poised to ignite Gao Fei's car any moment. Gao Fei's face turned pale, and he was rendered speechless. He contemplated opening the car door to escape, but the overwhelming number of zombies outside instilled a deep sense of dread, leaving him trapped in a predicament. Meanwhile, on the adjacent office building, Qin Mu Yang witnessed a second flaming object soar through the air, landing squarely on a car, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief. He quickly retrieved his nearly depleted flashlight and dashed down the stairs. Liang Dongsheng, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, hurriedly followed suit. This must undoubtedly be the work of Gao Fei. Qin Mu Yang declared that he would ignite the nearby vehicle, incinerating both of them within. To this day, Qin Mu Yang believed that Gao Fei and Zhang Yuanfan were trapped in the parking lot. He and Liang Dongsheng hurriedly descended the stairs, intent on rescuing them. Meanwhile, Gao Fei had taken refuge on the opposite side of the car, sensing the heat emanating from the burning vehicle, which was now igniting the tires. Realizing he could no longer remain hidden within the car lest he be consumed by flames, he seized a crowbar and dashed out, hoping to carve a path to safety. A throng of zombies had congregated around the burning vehicle, and amidst the cacophony, any noise he made would likely go unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, Gao Fei shouldered his backpack, gripped the crowbar, and forcefully swung open the car door. Just then, a zombie ambled by, leaning in to bite him, prompting him to thrust the crowbar forward. He then emerged from the vehicle, bracing himself against its frame, and began to fight fiercely. In the flickering firelight, he beheld a myriad of grotesque faces, some advancing towards him while others lunged toward the flames, akin to moths drawn to a blaze. How could he possibly contend with such overwhelming numbers? The thought echoed in his mind. Yet, he knew he must fight on, until he could no longer stand or succumb to a bite. I, Gao Fei, shall never surrender, he shouted defiantly. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Gao Fei, make your way to the parking lot entrance. Liang Dongsheng and I are here to assist. A surge of joy welled up within Gao Fei. Upon hearing Qin Mu Yang utter your names, he realized that Qin Mu Yang mistakenly believed Zhang Yuanfan was still with him. Instantly, a sense of unease gripped his heart. Qin Mu Yang, still burdened with concern, loudly instructed, move against these vehicles. Position yourself with your back against them to minimize exposure to the zombies and enhance safety. Following Qin Mu Yang's guidance, Gao Fei dispatched several zombies before swiftly turning to press his back against a nearby vehicle, continuing to eliminate the advancing undead. He maneuvered until he reached the opposite side of the vehicle, then resumed his assault on the zombies, turning towards the next car. Qin Mu Yang's earlier shout had drawn a considerable number of zombies toward him, alleviating some of Gao Fei's burden. With flames soaring on one side and his companions approaching through the darkness, illuminated only by faint lights, Gao Fei felt a warmth welling in his eyes. He fought fiercely, moving forward, and at last, he glimpsed the faint glow held by Qin Mu Yang and the others, revealing two dirt-streaked faces in the dim light. Qin Mu Yang approached to inspect Gao Fei, asking, "Are you injured?" Gao Fei shook his head, sensing a slight blur before his eyes, with a warm liquid swirling in his eye sockets. He never expected that this tall and robust man from the northeast could be so moved that he nearly broke into tears. Here they were, in a parking lot teeming with zombies at night, and someone had risked their life to find him. Yet, before he could allow the tears to fall, he heard Qin Mu Yang inquire, "Where's old Jiang?" Qin Mu Yang's gaze sharpened, and his expression visibly shifted, yet he refrained from elaborating, merely murmuring, "Let us break through first." The trio formed a sturdy triangular formation, entrusting their backs to one another as they gradually advanced towards the parking lot's exit. The flames within the parking area intensified, engulfing more vehicles, accompanied at times by the ominous sounds of explosions. The zombies were predominantly drawn to the cacophony. Thus, the number of adversaries facing Qin Mu Yang dwindled. After a few minutes, they successfully evaded the undead and emerged onto the street. Ascending to the second floor, they found a relatively secure room. Only then did Qin Mu Yang speak. "Let us rest. I am weary. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." He had yet to issue instructions regarding the night watch or other concerns before unrolling his sleeping bag and crawling inside. Shortly thereafter, the sound of deep, steady breathing filled the air, leading Gao Fei and Liang Daoxing to believe he was asleep. However, in reality, Qin Mu Yang was more alert than anyone else. Lao Jiang had been lost. Upon hearing Gao Fei's remark, the previously elusive clues he had tracked along the way suddenly became clear. He understood why the final traces diverged further from his intended direction and why there were no markers left by anyone along the path to guide him. It was all orchestrated by Gao Fei, not Jiang Yuanfan. Jiang Yuanfan was not of such a foolish nature. Gao Fei had long since abandoned Jiang Yuanfan at the derelict factory. The routes taken after leaving the factory appeared utterly nonsensical to Qin Mu Yang. These illogical paths were solely the product of Gao Fei's solitary journey. In a state of utter confusion, Jiang Yuanfan lost sight of Gao Fei. Completely oblivious to where he should go and without any thought of leaving a mark for Qin Mu Yang to follow,